So if it rains tomorrow, my prediction was correct. So what I'm saying is that if I can predict where the sun, the path of the path of totality, and the minute it's going to reach each marker, right, in this within the same square mile, I can predict that path, and it follows that exact path. That means my prediction was correct.
Right. So you believe that the globe math does that, or are you just believing what you're told about the globe math having?
You think we're on a prediction?
Well, if it's the globe math that's doing it, the powers that be chose a very specific model that works for basically everything we want to do.
All they gotta do is tell you it works with the math, and then look at the sky, it's working with the math.
Yeah, but if I do it myself, it also works.
You're the product of an illusion.
Reverse engineering. It's very easy. You reverse engineer it.
Yeah, all you're doing is relabeling a post-diction to a prediction, and then woohoo, I'm right. Well, that doesn't mean.
Yeah, he told us we don't know how predictions work. That was him projecting, because we're the ones that actually know how predictions work, and we know that this is not a prediction, and we know that this is not a. Hold on, man, we know that this is not a prediction. It's a post-diction. It's like looking at a clock for 100 years and then predicting when the big hand's going to land on the one.
All right, wait, hold on. Can you explain to me then, because I gravely misunderstand. Can someone explain to me how I'm not predicting something?
Okay, if you have two hands of equal size on a clock, you can predict when the hands are going to overlap if you watch the clock long enough. You're going to say, every so often these hands are going to overlap. That's not a prediction. That's a post-diction. If you just watch it for long enough, you'll be like, it happens at this time interval, then you'll know. If you're not predicting anything. You've seen it happen in the past over and over again.
I got your point. I'm not a fucking ignoramus.
And now you just
Let me respond to you. Let me respond.
Yeah, you can respond when I'm done, or you want to respond.
You don't need to keep saying the same fucking sentence over and over. You said it, I get it, but my question to you is,
you're not the only one having this conversation. There's also other people that want to hear.
No, it's only me. It's only me.
If you allow other people to finish their sentences, we can have a cohesive, comprehensive conversation. So shut up until he finishes, then you can speak.
Okay.
Can you imagine? You just got schooled and eloquized by a flipping illegal immigrant.
God damn illegals taking my jobs.
That's not okay. Guys, don't do that.
I'm having fun. Jonesy likes it. Don't worry. Okay.
All right, go ahead. I was done anyways. Go ahead.
I know you were done. All right, so what I'm saying is
I was almost done, and you clipped the shit out of me at the end, but go ahead.
But Jeremy, you know you were done. I know you were done. I've been around you long enough to know that it was just going to be just...
You're a mind reader? Is that a prediction? I was done?
Well, I predicted that there was not going to be an additional point, and I guess I'm right. There wasn't.
Okay.
Guys,
go ahead.
Sunrise.
Right, so what happens if we have this
sunrise a prediction?
Right?
Is sunrise a prediction?
No.
Oh, good. Gosh, you're at least that smart. Thanks.
It's the same fucking thing. If you don't think the sunrise is a prediction, it's the same thing.
No, Jeremy. What I'm saying is, so let's say we have this clock, right? And I take a giant magnet. And I just randomly put this giant magnet in the room, right? And we don't know if the giant magnet affected the clock, right? So what I want to do is I want to have a second clock, right? So we have this one clock that we're watching, right? And we can predict when the hands are going to cross over each other or when they're going to go to the marker. I'm going to introduce a randomized variable, right? Magnetism.
Giant magnet, bro.
People lost in the weeds. You missed the point, sir.
You've lost me, bro.
Just let him finish, guys. This is going to take forever if you don't let him finish. Right. I don't even know.
Okay, so
hurry up.
What others are capturing that you're failing to is that a prediction is okay if the situation is static, right? You're describing a static situation. I'm describing a non-static situation. So that means my prediction's correct because there's nothing guaranteeing that the environment is the same as Babylonian, right?
No, that makes it even worse for you.
Why?
What are your pronouns?
Because it's not a fair test anymore.
What am I testing? I'm saying where it's going to be.
The prediction, what you refer to as a prediction is the predictive power of your hypothesis, right? But the fundamentals have changed, so you now have no hypothesis. So you don't have predictive power.
No, but see, that's the thing. I understand where those parameters are changing, and I'm able to account for them.
No,
And that's
you're
what I'm saying.
presupposing it.
My ability to predict it takes into account a lot more than just what I've observed. Like, I don't think any of you guys can tell me if I put all of us in a room, right, and I ask you how long is a minute. Raise your hand when you think a minute expired.
45 fucking seconds.
Oh, I got here. A minute is about 6 inches long. Thanks.
Hey, listen. A prediction could be, you can make a prediction about an event that hasn't happened in the future. Like, let's say the Donald Trump is going to be the next president in 2060, right? You're making a prediction, but it hasn't happened yet. And when that day comes, if it's true, if he's the president by that day, that means you made a correct prediction. But if he's not the president by that day, you still made a prediction, but it wasn't correct. Then
this is true.
the post diction will be like the clock is gonna hit 1 o'clock at 1 o'clock. You know it's gonna happen.
That's
or the sun, or the sun is gonna rise from the east 5 in the morning. That's a post diction because it happens.
Real quick,
doesn't matter what your opinion is about the sun rising or not. It's gonna happen. And that's why you can say it's going to happen. It's not that you're predicting it's going to happen. It's just does, and it always has. So,
okay, so do you see the error of your way? So you said, all right, I can say that Donald Trump...
Really quick, I'm so sorry. Really quickly, getting into Donald Trump and all that. The audience knows that you failed on that point. So for your sake, you could just move on to another subject, or you can just keep belaboring the dead horse kind of situation. Whatever you want to do, but it's really embarrassing for you.
No, I want to be embarrassed. I kind of like the attention. So you said that I'm able to predict an event that has yet to happen in the future, right? Like that's what you're saying.
You make a prediction, and it could happen or it could not happen. You still predict it, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to happen, because once you write it in a piece of paper, this event is going to happen in 20 years. That's a prediction that in 20 years might happen, right? But you don't know if it's going to happen. Maybe you will die next week, and you won't see that prediction being fulfilled.
So let's follow that logic.
Still, if you write on a piece of paper that in 20 years the sun is going to raise from the east 5 in the morning, even if you die, it's going to happen.
Okay, let's just focus on that logic for a second.
I predict
so,
in 20 years
Trump,
from now.
So Trump has been president, right? But you're saying that I can predict that he'll be president again, and that's a prediction, right?
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
Okay, so let's take that same structure and apply it to total eclipse. So
no, I reject
Trump has
that.
hold on.
No, because
hold on. No, there's no interrupting.
There's no holding on when the premise is incorrect.
Why?
Because Trump hasn't been president reliably for 1,300 years.
Oh, okay, no worries. Are you gonna tell me
exactly? That's not even.
Hold on.
You drive. We didn't let him finish. You let him finish.
Bro, the clock in the sky, that was a point earlier that was made, right? The clock in the sky is more precise than the watch that you hold in your wrist, okay? So the watch that you hold in your wrist, it has to be adjusted to match the clock in the sky, okay? So that's why for thousands of years, people have followed the luminaries in their cycles and can follow like a clock and even adjust the clocks that you use here down on Earth based on the clocks of the luminaries. So yeah.
Okay. Well, that cool. So about the premise, right?
How cool.
Do we know, right? Because I'm willing to look this up right now. If every total eclipse has, like, let's say there's 5 kinds of total eclipse, have they all followed the exact same path down to the square mile?
No, you don't. No, you don't. It's not necessary, bro, because remember, like I said, the clock in the sky is gonna do
you're not.
You
guys,
right?
I think you guys we're not communicating very well here. Because what I'm saying is, the idea of an eclipse is not a prediction. The prediction is where it's going to be at the exact minute.
Really,
and the reason that's a prediction is because over the course of, let's say, 3,000 years, we have yet to observe every single type of solar eclipse, and we don't know that where that solar eclipse will be at the exact minute.
Because it hasn't happened yet, right?
Yeah.
So the
that one, the one
prediction.
from next month
So the prediction
hasn't happened yet.
So the prediction isn't that the clock hands are going to overlap. It's where they're going to overlap.
Exactly.
We
and
can
what
predict
time
that
they're
because
going to overlap.
we can predict that because it's a cycle we've watched over and over again.
But Jeremy, what I'm trying to tell you is that there's since Babylonia, right? The Earth's orbit.
Embarrassing.
Huh?
I know.
Wait,
this is
did
bad.
he just assert the orbit without demonstrating it?
Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Has changed.
Therein lies the rub, my friend. You base your whole premise on a presupposition.
Jeremy, before you go, his premise in the beginning, his question was like, "Oh, how do flat earthers or whatever, right? Whatever that label means, can predict eclipses, right?" That was his first question, and now he's bringing the Babylonians. Now you're bringing the Babylonians. Listen, you're bringing the Babylonians, and look at the cosmology of the Babylonians.
I said down to the square mile. How when we so the last total eclipse, it was very well known that there was the path of totality.
He sounds like a Republican. Why is he a fucking Democrat?
How can that totality, right? How can that path be so fucking accurate?
Because we've watched this cycle for so long.
Anything to your point?
We've watched this. We've watched this cycle for so long that we've watched the clock on the wall for so long that we've got it down to the exact precise position when the hands are going to overlap and the exact time it's going to happen.
And you're saying that's not a prediction, one, and then
no, dude.
Two,
once you see something happen over and over and over at the same fucking time every time, it's like 2 times and it's no longer a prediction. Again, sunrise.
All right.
Bro, you're standing inside of your home and looking at the sun rising from the east through the window and saying, "Huh, how is the sun passing through the window? Like, how is this possible?" Or looking at the clock in the wall and say, "How is it noon right now? I don't get it. How it's noon? How is it happening?"
Yeah, bro. Come on, can we move on, guys? The next solar eclipse in 2024, we got to get our shit together, bro. We got to do something, right? We got to get some pendulums.
Got to rally
get the Elias effect going. Seriously, we got to get some Elias. Try to get this Elias effect. We win if we catch the Elias effect and document it properly and all that, and get everything set up right. We win. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but the Elias effect would.
Sorry, go ahead.
You mean we win twice? That we win again?
It don't feel like we're winning right now, bro.
Wait, what?
We won already because we're right. What can we do? Being right is just the plight of man, I suppose.
What does winning look like to you guys? What does winning look like to you? Because to me, winning would be like we have a majority of the people on.
Okay.
You know what?
That's an appeal to majority fallacy.
You know what's winning?
Winning to me is being correct.
Knowing that you don't live in a cartoon, that's winning for me. Knowing that you don't live in a cartoon, definitely winning.
Yeah, the acquisition of truth is winning. I can't speak for everyone else.
Most people are coming over to the planar side.
So most of the Earth, yes, you might feel like you're personally winning. However, there's 99% of people on Earth that we know aren't winning. So winning to me looks like when we win those people over. It's not appeal to majority fallacy. I'm not using them as my argument.
Remember, we are those people, right? And how did we come to this conclusion? How did we accept it? It's because we were willing to accept it in the first place. So those who will. Those who will. Those who won't. We can't change that. We cannot change people's desire to seek truth. We can spread the truth.
We can change it if we have.
We can be eloquent. We can be maybe more receptive to the slower minds, etc. But ultimately, it's not up to us.
If we got some dope ass evidence and can sway people, we can get people to change their mind.
I agree. I agree.
Hold on.
Hold on. I'm speaking. I agree in general principle, Jeremy. The only problem is, as you've seen plenty of times, we have given substantive evidence and many rebuttals and many examples of fallacies that is the globe model, etc. Right? But yet people who have the intellect to understand it still refuse to accept it. So I don't think it really matters how good the quality of evidence is, but rather
I beg a single link. Here's a link how we mathematically predict where total eclipse will happen. It's called Baselian Elements. Take a look at it. I'm gonna go for a walk.
Bro, we're past that. Okay, go for a walk. Walk the dog. Go walk the dog.
I like how you guys always go past it when there's a final point of evidence. You just hand wave it off instead of ever learning anything.
You don't have evidence. Stop pretending that you do. Jeremy, I understand your position, and I do like the optimus. What the hell's the word?
Optimistic.
Yeah, the optimistic view you have of mankind. The difference is it just doesn't line up with what we observe time and time again. But hey, if that motivates you, by all means, I'm not gonna shit on your parade.
Is it possible that you could be wrong?
Of course,
there is.
But again, I don't know if you're really listening to the conversation at hand, because the amount of unacceptable liquids that are sloshing in between your ears probably makes.
Listen, don't fucking fob it off as somebody who's drunk. But I'm listening to you, and you sound like a very fundamentalist kind of guy. So I'm asking. I'm
not even talking to you, my guy. Relax.
Listen. I know you would take exception to this. All I'm asking is there a possibility, Elijah, that you may be wrong?
I already answered that question. Were you not listening?
And you said yes.
Yes. No one's infallible. Yes.
Canal.
Fair enough. All right.
Hey, come back to me when you're sober, man.
Fuck off, bastard.
No. If possible, Jeremy. No, I agree with you. All of this is fun for no other reason than it's entertaining to acquire more information. But I just don't. Shut up. I just don't think, like, in terms of the results that you're hoping for, I don't think that will really make much difference. But I still think we should go ahead. If we can, we should go ahead for sure.
Bro, if you get the alias or Elias effect, however it's pronounced, if you capture that, right, and it's documented, we do it over and over again, multiple times, multiple people, multiple different, places.
Mm-hmm.
It would absolutely, that would be a huge piece of evidence for us.
I'd agree.
That would help us out immensely.
For what?
It would be another feather to our already oversaturated quiver.
For what?
Or cap, or whatever. But me personally, when it comes to this, because I was the guy who brought up the eclipses stuff. I would be focused on the ones that happen at the noonday sun, or the ones closest to the noonday sun, to be able to determine whether or not my proposition is accurate or not.
Like, you just sound like a guy who's very sure of himself and thinks that everything is exactly the way he says it is. I'm just,
that's completely the opposite of what I'm talking about. I want to get the best possible contradictory evidence,
and that would be the alias effect. That would be the Elias effect. However, it happens, that would contradict the globe model. That would contradict the globe model crazy. Like, they couldn't talk their way out of that. They have no rebuttal for that. There's no crazy shit they can make up to counter that. There's no rebuttal for it.
But
there's no rebuttal for the alias effect.
I'd agree. I'd have to look into the alias specifically, but I think I understand. But I think at least as far as the whole thing with where the stars are, in my proposition, the best way to either prove or disprove my proposition would be eclipses that happen at the closest possible to noon. Yeah.
At noon, yes. Because that would debunk, or that could debunk you, yes.
Yeah.
By debunk,
that's what I want, because I think my proposition is sound in principle, but I don't have enough evidence to really elevate it to a more confident position.
So the stars are something you can point to?
Yes, you can point to a star. Holy shit, bro! Listen,
he's just too far gone, man.
Like, what are you even saying? Yes, we can point to a star now.
What are you talking about? You're talking about stars. Something about stars or something. The trees. What are you talking about?
You're too drunk. I can't help you. I'm not.
No,
I'm not your babysitter. I'm not your babysitter. Leave me alone.
I'm not too drunk, bro. Anyway,
This guy proposed that the stars aren't actually there in the daytime. Right? That was like 30 minutes ago or something.
bro.
Which I didn't like when he said it, but I let it slide. So whatever, that can be disproven during this total eclipse thing if it happens at noon.
Well,
But that doesn't
I
mean,
would
that doesn't mean
say.
that they're. Oh, sorry. I would say it doesn't mean that they're still there. It might just mean that the sun dimming brings them out, and otherwise they're not there.
So if you go high, let's say you go high during the eclipse, right? You're standing on the ground on the dark area where the eclipse is happening. So you don't see the whole constellations and all that stuff, right? That's what you're saying. But that from that angle of view, from you whatever you're observing with your eyes from that point, isn't the stars like above that angle? Like the stars are supposed to be like up in the sky, like not on the
what a
ground
star
from
is?
where you're looking. Okay, shut up. So if the stars are up in whatever, if it's a phenomena that we observing up above in the layers above, that's happening above in the sky. It's not happening in the shadow area where you're looking, where you're observing the phenomena, the eclipse.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening there. It's happening. The stars are happening up above,
Right.
above the eclipse area.
What is a star?
Somebody mute him.
I think it's the ancestors of drunk people, because you see they're spinning.
Wait. Somebody mute him. So somebody asks you what is a star, and you're asking people to mute me. Why?
Because you're incoherent.
Well,
and you're quite clearly intoxicated. It's annoying.
Is that a normal question?
Are you intoxicated? Yes or no?
No.
I will say stars are like observable phenomena that, I mean, you asked earlier if we can point to them. I guess yes, we can point to them, right? People navigate kind of like by using the angles to the stars and the celestial north, which is Polaris, right? The North Star. So yeah, you can point to them. So what they are, how they taste, I don't know those variables, but
nobody knows, right? So,
yeah, Genesee, I'm not sure if I've had this discussion with you before, but the other thing that I point to for the perspective that I have is when you read Genesis, it goes and he placed the sun in the sky to rule the day, and the moon in the night to rule the night, and the stars also, right? So the purpose of the stars is both for navigations, times and seasons, and to rule the night along with the moon. But she obviously has a unique path that she follows. So with that, from that perspective, that's one of the reasons why I don't think it makes sense. And I have yet to see anything convincing otherwise, and this is why I'm looking into it, to indicate that there would be any stars in the other side, in the day side, because it just doesn't seem like it would be fit for purpose. But maybe I'm missing something. Who knows?
so if you go from the ground and go up in a balloon in a very, let's say you go, I don't know,
what did you just say?
200,000 feet, and then you are kind of like in the during the eclipse, right? You go above that area. Can you look up? Can you go really really high up and see stars? That has to be like tested or something, because I don't have the answer. I don't know.
There's a problem with that, Gamesy, because there has been like balloon rides. I think maybe you even brought this up a couple of years ago, but I know someone brought it up when I brought this discussion up. There's a lot of these observations we point to where they send the balloons up, but usually they send them up in the day. But there was a few that people would send up the balloons at night to do these observations high in the sky. And what they found, I think, so correct me, I might be wrong, so I'm not saying it's definitive, but what they found is that when they actually went up, even though the stars were visible from the ground, when they went up, the stars are no longer visible in the same way. And this is where I make another proposition. I think the whole system of the way the stars work, with the lens effect of the water above the firmament and the firmaments, etc., is that
The layers above.
Yeah, is that you're only supposed to see the stars in the constellation format the way they are when you're on ground level. But when you're up and above, you don't see them because of the optical effects.
That's what I'm saying.
In the same way.
Yeah,
so,
I thought about that, and I thought about that, but I haven't confirmed it, right? I don't know if I go up in a balloon like 150,000 feet, if I can see the stars from there. You know, I don't know that.
Yeah. So I'll try and see if I can find a video. It might not be easy these days. You know how they get rid of shit, but I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a video where the stars were visible from the ground. The higher they went up, they weren't there anymore, or something changed. And I would say that the whole point is this whole projection system that we have is for those who operate on ground level, because that's where mankind lives. And then obviously if you go outside of the focal point, if you think of it like a projection lens system, focus, if you go outside of the focal point, too far up in the sky, then you're not going to be able to see things properly, because that's not what their purpose was for. They weren't for people who are floating in the sky.
I can definitely see something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll see if I can find a video, because if it's there, it shouldn't be too hard to find.
So what's life all about, hey?
About drinking a lot of beer.
No. Don't be a dickhead.
Cervezas.
Don't be a dickhead. I have drunk a wee bit, but don't be a dickhead.
How can I be a dick, bro? That's not even possible.
Like, how do you know everything about everything? How do you know everything about everything? Like it was once this and it was once that. How do you know that? Shut up, you fucking dickhead.
Hey, I have hair in my head.
Hey, I'll fight you.
Voice is damage, man.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with me, bro. All I hear is people talking about how they know.
It's either the globers or our own people that get in the way of productive conversations. What can we do?
Well, listen, bro, don't fucking do that. That's not nice, man.
Hey,
Neither is what you're doing, man.
No. You sound like a guy who knows everything about everything, right? But you know shit about fuck all, man. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You know nothing.
So I sound like I know everything about anything, but I don't know anything about anything.
Sounds to me like Byron.
P-Mac, do you know how beer is made? P-Mac, do you know how you make beer?
I do.
P-Mac, do you know how to make beer, P-Mac? Do you make your own beer?
It's a distillation from his blood.
I don't know.
He said he doesn't know, but you still drink it, right? You don't know how it's done, how that works, but you drink it.
About everything, bro. Shut up.
So you can talk, you can drink the beer, talk about the beer, but you don't know anything about how it's done.
Yeah, but apparently people on here know about how the universe was made and how it came to be.
P-Mac, you cannot drink. P-Mac, you cannot drink any more beer ever again because you don't know how it's done, how it's made. Okay, P-Mac.
Yeah, fuck off.
Can't drink beer because you don't know how a beer is made. Okay, P-Mac. So now you know.
Fair enough.
You can't drink beer.
I believe you.
Hey, so I found a video, Gemsy, that kind of indicates that that side proposition about you can't see the stars above a certain point. That's wrong.
I hate that.
He didn't go that high though. He only went as high as above the clouds. So.
That note about we know how it is and it's because of God and God did this and God did that. Fuck off, bro. That's ridiculous.
Wait, this is the first time that anybody said God. You're the one that said that, didn't you?
Well, listen to me.
I haven't said that yet.
You fucking hear me speaking.
1,900.
Apparently, lies in
actually, it was mentioned, right? The luminaries, the sun and the moon, the stars to rule the day and the night.
Whatever, bro.
Hey,
Man,
P-Mac.
I'm not even listening to him, Gemsy. It's a waste of time. I'm trying to see the altitude of this video.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, you posted the link.
Yeah, I'll post it. It gives the altitude for a certain portion of the video, but then it cuts the altitude off. I don't know.
Bro, because I remember a long time ago. It was like a year ago, I think. Someone posted like a short video of someone on an airplane, really high airplane, and apparently you were able to see the whole, the stars, the kind of like those clouds that looking up in the sky. Like when you look but I don't know. I cannot verify that video, right? but it looked pretty legit, at least for me. And that airplane was like 30-something thousand feet up. So,
But that is
I
a
don't
good
know.
point about what you said. But what you were saying about earlier, would it really matter though? Because you can't ever get above the shadow that would be caused, or the darkness that would be caused from the eclipse, because the eclipse happens outside of the firmament. Obviously, even in the globe model perspective, it happens outside of our reference frame, so to speak.
Yeah, you just seeing the effect that is happening in the.
Yeah, but you can never get above that, can you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think with enough time, with enough information, my position will be justified. But who knows? It seems that most people can't even get their head around the discussion to continue it, let alone give any substantive rebuttal.
I'm very interested on that kind of conversation, but beyond that, there is an interesting point that someone was asking earlier about, the movement, the movement that we observe, and the Globers say we see that movement because of the movement of the ground, right? The Earth is moving, but then other people mention, no, we look up and we observe the movement of the sky. The sky is moving, right?
Yeah.
And I brought out a point that there is this electro-optical observation of this structure in the sky that I think, I label it structure. I don't know exactly what it is, but this region of the sky that you can see these movements, and I think that's one of the root causes of the movement. And people were mentioning that is being detected, right? There is an equipment that detects this. How do you say not the transit, this movement? By said a specific name, a drag. Someone said a drag or something like that. You can it's detectable by gyroscope. No, not a gyroscope, a gyro. What was it?
A laser gyro,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you can detect it. Yeah, you can detect the movement. So for what I have like a
the image that you posted, or the video that you posted before about the structure. How did they do that, and where were they pointing
So they set up. They wanted to know where the phenomena that we observe called sporadic meteors, right? That I know that meteors trigger a lot of people, but the sporadic meteor phenomena that you observe, like a light crossing the sky, it looks like a bright light crossing the sky, right?
Yeah, the UFOs and stuff.
No UFOs. I don't know UFOs, but these sporadic meteors. Let me post. Let me post this. Wait.
Because I'm wondering if that technology can be applied to maybe focusing on the stars, and if they can get.
That's what I said earlier. I hope we could have one of those that technology to kind of look at the eclipse or do more observations.
Because that would make it easier if you could confirm that you were seeing the stars with something like that at night. Then you could just keep the technology rolling through the day, and then you should be able to determine whether you're actually seeing them. It could be one other proof in favor or against my proposition.
Yeah. So look at this, right? Let me post it.
Making propositions. Where is it?
It's a live stream 1.
Okay.
So the phenomena, the three last ones, this have you seen this? Like, I've seen it myself. Like, some people deny this. They say there's people throwing rockets or whatever. Or I don't think we can deny this phenomena that happens. People call it sporadic meteors, meteor showers. This is a very common phenomena that happens every night that you look at the sky.
I'm not seeing your thing. Where have you posted it?
Live stream 1 VC. Let me tag you. Elijah, right? Savvy. I'm speaking to Savvy. Ellie Savvy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You're in this. Yeah, you're in the chat, the side chat. Okay. I was looking at the other one. So let me have a look at this. Oh wow, I've not really heard much of this. And is
Well,
there
yeah,
video of this?
I mean,
This phenomena, you can any night that you
yeah,
could go almost anywhere
yeah.
dark, you look up long enough, and you're gonna see this phenomena happen in the sky.
Geo, what?
Okay.
Geo.
Because I've seen
He owns
some weird
the chat room. He's the owner of the chat room for the flat earthers now.
Wait, what
I think
happened?
Yeah, we be
I think he's hot
texting,
micing.
chatting and shit.
Jeremy.
You're hot micing, Jeremy?
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, so I've had discussions and I've seen my fair share of phenomena in the sky, and I think there's like a few different classifications that has to be given, right? So I guess this would
Yes,
fall
yes.
under one, and then you have ones that are quite clearly like there's some machinery going on.
Yeah,
And
there
then
is
there's
different ones. So these
Yeah.
specific ones, sporadic meteors, this
Yeah.
one. So the research that I came across, they set up multiple cameras separated from each other, looking at the north sky, what we call the north sky, right? North. So these multiple equipment separated from, I think it was 6 kilometers apart, electro-optical infrared, so electro-optical equipment, and they did 365 days of scans of the sky, and what they come across is that the phenomena that we call sporadic meteors, it all comes from 6 specific points in the sky. They describe them as 6 radiant sources, right?
I see.
So 6 radiant sources in the sky. Let me post. I posted something earlier about this, but let me just post something step by step. I gotta sit down, probably put some stuff together because there's a lot about this. But let me. So you see the radiant, what it says. The ones before the 3 first that I posted, it says Lino radiant, radiant, and you kind of see like the phenomena coming from that point of the sky, right?
Yeah, I wonder if that's like a portal or something. Referred to.
Yeah, I think there's something to it. You know when you're welding and you kind of see the plasma getting away from the welding point, right?
Yeah.
I think there's something similar to that. I would say not specifically that, but there's some type of plasma phenomena happening at specific points in the sky. But
Yeah. It's a lot
what
to get
you
your head
see,
around.
yeah. Let me just find it. Yeah, actually, when you think about it and put everything together, I think. Can't even look at my name just to find the stuff that I posted earlier.
You say there's 6 of these.
Yeah, they describe as 6 radiant sources, and in these 6 radiant sources are around the centerpiece that I think is causing the movement that I'm trying to tell you, right? So let me show you.
So they're like cardinal points off the structure.
Yeah, so look, this is 365 days of that those scans, right?
I wonder what Enoch says about this.
I posted in the I posted in the wrong one. That's why. Okay. My
It's
bad.
alright. I figured it out. Because that's a
So
new
you see
feature.
the later scan. This is you see the numbers 3, 35. Like it goes from 5 to 10 to 15, 365. This is in increments of 5 days, and then you can see this movement, right?
So the graphic kind of gets in the way. Where was this taken from, and where is the device pointed to?
Towards the north sky. But remember, you have multiple equipment looking at an angle of the sky. So when you have when you have your 2 eyes, you can see certain angle, right? But when you put multiple equipment separated from each other at 6 kilometers, you have a bigger angle.
So they're doing a 3D. It's like a laser scan of an object.
They call it electro-optical. So electricity, plasma, right? So That's why I can't look at my name, because I'm in the wrong chat. Okay, now I can look at my name.
Yeah, it's it really just points to the way we've described it for so long as this is a flipping watch piece. It's like the best watch in the world.
Yeah, and look at this, right? The 6 radiant points. I gotta jump into the message. The thing is that I have a lot of this stuff somewhere saved, but I just posted earlier, so I'm downloading it to send it to you.
Yeah, and the six radiant points make sense into how the whole sky works. Like the solar cycle itself has it's divided by 6, I believe, isn't it? What do they do? 366 days, I think it is. Like that's how long.
Look how they labeled them, right? I'm in the Livestream one text. I came back to the right one.
It's all right. I watched it.
And they label it North Toroidal, South Toroid, North Apex, South Apex, Helion, Antihelion. And Helion, from my understanding, that's the sun. So the sun, when they call daily showers, you kind of see these phenomena coming from the region where the sun is at. So the Helion area, that's one of the sources. The anti-Helion, I think that's the moon, around the moon area. The thing is that when you look in with the electro-optical equipment, you kind of cut in. You know when you look with infrared, that you cut through a lot of the visual impediments that are in the air. So when you're looking with the electro-optical, you're actually cutting through a veil that is in the sky. So you see a bit more in the electric spectrum of what's happening above. And I think what they saw, they put it together and they kind of make these graphics kind of look like this. I don't think it actually just look completely like this. But when you look and see the pyramid structure and you see descriptions and you look at many of you see this and it's pretty.
Yeah, it makes you think. It makes you think that the interpretation that people have for the kingdom of heaven being a pyramid probably makes more sense than it being a cube.
Yeah, because when the description says it's as wide as it's high, right? So the pyramid will be like that. You can make it as wide and as high.
That's why, like, based on the description, it could be either of the two, but based on this additional information, it would indicate that it's more likely to be a pyramid.
And it's observable. And you see, like, you look at the Masons, they kind of depict this in top of everything they do. They depict the pyramid on top. Look at behind the dollar. You look at the dollar, the $1, right? And you see the pyramid on the ground that is kind of flat on the top, and you see a pyramid on heaven, right? That is not off the ground; it's up in the sky. And that's because remember, we do things in the ground, right? But then people depict things in heaven or above. We cannot control that. We can probably make a pyramid down here, right? Yeah, we can build the pyramids, whatever. That's maybe. But also you can depict things of the heavens that we don't control, right? It looks how it looks, right? That's how it is.
And
so,
based on scripture, this thing resides in the. I mean, if this is actually the New Jerusalem, that resides in the third firmament of 7.
And this is actually celestial north, where the North Star will be basically the tip of this structure. From my understanding of what I put together, so the rotation that we observe of the luminaries is almost like an imprint of this movement on the layers above us, right? Because what we're looking is like some type of let's say a light show or kind of like an expression of it, but we're looking kind of through a curtain, through certain layers that doesn't let us see. Yeah,
based on the collection of scriptures, we're looking through at least 5 layers of whatever the firmament's made out of, I think sapphire, and then one layer of water. So even that's going to give it some effects. And we can see that when we actually look at the star shots properly and not the CGI shots. The things flicker as if they're flickering through water.
Yeah.
And then the different images of, like, the different high-res images of the moon, you see like a wave of water going across it, which clearly indicates that there's some there's some fluid in between our vision of whatever the moon is.
Like the lunar wave.
Say again?
You talk about the lunar wave?
Yeah. And that's not the only thing that backs up this whole thing of the firmaments. You have, so you know these people who have these crazy shots with these filters on their cameras of like another sun or something. But when you actually analyze it properly without the, jumping to conclusions perspective, it's actually a reflection. And it would make sense if you're seeing the sun at a certain point in one of these layers, then you're gonna get a reflection from the other layer behind it, because it's a bunch.
Oh yeah, and you see a negative. I mean, the moon. When you look at the moon, is black and white, right? That's kind of like what we see. I mean,
it's a strange
kind of see like a negative of the light, kind of, right? I don't know if I saying correctly, like a negative, or when you take a picture and you only see like when you take a photograph with these old cameras and you only see this negative that is colorless, but you can actually get colors from it.
I think I know what you mean. But
so imagine the layers above. I mean, I'm just in this. I'm definitely speculating, but look at a plasma TV, what we call the plasma TV, and you can see the moon projected in the plasma TV, right? And it looks like the moon, right? And you can make it look doing the moon cycles and do the same thing, everything. You're looking at an image of the moon. I would think that what we see as the moon is an actual image that is being, in a way, projected in a physical. So it's physical, but it's like a screen that you're looking at, an image of one of the layers. Let's say it could be the floor that we're standing, maybe, but it could be. Damn, my bad.
Yeah, it's quite clearly a unique thing in and of itself. I don't know how I would classify it, but the moon clearly gives off its own light. But if you're to take scripture and the rest of it, it needs to charge up. And then if you're to take the symbolic meaning of it, being the female, etc., it makes sense. Like, gives out what it takes from the male.
When you look at the image, the electro scans, right, of that pyramid shape, you kind of see like the light side and like a shadow of it, because when you have light and also you have like let's say like a opposite of it, light and shadow, just like the sun and the moon. I think also when you look at the north toroidal with the North Star, and then you go to the south and you see the south, the celestial south is dark. There's not like an actual star like celestial north that you have the North Star. So I think there's a correlation there that you have the light and the shadow, just like the electro scans. You see the light pyramid and you see the kind of like a shadow pyramid. I'm just making a few correlations there, but there is something just like I'm saying, sun and moon, light and darkness, light and shadow. There's something to it.
Yep, I'd agree.
Because the Globers use this the south, the south. How they call it? They call it
the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross, but the Southern Cross is going around a middle point, and the middle point in the middle point that the Southern Cross is going around is a dark area, from my understanding, from what I've seen in photography, because I haven't seen it myself with my eyes. But
even that's it's an optical phenomenon, because if we understand that we're clearly not on a spinning ball,
Why is it so fucking clear that we're not on a spinning ball?
Because we're not. So the Southern Cross would be in terms of what it actually is, rather than how we're able to observe it. Gemsy is. It's obviously not a focal point because it's on the edge. You can't have a focal point on the edge. The focal point is the North Star. I'm not sure if you're still here, Gemsy.
Yeah, but see, remember, I think since the phenomena that we're observing, there might be like reflections also happening. The light, when it's reflecting, it will give you a shadow as well. And when the light is on top of a brighter or a dimmer light, you will see the shadow effect happening as well. You could have lights causing darkness on top of the other light, and it's an actual light, but it's canceling itself in a sense. Might be other people that can explain it better, but this is a phenomenon that happens with light.
Yeah,
that it will look dark.
Have you seen the optical effect with the lenses? That I think it was some kind of Spanish or South American professor. He was demonstrating how the streaks happen, and how even though it's the fixed image itself behind the lenses isn't doing that, but through the lenses it appears as if it's having its own rotation around a point. Do you know what I mean? It's been a while since I've looked at stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen something like that. I'm listening, but I'm on mute for a minute.
Let's see if I can find it.
Let's look into the Basilian elements yet.
What's that?
It's how we make the mathematical predictions of the solar eclipse.
Is this the globular delusion, or is this something else?
Well, I mean, right.
You can't like.
I feel like it would be easier to just speak to you guys if I like got a lobotomy sometimes.
You've already done that.
Maybe you already did it. You haven't noticed yet.
I mean, are you sure you don't have one right now, though? You kind of sound like you do. And think about the psychology of such a person, right? Why would you put yourself through this torture willingly?
Well, I don't know. I'm a fucking masochist, I guess.
Well, would you say you're actually seeking the truth? Because if so, that's pretty legit. If you're actually seeking the truth and you're here because there's something in your mind that something's not right with the globe, even though you may believe it, you may be all for it, you may have whatever attachment to it, but if you're here for that reason, then that's legit.
You want to know the honest reason why I'm here? So I joined Gem Panda's
$12.50 an hour.
Right. I joined Gem Panda's server just because I was on Wall Street Bets and everyone was making fun of that, that these guys are idiots and whatnot. So I went there to check it out, and it was actually kind of fun, right? It was fun to get into debates. It was fun to learn stuff.
Wall Street Bets out of all the places. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I trade a lot.
GME, huh?
Right. So I start there. Then this server somehow appeared, and I came here, and I love just arguing with Jeremy. I love that he doesn't read, and that's kind of why I'm here. I mean, I am skeptical about a lot of things. There's been a lot of really great conversations, a lot of really good points, but
listen, I just started reading again. Okay.
What have you read so far, my young lad?
I mean, I used to read books all the time on audiobook.
No, but like when I say read, right? You particularly have the assumption that a lot of people have to be able to express every detail for you, and then you try to argue those details against them. And I'm just saying that'd be more helpful for you to read.
I think it's pretty safe to say that everyone who can read reads every day. So I'm sure he's reading all the time.
Reading what you
possible
want
to get that same amount of information watching a video or something else?
No, I mean,
I used to listen to audiobooks every night at work.
Don't don't stop him. He's trying to attack someone's character instead of provide globe evidence. Ready? This is their favorite. Go, watch.
yeah, man. You want to hop on my dick after this too, since you've been riding it all night?
Ooh, see, and that kind of response means that what I said landed.
All right, so you were actually telling your story. So
Yeah.
instead of derailing into that stuff, do you want to go on with that or pick something else up?
I mean, that the real reason I'm here is I find this intellectually stimulating, entertaining. I recognize I don't think I'm going to be able to convince anyone, so I try to sometimes lead people to their own conclusions by asking, questions. But I like the intellectual stimulation. I like learning. I like being able to say, well, let's go look at that and actually like debate it from there.
Are you trying to convince somebody of something?
I have
trying to convince himself.
I have an unrealistic goal to get Jeremy to become a Glober.
This sounds like a personal
You
thing.
think Jeremy has hope still? Come back?
I think so. I think because I only come for 2 weeks and then I disappear. I think next time I appear, Jeremy will be a 50% Glober.
I find the arrogance of these people incredible. I mean, these are the same kind of people that create atom bombs and shit, and they're proud of themselves because they did something great. Like the arrogance of these people is they truly believe that they're gonna come and put their hand on something and just convince you on some nonsense. Like if we don't just know the shit is nonsense somehow.
Well, I remember. What I'm at this. Oh, okay. Well, I was just gonna say. It doesn't really matter who it is and where it was. I was talking to a girl, and who was a flat earther. It was actually the first time I met other flat earthers in real life ever. Was when I went to that test that with Jeranism and ended up being in that Beyond the Curve thing. So it was actually at that, and this girl was there, and we were talking, and I bring it up just to say that she was telling me her kind of story, and she was saying how when she first, a friend of hers had told her the Earth was flat, kind of thing, and so she thought it was wrong, and she was like triggered, as it were, and then she felt like she had to save him. That's what she was saying. She's like, I felt like I had to like save him from a delusion, and so it's like a common pattern that I think a lot of globe earthers have. And then she said she was trying to save him, and then she finally ended up looking into it and then realized he was right.
Listen, I don't mind if the flat Earth is right. And see, I really do wish we could have some better intellectual conversations here. Sometimes it divulges into complete chaos. I'm completely part of that,
Yeah, we know.
He admits
we
it.
know, bro.
Jeremy.
I think you just low-key told on yourself right there what you just said.
Did he just?
Anybody else got that?
Did he just sniff?
Dude,
some
that was
glue
a
before
mad truth
speaking?
drop. Hey, man, mad truth drop right there.
Jeremy,
listen to that laugh.
Right?
He knows he's been
He
caught.
sounds like he's been sniffing glue, man.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Jeremy. Okay.
But
Jeremy, watch out, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to think that you're saving someone from an idea, it's most likely that you have some conflict with that idea.
Well, I'm not. See, that's the thing. I know I'm not saving anyone. I'm being as real as I humanly can. Like, I have the unrealistic expectation that I'm going to convince Jeremy that the Earth is a globe. But that's just, for the fun of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
only Jeremy though.
It's just not
only Jeremy. I don't care about anyone else.
Jeremy, how do you feel about this?
I mean,
He sees him as a weak link, I think. Do you see him as a weak link?
A lot of the flat earthers say this shit too, that I'm going to be the next one to flip over the globe, but you guys are fucking tripping.
I'm not a flat earther, but I say that too. Yeah, I think that too. Yeah, Jeremy's next to go.
Wait, you're not a flat earther?
Welcome him.
Well,
Who are you then?
I don't think Jeremy really. Do you identify yourself as the term flat earther, Jeremy? It doesn't seem like you usually do, right?
I mean, flat earthers, what do they think? They think that we're on a stationary horizontal plane. Like, it's not technically flat, like perfectly flat, but I feel like that's
what now we're defining what flat is.
Yeah, it's horizontally level. Yeah.
But nobody is a label, right?
Go ahead.
No one is a label. You're not a
Interrupt
label,
the guy
right?
while
That's
he's
not what you are.
explaining his own idea to tell him what he's thinking. I love it.
So yeah, I mean, whenever somebody says flat earther, I think horizontal plane, stationary earth. You know what I mean? So
now I mean,
yeah.
There's hope for him yet. There's hope for Jeremy yet. Okay, good.
I don't think a lot of people could be as honest as I'm being right now.
Well, what is the attachment to the globe then, Smooth? I mean, I don't know if you've looked into the information, but
I have.
If you've done a really good assessment of everything, especially if you can do some things in real life yourself as well.
Yeah.
But I mean,
and that's where I have. So
sound
like,
logical mind will come to the conclusion that the Earth is stationary. And
well, see, that's the thing. I have a sound logical mind, as I believe it, and I've yet to ever come to that same conclusion. Like all of my real world witnesses, like everything I've witnessed, is supportive of the model that I see presented, and reading and understanding the applications of that is supported. I'm very interested in space and stuff, and every time I read about it and then I can witness it and see it, what they say, it makes sense to me.
But you witnessed
Now you can see what they say. Wait a minute. How do you do that?
He's been to space, guys.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Jeremy, we can solve this right now. There's a chance this might happen. Jeremy, how much money would it take for you to flip take over, cash in hand, right now?
I mean, to sit here and defend the globe.
1,000 space bucks an hour.
Hold on, he's low key calculating. Hold on.
To the future.
I don't know.
How much money cash in hand?
I don't know.
1,000 galactic bucks an hour. Come on.
If the answer is anything other than 0, then that's problematic.
The thing is, though,
he's been calculating it the moment the question was asked, and he's still doing it, Gio. So
I mean, it might be a high number, but all of you have a price.
Hold on, he's already given a price. Have you forgotten, Jeremy?
Well, he did.
Dude, I used to joke around.
You already gave a price.
I used to joke around before and say $1,000 a day or something, but I don't think I could ever sit here and defend
a day. You cheap, man.
I don't think I could ever sit here and like defend the globe and shit like that. Like even if somebody showed me something and it made me switch back over to the globe, I would never come on here and sit here and argue with you guys and try to defend the globe. Like that's fucking ridiculous.
Why not? If someone showed you,
dude, I wouldn't go to a room. I wouldn't go to a room. I'll tell you why. Because I wouldn't go to a room where people thought pigs could fly and just debate them fucking nonstop all day. Like that's ridiculous. I don't care what other people think.
It's like going to a Scientology chat and just for no reason.
Why do you sound like that? Holy fuck!
I'm literally eating right now.
Why do you sound like you sniff glue all day?
Because I'm fucking high as balls.
Smoking the good shit.
But Jeremy, the other day I was asking you honestly why you're here, and you told me about how you and your brother used to get into all these debates and like how you guys used to like live in New York and do all these things, right?
That is not correct. I did live in New York City, but I never got in debates with my brother.
You and your brother would like hustle.
You got me mixed.
People. You told me a story about
you got me mixed up with somebody else, bro.
No.
You might be thinking of Kosho.
No, I'm thinking about you whore. You told
me,
bro.
I never hustled.
You're listening to the voices in your head.
No, Jeremy, you told me. Why do I know about your brother? Why do I know about New York? I'm not like. There's something I'm missing. But
thinking of Kosho or something. You got me mixed up with Kosho or something.
Jeremy,
I never hustled or got in debates with my brother.
When you know it's Kosho, he mentions a gay story. That's when you know he's talking about Kosho.
Yeah, was I picking up dudes?
Was
I picking up dudes in my story?
No, it was about you and your brother were debating other people, and like you guys would wheel and deal or something.
No, that's not me.
Oh,
wheel and deal.
Whatever. Anyways,
no deal, bro.
I
say no to drugs.
No fucking deal.
Still sounds like somebody's trying to attack somebody else's character and place evidence to back up their
Oh my
claims.
dude! So you want to come over? Because dude, I mean, my girlfriend is not home.
Hey man, you don't have to get angry and try to threaten me. Just cool it.
The thing with the
I think moves and you
because she's on someone else.
Yeah, but if I feel threatened, I'll just fucking report you, just like the Globers do to us when they feel threatened by our flat Earth truth.
But what, was it a threat or was it a good time?
Why the fuck
depends.
do you sound like that?
Depending on how you take it, it could be a good time or a threat,
Well,
right?
I'll leave you with this: offense is taken, never given.
The thing with the term flat earther, though, there's so much stigma
I thought fences were built
and negative.
That's correct, Jeremy. You guys are starting.
The reason why people don't like being called a flat earther and shit is because it's been mocked and made fun of for so long. Like, I don't blame people that don't want to be called a flat earther. Like, I wouldn't blame you because it's been ridiculed throughout history. You know what I'm saying?
Are you serious? You didn't debate your brother or something? You told me yesterday that.
No, bro, I've never debated my brother. I've never debated my brother on anything.
Yeah, I mean the term flat earther was basically sold along with the globe deception. Like they in the school system and all that, it was here's the globe and here's how we Copernican revolution and the whole story that they claimed that humans discovered it was a globe. And then they use that term, oh yeah, but the ancient kind of desert wandering, people that didn't know anything, they were flat earthers, or they thought the earth was flat and you would fall off the edge. Ha ha, how funny, how stupid they were. And somehow they convinced everybody that was actually real, that thought that, and so they sold that idea of flat earth with the ridicule and the mocking as if they're like the dumbest people because they're just these dumb, cavemen or whatever that don't know this globe thing. So that's how they sold it. So yeah, that term flat earther is synonymous with that. And I think there's been also kind of a reattribution of that term. Like people have used it in a positive way as well. And it obviously has been used in a lot of ways, but it does have that kind of programming and that stigma that they put right in the whole school system. And that's where all the calling people stupid and dumb and all the stuff kind of stems from, it seems, with that term.
Well, I mean, Gio, how do you reconcile the fact that every single country and every single curriculum teaches the earth to be round? How do you disagree, right, with every single education platform?
Well, I'll tell you why, because I know the history of it and I know what led to it. Now, without going on a long rant, I mean, let's just take World War I, World War II, if we just want to be very basic. I mean, although I could go in detail going all the way back and so on, but let's just go after World War II. There was an Education Act that was launched signed in 1958. And then, of course, NASA came in right around that time, the United Nations. So Education Act, United Nations, and NASA all came together very quickly. This is after World War II. So whatever control they got during World War II, whatever that was all about, they obviously were ready to implement a whole bunch of stuff. So once they implemented those, the education system became homogenous for pretty much all first and second world countries, maybe not for all the third world. So that means, that all of them were homogenously teaching the same, from the same textbooks, the same couple corporations that make the textbooks, the same regiment, the same, legal in terms of what the teachers are teaching. So once they implemented that, and again, that's like late 1950s, like 58, at that point, all through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, all of that had this very regimented education that involved the globe and all this other stuff that came along with it. This, some of the science, all this stuff that went along with that. And so that was, I guess that's ultimately my response, because you asked how, the fact that they're all teaching it. And so, there's the history behind it completely makes sense to see why they implemented it like that.
Honestly, you answered the question really well. So that's really, really interesting. So I just have two responses. So big World War II fan. How do you explain that the V2 rocket, or maybe it was the V1, the one that they did not shoot into London, right?
It's V2.
V2. Thank you. How do you address the fact that the V2 guidance system used a globe?
There was no guidance system.
There was.
They just flew the planes till it ran out of.
No. You guys
listen. They shot it in a certain trajectory, knowing that it would obviously fall down on England.
No, see that's where you're wrong. You didn't look
okay.
at the program.
Okay. All right.
I thought they just aimed in the direction of London or England or whatever.
No, we're talking about the
And
V2, not the V1.
When it ran out
Oh,
of fuel, it falls.
No, but see that's
Well, that stuff's all controlled through the military, through the government. So, I mean, whatever they're claiming, they're guiding their missiles. It may or may not be what they actually are doing. So, just because you can go on Google and they claim the way they did it, it doesn't mean what they were actually doing.
I mean, you're 100% right. That's why I'm here. I'm a skeptic, but how do you address the fact that before your, education system, after the war, post-war, how do you understand that, the United States and other agencies have evidence that the V2 rocket uses a globe for its trajectory system?
Well, I would say that my understanding of it when it comes to that is that the military actually uses a planar, non-rotating stationary Earth for everything that actually involves the engineering. There's tons of documentation on this, which I'm sure you've seen. Now, just because they say that, it doesn't mean it's proof that that's what it is. But in the documentation, even from NASA, large engineering companies and so on, they use Earth as stationary and planar as its foundation for radio communications, for a lot of different components. That's what they test it on, and that's what they develop it for. Now, and then there's the real systems that are running those things that are all at higher levels of the military. Then you have the one that's sold to the public, the one that's the propagandized one. So that's the one you're going to find if you just start Googling around. Like, for example, the WGS-84, that's the like the foundational coordinate structure, and that comes from the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is the secret. Well, it's like part of the CIA, the FBI. It's one of those intelligence agencies. It's in that same family, but it's called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So they then have the WGS-84, which is the coordinate system of the globe Earth. So that is like the start of the propagandized version of what they're telling people the Earth is. And it looks official because it's like, oh, National Geospatial. It seems like, that's like right in with the government. It seems official and legit. But that's actually the propagandized one. So again, they test things in the military on a stationary, non-rotating, planar Earth, and they fly airplanes. All the engineering is actually done with a stationary, planar Earth, but they're just selling a propagandized version to people, which has a different coordinate system. And most people have not gone out in the world to verify it. And then the GPS system's linked in with that as well. And there's a larger kind of deception how they're doing a lot of the airline flight and stuff like that in terms of the coordinate system, but. It's just a transform. It's a transform that they use, and since they control the systems, they can pull it off.
Okay, I mean, that one's a little more of a stretch for me, but I'm willing to accept that that's your reality. How do you address the fact that we're just going to skip past the guidance system, because like you said, there's not a great way to.
Well, I would say they really guided it. No, that's just to complete that. I'd say the real guidance was done through the actual military, the parts of the military that you and I can't verify and we don't see. And that's the one that actually, that they're the ones that have the documentation for a non-rotating planar stationary Earth that they use for all their development. So I would just say that they actually use that for the actual, guiding of any type of missile, rocket, trajectory, etc. That's what they're actually using. It's just that, like I said, then there's the one that they're selling, the propagandized one. So you may have seen some article or something claiming that they used the propagandized one, but you don't have any way to verify what they actually use. And the fact that their documentations say that they're using a non-rotating planar stationary Earth, it would obviously make a lot of sense that that's actually what they're doing, since that's what they're building the engineering on, that's what they're actually using the built engineering on.
Well, so there's an issue there because the V2 rocket was not designed in such a fashion. In actuality, the V2 is considered to be the very first ballistic missile.
Yeah, you're talking Werner von Braun and all that? Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, dude, that's...
Well, I'm talking about the difference between the V1 and the V2. So 1942, right? This is the time we're talking about. So this is 20 years or 18 years rather before your system that you talked about in the 60s, right? So 1942, and we have this.
Germany lost the fucking war.
We have this V2 rocket, which is designed to attack its target in a parabolic arc, right? And it accounts for Earth curve. So,
well, you've been told it does, but that's what I'm saying. Does it actually? Because
Anything
the actual
moving through the air.
engineering systems that are done, they don't use a globe Earth for the actual design of the engineering systems.
right. But what I'm talking about is, so I'm pretty sure
Jeremy was
you're
trying to get in. Jeremy was trying to get in, though, to be fair.
Anything moving through the air, if you throw a baseball, it's going in a parabolic arc. That doesn't mean anything.
Well, that's why I used that last sentence, Jeremy, to account for Earth curve.
Yeah, well, all right. Well, the first part didn't make any sense because no matter what you
the
throw,
second part, that's why.
How do you know they accounted for Earth curve? Right? How do you know they accounted for Earth curve?
Because that's how a ballistic missile works.
Actually, they say they don't account for it.
How?
They admit that.
How?
Don't they account for Earth curvature with artillery also?
Yes.
Yes.
How did a military genius fucking thing take over the world, like the whole of Europe, and then lose it for a year?
You what, Nate?
I don't know why anyone's not responding to the direct comment of why is it that the V2 rocket accounts for Earth curve for its parabolic arc towards the target.
How do you know that? How do you know that that's what happened?
Yeah, how do you know that that's what they did? You read it. I know you read it on Google, which is fine. I'm not even trying to throw shade at you for that, but I'm just saying, like, are you just literally reading it on Google? How do you know that they actually incorporated Earth curve in any
should I read Google
launch like that?
I mean, I just watched a lot of documentaries and videos about it. That's the honest truth.
Right, but if I told you right now, hey, dude, I built this awesome rocket, man. I just launched it the other day, and I launched it over to my friend's house. He's 10 miles away, so boom, I launched it, and I had to incorporate Earth curve in my calculations with all the explosives and the shit that drives the rocket. Would you just accept that that's the truth just because someone says it?
Well, I mean, I would accept that truth because I believe that rockets do need to account for Earth curve.
So you just believe it. You don't really. It's just a belief.
Well, like think about it, right? So, like, if you were to accelerate up, right? So if we go up away from down, right? And if the Earth is curved, right, then the down position changes as you descend down those geodesic lines.
I agree. You'd have to have a totally different arc. You'd have to calculate it differently. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So because I believe that the Earth is heliocentric, then I see the supporting claim that the rocket needs to account for it. So that's how that connects.
It's just them saying that
doesn't account for it. That's the problem.
That's an actual affirming the consequent in its full.
No, I get that. But what I'm saying is that I independently have verified, to a degree, air quotes, that the Earth is heliocentric. So it's not so much affirming the consequence.
Can you tell us about that?
Air quotes. How can you verify in air quotes? What the fuck?
You have to verify it. You have to give us one example of a verification of your globe Earth.
So I don't know if any of you guys understand what air quotes means, but the reason I said air quotes verify it because I knew all 12 of you would say the exact same thing. Well, how do you verify it?
An example, bro.
Right.
Yeah, give us an example of how you verify it, please.
I would like to finish talking about the V2, and then we can get into this.
Yeah, but just real quick, you don't realize
you're
that.
Not allowed. You just said that I know a way to explain to you guys how the Earth is the globe. I want one fucking example. That's it.
Yeah. So
you have to let them Google, guys. Let them Google.
Well, that's why I said air quotes, because I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to have this conversation.
All right, I think Travis was next.
Oh,
I was just gonna say, just real quick, you didn't realize that when we said air quotes or when we said verify, we said air quotes around it. Verify, air quotes.
Any verification you guys have isn't affirming the consequent. You know what I mean? We can get into it. We can get into it later, but
air quotes.
Yeah,
you can finish up with your V2,
let that be the next conversation where we talk about but basically,
So you just, the bottom line is that you read an article or read something somewhere or watched a documentary, whatever it may be, that just told you that they incorporated Earth curve, and they probably made it into, they really put it in your mind probably like, we had to incorporate for the curve of the Earth because it's part of the propaganda deal. So I'm not doubting that that's out there, that they claim that, and I'm not doubting it's one of the things they try to get people to think that it's real because of that, like the kind of re-imprinting the message. But other than just you reading it somewhere, you agree that you don't have any actual validation or verification of what the hell they accounted for, what the equipment was used, what kind of radio signals, any of that. You have zero on that, right?
Yeah, I've never seen a V2 rocket. I've never.
And
seen
more important, that we can do it ourselves.
Okay.
That's the important
That's
thing.
exactly what we did, though. You know what's crazy? That he described his method of understanding, and we did the exact same thing as him, and we came to a different conclusion. Is our conclusion as valid than his?
Well, I didn't finish my main conclusion.
Go ahead, let him respond, guys. Come
on. So Gio, you're right. I have never seen this equipment in real life. The reason I believe it, so I grew up reading encyclopedias. My dad's from Russia. That was just, I didn't watch the Disney Channel. And
what's Russia got to do with it, bro?
It gives you a quick idea of what the personality that my dad has, which explains why I was reading.
I have no idea what it means. No, I have no idea what it means that your dad was a Russian.
Okay, well, it was a nice little detail in my story.
What are you trying
to means absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It means that he's an intellectual and he's stubborn as fuck.
So Gio, the reason why I believe it this way is because in an encyclopedia, I learned the idea of following like a logical conclusion. Like if I can express all the parts to it and all the parts are able to predict my observation, then even if it's wrong, that's a good way to understand how it works, right? So when I watch these documentaries about the V2 and they pull it apart and they explain all the different parts and they explain how they all interact and they explain how this weapon system was able to function the way it was observed, then I'm like, well, if you can explain everything to me and I'm watching it and I have this background knowledge, then I have a pretty safe assumption, 98%, that that's to be taken accurately.
Can you explain to me the guidance system of which you said before?
For the V2? Yeah.
Yeah, the one that they flew and over Britain?
That's the V1.
And you said it had a guidance system?
Well, they both did, but I'm talking about the V2, not the V1.
So
are you sure the V1 had a guidance system?
I don't know. I'm talking about the V2, man. That's the thing. I don't know.
The V2 rocket. You had 1945. 6.
Yeah, this is Werner von Braun. Yep, this is the guy, the Nazi war criminal, the Nazi murderous war criminal that was brought over to head up the entire Nazi NASA launch of NASA.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's the guy.
Yeah, that's just what we do, bro.
Nothing deceptive.
That's how we do, bro.
That's the guy who incorporated the Earth curve into the rocket, guys. Come on.
But Gio, you're kind of being dishonest here because if you listen to the
biography, I'm just stating that's the claimed history.
But if you listen to Van Braun, right, and his biography, you understand that he never wanted to work for the Nazi Party. They didn't have a choice.
I know. We should believe that because if you can't trust a Nazi war criminal, who can you trust?
I mean,
right?
It isn't like they're gonna say, yeah, you know what? I was the mastermind behind it, and I came up with it. Of course, they're gonna be like, nah, man, it wasn't my fault. I was fault. Come on, bro.
But it was like well documented beforehand.
Well, you know what?
Wait, hold on, real quick.
It just shows that they're the same team. It's the same people.
I know. I don't. But that's not the point.
And they're the ones saying that they're incorporating that. Like your original thing is that the V2 incorporated.
Gio, that's not the point.
In their launch calculations.
That's not the point. We're getting off topic. Like
wait, hold on.
Travis was next. To be fair,
okay. I just have a quick question. Did you say that Werner von? Yeah. Did you say that Werner von Braun had no choice?
Yeah.
So you're saying that the U.S. government forced him to do something against his will?
No, I was saying that he had no choice with the Nazi Party.
Oh, he had no choice. Okay, just for clarification. I just want to understand what
You know,
you were
that's
saying.
number one excuse, right? We had no choice.
So the thing I was trying to say, Gio, is that like there's a lot of holes here that you can pick at, and I completely grant you the availability to do that. I'm just saying the reason I believe this is because I believe that the globe is a globe because of other reasons beyond the V2, and then I believe the V2 works the way it does for other reasons, outside of the V2, like engineering, which is something I'm passionate about. And then using my background knowledge and assuming, like, listening to the way they describe it and looking for the holes and watching it be logical, I believe it to be true. Believe it, but I've never worked on it, so I don't know if it could be true. But I believe it within enough accuracy to say that I know or would trust it.
What are the other things that you said there were other things? What are those other things?
Well, I believe that the Earth is a sphere. That would be one.
Assumption.
Have you ever assessed why you believe? Now I understand that when this movement came along, people all of a sudden hold on. People all of a sudden started looking into it, right? But have you ever assessed why you and maybe most of the world think that the Earth is a globe?
I have assessed why I believe the Earth is a globe.
Was you thoroughly convinced before 5 years ago?
Yes, I've been very convinced since I was about 10.
Wow, since about 10.
Yeah.
And you don't think cartoons and comic books had anything to do with that? Just a slight bit?
Earlier in my monologue, I said that I didn't really watch a lot of cartoons when I was a kid.
Oh, but it wasn't just cartoons. See, they put it in the newspapers. They put it everywhere. The Globe and
the movies.
Listen, everywhere that there was entertainment, books, even in radio, they described it. They talked about it, right? Everywhere there was entertainment coming from mainstream, that was propagandized. So if there was any vision of what the Earth looked like, they provided.
Okay, but
you got
But I said I have. You're asking me, have I ever looked into the Earth being a globe? And I'm telling you, I have.
No. You misunderstood the question. Have you ever thought of why you thought it was, right? Before the flat Earth, we all thought the Earth was a globe. It was a given, but we haven't analyzed why we did at the time. See, now these times, because there are these servers, there's a lot of information. Now you might have more information to fully convince yourself. But before this information wasn't available like it is now. So how did you know back then when most people just kind of thought we knew?
You're asking two separate questions. You're asking, did I ever analyze why I thought, and then you're asking, how did I know? Which question would you like me to? Which question would you like me to answer?
Yeah, let's go on to this air quote verification.
Sure.
Thing that you said earlier.
All right, so air quote verification. So what I'm saying by that is I'm not abiding by that word necessarily, because I don't know its exact definition, and I know you guys well enough to know that if I use the wrong word, we're going to fight over it. So what I've done is a few things. I've observed satellites, right? Calculated the speed of satellites, and I've witnessed it to be accurate, I have.
How does that tell you Earth's a globe?
Yeah,
there's a light in this,
right?
There's a light in the sky. There's a light moving through the sky, and it's moving at a certain speed, and then therefore a globe.
Well, I'm not saying that one piece of my puzzle, did it for me. I'm telling you, it's a story. My knowledge, the way I came to be, is a story. So what I'm saying is I've witnessed satellites. I've watched solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. I followed the path of totality. I was a physics. I took physics in college. I was actually a physics TA and recitation instructor. I've been into astrology for a long time, but we're getting off point. So I've done double split.
Did you actually mean astrology, or did you just say it wrong and you meant astronomy?
Astronomy.
Okay.
Well, and tell us about
That's
the
a
double.
pretty big slip.
Wait,
Wait.
guys, hold on,
Wait.
hold on. No, hold on, Travis. It's about the double split.
I mean, I did it in college. I don't remember it too well.
Double split.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Say it again. What's the name of the thing?
I thought it was. I thought it was the double split
It's
experiment.
the double slit.
Yeah, double split astrology. Man, come on, get your terms right, bro. Did you pay for this education?
Yeah, I told you I'm inebriated right now, but you know it's okay.
All right. Well,
I think he's a true believer. I really think he's. I don't even think he's being deceptive. I do kind of low key, but I think he's a true believer. I think he thinks he's part of the in club, right? Like he has some special knowledge that just nobody that anybody else gets.
Wait, I'm confused because I don't know how. Wait, hold on. I don't know how to tell between the inebriated smooth and the regular smooth. What's the difference?
I laugh more.
Travis, are you sick? You got a cold or something, bro?
Why?
Your nose sounds stuffy. Get some
No,
vitamin
I'm
C
clear.
or something.
No, I'm clear.
Travis,
Oh,
I
all right.
laugh more when I'm inebriated. That's why.
I've never heard you laugh.
You gotta smoke more, man.
I've never heard you laugh, bro.
Oh well, that's a shame.
I don't think so.
Right. So you've kind of chronicled how you've gone through the education system, and yeah, like many people are kind of committed and dedicated and kind of trained by that system. So it sounds like the thought that part of that system could have been lying to you, is that too much to consider, or
No, because unfortunately, this doesn't really paint a good picture for me. But I kind of think that 9/11, something's fishy there. I don't understand why those buildings collapsed like that, man.
Of course, yeah.
So
there
you
may
know,
be
like,
hope for you yet.
I'm not saying that everything has to be one way.
It's a dead giveaway, that whole 9/11 thing.
Dead giveaway.
Dead giveaway.
Against unknown intuition, bro. It doesn't matter what explanation they give you. It goes against everything you know. Those buildings falling like that.
That would be a funny meme to have the guy who dead giveaway and then have like some some different like truth stuff in there. That'd be cool. Show the airplane just going through the building like it's invisible.
Oh,
Is this a layer? It's a CGI layer. Just have the guy pointing at it on the meme and have it say "dead giveaway."
So you admit 9/11 could be fabricated?
No, I'm not admitting that. I'm just saying that there's. I'm not. Well,
you question it somewhat, all right, and then do you question the moon landing? You got to question that thing.
Well,
not really.
Let me ask you this.
Then maybe you
Let me
haven't
ask you
looked
this
into it
just
because
real
that
quick.
one's even more of a dead giveaway. Yeah, go
All
ahead.
right.
That one is iffy even to a lot of Globers.
Look, since we're just
if you ask worldwide, like some people will be like they could believe the globe and they'll still be like, well, the moon landing might be fake.
I don't know. I'm just telling you my honest my honest truth. I don't really. 9/11 is more fishy to me than the moon.
So let me ask you
At
real
least
quick.
at least in 9/11. Go ahead, Travis.
Do you know what a false flag is?
Not without context.
A false flag is when one country raises the flag of another country and attacks its own country, so that its country thinks that another country is attacking, right? So it's a false flag. That's not who's really attacking you. So it's a completely fabricated attack. I was just going to ask you if you think that there have ever been bona fide false flags past.
I mean, would
Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, what do you call her?
there was one in
Lisa
ancient
Rice?
Rome by.
Do you think they made a lot of money?
There's one by a guy named Tiberius or something with a T. And
That was
then,
Tiberius.
He's genuinely naive. I just think he's naive.
Well, yeah, probably is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big.
Biggest culprit is Henry Kissinger.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Travis. I mean, there have been certified like actual real false flags. So that's the. Is that what you were saying, Travis? That like the idea of 9/11 being one is not really that big of a leap because there's already been others that have even been admitted to be the case.
Right. Yeah.
I have a question for the Glober. Can the news be corrupt? Can the media be corrupt? Not showing you the news, but showing you what they want to show you, propaganda.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. We have there's hope. There's hope. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Okay, Smooth. I got a question.
Hope. I mean, he's seen it. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question is, okay, so it sounds like you're new to this because last times that I've heard you on here, you're asking certain questions that a lot of the Globers that we've talked to for a long time aren't asking any longer because they know the answers to them. You seem unfamiliar with the subject, so what the question is: would you want to know if the Earth is not a spinning ball? Would you really want to know?
Yeah, I would.
You would. Okay,
I've
so
got
if
a
I
question for the flat.
if I send you some links,
My bad,
if I
go
send you some links, you'll actually look into it and watch the links that I send you.
Huh? I mean,
If I send you some links to information that you can't really find just from Googling any longer because they hide a lot of stuff now. So if I send you some things that you can't really find,
yeah, I
you
would
check
really
them out.
prefer if it's like reading material, but yes.
Okay, yeah. I'll send you some
for
information you can't find any longer, at least.
I got a question for the.
Hours making up fucking equations about how fucking nuttable the Earth is.
Can I just say another reason why I
So guys, Jeremy was trying to get in there.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I got a question for the flat earthers. Who hopes that they're wrong about this and Earth actually is a globe?
Me.
Not me.
Definitely
Not
not
me.
me. No way.
Definitely me. I hope.
Nope.
I fucking hope.
Yeah, I would say for many reasons.
I'm beyond hope. I
Definitely me.
don't think there's any possible way it could be a globe. I mean, there's just
I've
not
heard-
even like.
I've heard people say that though, Jeremy. People like certain people will say like that they don't want, they would love for it to be a globe and they would love to be proven wrong and stuff. Like those kind of people do say that.
Well, at first we all.
there's so much.
At first we all. There's so much. Pretty much, I think, right?
Something to be said for them. Then you could actually trust your government or whatever. Like there's something to be said, like that they're not all just liars like that. Even though we already know they are, so they're already corrupt. They start wars. They do false flags. We already like that cat's already out of the bag.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's so much corrupt shit and with these Illuminati, Freemason, Bilderberg, Bohemian Grove motherfuckers. They're so corrupt. Like that would just be something less we had to worry about if it actually was a globe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess there is the cool part that if it was real, then if space travel were real, that would be pretty cool. That you could maybe go off into other planets or whatever. So
yeah,
that could be cool.
That'd be dope too. I was just thinking about it
that's
more
what
for
it's actually like.
Wait a minute.
More for like.
Wait a minute. Are you saying we can't fucking space travel?
No, I'm saying that we can actually go to the moon. We can go to Mars.
No, I mean the universe, bro.
Well, I don't think that this physical universe is a huge vacuum with balls out there. So no, I don't think that's possible. But I mean, I could get into definitely some discussions like spiritually being able to, because I don't think that this physical realm is all that exists at all. I think this is like one drop in an ocean. There's literally more than grains of sand or stars in the sky. There are actually other dimensions like this one. Some of them are like this one. Some of them are slightly different. So I don't think this is the only thing. And so in that sense, the idea of there being many, many other worlds and all that is very valid. It's just not balls out in a vacuum.
It's interesting to say that.
Why is that, bro?
Well, because what you're saying is that the way that we describe the heliocentric model could essentially be true in another dimension.
Yep, absolutely. There may be many, 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 many others. And I say may just to leave it neutral as I'm speaking, but I think there absolutely are, of actual worlds that are this, that are a universe with balls, the whole thing, gravity, all of it. Because it is real. It could be real if it's possible. You know, you could have it's not physics that are in this realm, but if you had a different type of physics, it could be called pseudo-physics because it's not real to hear. But if you had that physics, it is conceivable. So yeah, there may be many other dimensions that are actual ball planets and all that. Just like in video games, you can create a video game where you're running around.
Right, so you're an absolute retard that believes in fucking space and all this kind of shit.
It's all real. It's just not in this dimension.
Except in my mind. All right, makes sense. Not. I mean, how dumb is this?
Gio, so let me ask you a question. Are you a religious man by any chance?
Oh, maybe.
No, I don't necessarily identify myself with the word religion. No.
Are you spiritual?
But I've studied it my whole life in multiple ways, and yeah, spiritual. Well, for sure, yeah, spirituality is certainly.
Good. That's good.
But I still would never need to identify with it. But yeah, I think spirituality is a.
Okay, so if the Earth was a globe, it wouldn't harm your religion, right? It wouldn't harm how you see God and stuff.
What do you say? If the Earth was a globe, is that what he said?
Yeah. If the Earth was a globe, it wouldn't harm your religious attitude.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean?
Well,
he means that
I'm developing a theory because I believe a lot of flat earthers are flat earthers because if the globe was as they say it is, it would harm the way that they view religion.
Well, a lot of flat earthers are flat earthers because the way they're describing the globe, it does not make sense.
No, but that's not my theory.
Well, what's your attitude towards myself and Gio then? What do you think we're in this for?
No, Gio, I've had a few run-ins with him. He's a very
actually.
I didn't hear what Smith said. Sorry.
Yeah, Gio's a very pleasant guy to talk with. So I think he's probably here just to bond with people. I think you and what are you, crypto? Yeah, crypto. I think the two of you are probably here because there's a lot of friendships. It's a lot of camaraderie. This is your version of Xbox Live, and
no offense, that's not really what I asked.
You asked me why I think you two are here. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think you two are here.
No, but it's not on topic. The topic was you were saying that people believe in the flat Earth because it would harm their religious views to not believe in it, right? That was your statement.
Yeah, that's a theory I'm developing. Yeah.
And then, so how do you explain myself and Gio's presence here?
Oh, I can't yet. That's why I'm still developing that.
I'm not. Right. I'm not religious either. I honestly used to be I'm not religious either. I honestly used to be an atheist and believe in the
You're roboting.
Big Bang and all that stuff, and is a creator.
You were kind of half coming through, though. We did kind of half hear what you said.
I heard that. That was kind of half good.
So, okay, I'm trying to understand the jump that Crypto is making from what he said. So Crypto, you mean that if you and I, your point was if you and I don't have some affiliation with, I guess he used the word religion, with a religious cosmology, that wouldn't affect us? Is that what you're saying? Or I'm trying to understand what that transition was.
Not so different. I mean, obviously what's happening here is he's poisoning the well and saying that people basically only believe in the flat earth because of their religion, right? So then my question was, well, what about the non-religious flat earthers?
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I'm not poisoning.
But I'm talking to Gio now.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Okay, so Gio, that was why I asked him that, because then that would point to an incomplete theory, right? And then he said to me, well, I'm still working on that. So, well, we'll find out what he thinks when he thinks it, right?
But he was saying that he's not poisoning the well, so.
I mean, I would say that in a sense, the word, like a lot of the ancient religions all come from the traditions before them. And yeah, there is like organized religion in today's world. And yeah, there are people who do have a connection to certain texts and certain writings and certain religious or spiritual lineages or, sacred texts as well that do discuss. I mean, like, for example, in the ancient Vedics, which I've studied in various ways, they have like their entire cosmology. the Vedas are all based upon a stationary planar Earth model with, the ether and the layers of the heavens, and the term they use for it is Bhumandala. I actually have I could post a couple images of it as well, but it's called Bhumandala, and it's all based, like there's the center, like the North Pole type center, and there's like the tree of life and the sort of mountain in the middle, and then it comes out from there. So the entire thing is based upon that. So, but that's the ancient tradition. Of course, like where that's ended up in modern day, they've added heliocentrism in. So I guess was kind of the idea you're saying, if there was if somebody was, Vedic or connected to that, or, Christian with the Bible, etc., because there's obviously phrases in the Bible that talk about the earth not being stationary and planar and the many components of creation as well. So are you just saying that if they had that affiliation or connection with that religion or spiritual system that described that cosmology, the globe would then be antithetical to that, and then they would reject the globe on that basis alone? Is that kind of a summation of what you're saying?
I mean, like that's a pretty good sum up. So like I've heard some people in this room, I think it's like that guy, the black guy with the E at the beginning of his name, Aphilia Aguila Ethel. He yells a lot.
He's talking about Denmark.
Jim.
Elijah.
There it is. Elijah.
Sorry, Denmark.
And I guess Demok, and I think Essie. I've heard a lot of religious, talks when responding to things. So I started developing a theory that basically, because a lot of people say that Globers are fearful of the flat Earth and what it would mean, and that just got me thinking one night. Well, what if it's people who are religious and they if the Bible's saying hey, God created everything, so those people don't believe in evolution or whatever.
Yeah, but the religious people have adopted the globe, though, most of them. What's scary is for you guys, the atheists. If the Earth is flat, you couldn't even. There's no way you could explain it scientifically, a flat Earth. You know what I mean? That would crush an atheist's dreams right there.
And it's crazy that he doesn't have the slight bit of a concept that he might be involved in the religion. Like, he just completely thinks that what he thinks it is the legitimate right thing and the truth, and everything else is just a religion. It's crazy.
Well, I think he brought up a good. Oh, sorry. I think he brought up a good point, though. Actually, I mean, there is a connection with cosmology and spirituality and religions in multiple ways, and it goes both ways. But I guess would you also consider that heliocentrism is a religion in and of itself, and the belief of heliocentrism is believing in the globe, the whole thing. So at that point, would you then be rejecting anything other than it out of your own religious affiliation with the heliocentric? I would call it more of a cult, really.
Yes. The heliocentric model is religion.
Well, this is the reason that I said what I said, is because obviously they use the word. A lot of them do, and I think Smooth may have been using the word religious in a kind of mildly pejorative manner, not in a purely descriptive manner. And I think it's interesting to then. Sorry?
Descriptive. I was trying to say, the people in this room who I've heard use religious defenses to arguments, I believe would be fearful of a globular Earth because it would go against a religious text. That's how this theory started. So because of people like Elijah, Essie, Demok, who use religious defenses to, standard observations, that, and there was a guy named Lemonade.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yeah, you're getting the wrong people. I was going to say, yeah.
All right, we've heard it. We've all heard it in here. Okay, we've all heard it. That's right.
No.
You've never heard
of flat earthers.
You've never heard.
So your theory doesn't make any sense. Your theory doesn't make any sense. Your little hypothetical doesn't make any sense, because they were globers before they were. Even if they were super religious, they were still globers before 6 years ago.
DMOC is not.
Yeah, I mean, the three people you mentioned, you might just be getting all the wrong names, because those three, there are people that are Christians that definitely have a Christian in various ways, or Muslim and so on. I mean, there's many different traditions and so on. But three you mentioned, I don't hear them talk about any religion that I'm.
Okay,
you said Essie, Demok, and Elijah. I not from what I've ever heard.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm getting. I mean, I came in, like I said, I've heard it. I know Lemonade was a bad bad proponent of that. Maybe it's
Yeah.
Jen I'm thinking of. I don't know. There's a bunch of random people who yell a lot. So you
Jen's
guys are
not
all
like that either. Yeah. Hey, well,
It
hey,
could
you know
be
what? Maybe if you, I was gonna say, would you just take a step back then and just think about the irony that you might feel if you were to learn that it really doesn't have anything to do with religion as much as it does the questionable scientific quote unquote proof that we've been given being put on the chopping block. It wouldn't it be ironic if you came, you're in here talking about needing a lobotomy to talk to us and all that. And if you found out that we're right, think about the irony of that. And wouldn't you then have to admit that what you believe in would be religious and the irony of that,
I
right?
wouldn't
If you
believe
found
in
out
it.
we're right.
Yeah, it would be really ironic. I agree.
Which is
that.
most likely why they're here.
But I wouldn't cling to it. I follow the path of evidence for me,
Well,
So-
but you mentioned earlier the ballistic missiles and stuff like, the Geo followed up with saying that all of the practical applications of anything that they use, including flight travel and everything, are training pilots. Are you aware that like all flight simulators use a stationary level Earth for their simulations?
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Now, if you found out that it did make a difference, like flying over a spinning ball actually does have quite a bit of difference in the way that you'd have to be trained to fly. If you found out that were true, then what would that do? I mean, how would you deal with that contradiction?
I'd have to look into it. Like I said, I wanted to talk about the V2 rocket because that's something I'm pretty comfortable with, and that's something I understand, and that's something like one of the reasons I don't believe your arguments. Right? Well, let me break it down to reason part A, reason part B is because of the responses I hear and hear. A lot of times I don't hear people stay on a very specific topic. Like I'm talking about a rocket, and now you're talking about a flight simulator, and you're trying to compare the two. Like I'm talking about how do we account for the guidance system that accounts for Earth curve for its parabolic arc, and you're talking about a flight simulator. So like I don't. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, wait.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. Finish up.
Right. So there's that part, right? And then the second part is that there's a lot of yelling in here, and when I was going to school and when I had intellectual conversations, there was not as much yelling. So for those,
bro. Yeah, on both sides, right?
Yeah, both sides.
Your guys are yelling.
I yell all the time.
Right?
I yell.
Yeah.
I've been punished like 6 times by Geo.
Right. So
well, okay. So why were you pointing out the yelling?
Hold on. I don't agree with that word punish at all. Like, first of all, I'm not even someone that likes to have any rule application upon anyone. I wish we could all just be completely free. But yeah, that word punish is just, all we do is we moderate. The thing is, if we had no moderation, you guys know what it would be. Just complete shit show of just insult after insult. There's something about the topic of the Earth that does seem to activate people in a way that is intense. And so it seems like the moderation is needed. I hear you, Smooth, dude. I went to a graduate school. So, I was, with master's, PhD, and within that grad school, there was never any of no interruptions, insults, ridicule, condescending, laughing at people, none of that stuff. To me, that's all like second grade stuff. That's the stuff you do when you're like a child. So, I'm just saying in the entire grad school I went to, that was never a part of my life at all, ever. When you have real conversation with people, you're respectful. You talk about the sun, the moon, the stars, whatever it may be. Yeah, you may have disagreements or whatever, but that's how being an adult is. But for me, the only realm that this is happening is, if you want to use the term flat Earth, like when I was, way back in the early days of the 24/7 server, like the 1.0 server, because like back then I was like, it was like I had gone to grad school and gone through everything, and I wasn't even interacting with any of that kind of stuff, the yelling, the screaming, all this kind of stuff. But there's something about flat Earth that tends to activate this and the globe and the whole thing. And so anyways, that's my long-winded way of saying that, like with a server like this where the topic's being discussed, the only option is to do moderation, because otherwise it's just total chaos, even beyond what you're saying. Like sometimes when it does that. But it just requires like moderation and tighter moderation. And when we have tighter moderation, then we can have great discussions. And when it's not, but anyways, that was my long-winded way of saying I don't see it as punishment, but yeah, that we do have to have some kind of system set up for.
And I apologize, Gio. I was just trying to I was saying that I am part of the problem. I 100% admit that I'm part of the yelling. But part of the reason why I don't believe in this argument is because of the conversations I have here, and because of the fact that if I'm talking about a rocket, now we're talking about planes. Like, I'm asking a very specific question. So
yeah, and I need to
those are the
follow up with that real quick.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
That's fine. Just
Okay, so the
we,
reason-
we were talking about the spirituality and religion too. So I mean, it's cool though. We can jump back and forth. But I guess actually, just before you guys go on that, I'll step back. I was just gonna say that because I know I've talked a lot, but just the last thing I was gonna say. Well, okay, I guess it's going back on that topic. But I mean, I do think spirituality and cosmology are intimately linked, because to me, spirituality is what is the nature of our world and who I am, spiritually and physically on all levels of my being. So to me, they are interconnected. So it would make sense that there's a link there in terms of
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like though that the flat Earth quote unquote movement or whatever the recent surge in that comes from religious people. I wouldn't say that at all. I think that's because you're new to the subject and you don't realize that it's not just a bunch of people that are like, oh, the Bible says so that must be the truth, because they've been doing that forever. I mean, there's been people that are like Bible believers that have never believed it's a globe for that very reason. But the recent stuff is like the NASA fakery and, a lot of contradictions that really do, if you look into it, seem to make it actually impossible for it to be a globe. I mean, a lot of us are convinced that there's no way it's a globe, and there's things that you cannot answer. So we can get into those topics, but one of them might be the flight simulators. And if a pilot can't actually fly over a spinning ball just as he does in a flight simulator, then that would be a big deal. It almost trumped the evidence of your ballistics, because that's just a report that you're getting from possibly a shady organization. Here, you're talking about pilots that are trained on a flight simulator flying over a stationary level Earth. And if it's not possible to just go ahead and be on a globe and have it be the same way, that's a huge contradiction that is, beyond the ballistics evidence you're talking about.
Well, his point originally with the V2 thing, he was saying that there's this kind of propaganda out there that Werner von Braun with the V2 rocket had to incorporate the curvature of Earth into the calculation. So that's kind of where it started. Like, he had read that and he thought that was convincing. Right. And then I actually did a whole thing breaking down, like, that the military, they use a stationary planar Earth, it's all in their documentation for their engineering. So I was just pointing out there's a difference between the coordinate system that the actual high levels of the military are using to launch missiles or whatever they're doing versus the one that they sell to the public. The propaganda.
Right. And it has to do with the Coriolis effect and all this too. So he may not realize that there is a direct correlation between those two arguments.
Well, yeah, if the Earth was curved, you would definitely have to use different ballistics equations and coordinates.
And flight techniques. If you were actually landing on a spinning ball, because you're not attached to the ball any longer, right? You get that, Smooth? Yeah. That you're actually in a different reference frame, and that you're not actually just like completely attached like Velcro to the ball any longer. So you're landing on literally a spinning ball, separate from your movement. The ball is spinning separately from the plane's movement. And so a lot of you'll hear flat earthers say, well, the wheels would break off when they try to land. We all see the runway way out in front of us. It doesn't move. We don't have to like land on something that's approaching us the way that a sniper might have to hit a moving target, right?
Yeah, I don't quite agree with that, because in their model, the atmosphere is spinning along with the Earth. So I don't quite agree with that. It wouldn't rip the
right. You're going over different. Yeah, we don't need to get into the details of that, but some flat earthers will say that there's different tangential speeds, which there are, of course. The globe model says you'd be flying from one tangential speed into another. Right. So you can't be at a cruising altitude and go a consistent speed then, because you would essentially have to speed up to catch up to the Earth to reach your destination. And it seems to be some math that supports that we could go into, but yeah, you're entering into a different tangential speed, and you no longer have the conserved momentum that they claim. They can say, okay, well, you're 1,000 miles per hour. Now you're in the air. You're already automatically going 1,000 miles per hour. But they can never claim that it's in perfect synchronicity with the Earth, even at the equator, if you were just right there, because the atmosphere, as it goes up, it's a greater circle and it's not in sync with the Earth. So already you're out of sync with the Earth as soon as you're just lifting up like in a helicopter. But then you're flying over different tangential speeds that you either have to speed up or slow down to match, and it doesn't work out at just a constant cruising altitude. I don't know if you looked into that, Smooth, but that's just another point. That's the reason I mentioned it as far as your ballistics argument.
For
Well,
moving at
so
a certain speed.
yeah, I mean,
And
I
that's it.
I recognize your point, right? So I'm not as concerned with this flight simulator itself because sometimes we program things on simulators because it's just easier. So, I'm not too worried about that.
Is
Plus,
that
like,
good enough, Pope? It's just
no,
easier. I mean, if there were details, wouldn't you think?
I didn't finish.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was asking if that's good enough for you, as far as like it's just easier to train them that way. Like if it did make a difference, then that would be a huge point on our side, right? If it really did make a difference, if the flight simulators were actually using a spinning ball for their practice, because people would crash all the time if it were totally different, right?
I'm struggling to follow.
Like if it really did make
a
big
pretty
difference
quickly. You probably went
Like,
over that
if it
pretty
made-
quickly. He may not understand
Well,
what you meant, but I
okay, let's say the flight simulator
I
uses
also
a
don't
stationary.
really. Go ahead.
Well, we don't. Let me just explain my point, whether you agree with it at all.
Just ask me the question that you want to ask me.
What it is that you said you think that they may just have the flight simulators use a stationary level Earth because it's just easier to train them that way.
But wait,
but if you found out.
Well, if you're trying to
If you found
communicate
out-
him the tangential speed one, I think you'd have to do it again because I'm pretty sure he didn't catch all that. That's all I'm saying.
I was just kind of making just a general point. Like if he did find out that it did make a difference, like when you're flying over a spinning ball, it's not the same as the flight simulator actually would train someone. And like if those details were shown to him that it actually would make a big difference, then it wouldn't make any sense to train the pilots that way. I'm just getting you to be intellectually honest about if like a thought experiment. Like, well, okay, if I did find out that it makes a big difference, then it wouldn't make any sense for them to train the pilots this way, right?
I don't really agree with that either. I mean, so like,
I'm not asking you to agree with it. I'm saying if it were a big difference, then how could they train the pilots that way?
Well, that's.
I mean, maybe
that's
there
why,
is no difference.
Okay.
Maybe you'll find that out, right? Maybe there is no difference between
Do
a
you,
spinning
do you
ball
want to
Earth
have
and
do
a-
you
and
want
a
to have a
stationary-
conversation or do you just want to talk?
I was just trying to clarify because you seem confused about it.
Well, again, I'm not. When I said I disagree, you said I can't disagree. So it seems like you're
Well,
just talking
it was an if
okay.
thing.
All right.
It was an if question, so it's not about disagreeing or agreeing. It's like, well, yeah, if it made a big difference, then how could it be? I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I have no idea how to
Ask
continue.
yourself, like,
Okay.
Never
ask
mind.
yourself
That's
this.
fine. I don't need you to. I don't need you to.
Have you ever flown? Have you ever flown a drone?
So I have a point that it will address a lot of these things of why I think that way. Just try to get it out.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
my boss, who is a pilot and has a flight simulator in our office that's approved by the FAA for single engine. It's just it's a computer chair with 3 screens and some plastic controls. So like there's no manipulation. Like what I'm saying is that I have no problem saying that even if it would to make a huge difference that we don't train people, like there's a limit to the realism that we use for training. That's what I'm trying to say, and I have no problem admitting that. That there's a difference.
Let me ask you a question.
What's up,
Let me
Rob?
ask you a question. Hold on, I got a question. I don't want it to pass over.
I was just saying.
Let me just. It'll take me 30 seconds. If you're flying north and south, right, on the flight simulator versus east and west, they would all be different. Because if the Earth is spinning one direction, each like say you're heading north and south, all your flight times would be different, right? So that just proves that there's no difference between flying from Florida to Michigan or California to New York. It doesn't matter which way you fly; it's always the same speed.
Yeah,
If
and
you
if
get what
they
I'm
treat
saying,
all the
your
runways,
flight
yeah,
times.
and if they treat all the runways the same, wouldn't that make you question it? Like if you're actually landing on a spinning ball and you're not actually in sync with the Earth, you're going north or south, and no matter which way the runway is aimed, you're either catching up to the ball or slowing down for the ball that's speeding towards you, right? Because you're not attached any longer, right? So you'd have to adjust, you would think, for that spinning rotation. But yeah, Bob Dole's point there is the same. If you treat every one way the same, it's like hard to imagine
You
that
would
there's any
never
kind of
catch.
Yeah.
The speed of the spin is faster than the jet. It's spinning at Mach 1.4. If your plane is only going 500 miles per hour, you're losing ground. The whole concept that the Earth is moving is absolutely retarded. To think otherwise, it's just mind control. Just think about it logically. If you take a drone and you lift it off the ground, you could hover over the same
I don't
spot.
believe you guys. Is because like I have 5 people trying to have a conversation with me, but they're all just talking at me. And every time I'm trying to progress the
We're
conversation,
inserting factoids. You don't want to hear the factoids. You just gloss over them like they mean nothing.
Hold on. It's not about you believing us. It's not about you believing us, right? It's just if you were to be presented evidence that did actually show this decisively, because there's a lot of flat earthers that think this completely debunks it. Like there's no way that you could fly over a spinning ball and have it work the same. Some flat earthers think it might work. I don't know why, but some flat earthers think it's okay, and some are like, oh no, this is it. This is the debunk. And maybe I'll send you some stuff about that.
I don't know if you're fully following it, Smooth, but I mean, yeah, essentially it's the idea of, like if you have a tennis ball and you have a little ant on there, and as you spin the ball, and if you pick the ant up, the ball is going to spin under the ant. Now, I don't necessarily fully agree with that argument, because in the globe model, they actually claim that the atmosphere is essentially gravitationally clung to the globe. So the whole thing is moving along with it. Now that's pseudo-physics, and there's a lot of problems with that, but I'm just saying, just going with that idea, that's how they try to explain it away, that the Earth is stationary and used as stationary, is because the whole atmosphere is going along with the globe. So in that sense, like Ron, I would say, like if you hovered a drone above the Earth wouldn't really spin under it, because the atmosphere that it's in is going along with the Earth. So essentially it would be like it's stationary, which is kind of how they try.
The atmosphere moves all directions, Gio. Like right now in Florida, the atmosphere is moving in a circle. There's a hurricane, right? The wind blows east and west, north, south, it blows all directions.
Yeah, and beyond that, when you start talking about north to south plane travel, there's a lot of complications. That's not just as easy as saying we're traveling with the Earth because we're up in the air. Then now we've got a whole other complication going north to south and trying to land and all that has to be figured in.
Well, it's their way of taking the stationary. It's the way of taking essentially they've taken in a way the concept of ether, or at least part of ether, and clung it on their ball. It is kind of a.
Have you guys also taken into account that the higher the
the conserved momentum, we could
ball,
accept that maybe if we have to, just because it's like, okay, well, that's the theory, and if that's right, then. But even if we have that conserved momentum when we go north to south plane travel, it seems like it doesn't work, and so that's something you could look into, Smooth. I'm not asking you to believe me, obviously, because none of us here want you to believe us.
Hold on, Dave. Did you hear Hammer? All right. Did you hear? I don't know if you could hear Hammer. Go ahead, Hammer.
No, I can't. Do I have him muted? Hold on.
I'm wondering.
Sorry. Go ahead, Hammer. I didn't hear you. Let me see.
Mic check, am I back? Sorry, mentioning that hurricane just flickered my power.
You're in the hurricane too?
Yes, well, I'm in the edges of it, I guess. I'm on the East Coast.
Cousin's down there. He's down by Tampa.
There's about 2 million people without power.
All the way down to Naples too. Yeah, Naples is without power too. He's south. They're south of where he's at.
Yeah, West Coast got hit hard.
Yeah, it looks pretty nasty over there for sure. Shout out to them. Hopefully everybody's staying safe. I was just wondering.
Blaze? You okay, Blaze? You're in the hurricane path, aren't you?
Yep, I'm good. I'm in St. Pete, and it was heading right towards us, and then next thing you know, it went by Fort Myers.
Yeah, like you could deviate it more south, right?
More east.
Yeah, that's.
So you narrowly missed the damage zone.
Narrowly, and I just sold
Thank
my
God.
house, which was concrete, and I'm renting a space from my brother as a garage apartment with those old jalousie windows. I mean,
no.
I was sitting here prepping and listening to you guys, and I didn't lose power.
What the
my
hell?
brother. Anyways, those poor people all over the state.
That's going to be
Yeah, there's
devastated.
2 million without power right now.
I guarantee you this is all man-made, this hurricane. It's like Hurricane Harvey. That shit was so artificial.
What was the globe, bro?
Funny that you say that, because I was praying against it. Let me tell you, all day.
The whole fucking thing is man-made, bro.
Yeah.
Well, they do, man. Look at Hurricane Katrina, Harvey. That shit. It's so obvious. A hurricane has never went on land, then off into the Gulf, and then came back. It's never happened like that. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, we didn't do enough damage. Let's go recharge it and then bash it in again.
Hold on, they put this.
Blaze said she was praying. It makes me think of like we could pray it away. If you think about like,
I think you can.
Yeah,
I think you can.
I have totally with the chemtrails. It totally works. Pray against it. Any powers, because the Bible tells us. Sorry to bring it up, Smooth. That that we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with principalities, and that the prince of the air. So I was totally commanding it to go away and everything. I mean, my brother just built a super nice, beautiful home last year, and they lost power about like 7 hours ago. He's so amazed that my little shack has not lost power. He keeps checking. Did you lose power yet? I was like, nope. It was scary. It was really scary, and I didn't go through the bulk of it. I mean, we maybe had 50-mile-an-hour winds. It was so terrifying.
Was the hurricane coming towards you and you prayed and then it turned direction?
Well, I've been praying since like last night. It seemed like it was over Cuba forever. I was like, okay, what did Cuba do wrong? I mean, did you guys notice that? Because I was using my weather app. It seemed like it was over Cuba for like 8 hours or longer. And then it seemed like it just whipped through Fort Myers. And I thought once it hits land, that it weakens it. It's just like
Normally it does. That's
Yeah,
what I
so-
mean. These are artificial storms. Normally the land it'll run out of steam. It runs out of water fuel and it just dies. Harvey didn't do that. Katrina, this one.
Yeah, they do. They lose strength and then they gain it again once they go to the ocean.
And what the
Yeah, but
water?
what's making it
Gio, did I cut
revert?
you off?
This is like category 2 now instead of it hit as a 4 or 5.
Gio, did I cut you off?
You're good. Go ahead, please.
No. About praying, and I probably was like, meow. I just like went on.
No, that was
No,
awesome.
no, he agreed with you. He thinks it's possible.
Well,
Yeah,
no, it is.
and
I had pictures. See, I know. I had pictures a couple of years ago. When they're spraying, I was like, "Not today, sucker." They'd be spraying in my backyard and everything, and I would just go out there commanding that anything, any spirits or chemicals in the air, harp, magnetic weapons, leave in the name of my Messiah. I would say his name, like over and over, and I would send to my friends. And it was amazing. It would be like so windy, or I mean, so blanketed every place else, but around my house. It was
Really?
wild. Yeah, I
Did
might
you
have
ever
some
see
pictures.
those organite things, Blaze? They're like copper tubes, and they're supposed to be chemtrail buster.
Yeah, I have some organite, but I don't know. I'm not sure. It would be great if it worked and everything, but it was so scary. But I just loved like the good conversations, and the conversation this morning really helped settle me down. We had amazing conversations about the shape of the earth, and I believe normal people would call me religious, but I can't stand that word. I believe religion is controlled opposition. But it was such great conversation, and somebody in the chat was like, "So wait, let me get this straight. You were going through a hurricane, and yet you were on Discord." And I was like, "Yep," for the great combos. It was
You
a
keep yourself
big help.
occupied. You could be
Yeah,
freaking out hearing the house rattle, but you keep yourself calm.
I duct taped some of those cranking windows, and I mean, I would rethink about leaving next time, and I was by myself, and my brother really wanted me to come over. My family really wanted me to come over, and I was like, no, I just felt like I had to do this for myself, and I was reading the Bible and praying, and he just got me through it. I put everything. My house looked like a hurricane hit it because I was just moving things and the prep stuff that I was getting ready for the bathtub, and it was. I hope.
Oh, you're
I
renovating.
people. What's that?
You're renovating the house. You said it looks like.
No.
It's being
I was
categorized.
just prepping it, moving things because of a window, and it was just so stressful. I hope I sleep well tonight. But these poor people, man, in an instant, their home is flooded, or people's jobs are going to be lost. Just, devastation. But I was sent a message from a friend, and he says, what did he say? He said, impressive disaster team Florida has. Even the Cajun Navy from their attack, they came over and coming to rescue people. So I was like, oh,
Really? Good on them. That's Southern hospitality. The Southerners, that's one thing
yeah.
they can, like Louisiana went to help people in Houston because they lived through Katrina, and people from Houston came to help them. So I think the Southern hospitality, they help each other out. It's like a tighter bond between the Southerners.
Yeah, maybe.
Go
I don't
against
know.
that. I think the North is a little better at that.
Really?
Yeah, I've lived
Where are
in
you from?
I've been in Chicago, New York, Florida, and Texas.
I don't know, man. Like we have rivalries. I'm from the North, I guess, and people from Ohio. I mean, it's like rivalry between sports. I don't buy into that bullshit. Like they're just my neighbors, right? But they want that kind of tension, and a lot of idiots buy into that stuff.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just like down here in the South where I currently live, I ride a lot of motorcycles, and I'm always like getting almost killed by dipshits down here a lot more often than up north. And I've driven in the biggest cities up north, Chicago, New York City, and never had problems. But the southern cities, there's a lot more, aggression and
I'm
violence.
saying like a natural disaster. The neighboring states come to help out. They'll do it here, like an ice storm will knock out the power lines, and they send in crews. But
in New
it
York,
just seems cohesive.
my bad. But in New York, you could be dying in the middle of the street. People just keep passing by. They don't even blink.
Yeah, you're
New York
100%
City.
right. But I feel like
Yeah.
when Sandy hit, that was a perfect example of everyone coming together, much more than down here in the South, there's been Harvey, and what was the other one? I've experienced a couple.
Dude, there's been a lot. There's been Irma, Francis. I don't even know. There's like 20 plus
The
hurricanes.
big ones, Katrina and Harvey, were the big ones that really hit major cities.
Harvey, I've been here for Harvey, but I was in the South for Harvey, but I wasn't here for Katrina. But
My
yeah,
aunt lives.
Has anybody heard from Napalm? I'm sorry. I've messaged him twice. He's in Tampa.
Oh man, he's probably got no power.
Yeah, probably just has no internet.
Yeah, but you can still get on your phone. But I mean, still, he's probably in the thick of it because, yeah.
You might not have a place.
What county is that? Is that Sarasota County?
No, that's Hillsborough.
Hillsborough.
If you got no power, how are you going to charge your phone?
There's
probably not his first priority. Yeah, but this is probably not on his mind.
There's
Yeah,
208,000
but I just want to
people
make sure he's
without power
okay.
in that area.
He checked on me. I just want to make sure that earlier. I just want to make sure he's okay.
I'm trying to worry you, so you send him those.
Yeah, when you're getting rattled by a hurricane, I'm sure getting on Discord is the last thing on your mind.
No, it helped me because I was by myself.
I'm saying if you're in the eye of the storm and it's blasting you, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm patching holes. I'm bolting down the shutters. I'm making sure everything's not gonna. That would be rough, dude. Like the storm surge is like the worst because Florida's so flat. You get that inundation, that water, and you're not much above sea level to begin with. All of Florida, unless you're on stilts, you're pretty much screwed.
It's headed towards Melbourne right now, in Orlando.
Oh man, those are populous.
But
Orlando's like a huge population.
Is it going to go towards Carolina?
Who knows what they're doing? No, not yet.
I'd like to get to who's doing this shit. Like, who is doing this disaster capitalism? I know it's probably coming from HARP or maybe some of those offshore ones.
Bro, come on. You can't be serious about that shit.
You don't know about HARP?
You mean like making up a ball?
No, I mean...
What if it's...
Like the ball bullshit?
You never heard of disaster capitalism?
I've heard of all of these things, and I know that we've tried to manipulate weather, but
What do you mean we? I'm saying the
Tried. What do you
government.
mean tried?
well, when I say we, I refer to the human race.
Not these people may not be human. They might be demonic entities.
This is why I
we
don't
know
believe
about
you
this
guys.
as capitalism. Look at your fight.
So you're telling me aliens are here controlling the weather?
Not aliens. No,
We don't
not
believe
aliens.
in aliens.
Demonic
like
entities.
demons.
Demonic entities, not human, not someone that lacks human compassion that would destroy thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives, to destroy everything they have without any hint of any kind of remorse or any sympathy, empathy. These people have no empathy. And even the most brutal human has a shred of empathy, just a shred.
Yeah, you brought up aliens. Most of us believe we live in an enclosed system. So how convenient would it be to have a spinning ball for people to think that they're out there spinning around aimlessly, insignificant? You don't even matter, so don't even worry about it. YOLO, just have fun. You know? Do you know anything about Project Bluebeam?
No, tell me about it.
Well,
But
I
just
mean, I don't.
I am religious. I just believe God made the Big Bang and allowed it to be what
What?
it is. Yeah, that's
Based on what? Based on what?
well, that's my belief. Like that's what I'm saying. Like in
You
terms of
learned that in church?
no, like
The church, your
that's what
doctrine preaches the Big Bang?
no, that's what
What is
I
the level
believe.
of bang? Boom.
Like,
Creation.
What doctrine? What what denomination are you?
well, I'm Jewish, but I'm not very religious. So like the way I came to religion was through like I'm just spiritual, and I believe that like there is a creator, but I believe the creator created the Big Bang and allowed it to be what it is. Like you guys are saying that the creator created the flat earth, but in my model is just that the creator created the Big Bang and allowed it to be whatever it was
Wait,
supposed to be.
you don't believe in the Tanakh?
The what?
You don't believe in the Torah, the Tanakh?
No.
Huh, interesting. Do you have a
So are
mixed
you
family?
a Talmudic Jew?
I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm not very Jewish. Like we're kind of
So you don't practice Judaism per se.
the second tier up in my family tree. So like my aunts, uncles, dad, grandparents, they do.
So you're
But
non-religious pretty much.
no, yeah, exactly. Like I've practiced religion through my family, but I found myself to be spiritual because my parents didn't raise me to be religious. And by the time religion was proposed to me, I was unable to reconcile some of the stories I heard, and I tried it a few times and never connected very well with it.
Sounds like the same shit that happened with the globe, bro.
The globe is like a religion. You're indoctrinated in it until you can prove otherwise, because you don't even question it. You know what I mean? Like people can't question the Pope. Like if you're Catholic, you can't question the Pope. So it's like they're just brought up not to question him. But the
how
same
is
with the
it
globe.
crazy to say that my creator made the Big Bang? Like if he's all powerful.
Well, if you look, has an explosion ever created anything? An explosion destroys things. Everything is the reverse of how it actually is. Like an explosion destroys things. A stationary Earth is now spinning. A sun that revolves a stationary Earth is now the Earth revolving around the sun. Everything has been inverted ass backwards. Every detail about the Earth is inverted, and it's fed to us as truth. It's the opposite of reality. All of it.
And if you're a Christian, God bless you. There's a lot of Christian globers, but if you look into it, most of them are what I call lukewarm Christians because they can't get behind their Bible, because when their Bible conflicts with science, they'll go with science.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's so I'm a biologist by study, and the way I reached my current spiritual views was by studying organisms and really understanding ecosystems and looking how beautifully balanced they all are and understanding the intricacies of the ear and you know but then I started looking at space and I saw the same love, the same attention to detail, right? And then as I progressed further, I learned about quantum field theory, which talks about how everything we experience is just the most likely event that it was ever going to happen. Out of all the possibilities that could have happened at that instant, quantum field theory suggests that what we're experiencing is the most common. So I came to
Out of
all this
nowhere.
and I said, well, maybe we live in this universe where quantum field theory exists, but I don't know how to get past that original point, the Big Bang. And that's where I said a creator comes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
How do you
Hold on there.
reconcile?
What's this quantum field theory?
They try to bring special relativity and quantum mechanics together and have them interact.
And how did they succeed with that?
Quantum field is another word for ether. It's just
Exactly.
ether.
Ethereum?
Exactly.
Yep, it's an ether in quantum mechanics. 100%.
All in Ethereum.
And it has torque too. There's torque in the quantum field, so careful. It also has torque, so watch out with that stuff. It's the ether.
They also call it
Tell 'em
quantum
about-
foam. Sorry, Jeremy?
It's all good. Tell them about the double split.
I had a
though.
question for the biologist guy. Have you ever witnessed a single-celled organism mutate into a multi-celled organism?
No.
It's never been done, but they said that we evolved from a single-celled organism to what we are today. So that makes no one has ever been able to replicate it, so it's not science. If you can't reproduce that theory, then you have to say it's false. Until you can reproduce it, it's false.
I mean, I was going to actually ask how we could reconcile the DNA coming about from nothing. Like where that, like abiogenesis, basically.
Well, they believe that basically like we started with prokaryotes and then like after a while they evolved it into eukaryotes.
Is there DNA in prokaryotes?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where, like, how do you reconcile? There's no DNA one day, right? There's no DNA, and then you get DNA. How do you how could you reconcile?
From nothing.
Like you're starting off with something that already has DNA in it. I'm saying, how do you like? You can't get that DNA. Doesn't just spring up from anywhere. There's information in it. Right? That's the information that tells the cells how to replicate and shit.
I mean, Jeremy, you're asking questions that bend the mind, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't have all these answers. So because I don't, I have to either say, well, science has yet to catch up, or in my particular case, say say that I'm religious. I mean, we can trace it back as far. I mean, I could trace it back pretty far with you, Jeremy, but eventually there'll be an event where we said we don't really know how this came to be, but this is what we believe.
Well, you're talking about with the globe Earth.
No, I'm talking about with like
biogenesis.
Biogenesis, cell evolution.
Gotcha.
And that's
well, I mean, it's not.
I can't reconcile.
It's not like, I know it's unreconcilable because you literally need a creator for this DNA to come about. That's one of my main proofs for a creator is DNA.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I believe there is a creator. Like I believe that we exist here because God created this universe, and this universe's most likely event, like the most likely thing that God was going to make was going to be us, and here we are existing in this universe. Like I said, I could trace DNA with you for a long time. We can go back before even animals. We can go to trees. We can talk about all different kinds of shit. But eventually we will come to the point where we both say, we don't know. And,
well, no, I know. I do know. I know it was a creator. You don't know because you think your creator did some kind of weird Big Bang shit. My creator made us, and he made all the living things in it.
And that's fine for you to believe.
I'm saying there's no other way to reconcile this DNA thing. You can't.
And that's fine for you to believe.
No, you don't understand.
Information requires an informer. Design requires a designer. There's no way around it.
Yeah, you don't understand. There's no way around this. Like, science is never going to come up with this thing of how DNA could have spontaneously came about, because one day you don't have DNA, and then the next day you have DNA. Like, it's not like DNA evolved.
I mean, dude, like I said, it's fine for you to believe that.
I have a good metaphor, like an example, right? Let's say you took apart a watch, like a Rolex, and then you
I've
put all the
heard this.
pieces.
I've heard
Well, this
this.
is my invention. If you might have heard someone telling you my concept, but if you took it apart and you
Let
put
him
the
ask the
parts
question.
inside,
Go ahead.
you dump them on the table, and you do it 100 billion times, would the parts ever assemble themselves and have a functioning watch? That's what the Big Bang says, but a billion, 100 trillion times more complicated than that watch assembling itself by randomness.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've actually talked to you about this. I was the
You
guy
have?
who, yeah, I was the guy who came, who was talking about if we do it a billion trillion times, then there's a chance. It's a very difficult chance because things screw
It's called
together.
an impossibility. Like, you have to be an experienced watchmaker those parts are small, the gears mesh, the springs, everything has to be put together in a certain sequence. It could never ever assemble itself. And if you're truthful with yourself, you know that's true. There's a certain process and order that
He's
it needs.
saying the watch can make itself, as he just said. He's not going with that.
Oh, it
Give him
could
enough time,
possibly
right?
no. It's an impossibility, and you know it is. It's like a tornado in a junkyard assembling a 747. That's another analogy someone made. Like, if you had a tornado rip through a junkyard and just random parts from different machines, and then you make a perfect Boeing 747, it's like, that ain't gonna happen.
I don't think anything's impossible. I don't think anything's impossible for these guys, because in the mainstream idea of things is if you slap your hand against the table enough, there's a chance your hand will pass through the table.
It's not like rolling dice, right? You roll dice, there's only so many possible combinations. Like, the odds of this happening make it completely impossible. Randomness from an explosion to create something as complex as one cell, a single-celled organism.
Can I ask this guy something real quick? Are you still here, man? The Big Bang Universe guy?
Yeah.
Can you specify which type of Big Bang universe you believe in?
I guess I cannot.
There are three of them. So
All
which I'm too mathematical, so I must know. You must define the equation for me, and it's part of the equation. You got to know what to plug in based on which universe you're solving for.
Okay,
So
what are my options?
Can you tell us?
Yeah. You got spatially finite, which means it's constant positive space-time curvature. I'll bust out the Einstein
give us the
equation for you
options.
if you want.
I thought there was only two.
No, there's three. You got spatially finite, spatially infinite, flat or otherwise zero space-time curvature, and then you got spatially infinite, where constant negative space-time curvature. So you have two infinite options and one finite option. So you must choose.
I was choking. One more time.
One more time?
Yeah, I just took a massive rip because this is going to be a
I'm
wild
smoking
ride.
while I'm talking too, bro. Go for it, man. Spatially finite, all right?
So let's stop there. What do you mean by spatially finite?
It's constant positive space-time curvature in the equation. So that number would be positive. For space. Well,
okay.
Because this is Einstein field equation solutions.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's where this stuff comes from. Comes from an equation. It's not like we peaked in the universe and we saw a Big Bang. No. That never happened. This is where this stems from. So we must really work with Priest Einstein. So you said, you believed in it. So I just wanted to know which type you believe in, because you've got three different types.
And what was the second type?
You got the spatial. You have two spatially infinite ones. One of them is flat or otherwise zero space-time curvature. Okay, so it has zero curvature.
Yeah.
And you have another infinite one where you have constant negative space-time curvature.
Okay, so I'm definitely not the second one, but I'm not sure if I believe in positive or negative.
Hold on, you said you're not the.
So not the spatially flat one, yeah. But we're
Yeah.
talking about the universe because they do say the universe is flat, right?
No, but I'm going off of I believe that
They're actually leaning.
I believe that space-time curves. So as I understood it, option 2 it didn't have any curvy space-time.
Yeah, but before I told you this, you didn't know about the options. So
Right, but what I'm
you know which one you believe in.
Because here's what I believe in, right? I believe in that that we live in a. It is odd. I have yet to understand why space is always depicted in a relatively flat manner. I don't really understand that yet, but I believe that we live in a set, right? So we're in a 4-dimensional space, and
I don't know what that means. 4-dimensional space.
X, Y, Z, and then time.
Time is not a metrical dimension.
Right.
So you cannot. Yeah. So what's a meter second? What is that?
Well,
I don't know. My brain equals nothing when I multiply meters by second. I can say meters per second. Makes sense.
But
that's a rate.
The time dimension is before and after. It's not.
Let me try to explain the way I think of time as a dimension. If I give a specific location of an object, then I can tell you where that object is within space. But I have to specifically say that object is here at this time, then that's because that object may or may not be there today, or I should say tomorrow. It may not have been there yesterday. But that object is here at this length, height, and width, this specific coordinate system at this time. And that specifies that it's there then and not some other time when it may not have been there. So that's kind of how I think of time as a additional coordinate to locating an object.
No, it has nothing to do with the location.
No, that's what you're asking what I believe. That he's right on it. So that's where we are. We have this 4 dimensions, right? Because time is before and after. So it's an ability to place us somewhere.
Yeah.
But no,
it's a mathematical error calling it a dimension.
I'm explaining.
My issue.
I'm explaining.
It's not a metrical dimension. Okay. It's not a dimension.
Right, but so that sentence you just said happened before, right?
Yeah, correct.
And now you just said something, right? Again.
Yeah.
So you have these 2 events that happen in the exact same physical space, right? How are we
separated by time? Because we're talking about events now. Yeah, awesome. Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Okay. Like, and if I wanted to locate these events, right, there would have to be an XYZ position in space as well as a timestamp, because these 2 events happen. Yeah, there we go. So that's what I'm saying.
No disagreement here. Okay. But it's not a dimension. Okay. I agree with everything you said.
Okay, cool.
Right now. Yep.
Right. And then Big Bang shoots all the shit around, all the shit accumulates, whatever. And
Okay. So, you're explaining your beliefs.
Yeah. And then we have the quantum field theory, which which I align with the most, which is that massive objects have the capacity to compress space-time and or constrict space-time is the best word, because the set that we live in, it's important to understand that you have your geophysical space, and then you also have your timestamp, right? And super massive objects constrain these planes, this set.
Plane. So you think the fabric of space-time is a plane?
No, that was a misspeak. That's why.
Okay, all right. Because it is a viable solution, as I demonstrated. So yes, you can plug in space-time curve as 0. It's okay. It works because it's Narnia anyways. It's math.
Yeah. So I mean, If you're into math, the shit that I found, what was the fucking shit?
I like science, but math is
dude,
like lovely too.
right? I like the one where they talked about the history of finding pi and how it got more and more progressive, and like how at one point they're taking like 20 years to do this one equation, then Einstein rolls about and it's like, hey, I can do it in 3 days.
Okay, send me the video, but Einstein was a fraud, but it doesn't matter.
I got you.
Easy. Okay, Big Bang, yeah?
Yeah.
So, we're talking about singularities, correct? A singularity.
Yeah.
Okay. Did this singularity occupy space?
See, that's
Wow.
I don't
I'm shooting
think it
for the
did.
heart, bro.
I don't think
I'm
it
not gonna
did.
play games.
Like,
Exactly.
all right.
That's what they say. You're right.
Yeah.
And I can quote you from Hawking's. They say, anyways, I'll get you the citation, but it said it occupied zero space. So zero volume. Thus, that's how they got their infinite density, yeah? They said it was infinitely dense. Density is easy, yeah?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what volume done. So that's how they got their so-called infinity by dividing by zero. And if you like math and if you've taken some basic algebra in high school, you understand that dividing by zero is undefined. So instead of writing undefined, they say infinity is a viable solution. But no, it's undefined. You cannot divide by zero in mathematics and then build an entire theory upon it. It's like there's no such thing as something that occupies no space.
That's exactly why they say the theory is incomplete, because you can't have the infinities. As a general rule, if you have infinities in a theory, then the theory is not complete. It needs some more information.
Or it's false, yes.
Or a possibility would be false, yes, that is true.
I'm with you. Yep. These are all possibilities, yeah? You can amend it with more math. What's up?
But the thing is, it works, the theory works outside of the infinity. So that's why they keep using it. Because it works outside the infinities, and the only place that the problem is with the infinities, then that indicates it's not wrong, it's on the right track, it's just not complete.
Well, it's just a theory, you know. It's can you divide by zero again? Up to you. Go ahead. You go work with something that occupied zero space, and it was infinitely hot too. You know, so it's like, okay, cool.
Wow.
How hot is infinitely hot? Because it's compressed, right? You know, P1 V1 equals P2 V2. Yeah, that sort of thing. So when you compress things, temperature goes up. You know, because the pressure goes up. So pressure and temperature rise. So now we have this infinite because it occupied zero space. Now, we entered Narnia now, right? See, this is the problem with this. And then it's infinitely hot. So how hot in Kelvin is infinitely hot?
Whoa.
Take a crack at it. Go for it. Like,
what was your question, bud? I was looking at this. Some guy put the tau thing. It's actually really cool. That pi is not. I have to read into this. Not right.
Oh,
but,
the tau. Let's change that.
Yeah.
How hot is infinitely hot? Singularity. I'm talking about the singularity. Nothing else.
Yeah. There's no limit to how hot something can be, because you can always put in more energy.
Yeah, but where are you getting it from? How are you putting this energy into the singularity? Where's
Actually,
it coming from?
The hottest temperature that's theoretically possible is the Planck temperature, because above that temperature, the theories we have break down.
How hot is that?
Yeah, how hot is the Planck
10 to the 32 Kelvin, give or take.
10 to okay, gotcha. It's pretty hot.
There's also
how many Plancks does it take to make something infinitely hot? How many Plancks does it have to be?
That's a weird question, but the idea, basically, the Planck the Planck scale is sort of natural unit. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but it's kind of a natural unit.
Hang on, in Star Wars, it takes kyber crystal, so that can't be too far off base.
So are we all on the same page then? Are we all kind of like, are we grooving?
Oh, dude, I'm with you. Like, same page as in like Big Bang is purely mathematical. Yeah. And you can
Just
play with it all you want.
the temperature of Beetlejuice. See.
Unless you're claiming that they went back in time and they saw this or they measured this somehow. And you can say yes right here, and we can have further discussion. And I know the rebuttals to that one too.
Yeah, let's do it. So
go ahead. What you got?
All right. So we're saying that material can, because we have the time component, that material can go from, that it takes time for material to go from position A to position B, right?
Yes.
And we can say that all matter, no matter how simple it is information, right?
Sure, whatever that means, but sure.
Well, all I'm saying is that anything that exists, right, is information, right?
What's information? Like, what's that?
It describes something. Like, information is anything that can be used to paint a better picture. So, like, I can tell you how hot it is, I can tell you what time of the day it is, and I can tell you where I live, and you can probably have a pretty good idea of what it looks like. So,
all right. Cool.
So what I'm saying, right, is that because this situation happened at position A, and now we're at position B, you can see some of the material that was at position A as it flies towards position B.
Are you accounting for all the variables between A and B in all instances of all time? No, you would have no idea. That's the most ridiculous claim you could ever make, dude. Like, again, going back to like the whole thing about the ontological problem between, like, the Big Bang
2 seconds,
or a creator. Well, I don't want to veer it too far off subject, but he's deafened himself.
I want to hear what you're saying. Yeah, go. I want to hear it.
Well, I was just gonna say it's, obviously the Big Bang is explicitly a godless doctrine, right? It doesn't mention a creator at all, and as we know, the ontological problem between how this all started, the true dichotomy of whether or not there is a creator or not, right? And then based off of that, we can sort of parse out the worldviews associated with each one. And whichever one makes more sense and is more logical and rational and can have more explanatory power is the worldview that remains the dominant one. And in my position, in my opinion, the whole like Big Bang, well, both of them sort of also fall into the infinite regression fallacy, where it's like, okay, well, you're talking about this infinitely hot ball of energy. It's like, where did that come from, right? What was the causal agent for that? Right. Well, you could say the same thing to God. What was the causal agent for God? Right. But again, if we just assume it doesn't, one or the other just makes more sense, in my opinion. But.
Well, do you think that there was some kind of like initial expansion, or do you think it's always existed, or did it not come from an expansion but from some other? So there's also kind of a concept, if you have like a toroidal field, and then you could have like a field that you could create and then have something like have that expand, like an expanse from a center, but not necessarily a Big Bang, more like the manifestation of the field originally. If we're talking about the idea that there was a beginning, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, those, to parse all that out would be, I can't make any claims because I don't know, what this construct that we live in is. I know as much as you guys. I perhaps there was an expanse. Perhaps it was eternal. Perhaps it is always and has been eternal. I don't know. I don't know where to really go, but I it just makes sense to me that there was possibly at one point in time, Or yeah, I mean the eternal thing does sort of, I don't know, I go back and forth between the sides a lot. So.
Well, if you were an eternal being that then created a world of time, and then it seems like you would have to start that, because if you're just an infinity, just undifferentiated now moment, it does seem like you'd have to differentiate that into some kind of a delineation of a beginning where, like, the creation of the sun, moon, stars, like that kind of thing, where there is that idea would lend to that. And then the time is then going, then there's the idea that the time will never end. So perhaps there was a beginning when all of the sun, moon was aligned in a certain way, or there was some kind of launch to the whole thing. But then there's the idea that now it's eternal and it'll go forever. But then there's also the idea that if the creator is eternal, even if it is limited time, it's all still eternal because it all goes back to the eternal creator. So even the time itself is eternal on that level. Is kind of how I see that. Like if you're an eternal being and then you create time like a book from beginning to end, and you actually create a whole thing. If you are eternal to begin with, then you would have had to kind of create time and then have some experience within it. But if you're the thing originally that's outside of time, then you would just always have that undifferentiated eternal experience, or kind of access to consciousness, which then means that all of our lives right now are eternal and are happening all the time. We're just experiencing a sliver of it in our unique state, but that they're all happening eternally and indefinitely.
Yeah, that's correct. The creator wouldn't have to operate within time. They can operate outside of time.
I got a question for you, Gio.
I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Someone speak.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Let's say it was a Big Bang, right? And it came from an infinitesimally small dot of matter, or whatever it is, right? Before that dot expanded, right?
How did it get so small first?
The concept of time doesn't really exist. So that point before the expansion, would you consider that taking an infinite amount of time or no time at all? Or how would you conceive of that? This time before.
Okay. Fine, I'll play ball. All right, I'll go forward with you. How do you know that it expanded?
I don't. I'm asking a question.
There's actually a proper answer to that. So anyway, if you don't, then okay. Well, you have to provide proof because they do. Mainstream model.
I'm simply asking the question that if the Big Bang is as they say it is, and it was a very small dot with no concept of time, how do you view what happened before that? Is that an infinite amount of time, or is that no time at all? What is it?
What's imagination?
It's in this state. It's in this state.
I can say whatever. I don't know. Go back in time and see it, I guess. How did you know that this dot existed? Like, I can't.
That's not the question. That's not the question.
Well, it's all hypothetical, dude. So,
it's difficult.
How would I go back in time? I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult for us humans, right, to understand these concepts, eternalities, the time before time, these eternal, infinite things, these concepts, right? Because really the closest thing we have to understanding like infinity as in our reality, I would say, is like something like the Mandelbrot set, right? Which is actually a mathematical equation. And before this was sort of discovered, they hypothesized like about it and stuff, but it actually really became sort of more concrete once they were able to plug it in and virtually basically see the set that mathematical equation makes, right? And so, but anyway, it's like really difficult for us to sort of comprehend these things because like most of the stuff that we experience in life too just has like a beginning and an end, right? Like everything you can think of, like what we can sit here and basically hypothesize about things being eternal, like the universe or like stars even. But we don't truly know because our lives are, in fact, we're mortal, right? And we so we are as good as like the records that we are able to keep through time, I guess, essentially, too. That's another point. Our understanding is as good as that. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. For sure there's a creator. So it doesn't matter like if it was eternal, like what the time was before the time. It's like for sure that like for this to happen, there has to be some sort of like causal agent, some sort of prime creator being. It's just it sort of ends there. It's like, you know,
what created?
Why
sorry.
does there have
I
to
was
be
gonna
this
ask.
creator or causal agent, though?
Why is it important to? Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, it's just to be able to take pure energy, turn it into matter. Poof. That's magic. Infinity. That's also kind of like a theory. It's not proved. And you know, that's it.
How did the matter compress? My question to the infinite speck of whatever. What caused it to be that way, or how did it just started that way? Just found it? Who found it? Like, what's up? Like here, what compressed the matter?
It's supposed to be. They called it pure energy, but then what would make it want to explode into everything? And like somebody talks about the Big Bang, but they're essentially talking about that's what created them. You know what I'm saying? So it's a weird kind of personal mythology, right? Like we all are supposed to have some skin in the game in the Big Bang Theory because like you came from there. And it's like all this instantness, you know what I mean? It takes forever to happen. But like, I mean, we experience this instant, right, of the purported amount of time from the creation of said universe till now, right? We experience none of that, but reap all the rewards of having that all happen. We just kind of ride in the tail end of it, experiencing the now. Back to you, Jim. I don't know how do you square all that? It's a philosophy, the whole thing, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but why do we need to have this causal agent? Like, what are the
Because
reasons?
we can't just say everything was already matter. Because we have to have we're.
Why can't we say that?
Hey man, I'm not saying I'm opposed
That's kind
to
of what
Hawking.
my question was.
That's from
If
Hawking's.
the state there was a state before the expansion, either that is an infinite amount of time, not that time really existed, or it's no time at all. There's some cause that caused it to expand. Our idea of causality just breaks my brain, at least at that point.
It would have even been in 3 dimensions, like probably not, right? Or 4 dimensions. Like it would have just been like a singular dimension, or what do they call it? Singularity, like a quantum.
And Ruhif, you're coming from a Big Bang concept where there isn't a creator, or because we were also talking about another conception of like a toroidal field that could be have
You love that word.
An expanse from it that wouldn't really be a Big Bang heliocentric thing, but it would be. But I would say, actually, to respond to what you were saying, I was going to say this before, like, was it now time or infinite time? I will share this, that there is an experience that can be had where many people have had, which feels like the now time or like the now moment, if that makes sense. It happens in like spiritual experiences. It can happen in dreams. It can happen in a lot of different like meditation states. Also using something like DMT, dimethyltryptamine, and different plants that contain DMT and so on. It is often experienced in those states where people, experientially, it's like time as we normally experience it essentially is not a factor. Like that's not happening. Time isn't ticking. But it also has like a now moment to it. Like it just, people often call it like the now, like you're just in this now moment. It feels eternal, feels like it's always existed and always will. It feels like the home base of like our consciousness, feels like a very comfortable, like at home in that sense and that quality of it. And it's just this infinite now moment. So it kind of feels eternal and it does feel timeless, but it also feels like something, like there is an experiential thing that's unfolding, but it's not unfolding through time. It's unfolding in that kind of, in that space. So yeah, I thought I would just share that because you were saying, kind of I don't know if that links into your concept of a Big Bang. I guess I'm going a little bit more, sort of spiritual and experiential on that level. But it is interesting to think. I was just linking it to that because you were saying like, what would it be before, in that sense, or if there was no time. So yeah, it just made me think of that kind of the now moment, that kind of eternal moment.
If I phrase the question differently and I say before the Big Bang, it was in a tiny infinite state, blah, blah, blah. And the question is then, how long was it in that state for? I think that question is impossible to answer. And it breaks my idea of causality.
there can be no time parameter yet. There's no time yet.
So and then you've got to ask the question: what caused it to choose some moment to expand? There's no answer to that. There can't be an answer to that.
Yes. What is the trigger for the Big Bang? What's triggering it?
Yeah, don't know.
How do you know it's there, man? To go that deep. But I'm with you. Like, those are like awesome thoughts. But like, okay, should I waste my time trying to figure it out mathematically?
No,
it's philosophy.
Yeah,
But
I think Ruhif is being honest when he says, but I think Ruhif is being honest when he says he doesn't know. But when the question is posed to you guys as to why does it have to be a creator, I'm still not sure what you guys' answer is.
I'm just saying that this theory is from La Maestra, right? So this is designed by like a Catholic priest, right? It's just in the same way that it's just a framework that works on top of the religion in a way. No?
I don't think it's in doubt that there was an expansion. As to whether it was some infinitely tiny small dot with no time dimension, I don't know.
They say there was no universe. There was no universe. They say the universe had zero size at the Big Bang. So
zero
that's from
size.
Hawking. That was Hawking. That's not me.
I don't think anyone says that.
Okay, I'll post citation. All right, open my mouth. Positive flame. Check the text chat right now. Just posted. Hawking. Go get the book. Check it.
But isn't it just kind of like a modern
the whole world?
It's just a modern re-theorizing of the atomic myth of creation from the Egyptians.
Yeah, but I mean, posting the title of a book isn't really posting a.
No, that's a citation. That's it's a citation. That's not.
Then can you conceive? Can you conceive of something that has zero size but has an attribute of temperature?
Which is interesting, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
My brain breaks.
Yeah, of course, because like it makes no sense. Yeah. Must it not occupy space to have temperature? Yeah. Like okay, yeah. It's like now it's like and that's why I brought up the infinite like temperature too. It's like, man, how hot is that now? Like occupies zero space. There's no universe, so there's no space to occupy. It's like okay, yeah, the mind breaks for sure.
It's basically burning infinite energy into the cinders, which would become subatomic particles, which would then later cool into the ashes, would then later sort of be like the basic set of Lego blocks that we get, and then you have to build stars with those.
As far as I know, the Big Bang model doesn't say what happens at t equals 0. You know, we don't know, or we can't tell what happened right at the beginning. All we know is from some state of high energy and high density, there was an expansion. But we don't know what happened right at the beginning.
And in a lot of ways, this kind of develops to rationalize the cosmic magnetic background radiation, to say that there is a ringing. There's a ringing. Something's echoing now. Oh, it must be that there's an explosion. Dun dun dun.
I was waiting for the CMBR for, the guy that's gonna be like, "Yep, CMBR is the proof for the expansion."
I know, but that's their rationale for it. Basically, it's like legitimizing it. It's like, it's a post hoc sort of situation.
We do know what happened at the beginning. After the explosion, everything started pulling into forming balls.
Yeah.
You can do it at home. Just blow up some stuff. It'll turn into balls magically and little stars.
Why do you guys think there was this creator? And if there was a creator and he's all powerful, all knowing, he can do anything in the world he wants, why would he make us? Like, what would he need us for? What would be its reasons for making tiny little human beings?
here's
with
what
all
I
our
think.
flaws and bullshit.
Here's what I think the proof for the creator is in the DNA, right? You can't reconcile getting the DNA from nowhere. And I think he would create us for, there's a multitude of reasons. Think of why we would create. Picture if we could create something like this. How dope as fuck that would be, right? We could fucking exploit the shit out of this. We could use it as a playground. We could study it, for science. There's tons of shit you could do with this.
What do you mean this? What's this?
This area, this realm, this place.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it would be fascinating because we are a part of it. We are bound by the rules and laws of this realm. The creator wouldn't be. So why would he? For the creator, all we are is a cartoon drawing.
I
Why
don't
would he
think
make
of the
it?
creator like these other guys do.
Oh, how do you think of the creator?
I was
I
just
mean,
in math, bro. Sorry, go ahead, man.
for all I know, the creator could be, this could be a simulation and a computer program, and the creator could be some little kid. We could be some kid's high school experiment, or it could have been a scientist, and we're in a whole bunch of petri dishes in a warehouse full of petri dishes like Earth with these Earth-like realms in it or something. Like, who knows? It could be a ton of shit.
You could be a kid playing the game that is you, like in that Rick and Morty Roy, but it's Jeremy instead.
Yeah, like there's so many options. I mean, I don't really think of it as this all-powerful, like, being kind of thing. I don't know, because we were talking about this the other night, and if he was all-knowing, all-powerful, eternal, like, I don't know why there were some good suggestions posed as to why he might create something like this, but I feel it could be more like, like us. If we were to create something, there'd be multiple creators, not just one. I feel like this is so complex and complicated that this would have a vast amount of creators. And I think how many people it takes to create a number 2 pencil. There's not just one guy. There's like you get the guys mining the materials and the guys putting the shit together. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of work that goes into just a pencil.
You're saying like a singular being wouldn't be capable of creating all of everything? It would be
No,
more
it could
manipulated.
be. It could be. I just don't envision it happening that way.
Well, like.
I mean, if we're in a computer
the
simulation,
the Vedic concept is not necessarily like their Brahman is got 3 faces, but he's composed of like 33 angels that create him.
I mean, if this is a computer simulation, I could easily envision one person creating this.
He's kind of
You know
like
what I mean?
a little bit different. Yeah.
If this is like an actual physical thing that we're in, I don't know. That'd be tough to have one guy create all this. Unless I don't know, because who knows when you're talking about the creator? It could have been.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it's
know.
creative.
What if
Jeremy,
this?
picture it this way: the dude that created Looney Tunes, he made all those characters with ease. He can do whatever he wants to them. He can delete them, recreate them, redraw them, whatever. They just cartoon characters to him. If that's what we are to this creator, right? He can do whatever he wants with us. He can snap his fingers and we all just disappear. We all stop existing. If that's the type of power this being has, why would he make us?
Because why do we run a computer simulation? To know things? Maybe we run simulations to play in them, like The Sims or something.
But
Maybe we
that's
run,
also because we are limited in power, right?
But even the Looney Tune creator, he needed someone to make the pen and someone to make the paper and someone to make the table and the house. He didn't do everything by himself, and he needed his mom to bring him to life. That kind of stuff. His mom and dad to nurse him.
Yeah, but the
He
Looney
didn't do
Tune
it by himself.
creator is bound by physical laws. This creator is. That was just like, I know it's a bad analogy, but the only part you should focus on is the relationship the cartoons have to the creator. They are just cartoons to the creator. So that's what we are to this all-powerful being.
Well,
And this
I think in this
all-powerful
system
being
there
isn't bound
is
by
an
laws
input.
as we are bound by. It can't die. It doesn't need to eat. It can be in 800 places at once. It can be dead and alive at the same time. It can defy logic.
Yeah, it's
So why
In the place that we're in, I think there is an perpetual input into the system, into the environment that we're in, that without that input, I will say the creator doing that input or the design that he put in place, without that input into the system, there will be nothing. There will be no experience that we're having at the moment.
If what?
There is an input of information or energy or resonance or all those things put together
We're
that
going a little too
create
far here.
the environment that for us to have the experience that we're having. Without that, there'll be none of this.
So the creator has perfect control over everything, yet sometimes shit goes bad. What's that?
That's the creator creating shit going bad.
Oh.
There's the environment that is in place that it allows for a variable of many multiple things.
If shit goes bad, can't the creator say, "Hey, let me hit the rewind button, fix that shit"? It's easy for
Let
me.
me tell you one thing that wouldn't happen in this reality: a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. That wouldn't be able to happen in this reality.
When we're running a simulation and shit goes bad in the simulation, we don't just rewind it. We just start another simulation. Like, all right, that one fucked up. Run it again. And we start it all over again, right?
With certain,
I'm
with a
just saying-
specific set of rules, right? Like in this play, there's certain rules that everything falls under, right? It's not
Yeah,
like
I mean,
we had a flat stationary plane. Let's make a spinning globe now in the vacuum of space. Let's do that now.
Why is shit fucked up though? Everything should be pretty much perfect. If you have
Well-
perfect control over everything.
Now, here's an idea in a lot of the mystical phenomenology in terms of experiential and when people have these types of experiences and try to get to the core of that, of some of these big questions. And from one perspective, the creator, let's say the creator in its pure form being completely perfect, just on every level, infinite love, infinite bliss, infinite beauty. In the Sanskrit, there's a word they have called Sat Chit Ananda, and it's a 3-part word. And essentially omnipotence, omnipresence, like infinite knowledge, infinite awareness, infinite bliss. But if it's in that state, it may want to experience something different, something undifferentiated from it. So if it's perfect, maybe it wants to experience imperfection. If it's infinite love, it wants to experience hate. If it can't die, it wants to experience death. If it's unlimited, it wants to experience limitation. If it can never have pain, it wants to experience pain. If it's completely like all knowledgeable, it wants to experience not having knowledge or having limited knowledge or being on a quest for knowledge. And so from that perspective, perhaps part of this idea, like part of the impetus of creation as we're experiencing right now, is to kind of like balance and bring more a unique potential for experiences within all of those expressions.
Okay.
So like, why would it have something that goes wrong? Like someone has like
I'm just saying if
like
it had
a terrible
if it
day, you know, like they wake up on the wrong side of the bed, they just have a terrible day, like a bunch of bad things happen. It's like, why would the creator want to create that? But if it's one of the possible experiences and it's something different than the state that it's always in, it may want to experience all these different variations, which I feel like is what it's doing.
All right. I'll entertain that. I'm just saying like the creator can't have perfect control over everything and then have like there's a chaotic element to reality itself, it seems. You know, or even if he sets up the algorithms perfectly, that things have a chance of like getting all crossed up and then resolving themselves out and on in some sort of, you know, in some sort of way. But yeah, just the argument about an absolutely all powerful creator, or you know, does the creator have control over his own free will, or does he have the ability to control the future, or do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like, but this is all off script. You know what I mean? There's no brand of scripture that we can like refer to here. I think we're all just kind of theorizing in a modern way about a creator, because the Vatican would say that there's no, like, God has no need at all for creation of any beings other than just for his own fun, basically.
Yep. Yeah. As for the divine dance, that's another perspective. Like, why would it do all this? And the idea that it's actually dancing with itself in a sense through creating all these different states. It seems like the creation process, it's almost like, I don't know if tricking is the right word, but it kind of tricks parts of itself into forgetting what it is, and then starting over, or starting at some feeling of a new state, and then going through an entire process. Like, somehow like partitioning or separating parts of itself to then forget what it was. And that makes sense because it's like playing hide and go seek with yourself, basically. To kind of forget, and then remember and reconnect with the whole and go through that kind of give and take.
We're into this like nomenclature of like genus and species and Latinization and all that and stuff, and categorizing all these animals and ecosystems, taking them apart and trying to categorize them. However, I think we're missing the point that like there's codependent animal relationships out there. There's codependent like animal and plant relationships or whatever, right? Like these organisms really can't exist just without the other one completely. I mean, like the toucan has a beak that's specifically designed for the tree that it eats the I don't know if it's fruits. I guess it's fruits from. Otherwise, it has no like normal feeding other than that. Like so it's designed particularly for that. There's many other examples in nature. I don't have them written down right here, but kind of missing the point a little bit about how life forms are interdependent. Or for instance, like man, if you had to pick like one thing for us to be paired with, like I think a lot of people would say canines and dogs would be great, for survival. You know what I mean? In the natural world without all of the technology and industry that we've created. Basically like species compare together. So, there's a really interesting, maybe more complex thing than is described in the Bible, in biblical ways, about living creatures and about, how life develops and stuff, because it's a little bit simplified to say like, oh, on day one, whales were made or such and such and such,
Yeah, you can speculate all day on the creator and how this creation came to be. The point is, we know there was a creator. Like, I don't know how that is even a doubt in anyone's mind at this point.
Yeah, I would doubt that a being can be conscious of this whole thing. Yeah, I do doubt that. So,
well, I mean, that's what it has to, like, in that sense. Like, I mean, obviously people could have different ideas of these ideas, but from the perspective of some, let's just say intelligence, some entity, whatever words we might want to use, a principle perhaps, if that principle had the capacity to create this entire world, that would mean that, in my viewpoint, it's sustaining it every day we're living it. Like, if the idea that we're in the mind of the creator right now, I'm in the part I'm in, you're in the part you're in, I'm experiencing my reality through my personality and I would say my soul.
That's fine, but you're like a whole being. There's like.
I'm just saying it's keeping the whole thing going. Like, it's manifesting it in our minds at every moment. Like, it's happening.
I get you, but we're talking about a consciousness that could be aware of one raindrop in a storm and track that one raindrop through infinity.
Oh,
and know where it goes to, right? That's deeper than what we can conceive of as a being, right? I mean, that's Joe. He's a plumber, right? That's not that kind of situation. That's like
right. I mean, it's keeping track of all of nature, every insect, animal, water cycle, mineral, everything on the earth, all of our bodies, our organs, our brains, our blood, our cells, and then our lives, like our emotions and the patterns of our lives. In my understanding, how it links astrologically, it's all connected to the sky. So it's like synced with the sky as well. So like each one of our like birth charts, the minute we're born, and then all of the positions of the luminaries after we're born, like all of this stuff is being manifest in this creation at every moment, and it's like keeping it all going. It seems like it's like simultaneously, it's somehow syncing all that together.
Simultaneously. That's a word we really don't like use too much in science because we're trying to like isolate the one thing. But in the water boiling thing, it's simultaneity that is causing we got a little bit of a choice here between how much pressure, how much temperature, right? It's gonna have a little balance with to balance that out, and then we get boiling. But it's simultaneity that must occur in order for that transformation to happen. You're getting physical change of state. Yeah. It's kind of like an older way that they used to describe things, I think, but before, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit antique of a way to describe things, but simultaneity, I think it's an important thing. It's like it's chicken or the egg, basically, right? It's like we don't know chicken or the egg, but they're both happening. So simultaneity is the cause of chicken or the egg. Unless you want to debate chicken or the egg till the end of time.
Well, what about the idea that we are it is us, and we're just experiencing different parts of ourselves?
Well, that's what the Big Bang would say, right?
No, I think the Big Bang says we're atheists and came from nothing is kind of where they go with it.
No, it's like we all came from the same thing, and then we're all at this logical extension of whatever all that is, all that complexity that brought us to
because
each other.
The Big Bang doesn't say that, Gio. Come on, man. The Big Bang doesn't say anything about God or creator or where we came from.
No.
It's atheistic. It's atheistic.
No, it's not atheistic. It just doesn't
Why is
talk
it
about God.
atheistic? There's so many Christians and God believers and religious folk that agree with the idea of the Big Bang. Where do you get this idea that it's atheistic?
And yet the creation idea of it is very much based in the mythology of the creation myth of Atem, of all the Egyptian pantheon. You know, just a big explosion of stuff that turns into all life. Does that sound like something biological that men do? That's what that mythology is all based on. So to deny that the whole creation myth has, of the Big Bang has no relation to that, I don't know how you get past that.
I'm not denying or even speaking to that. I'm just opposing the idea that the idea of the Big Bang is atheistic in nature. That's all.
It's not atheistic in nature because it's a modern version of the fertilization act, or whatever, the act of creation from the primary god of their pantheon that created Osiris and Isis and all. You know,
well, there's different components. I mean, the original guy that came up with it, or at least that term, was a Catholic priest. So certainly it has roots in the Catholic Church. And
that's not true.
There's roots. Yes, it is.
The guy that came up with the name the Big Bang was making fun of the Big Bang. So he came up with that name as a joke. The guy, it was an astronomer that coined the term Big Bang. And he came up with it as a joke to make fun of the idea that everything came from, this really small, hot, dense initial state, because that astronomer believed in a steady state model.
You talk about
the guy who had...
I'm talking about George Lemaitre.
Aristotle believed in the steady state model. That's what the Vatican sought to erase, because they condemned his work in about 1217.
Yeah, the guy that actually...
Yeah, Nate, I'm wondering where you're getting that. I mean, this guy, George Lemaitre, was they call him the father of the Big Bang. He proposed...
Yeah, he came up with the model.
He proposed the entire Big Bang theory, and there's connections to... well, anyway,
yeah,
totally.
That I don't disagree with. He came up with the mathematical model, right? The Lemaitre model. But that's what he called it. He named the model after himself. The term Big Bang was coined by Fred Hoyle.
Okay, who cares who came up with the name with it? The priest is the one that came up with the idea, but you can call it whatever you want.
You know, he just came up with the model. There was already an idea, but no one
This
knew
is
how
a
to model
priest who
this
came
idea.
up with it. It's
So
a
he
priest
came
who
up
came
with
up.
the
It's
Lemaitre model.
a priest who came up with a model. Do you think it does not have theological implications in its own creation? You believe that?
Thank you. Yeah. If a priest came up with it, there's no way it's atheistic in nature, you know?
But it is. That's the thing. They're using. It's like a form of black magic. They're using certain. This is occultism. It's how it works. But because what I'm saying is that I understand that there's parts of Big Bang that are not all connected to atheism. However, the Big Bang cosmology that has been sold as part of this modern paradigm is definitely sold as an atheistically backed structure, as to convince people to how this quote unquote universe with the globe and all the thing came to be, without any link. And that's why in science, they remove the creator, they remove God, and that's how they do it. And so all these people that believe in the Big Bang, it is rooted and connected to atheism, the way that it has been sold and the way that it's played out in terms of that.
No, Jew. That's just your opinion on the matter. That doesn't explain what's happening in the real world.
It's not an
The
opinion.
real world.
If you take
a lot.
let me just say, if you take
Yo,
a
I thought
science,
you were done because you took a big pause. My bad. I'm sorry.
no, I kind of started talking over you because I already. Okay, go ahead. You were saying a bunch of stuff I didn't say, so I wanted to jump in, but.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I was just. Well, you were saying. Okay. Well, I won't talk after this. I won't. Sorry, I probably interrupted because I'm getting excited. But, no, I was just gonna say that just to finish my point. Just if you take like a modern day, like a scientist, somebody that's rigorously trained in the sciences, in school, and the whole thing, the whole 9 yards, the likelihood that they'll be atheistic and have the Big Bang as their root cosmology is the foundation of the paradigm. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's just not true because if you look at the statistics, most scientists believe in some or other type of higher power. You know?
Ooh, that sounds like that needs a citation.
Most people that believe in the Big Bang are religious folk. Someone wants me to post citations for that. I will. Just hang on.
Yeah, please.
No matter how you dice it, the Big Bang sort of like Gio just said, the standard sort of one that was sold to us specifically and explicitly omits a creator. At no point in the doctrine does it mention a creator.
It doesn't mention a creator.
You say explicitly.
But it also doesn't deny a creator. It doesn't say there isn't a creator.
Okay, but again, though, the point still stands. Though it doesn't matter that that's the case. It just specifically omits
just
it.
name the
It is
planets after
not
God.
When you
in
say
the doctrine.
specifically, you say specifically like it says it explicitly.
Well, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't mention or deny or even try and talk about
it is a godless doctrine.
It doesn't require.
just
it doesn't
period.
require
There's
a
just
god.
no arguing. Like
Okay,
there's
is
literally
gravity
there's no
is gravity a
mention of
godless
creator.
doctrine? Gravity's a godless doctrine. Germ theory is a godless doctrine.
And then the creator said, let the rate of thermal expansion equal the rate of vacuum pressure and expand these subatomic molecules into... Yeah, it's essentially the same. It's just dictation of rules of physics that are set, you know what I mean? Is it dictated by a conscious God voice? No. But it's like essentially dictated through a theoretical, physical, acrobatic dance that can never be recreated. So, you got that.
Yeah, I mean, the comparison here is obviously fallacious. You're talking about one which aims to explain our very creation, which obviously is going to, you're going to have to at some point ask whether that was the creator or it was Big Bang or whatever, versus gravity, which doesn't really have anything to do with creation at all. I don't understand why you're comparing the two. They don't seem comparable at all to me.
He's saying one's a godless doctrine, like as if it sort of disproves God, and that's just not true.
I'm not saying it disproves God.
I'm not.
What I think he's saying, and maybe I'm wrong, is that he's saying it's a way to explain creation without a God.
Yes, but the theory itself, right, doesn't
So-
make any comment about the existence or lack thereof of that deity.
But the omission of it in
by the
such
way,
an
whoever wanted the stats, I just posted them now.
Okay, I'll read them in a sec. Yeah, but the omission of a creator when you're talking about creation is not by accident. Surely.
Could God have done the Big Bang? Could he have done the Big Bang?
Easily.
Yes.
Easily. In his sleep.
Excellent.
Okay,
That's
so
the end of the conversation.
So, well, this is what ifism, isn't it? Actually, we're not talking about whether God, can an all-powerful thing do all things? Tough question. Not the point, though. The point is that the actual doctrine itself is an attempt to explain godless existence.
It could, right? But
Hey,
it
then you
doesn't
agree.
explicitly.
We can move
It
on.
doesn't
End of conversation.
explicitly say God doesn't exist or could not have done this.
I just found a Wikipedia article: religious interpretations of the Big Bang Theory. I posted it. Yeah, they're talking about.
I don't think what you're saying proves what you think it proves.
It talks about Christianity, Baha'i faith, Islam. So, I mean, to sit here and say that the Big Bang Theory is an atheistic theory just isn't true.
Correct.
Well, here's the thing, though. Virtually all atheists believe in the Big Bang.
Yes.
So, of
and
course,
there are a lot of religious folk that also believe in it.
Right.
They have much more diverse thoughts. Yes, I'll go.
Yeah, but there weren't atheists before the Big Bang either.
Oh, they were. What do you mean?
No.
That's not true. There have been godless people all throughout human history. There have been people that don't believe in gods.
I
You
don't
know?
believe that. I don't believe that's the case at all.
All right.
Literally, this is like the globe. Like atheism is a modern day psyop, like the globe. And yes, they've convinced people of it. But it's not a long lasting thing, and it comes with this Big Bang cosmology because they needed to give a creation story to replace all of the ones that had a creator. So they had to have one that seemed viable. And then, of course, it goes with their idea of balls in space and the globe. And it's the creation of that whole religion. It's the cult foundation of the atheistic, heliocentric cult. And yes, there are people that have religion that still believe in that. So there's an overlap, of course, that people, or spirituality, there's a lot of that, because that's what the modern world is. But I'm just saying the root of it, the heliocentrism with the atheism and the Big Bang is where I see how that, in my viewpoint, that's all interconnected.
So I've got a couple of things to say to Nate. First of all, I would like to know the sample size for the data you've shared. Second of all, it actually shows a high percentage for people who don't believe in God or a universal spirit or higher power. So 41%.
Yeah, I never said it was overwhelming crypto. I just said the majority. If you count the
No,
figures,
but it's
you'll
not
see.
the majority. It's not the majority.
It is the
So-
majority. It's more than
No, it
50% that do believe in God or some other type of higher power.
You're not reading the data properly. No, so 33%. Bro.
33 plus 18. It's more
if
than
you
50.
don't talk over me, I'm happy to explain. But if you don't want me to explain, that's fine.
My bad. Go ahead.
Thank you. So 33% believe in a god. There's another 41% who don't believe in a god. Right? Okay, so these are the two major groups. There's a middle group that doesn't believe in God either, but do believe in some sort of universal spirit or higher power. Now that but that's very fuzzy, right? You're taking that to mean believes in God. It specifically and explicitly says doesn't believe in God, right? So maybe there's some kind of spiritual. I'm not strawmanning you. I'm reading the data. I'm telling you what this says. Anyway.
Yeah, but you are strawmanning the claim I made based on the data. What I
But
said
you said it was majority belief in God.
What I said is, crypto, the majority of scientists believe in a god or a higher power, and that's what those stats say.
No, the data doesn't say that. You'd have to very specifically know what universal spirit means in this case, because it could mean that they believe in some kind of ether. I don't know. It could mean all sorts of things. People have all sorts of strange beliefs. But the two main categories there that are of interest are the who believes in God and who doesn't believe in God, and the doesn't believe in God is bigger than the believes in God.
All right, so I posted the actual link from where that information comes from, so you can read that and see what they mean by these terms. But those terms are exactly what I said, crypto. I said The majority of scientists, I never said overwhelming, but the majority, more than 50%, believe in God or a higher power. That was my exact claim, verbatim.
Yeah, and that's
So
still
to
wrong
say I
because,
said anything else is just a straw man.
but you're still wrong because this second category is both higher power and universal spirit. These are not both the same thing, right? They're very different, and so that's the category that is defined in order to be part of your argument.
Either I'm breaking up or you guys are both breaking up. Can anyone else hear them?
I was
It's
like,
like a
what is
shooting
going
star.
on? What are the odds of that?
That's pretty rare that they both are just
Yeah.
robotic talking to each other.
I know, and I'm like clicking back. I'm like, no, it's still green. Yeah, you're still breaking up. Okay, he left.
That was funny.
Fucking talking robots.
Now you're
Hello?
lighting. Well, you're lighting up. Okay, we heard that.
Yo, am I
Alright.
back?
Yeah, you back. Something weird happened.
That was very weird.
Oh yeah, I think everyone just. Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
BC just shut itself. Yeah, so look, just to go back, I think that middle section needs to be better defined before you, because look, I've read in depth like reports and stuff before, which don't very clearly give the specific section, and it's that was him or.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, friend.
Bonjour,
Hello.
Redford Bear.
Bonjour, crypto.
Okay. We back.
Okay,
we
so
back?
I did actually just change the server location because you guys were kept doing that, and I was like, "What's going on?" And it had been set on United States West, and I just set it back to East. So we'll
Yeah.
see.
Mm.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
It's like everybody came back in together. Like I think right after I flipped it, we all came surfing on the same wave.
Yeah, it must be it. Yeah, so I just think that I'm always suspicious of these when they categorize things very nebulously. It's like, well, okay, cool. So you've got a category there, and it tells you that, but you don't know exactly what they were asked, right? And so this is what I'm saying. When you compile this data, you need to actually know what the questions were, what the answers were, and then you get an idea of, okay, so they've categorized this type of answer in this way. I think that the do believe in a god and don't believe in a god are solid enough ideas that they're not open to too much interpretation. But I think the middle category is wildly speculative without actually knowing what was said. Hopefully that didn't get lost in the wind.
I hear you, man. I do agree. It's not clear what is meant by universal spirit or higher power. You know, that isn't clear. I totally agree with you.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask is, where was the? You said you've got the actual link to the data itself somewhere.
I'll post it again, and I'll tell you.
Pew Research. No, I see it. Let me open this. Because to be honest, I had heard about this before, that there are quite a few scientists who are sort of religious, but I've never heard it claimed that the majority were. You know, I think that's a bit of a stretch, to be honest.
Yeah, but not religious. That definitely the majority of scientists are not religious. Most of them do not affiliate themselves with a religious group. All I said is they believe in the God or a higher power.
See, well, that brings in another layer of issues, doesn't it? Because it might be presented here as they don't believe in God, and they do believe in God. But if they've been asked, "Do you believe in God?" or if they've been asked, "Do you have a religion?" or if they've been asked a similar question, the way that people answer those questions is going to be different based on what they've been asked, right? And then the way it's compiled might seem sensible to the person compiling the data, but it might not make sense to the person reading the data.
But they were asked those questions separately. Do you believe in a God or higher power, and what is your religious affiliation? So you'll see there among scientists, the number of atheists and agnostics is definitely way higher than the number of people religiously affiliated in the general public. But I think that is a very different question from do you believe in a God or a higher power? I could believe in a God and not be part of any religion, right?
Yeah, and that's more or less how I think. So,
yeah,
I know a lot of people who are like that. Right, let's have a quick look at this.
Yeah, Nate, I mean, there's definitely a lot of people that believe in the Big Bang and also have some religion or spirituality in a wide range. But atheism seems bound to the Big Bang in a certain way.
Well, sorry, Gio, just speaking to that point specifically, there is a physics and astronomy section of this Pew Research data, and they appear to be the most atheistic of the people surveyed.
Well, yeah, and I will say, Gio, the reason that is because it is a true dichotomy. Either there is a creator or there isn't. So if you don't believe that there is, well, you have to cling to this, doctrine that specifically omits it. And that doesn't. And it's always been this sort of classical debate, right? The creator versus non-creator argument. I feel like we could parse out whether or not 50% of the scientific population, believes this or that. It's like it just becomes which worldview is more coherent, which worldview has more explanatory, rational justification.
Sorry, Gio, I totally cut you off. Do you want to go ahead?
Oh no, you didn't. No, you didn't at all. It was totally cool. I was done. But well, and then there's the idea of like people that like a flat Earth, stationary Earth, like that. That are there any atheists that would have a cosmology that the Earth is stationary and flat, planar, etc. So so I guess to sum up what I was trying to say, okay, let's say that for all of time, humans have said we're on a stationary planar Earth and all their cosmologies and so on, and they all have a belief in a creator. And then you have this kind of heliocentric globe thing, and then it seems like atheism goes with the globe as well. Like it goes with the Big Bang, but it also goes with the globe. So if there aren't any like atheist planar stationary flat earthers, if there aren't any that are atheist, then because like what would that creation story be? Like, oh, there's no creator and we're just here. Like there isn't really any of those. So if that's the case, then it's like
but they are, Gio.
Atheism has only birthed out of the globe as well.
But Gio, they are atheist flat earthers.
Okay, where have you ever? I've never.
Bandsaw is one.
He's
they're
not atheist at all.
Yeah, he is. Bandsaw doesn't believe in God.
Absolutely,
he's not religious.
I mean, I don't want to speak for him, but a creator? You don't think Bandsaw thinks there's a creator? He absolutely does.
No, I don't think so. I've encountered atheist flat earthers, Gio. They do this.
Apart from Bandsaw, seems that's in contention.
Bandsaw, I don't want to speak for him, but I'm about 1,000% sure he says there's a creator.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what Bandsaw told me. Maybe I misunderstood what he was saying, but that's what he told me. He's an atheist. I think there's Bandsaw, there's LEB. There are quite a few atheist flat earthers, man. I mean, they do exist, Jill.
Well, I'm not going to speak for other people or about other people that aren't here, but I've yet to ever meet one. The closest ever was a guy on 24/7 Flatmatic, and he used to say, he kind of did link the word atheism, but his viewpoint was that everything has just always existed, like it's eternal. It always has existed, it always will. It wasn't quite atheist, but he was sort of saying that more to the idea that there wasn't like a first creation moment, more like that. You know, that there wasn't like a creation in that way.
And
I
I
would
don't
say-
want to speak for
Sorry,
other
Rob.
people either, but I think Glatt and his girlfriend were atheists. I know they didn't believe in God. I don't know about the whole creator. I know they were saying they were atheists, but I don't know. That was a while ago. So I don't know what their stance is now. So maybe when he comes in, you can ask him sometime.
Yeah, that's more where I'm at, Geo, the last guy you described.
You mean what your position you're saying? Like a creator or
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm cool with the concept of God because it's kind of vague, and you can always get into more details of what we mean when we say that word. But I don't think of God as a creator, especially in reference to this place, because of just the notion of saying like this many years ago was the first moment of existence.
Oh, okay, you're saying the idea because there's like the idea of a creator, meaning like, and that can be linked with a God, and then there's like God in certain religious or in certain other contexts as well, that term. But then there's also the idea of like a creation or like a moment where it started. So, do you kind of agree that there's those kind of three concepts? Like one is that there's like, let's say, some all-powerful creator, the other God, which obviously kind of overlaps with the creator in certain contexts and so on. But then there's like the idea that this all started at a moment. So you're saying that one you don't think is the case. Like you don't think it started at a moment, like it's always been here. But then you still would say that there's a creator beyond this that's creating it all.
Yeah, not that I'd use that word. It's sort of like not exactly, but like if you think of this, what we're immediately involved in with our senses and stuff as the expression of God, and we're kind of like in a sort of weird way the performer and the audience, like we're doing the performance and witnessing the performance. I think that you could call that an expression of God. So I think God is eternal, and God has always been expressing himself. So like there was like him in motion and him himself, like there was never a point where he was still not doing something. So like his actions are just as eternal as his beingness.
Yeah, it's beautiful, beautifully said. Yeah, that is like poetic art right there. And yeah, I love what you said too about being the performer and the audience. That's amazing. That's deep. That's a very the way you said that is like thinking of like the idea of the creator all kind of experiencing through our consciousness, and it's witnessing it and performing it at the same time. That's such a cool idea.
Thanks, bro. I just don't think there was ever God and he was just sitting around and said, you know what? I think I'm gonna make something. I'm a little bored. I don't know. I could go for mixing things up a little bit. I don't know. And then at some point he's like, you know what? I'm in the mood for making reality. And even that sort of way of thinking puts God in a sort of like a hyper reality above our reality. And then it does get into this sort of infinite regress of like, well, how could God be somewhere inside of his own, area? Wouldn't that put him as a subject in that sort of scene, in that scenario? Now you're limiting him to being just a part of something greater than himself. And to me,
Or
that
like-
kind of falls apart when you dig into it.
Or like that game, The Sims, where you're kind of playing it, but you're kind of also controlling all the characters and their avatars. Well, but I mean, if humans were created, then like wouldn't the first idea of a human have to somehow have a start? Like, okay, it's gonna like walk on two legs, it's gonna have bones and blood and skin and male, female. Like in your mind, would there have to be a start to that, or could that have just? You're just saying that exists eternally, and that there was never a start of like, oh, I'm going to invent a human or insects or animals or rocks that you walk around on and an atmosphere and a sun and a moon. Because I mean, like in certain spiritual and religious texts, they do, of course, have the creation stories and say that there certainly is an actual creation of it.
Yeah, I see. I see the reasons to entertain it because it's all that we're used to. The only thing we're used to is like the example of like the watch, right? It's like you find a watch on a trail in the forest. You're like, someone made this. There's all sorts of design and components and arrangement of it all. And just one thing I feel like is a mistake is to think that like I am a like big as above so below sort of guy, but only limited to a sort of like levels within reality in a sense. There's a deeper sense, but it's like I never want to think that the whole is subject to following the same rules as the parts. And it's a shallow way of kind of explaining myself because there's holes in it. But it's like, your father can give you a bedtime, but that doesn't mean he has to go to sleep at the same bedtime he gives to, his children. So, as a, the higher thing doesn't have to follow the same rules as, what he's in charge of, in a sense. So when it comes to discussing reality in totality, I don't think it follows the same rules as its components within it, like any individual piece of it. And so, things in reality have a beginning, like events or objects or whatever. Like they have a starting point and an ending point, but that's within reality, not reality itself. I think reality is what allows things to have beginnings and ends, or tells things, like, like the Father, like reality demands every part, under its domain has a beginning and end, but that doesn't mean it follows that same rule that reality itself has to have a beginning or end. And I think I don't know, it is kind of a trippy thought to be like, oh yeah, existence will cease someday. Like, I don't know. Or it began. It's a trippy thought. I have a hard time even imagining how that would happen.
Exactly. Hey, I jumped in just because I heard Nate saying that Bansaw's an atheist, and I think he might have just got that wrong. I've heard Bansaw many times say he believes there's a creator. I don't know if he believes in, I don't think it's the biblical God that he's talking about. But yeah, just to clarify for Bansaw's sake.
Yeah, for sure. That's my understanding as well. Like, I didn't want to speak for him, but also for Nate just to kind of throw that out there is almost borderline slander. Especially if
that was
false.
pretty crazy.
Do you guys find it a bit weird? And I'll ask a couple of the globes in here. How globe guys refuse to criticize other globe guys under any conditions in any context.
Kosho does.
Yeah, he's an outcast.
He says he cringes. He says he cringes when he hears globe earthers saying the wrong things or things that he thinks are wrong.
Yeah, you should probably stick to like speaking on an individual level when you make that sort of a claim
really
about a person or a group.
So I was really asking the globes in here though. So I know Smooth is in here, Eggshells, a couple of these other guys. Do you think find it a bit funny when, like, for instance, me and Dane both made a very similar comment earlier. To be fair to Eggshells, he actually did talk about the subject matter, but I had two guys attack me personally, and no one said anything to Dane, even though we said the same thing. Find that a bit weird?
Well, I let flat earthers run wild because I sometimes just don't feel like stepping in the middle of something. You know? Like even when I disagree.
That's interesting. So Rolling My Boulder is now actually being rude about eggshells. That's interesting development.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, though, the majority of people would like agree on things if they share the majority of the views. But you are going to have your outliers. They are going to be specific topics people on either side won't agree with. You know, I could say flat earthers never argue, but that wouldn't be true. You know, there are certain things you guys don't all agree on. You know, you don't all agree that there's a dome or not, you know, and not all globers agree if God exists or not. You do have your globers that believe in God. You do have your globers that are atheists, you know. And I mean, globers just don't inherently agree on everything. There was the other day where Rumpus and I were getting at it, you know, like we don't always agree on stuff.
Yeah, but that's my point, isn't it? Like, so when you come into these kind of chats here, like myself and Dane said the same thing earlier, and I was attacked and he wasn't. Right? So if this wasn't, I'm struggling to understand how it could be anything other than red versus blue. Please.
What did Dane say exactly?
This was to do with the cold moonlight earlier.
What about the moonlight?
Is Dane a flat earther?
No, Dane's a globe guy.
Oh.
What did he say?
You were there.
I've been half here for most of the morning.
Okay, so someone was talking about testing whether moonlight was actually cold, and then they misspoke about testing the moonlight when the moon wasn't there. Right? We all know what he means. He's trying to establish control. Dane and I both pointed this out at the same time, and then the way Dane said it was interpreted that he was correct in establishing a control, and the way it was interpreted when I said it is that I'm a stupid flirt who doesn't understand control variables, right? So I find that interesting, seeing as we said the same thing.
So is this if everything played out exactly as you said it, is this an exception to the rule, or is this always how it happens?
It seems to me it happens like this all the time. And it's one of the things that frustrates me about you guys is that you don't seem to be capable at all of breaking rank.
Well, because what you just said just is not true, Crypto.
No, it isn't true.
It does not happen all the time.
You weren't there, so how could you know?
Okay. In the last 3 hours, has any flurf in chat made a statement identical to a Glober and been criticized for it?
Well, the Dane thing, I don't know when that happened, but it was pretty recent.
How long ago was that? I'll go look it up.
Well, I can't remember. You can scroll up the chat.
Like maybe an hour, 2 hours.
And
remember.
Flurf isn't a word as well.
Yeah. And also, does that one issue speak for all flat Earth globe interactions? You know, I just feel that was one isolated incident that happened to you. I don't think
it happens a lot in here.
Based off that incident, we all follow rank, you know?
What else do...
Maybe Gio, maybe you guys, do you think that I'm being wildly speculative here? Or do you think that this is pretty accurate?
Then I could just say the same about flat earthers. You guys never break rank. But that wouldn't be true, would it?
We do it all the time. Like, this is the thing, is that I can give many, many examples of that being the case. What
I can give many examples of globers breaking ranks and not agreeing.
Go on, then.
I just gave you one, me and Rumpus.
Okay.
We got into a huge argument over the zero energy universe theory. And Rumpus ended up getting muted for it. Like, it got bad, you know. It felt like I was arguing with the flat earther. That's how bad it got.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like you've already classified in your brain that if you're having an argument with someone, that they are part of flat Earth. That's literally what you just... Yes, that is literally how your brain is working.
Yeah, I was saying that to be funny. I was saying that to be funny, Crypto.
No, but this is what I'm trying to elaborate. People don't understand that they are thinking like this, right? I am a flat earther, therefore I'm the enemy, I'm bad. Everything I say must be interpreted as negatively as possible. When Dane says the same thing, it must be interpreted favorably. This is the problem with your group in this server.
That is objectively false.
It's objectively true because it happened earlier.
I can't speak to that, Crypto, but I would say that's very different from the argument that Globers don't break ranks.
So what you're arguing is that we never provide logical rebuttals.
So Negator, who wasn't there earlier, wants to tell me that what I just said is objectively false. Another issue, because you're only saying that I'm wrong because of the red and blue thinking. You're not understanding what's going on.
No, so what I'm saying you're wrong because I've interacted with you plenty, right? And I'm making a judgment from the average of your interactions with other people. And it sounds like you're asserting that this happens all the time, but I would like a percentage. Like, is it 5% or 10%? Because it's not all the time.
I'm going to study on it.
Yeah, well, maybe you should if you're going to assert that it happens all the time. Otherwise, you're just lying, Crypto. But I'll be happy to. I'll go back. I'll find this conversation and I'll get with you later. I have to go.
Just because you say so, and also from the point of view of you saying that it's wrong, having admitted you weren't there about 5 minutes ago, actually you're lying, and maybe you shouldn't be part of this conversation.
Well, I don't think there's a need to claim anyone liars. I think that word is thrown around like way too much. I mean, if someone's lying, it means they like know the truth and they're specifically saying something false for a purpose. I'm not saying no one ever does that, but it just seems like if somebody like disagrees or has a different remembrance of something or referring to something slightly different, it doesn't just mean they're instantly lying. And then usually just people get activated with that anyways. It's just not really beneficial. I hear what Crypto's saying. I think that there's all kinds of things like that happen. There's definitely some like groupthink stuff that goes on with certain people and kind of being bullies to others and stuff that goes down. And like sticking there's kind of a hierarchy thing going on. And so, I really on all sides, if you want to call them sides, there's hierarchies in both just because that's what
Like I would say, Globers and Flat Earthers that come to this to the server geo, we are all outliers, you know? A lot of the Globers that come here don't really like the Globers, you know, that you normally see in Gem Pandas and whatnot. And a lot of the Flat Earthers that come here don't really like the Flat Earthers that you find in 24/7 and on Nathan Oakley's server, you know? I would say it's the people that come to the server are pretty interesting because they seem to be the only people that have their own ideas on things and the only people willing to challenge the status quo. You know, Whitsitt being the prime example. He goes against a lot of the Flat Earth, you know, mantra, you know. I mean, that's why I like coming here because this server is pretty unique. It doesn't have the vibe of an echo chamber. Not at all.
Yeah, well, that's why my frustration's coming out. It shouldn't just be two echo chambers within one, right? Like you guys shouldn't be afraid to break rank, but you clearly are.
But that's not true. We break rank.
Really is.
Maybe in that situation they didn't break rank. I don't know because I wasn't there. I got to go off of your word. But to then say that situation speaks for all Flat Earth Globe Earth interactions in this server just isn't true. Because in this server, more than any other server, Globers go at each other.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so I'm talking about specifically the live stream text, right? So in the VC, it's a little bit different because only one person's talking at a time. I get that. And in the VC, I think it's probably a little bit more diverse. You do get Flat Earthers arguing, you get Globe Earthers arguing. In the live stream text, there is no breaking of ranks ever. And if you can point me to a situation where that's happened, I will gladly read it. But I've never experienced it, and I'm in there all the time.
What would you consider breaking ranks? So, like me asking for Zanuck to be muted because he's being disruptive, or Rumpus to be muted, that's breaking ranks, right, or what? No?
Well, okay, so I'll give you an example, right? So if I have, say, a discussion or an argument with, a good example is Rolling My Bowler, because he's clearly listening, even though he's not in the VC right now. If I have a disagreement with him about something, even if there are, and I'm sure that there must be Globers who disagree with him on some things, I will never ever see them comment, actually, I don't agree with you there. I'll never see it. Doesn't happen. Right? And why is that?
Or rolled in my boulder. I can't speak for him. I
No,
don't know.
I'm just giving an example. It doesn't matter who I'm talking about. Just giving an example.
But for that example, I don't know why that doesn't happen. But I could give you another example where we do break rank crypto. That's what I'm saying. It's not that black or white. It does happen where people break ranks. Maybe it doesn't happen all the time. Maybe it's a rarity, but it does
I
happen.
said to you, if you can show me an example in the live stream where it's ever happened, then I will take back everything I've said. But I've never seen it.
Yeah, that would be hard for me to do. I don't focus that much time on
because it doesn't exist, mate. That's why.
Yeah, but I just feel me telling people, me calling out for Globus to get muted is a sign of me breaking ranks, because that doesn't happen in other Globus servers, And I've done it so many times. I've come on here and told Zanuck and Rumpus to shut the fuck up. I've told Kosho in Livestream in the text chat that he's wrong about something he's saying, or he's explaining something bad. Let me see if I can
tag me
find.
next time. Tag me next time, because to me it's like I feel like I'm experiencing this like monolithic block of robots that just don't care what anyone has to say. That's how I feel like I'm experiencing. Not you actually, because the fact that what's funny is the fact that you're even having this conversation with me proves that you're not exactly like that. But I feel like when I go in the live stream, there's this monolithic block of like robots that don't care what you have to say. When you say something, they immediately turn it into an attack on you as a person, right? There's no honest discussion going on. It's just very hostile and very dishonest, to be honest. Like, do you think I'm fundamentally wrong here? And if so, can you maybe make an argument?
I don't think you're wrong. I'm just saying to make your claim and preference it as an absolute statement. That's what I don't agree with. I don't think that Globers never break rank. Most of the time, maybe they don't, but there are instances where it does happen, where you have global on global warfare in text chat and in VC.
I mean, show me the evidence when it comes up.
Do you think there's more of a rank hierarchy in the globe world over more than a flat Earth, Nate, or crypto? If I don't, I was going to say, like, it almost seems like globe is more hierarchy, and like flat Earth in general is a little more clicky. There's like the cliques. And I'm talking also about the larger kind of community. When you talk about like sort of Eric Dubay has sort of his group, and with his IFERS thing, and he kind of stays separate from everyone else. And then you got like the Globebusters guys, and yeah, there's like all these different kind of groups. And I don't know that there's like a hierarchy between them really. There probably is some hierarchies within those groups. Whereas it does seem like with the Globe Earth in general, there is like a rank. Like I've heard like that Dr. Bob and Ruhif and Rumpus, some of these, like they have ranks. Like Rumpus is not at the top either. I'll tell you that. Like Rumpus has, like Ruhif is above Rumpus. I've heard like Rumpus will like bow down to Ruhif. It's intense. Like he'll be like,
what?
He'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, Ruhif, I was wrong. Like, yeah, he's very, like he actually admits he's wrong to Ruhif. You'll notice that. Whereas anyone he's above, he'll never admit he's wrong to, which is kind of what crypto is kind of alluding to.
Also, I mean, we were in the VC earlier, and I said, I can't remember who was talking, but I think it was Zanuck, and he was like cucking to one of the other guys, and it was so un-Zanuck-like. I was like, he doesn't really cuck to anyone. He just carries on, right? Which a lot of people don't like about him. Actually, I kind of respect it. He's got this kind of what's the word? Like this bludgeoning adherence to what he believes, right? But and I can't remember who he was talking to, but someone was like, "Oh no, it's not like that," and he was like, "Oh yeah, no, you're right. Oh, I'm sorry." And I was like, "That's really not very Zanuck-like, that kind of behavior." I think who it was. It was only a few. That was today as well. That was only a few hours ago.
Yeah, it does kind of seem like if we're just going to use these like labels and sides or whatever, just if we're going to use this kind of globe Earth, flat Earth dichotomy thing, it does seem like these are just my like generalizations, but yeah, that within the globe Earth there is more of a hierarchy and it is more centralized as well. Whereas it seems like the flat Earth is like more decentralized. Like things can happen quickly. Like in general, the globe Earth guys, they're all on that side, for the most part. They're all pushing that side. Whereas you saw what happened with like QE and WITS and some of these different things that have gone down. Like there can be complete like shifts of like alliedship and stuff, which seems more decentralized in my mind. Like there isn't one central mind. The globe has a central mind. It has like a central thing. Then there's a hierarchy coming from it. Whereas it seems flat Earth is more decentralized with different groups that are.
I don't think it's a central mind. I think it's just that, like, I don't mean this in an inflammatory way, but reality has a structure, and if the globe's right, then there is nobody that should like sensibly stand up and go, Chronic, I think you're wrong about astrophysics, except another astrophysicist, right? For me to go, look, I think you're interpreting the blinking of those stars incorrectly is, it's silly according to our worldview. Whereas, like, particularly when there aren't globers in here, you'll often hear people on the flat Earth side shooting the shit about, like, distances to the sun, and because they'll all be using divergent methods and they'll all be like have wildly different ideas. And in my opinion, because none of them are based on like measurements yet, they're usually sort of musing about possibilities. There can be no one person who's more right than the other.
But then that's what I find funny is that when I say this stuff, it's denied and then it's made excuses for at the same time. It's like it can't be denied, but also you're making excuses for why it's true.
What do you say again?
Oh. Does that not make sense to anyone else? Right, so when I say, oh, you guys don't break rank, it's like, oh, no, we're plenty prepared to break rank, but also we all have the same central kind of a group of thinkers that we refer to, and they all agree, and so therefore we all agree. Well, you can't be denying it.
No. That's mistake.
Crypto.
That's
I just tagged you and posted. So sorry, guys. Crypto, I just tagged you and posted screenshots of myself, at least, calling out other globers, even calling out the astrophysicist that had that argument or discussion with Wakey. I call globers.
Like, there's a similar one I had with Doofus when Jeremy was asking his questions.
Sorry, I was just going to say,
Jeremy was asking about the divergent star trails, and Doofus was trying to explain why the stars appear to get further apart. And then I go, here's why you're wrong about that. But I mean, it's got to come back to, it doesn't mean we're all on the same page, because if the globe's right, then we're all just lay people trying to understand it. And that doesn't mean everybody's read the same books or able to reason in the same way about things. Like his other question about would the sun move back in the sky, it's a really good question. I've got a bunch of globers like get the wrong answer on that. You've got to call one another out, but you're calling them back to the one correct answer. Whereas in the flat Earth, there isn't the one correct answer, right? The distance to the sun, there is not a correct answer. Is there a dome? Where is the dome? What's it made out of? Not a correct answer. Is there something beyond the ice wall? More land? Not a correct answer. So that's why I think you will see more calling out, but it's also harder to diverge.
So, Gio, did you want to go ahead and then I'll reply to Nate and then Eggshells?
Oh no, I was just saying I was surprised that Nate had all those saved, like times that he's just been calling.
I didn't have them saved, Gio. I had to search for them.
Just talking shit about other globe earthers as if that's some kind of. That's funny though.
I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick and like get you guys fighting or anything, but I do find it a little bit suspicious. Like, sure, if you're want to take it to the level of, well, we've got this kind of central body of science that we refer to, and if we get it wrong, then we correct each other and all the rest. Yeah, that's cool. And then, obviously, from that perspective, if we are the dissident intellectuals, if you want to put us in that category, whatever, then of course we're going to have a different structure because we're all rebels, right? You're the empire and we're the rebels, whatever. but I do find it interesting that people would come to a community like this and never ever disagree. Because surely the point of this...
You keep making that statement, Crypto.
It doesn't happen very often. Then give me an example. You seem to be just convincing me that it's true.
I'll give you an
right?
example.
Thank
Give you an example.
That with evidence.
So Doofus,
not just...
Doofus was trying to explain to Jeremy why stars appeared to diverge, why they are closer packed together at the horizon, and as they rise in the sky, they get further from one another. And I called him out and said that doesn't work because they have a right ascension and declination, and aside from proper motion of stars, which happens at sort of snail's pace, they do not, definitely not across the course of a couple of hours, get further from one another. Here's why. There was another time where Rumpus tried to call me out because I said something written into the structure of our DNA, and he thought I was saying something different. We had a out-and-out blue where I was like, you're just misunderstanding what I'm saying to shout at me about the structure of DNA. Let me think of some others. There's two off the top of my head that I was a part of. I also just call that Rumpus for being a dickhead in the chat as much as in by voice.
fair enough.
Where are some other times about it?
Personal issues that you and Rumpus have, and to be honest, most people have a personal issue with Rumpus, I understand. Why? Because he can be very over the top.
He's a hard man to not have issues with.
Yeah, sure. Look, I'm not trying to stoke any of that shit. I'm really not. My frustrations over the last few days have been mainly live stream text focused, right? You go in there, you try and look for... Because I'm kind of looking for good arguments maybe to engage with. The second I engage with anything, 4 people leap on me, call me retard. It's like, how is that intellectual or good for anyone or this group?
I agree. Do you think that's one side doing that and the other side not, though?
Yeah,
because
actually.
I just today had 4 interactions where I kept being like, let's have an actual discussion about this, and then they devolved into sending memes.
Yeah,
well, on both sides.
I completely agree
both
that
sides.
Yeah, look, I completely agree that our side does too much in the way of memeing. How Gio wants to run his server is up to him. Like, I'm not going to say he should do X or Y, that's entirely up to him. I'm just trying to help him run his server, right? But my personal frustration is with the relentless aggression and insults in the live stream voice text.
Sure.
And it seems to be when you come in and you say, okay, this is a bit much, guys, then you just get called a retard again. And then when you try and talk to one of them and say, well, hold on, you're being a bit over the top here, then the others just all agree with each other, right? And now you're facing the Borg. There's no, oh, actually, yeah, I don't know, Ed, you are being a bit of a dick. Why don't you stop being a dick? I never hear any one of you ever call any of them out for any of this stuff. Right, and I think because you guys don't do that, we also feel like we can't do that, right? And that's where the red versus blue culture comes from.
Yeah, I think that's true on both sides.
Why don't you guys practice what you preach then? You know, why do we have?
Because I've seen us try to do that, and it doesn't matter, right? That's the issue. It needs to come from both sides simultaneously, or it won't change.
I mean, yeah, I'm happy to do.
If I see it happening, you have my word. I'll do something about it.
And you know what? I'll do it too. I'll do it too. If you guys are committed to helping with this, I will do it too. If I see someone being a dick, I'll say stop being a dick. But I need to see it from you guys as well.
You're being a total dick, by the way.
Thank you.
We're gonna do it, right, Harry? If we see someone being a dick, we're gonna stop them.
Well, it sounds a little bit like everything you guys are
not
saying is kind of like if we just had stricter modding in the text chat, maybe a lot of this would be solved.
No, yeah, I don't want.
I think stricter modding just gives people more work to do and more things to complain about. Well, he called me a retard first, but just I think it's just better to give feedback. And as Crypto's saying, it comes better from your own side. You see a Glober in there being like, you don't understand it because you're a fucking idiot. Just call them out and go, I think there are better ways of going about this.
Yeah. Ideally, the community should be able to kind of moderate itself. But it's like there are times, though, when I've looked in chat where it's just, it can get toxic at times because I just, some people have suggested we should make some text chat only mods because it seems like some people are in text chat a lot. Whereas some mods are not in there as much. So, but
are there bots, Gio? Because I think there were in the SE ones. that like give automated timeouts. So a mod can just type in a bot command that's like, no, it was in the Crowbox, the whatever chatterbox, where you can just be like, give this person a 15-minute like speaking ban. So you see them be like, well, you don't understand because you're fucking retard. And you just go 15-minute, and they just can't post anything for 15 minutes.
We do have that as well.
Minutes is a long time.
But the thing is, you have to understand as well, Eggshells, is that
calm down and reflect on your behaviour.
Sorry. The other thing is that if we get heavy on the timeouts and all that kind of stuff, then obviously we just get criticised for being censorious and biased and all that kind of stuff. So you can't really win. It has to come from you guys.
Yeah, I think the better way is, as you say,
You'll start losing people if you over moderate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's like you don't want it to just become like too sanitized. Like there is a bit of an edge to all of that that's makes it interesting. Like no one wants it to be too sanitized, but when it's just literally you feel like the second you enter the text chat, you're in a kill box. It's just like, well, there's no intellectual discussion to be had there, you know.
How about you make better arguments?
This is the frustrating thing, Roo. I don't even have to make any arguments to be called a retard, and I would at least like to be having to have made a bad argument before I get called a retard. But I don't even need to get that far.
Well, there is the thing, right? Like in text chat, it's the old keyboard warrior thing, you know? Like it's much easier to sit at a keyboard and for people to do some of this stuff, you know? Whereas in VC, they have to speak, like they have to actually, you know, they got the mic, they have to actually put it into words. They can be held, you can be held more to the points. If they just, which a lot of people do, they just try to pull the ripcord and start throwing insults. If that happens, you can kind of moderate and be like, no, you know, let's actually stay on track. And since they're in an actual engagement speaking, there's a little bit more of a dedication to actually coming back with something or not ad homming, that kind of thing. Whereas in text chat, you know, the kind of keyboard warrior quality just comes through, I think, more, where people can just sit behind the keyboard and say shit and, you know, not really answer your question. Or like you said, like just a slew of ridicules or insults or whatever, instead of actually sticking to it, trying to get people emotionally flustered and not actually sticking to the point or even responding to it or even having there be an actual valid exchange in that way.
I agree. Because the exchange I did want to have was a new claim to me, which was, how do you take a photo in space, or how do you take a photo when there's no atmosphere? And I just wanted to understand what the idea there was, if we want to have a practice at the thing we're talking about.
Who made that argument?
It might have been No Tanks. It might have been Quantum. Don't know.
Okay. Yeah, because I haven't heard that myself. So
I heard a claim the other day that the photos we get from NASA are just data, and I'm like, that's kind of bullshit. Like, you've got sensors on your camera that do the same thing. Do you call that data?
Well, they call it radio telemetric data.
Yeah.
For things like Himawari. So it's not like a lens with a camera at all. It's actually, they claim, you know, it's this radio telemetric data that's taking telemetry data of the space and all that. And then they end up converting that into something that's visual. So like with Himawari, for example, it's literally quote unquote data from a space probe that then's claiming that it's putting it into data. So it's a way for them to kind of fudge it to why it doesn't really look real. They can be like, well, it's actually data that's put into you know. So yeah, that's what they claim anyways.
All it is listening for different wavelengths, just like your camera listens for visual wavelengths.
Yeah, but visual is actually a representation of reality. Data could be anything. God only knows.
No, so is radio, so is infrared. It's all reality. You just can't see them with your eyes.
Right, but if you're taking visual data and turning it into a visual picture, you can get a pretty direct, you know, representation of reality. The way we do with cameras and even the old Polaroids and all that, you can imprint it. Whereas when you're just getting data, then you're converting that into an image. There's a whole conversion there. Like you're not even starting with the same thing.
But you've seen Jay Tolan's infrared, right? It's exactly the same, like literally exactly the same as taking an infrared photo. You receive wavelengths in one, receive data in one wavelength, and you have to convert it to something visual.
I would say that's
Exactly
different too,
the
because infrared is not radio telemetric. It's
just a different wavelength.
But it's still visual.
No, you can't see an infrared.
Well, it's optics. I mean, an infrared camera
So is radio.
is using optics.
So is radio. It's literally the same. Just a different wavelength.
How is radio optics?
It's refracted just the same as optics. Well, different amount, but it's the same.
Well, it doesn't fit the word optical or optics.
Well, not visual, but I mean, if you say something's refracted, I don't know, that's part of optics, I think.
Well, the word optics means vision, visual.
Okay, so infrared is not optics.
Yeah, it is.
Can you see infrared?
It's
you get
using
my point?
it's using a combination of infrared and optics, technically. So yeah, there is
Can you see infrared? The answer is no.
Yeah, there are ways to certain parts of the spectrum. Depends.
Not with your eyes. Not with your eyes. You can't see it. Actually, there are some people that actually can, by the way, that see have a broader spectrum.
Near infrared, far infrared.
Yeah.
Mid infrared.
Let's go far infrared. You can't see it, right?
Fairly.
You're calling one optics and one not. Why?
You were talking about an infrared camera. So a camera is definitely optical.
Yeah, so are the cameras on, Himawari or whatever that listen to different wavelengths. This is literally exactly the same.
But the one on Himawari doesn't use a lens.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So
Same
it's
with
not optical. It doesn't use a lens.
Yes, it is. My astrophotography camera doesn't have a lens. It has a CCD. The telescope focuses the light, sure.
I mean, I'm not really going to speak for Himawari because all we know is what they claim. It's some BS. I mean, they claim they have a thing out there doing it. So all I'm saying is that the radio telemetric data that they claim they're getting is not through any optical lens. It's through pinging of radio signals that they claim are able to pick up certain features, and then those features are converted with a program software into something that we would call visual, which essentially would be pixels on a screen. So what I'm saying is
what an infrared camera does.
That's different than. Well, originally you were talking about a camera.
Yeah, an infrared camera. Like it doesn't do the pinging part, but it listens for the wavelength. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't agree.
Okay. No one's going to force you.
I definitely do not think an infrared camera is the same as radio telemetric Himawari. Those are definitely different things.
Yeah,
infrared is using part of the visual spectrum.
No, infrared is not part of the visual spectrum, at least for 99% of people. There are a few people that apparently can see infrared, like the near infrared. But if we go up to 1,200 nanometers, no one's going to see that.
Yeah, but infrared isn't radio either.
Yeah, right. That's just a matter of wavelength.
I must say that melts my brain when somebody said that light and radio and heat and something else are all part of the same spectrum, just different wavelengths. That still doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, radiation.
Yeah, radiate heat, yes. Not like particles with lots of energy heat.
I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be that way.
I know. But it do be that way.
Only because you wizards with your math tell us it is and we can't make sense of it to challenge it.
But yeah, like an infrared camera is doing literally the same thing as these radio cameras or radio, dishes or telescopes, whatever. They're just listening for different wavelengths.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm not going to back any claim of what they claim the radio telemetric data is or whatever, what equipment they're trying to claim. I don't know why this was brought up originally. I think originally we were just talking about that it's not an actual optical. Like, I would not say that pinging radio waves is optical. They're just different. Using a camera with an infrared feature in order to pick up a visual optical image is optical. The infrared part of it, I hear what you're saying. There is some overlap with the way the infrared works, because infrared itself is using a type of filter to filter the field essentially, and so there is some overlap there. I do agree with what you're like part of that what you're saying, but it's not the same. It's still using an optical device with infrared, so it's still optical at the end of the day. Whereas whatever the radio telemetric stuff is just not optical at all. And they're converting it into something optical. Doesn't really matter. It just is what it is.
Yeah, but it's a contradiction to say that infrared is optical and radio is not. You can't have both of those.
Well, the infrared is being used for the optics. It's a filter for the optics.
Right.
Right. So an infrared camera is
and how is that different?
It's an optical device that uses the infrared spectrum to pick up the optical. Whereas something like just using radio, whatever Himawari is claiming, it doesn't have any optics involved at all. It's all just radio signals that they then claim that they're patching together later to put it in some kind of
They're all just infrared signals hitting the sensor. See what I did there? Anyway, I want to go and do something useful.
So it's kind of like the dinosaurs. It doesn't necessarily look like that color at all in the visual spectrum, and they just kind of make it up on the fly. Kind of like how they say, like, oh, we don't know what color the dinosaurs are. We just make it up on the fly.
I have no idea what that means.
I'd say that it's definitely a Ruif. Your attempt to make it like when you say it's exactly the same thing, and in one sense you may be right, but you're trying to make. I think it's still a false equivalency because when we're seeing what Jay Tolan does, these are things that you could possibly repeat. Nobody can go to space. That none of us can go and actually repeat the same exact experiment or the same exact data that they're collecting to reaffirm it. I think that's where the real complaint comes in.
Okay. I do love Jay Tolan's photography, by the way. Excellent glow proof.
You love Jay Tolan too. Like you have a thing for him.
I'd actually meet up with him if I
want to buy him a
LA.
beer and maybe something gets wild that night. That's what it sounds like.
I'd happily sit down with him. That'd be cool.
First time you said you saw him on that video, you're like, oh wow, I really.
Yeah, he's my. He said once in an interview that he was, I think, electrical engineer or radio frequency engineer or something like that, and I was like, "You're fascinating because you can't be an idiot to have those qualifications. You must understand refraction, and you must understand a decent amount of math. Like, then how are you a flat earther? Like, it's fascinating."
I think that speaks more.
Just a subtle shot in the middle of your kick there.
Say it again.
Don't you think that speaks more to your bigotry towards flat earthers, though? That you can't imagine one that might
sounded that way, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember the debate I did with refracted curvature, and at the end, and he goes, "I've got dual degrees in engineering," and I'm like, "Really? Like, how do you not?" Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should think about that like really deeply, because I feel like that's an issue you might have to battle through a little bit.
Yeah. And it comes down we Jay Tolan's now saying that refraction has to happen upwards, and he must know that doesn't happen. Like he's boxing himself in the corner.
The difference is smarter you get doesn't make you more immune to believing the wrong thing. Just makes you smarter at coming up with reasons to believe whatever you already do. Like
self-delusion.
It's full of people like Linus Pauling. There's a bunch of them, but he's the only one I can memorize for this thing. Where they're super smart, they get the method and then they just misapply it and end up coming up with something bunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The self-delusion.
some people are clever and they just get bored and they just say, oh, I don't like orthodoxy, I'm going to try and do something else. There are rebels and there's all sorts of different reasons why people do things. But just to assume that people who disagree with you are stupid, I think it's a very big mistake to make.
Oh, I think the vast majority of flat earthers don't understand pretty simple maths and physics. But I don't think that's
But I don't think that
in
makes.
question.
But that's information. I think that having information and not having like information and IQ are vastly different.
Sure.
Well, we've talked at length about intelligence before, haven't we, Eggshells? So obviously, this is a passion subject of mine, is intelligence, IQ testing and IQ research. And I find your ability to conceive of people's intelligence to be lacking, to be honest, Ruhif. I feel like you need to maybe do a bit more research into this area.
Like I said, Jay Tolan, I think, is an intelligent person.
Okay, but he's an individual. I was talking about groups.
Speaking of a group of flat earthers, I'd say below average intelligence. I'm not trying to be.
Yeah, I just think that you don't know. It's just your bias and your kind of bigotry that's coming out, to be honest.
Yeah, but then I could say that the same about like a general group of flat earthers to not have the requisite skills to work it out, and then come across and say all you smart people are wrong. I wouldn't call it bigotry, but it's what would you call it, Harry? Extreme arrogance.
No, it's definitely bigotry.
Hubris, that's the one. Hubris is a good one.
It's actually probably a dictionary definition of bigotry, to be honest.
But sorry, for me or for the flat Earth side?
Well, I don't know of any flat earthers who are saying that all globe earthers are stupid. So,
well, to say people that are studied in various different fields to say that they are wrong without understanding those fields, yeah, hubris is fantastic. It's not really bigoted.
Let me have a look here. Obstinate or unreasonable attachment to a belief, opinion, or faction, in particular prejudice against a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. Yeah, it fits bigotry pretty clearly. Sorry, bro.
So, Ruhif, do these people, it sounds like it somehow challenges your foundation of how to make sense of these different ideas?
Jay Tolan piques my interest quite a lot because I know he has the requisite skills.
So you think he could be onto something, is what you're saying, and you're trying to figure out how that could be true.
No, I'm trying to figure out where his block is. Like I said, we've been back and forth for several years, and he now understands that he's in a corner where he must appeal to upward refraction. But as an RF engineer, he must understand that upward refraction just isn't a thing generally in our atmosphere. Like he must know that. So he's the cognitive dissonance he must be getting close to, if not now, feels. Yeah, that's curious.
The cognitive dissonance, we all experience it every day. It's a wrong usage of the word.
You reckon? What would you say? Yeah. Well, what would you say, Harry?
Cognitive dissonance is something we all experience multiple times every day. It's just like we don't like how a thought makes us feel. So anytime he's interacting with you, we're interacting with flat earthers, they're interacting with us. Anybody suggests anything that we don't like that idea because it makes us feel dumb or that we might be wrong about something, that is definitely what cognitive dissonance is. So like the original test to describe it that was done by Leon Festinger was just he got people to twist pegs and do a boring task, and then he made them tell the next person that it was a fun task. And he described that as causing cognitive dissonance, that I told a lie. So it's like it's just that basic. So if like me saying that's wrong, that's not what cognitive dissonance is, causes a little bit of cognitive dissonance. So it's not the thing that makes us think the wrong thing. It's usually we try to avoid feeling it for too long, or like it's just an uncomfortable feeling. So then what happens next is usually the biases. So we come up with an explanation, or I think a lot of the time people on all sides shut their mind to just go, oh, that's not relevant and I haven't worked it out yet, but it's not there. I was saying this about somebody where I was trying to get them to do a test. And I was like, there's a really simple test you can do to test this idea. Here you go, do it. And I would say it's like a magician. You know that what they're showing, they don't, the hat's not really empty. If he's about to pull a rabbit out of it, you're like, I know this is wrong. So when they're saying, look in the hat, you almost don't want to look in the hat because you're like, I know I'm being tricked. And I know that looking in the hat won't be the way that I discover that trick. So I almost don't want to. I just want to shut my mind off. And when the rabbit appears, go, oh, I could have worked it out if I wanted to, but I didn't bother. And that's
kind of like 9/11.
Sure. People on both sides would experience dissonance about that.
There's a guy on YouTube called Jason Ladani, and he's a card mechanic, like a magician card mechanic.
Right.
And some of the tricks that he does make my fucking brain melt. Would you call that cognitive dissonance?
Yep. Yeah. I'm not getting this is absolutely dissonance inducing. Somebody calling you a globe tard, or what you're describing about Jay Tolan, what you're saying essentially is I have cognitive dissonance because I have two beliefs and they are in conflict. And the one belief is an RF engineer couldn't get this wrong. And then what you have in front of you is an RF engineer appearing to get this wrong. And so you're like, how do I resolve this dissonance? And an easy way to resolve it typically is by deferring to a me good, you bad simplification bias of I'm smart, you're dumb, I'm complex, you're simple, I'm right, you're wrong, to go back to any of those things. So what you would probably want to do to resolve that is go, sure, he's an RF engineer, but maybe he has been hanging too much around leaded paint or something. Maybe his IQ has dropped, because the alternate is you're wrong. And that's not something most of us ever want to consider.
True. But this, then what do you call the situation then when as an individual you have two conflicting thoughts? So, the earth is flat, but here's all this evidence that it's not. And that cognitive pain is reaching towards a conscious level rather than being suppressed. What do you call that, if not cognitive dissonance? Or specifically something?
The recognition of it being in conflict is what causes cognitive dissonance, but people often use it for a shorthand to say what happens next. So recognizing, hey, I've got this bit of evidence and it doesn't fit with this more important, cherished belief that the earth is flat or globe, whatever it might be. That there is cognitive dissonance, but that doesn't explain how somebody stays in the wrong mindset. To stay in the wrong mindset, to disregard the new evidence, would be biases. So, confirmation bias, there's a bunch of them, but there's one that I don't think is named yet, which is, in essence, we push the idea out of our mind. We sort of promise ourselves, I'll come back and investigate that fully later, if you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's some of what happens. I kind of get what he means, but I'm working on some other things at the moment, so I'll just sort of wave my hand at it and come back later.
Yeah.
I've noticed that neither of you considered the idea that perhaps you don't understand things you think you understand.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I regularly say that too. I mean, it's just on the topic of cognitive dissonance, it made up a significant amount of the book I wrote. And so I did a reasonable amount of research into it and got fact-checked by the publisher and stuff. So I'm quite confident in that. And I jump in because everybody uses cognitive dissonance to be like, oh, you believe two contradictory things. And it's like, no, being aware that the two things you believe are in contradiction is the dissonance, not just believing two contradictory things.
Yeah, like I said before, if I am wrong about the shape of the earth, right, that would, to me, mean that my rationality is broken and that I'm literally insane. That's what it would mean for me.
Yeah, that's pretty high stakes, though, isn't it? For me, if it turns out that the Earth was actually a globe, I don't know, someone managed to prove it to me, say, take me up there and I look and I go, oh, it turns out it was a globe. I'd be like, oh, well, that sucks, but it wouldn't kill me because people have believed all sorts of what seem to be irrational things when you have a different worldview. But what's much more fundamental is just the understanding of worldviews, right? And just being like, okay, well, I was obviously sucked into the wrong worldview for X, Y, and Z reasons. Doesn't mean that your rationality is completely bankrupt.
Oh no, it would. It would.
Wouldn't in that circumstance, but I think the difference would be for Ruhif or I is we've been in this debate, so we now know all the good arguments for the flat Earth. We're exposed to it, so it would mean they're bankrupt. But like if you were just like twiddling along in your life and you're like, yeah, it's a globe, and you've never really consciously investigated it, and then it turns out to be flat, it's like there's not much cost because you're like, I never knew who, Eratosthenes was. Eratosthenes was. You've corrected me on that a million times, Ruhif.
Yeah.
I still can't get it right.
Or if 9/11 did turn out to be an inside job, I go, oh, okay. That sort of shit, right?
Yeah, but
yeah, like I've looked at it and I came to the wrong conclusion is different to I never really looked at it.
See, I'm coming to a lot of things. I understand why you guys are a lot more hostile than I understand, because if you must think that I'm fundamentally broken in some sort of rational way, and I just don't think that this is as serious as that.
No, I don't think you're fundamentally broken.
I think your ability to evaluate evidence is broken. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, closer to that. I probably wouldn't put it like that, but yeah.
We had an interesting conversation. Oh, sorry. We had an interesting conversation the other night with Chronic about all this, and he was saying that using the word misled, so he was saying that even though you can be intelligent in various ways, you could be quote unquote misled about, and of course him thinking that that flat earthers are misled, and so yeah, we went into that. That was interesting.
Yeah, that term in itself kind of gives away flat Earth as well, as in you can be led towards conclusions.
Or is it you that's been misled? How's that? Because we were misled. Yeah. We were in your position and now are no longer. So, but anyways, not that that's the only reason for that, but just consider that too. Have you been misled by this kind of modern globe, the whole paradigm?
No, because I can verify what I need to verify to conclude.
We would say the same. I think the one thing that I found very interesting about what you said though, Ruhif, is it's almost like the finality of it. It's like, oh, if I was wrong about this, then it's like all of these consequences are really bad for me, It makes more sense then when you consider the social context of if you've got a collection of people thinking like this, then obviously anyone who's an outcast of that group will be treated in a quite distasteful way. It just makes a lot of sense to me, because you're saying, well, this person's broken. What if his brokenness affects me in some way? Get rid of him. That what if this then has sort of a negative effect on the society at large?
Oh, that's getting sort of outside the scope of flat Earth. Like flat Earth itself is not particularly dangerous, but the mindset that is shared by flat earthers and I don't know, fucking Sandy Hook truthers, the general sort of conspiracy mindset. America scares me at the moment. The level of distrust in America scares me, and there's a slight overlap with flat Earth, I think, with that.
Yeah, so what I said is true then, is that you see yourself as part of the in-group, and you see people like me and Gio as fundamentally broken, and that we need to be kind of, you said you were scared of America. What's there to be scared of by a bunch of people who think differently to you? But actually you don't just see it in that way. You see it.
Who won the 2020 election?
Well, I don't really believe in elections, so I don't care.
Okay, all right. Right, there are people that will initiate violence because they believe differently.
Yeah, and I think that comes more from your side, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I do, because actually, if someone thinks differently to me, I don't think that they're fundamentally flawed and need to be fixed.
Oh, you can remain unfixed. That's whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, the state of America is concerning at the moment. Like there is
Yeah.
huge potential for violence in America right now because of this disordered thinking.
Yeah, and I think it comes from people who can't accept that other people are different from them.
I don't know how to respond to that. I'm not on the side of the violence.
Okay. I think your mindset is what causes the violence. But anyway, we can move on.
Wow.
Well, it's sort of like on a scale of like this server, for example. Like you could have different ideas, but if people start attacking each other, so like then it becomes problematic because you get all that stuff going. So in the same way, like having different ideas doesn't have to lead to violence. You can just be a mature adult, have your ideas, other people have theirs, and carry on with life. It's and so people that are engaging in violence, is it really the ideas that's really even doing it? Even if they feel like there's an idea, not necessarily. It's their behavior of violence that is the actual. If you're gonna, if you're referring to that as a problem or as it's not the ideas.
I just got back to the conversation, but what you're talking about is another fascination of mine, which is terror management theory, where they've done some, like it was an idea from ages back that used to be called something else in philosophy and then crossed into sort of closer to science, psychology, when they did some tests and confirmed it. And the original philosophical idea was we live through our beliefs, be that in a God, in a flat earth, in a football team, as a nationality. And through them, we're kind of, the goal in essence is to increase our meaning in life to the point of immortality. That like, if like in terms of religion, quite literal immortality, we'll get to go to heaven and live forever. But in other senses of like, we ascend to mean something more than ourselves. So the theory was, if those beliefs are threatened, if the theory is right, we should respond to those threats as if they are physical threats. And they did tests on this and found it to be the case, where you gave, particularly if you remind people of their mortality. So one of the tests was you remind people of their mortality by asking them their age, or priming them by being aware of the average life expectancy, and then ask them to write down their age. And then you say, hey, could you help us out by putting some hot sauce in a cup? And if a Republican's doing it for a Democrat, they will put measurably more hot sauce in the cup than if they hadn't been primed with thoughts of their own mortality. So I mean, that's a complex way of saying it, but essentially we appear to be virtually pre-programmed to see contradicting worldviews as existential threats.
Yeah, well, this is actually something that I was alluding to earlier with regards to the idea that there's a group of people in the society that might be fundamentally dangerous to you. I think that you may be right in that how people treat other people in that way is totally accurate, and you see it all the time. It's actually one of the things I've been moaning about. But you even see it come up in stuff like intelligence testing, where if someone perceives themselves as being like of a less intelligent group, just simply writing their name at the top of the piece of paper will actually lower the score on that test by a couple of points. But it's like, I'm trying to think what the effect's called, but it's not even just your perception of other groups, but it's also your perception of yourself that would affect.
Yeah. And also women perform worse on physics and maths tests if they have to tick male or female before doing the test. Bunch of interesting stuff like that. I'm posting a thing in the chat now, which is, it's got a really inflammatory title. I tried to find one without that title because my memory of this lecture, which goes for an hour or so understandable if you don't watch it, is Tortugan Trapped, where he goes through a long list of very, very smart people who came to sort of wildly incorrect answers, where he explains or muses about the possible psychology that can actually lead people in inverse proportion to their intelligence towards answers that are wrong, because essentially we become more intelligent at fooling ourselves.
Yeah, I think there's another issue with regards to intelligence, in that whether you're right or wrong, if you talk to people who are significantly less intelligent than you a lot, then it doesn't matter what your position is and what their position is. You will perceive yourself as being correct because you're able to beat them based on their lack of competence rather than the arguments or the information itself. But that's just comes down to debate skill rather than the specific subject. The effect I was thinking of earlier was called stereotype threat, by the way. That's
right.
Yeah. So, but I mean, that's well known in intelligence testing to be something that's it's a minor effect, but it does exist. You know, it's one of many things to consider.
Yeah. I'll post something about terror management theory as well. Sorry, go for it, Jerry.
I was going to say real quick, because you guys were talking before, is that because crypto is saying that like Ruhif must think that we're broken for not thinking the Earth is a globe. I was just going to ask Ruhif, is that what you think?
I just rejoined. The ability to evaluate evidence fairly and critically, I think, is broken in just about every flow.
Do you not think the Glurfs think that about you?
I'm sure they do.
Sorry, Flo.
That's the fun of this debate, is that we both think the same about each other, and it's funny. It's funny that I sit here knowing which side is right, and I guess you guys do too as well. Like that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go on.
Yeah. It's like I know the Earth's a globe, and you go, oh no, it's like yeah.
You know what's even funnier? The fact that you guys have been doing this for years too.
Well, that was one of the things I was going to bring up. Like Ruhif was saying, he's heard all the good flat Earth arguments and they didn't convince him. Yeah, true, but I've heard all the globe arguments and they didn't convince me. So I mean, again, what's the difference really?
Like I said, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Like I said, the conclusion that I come to is that the ability of a flat earther's their ability to evaluate evidence is just broken, either biased or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that I think that about globers. I think you guys have too much faith in authority, to be honest. That's my personal.
I think that's projection.
No, not really. You guys talk about authority a lot as you don't believe this scientist and you don't believe this article. Like that. People's authority is one of the main things that I noticed about flat Earth, globe Earth when I came into the topic, is that People's authority is one of the most common fallacies. But with regards to because I don't actually think that globe earthers are particularly stupid. This is why I find it really an interesting one-sided kind of insult. Like I come in and I talk to you. I don't think you're stupid, even though I disagree with you. I don't think Eggshells is stupid, even though I disagree with him. There are some guys who are idiots, but most of your side is actually what I would classify sort of maybe in the 110 to 130 IQ range. Like reasonably intelligent, but functionally intelligent. You know, when you get into the 140s and 150s IQ of IQ scores, people tend to be a bit socially weird, and they kind of
tards, as they say.
Sorry,
I said tards, as they say.
They tend to be tards, and they don't really function well in society. In a general sense, obviously there are some that do and some that don't. But I would say that the globe earthers that like to discuss these things, they're in the 110 to 130 range, which is kind of like reasonably more intelligent than average, but still functional within society, probably good enough to get a degree or two, to have some kind of good technical knowledge. But for some reason, you guys think that we're all flaming retards, and it's like, but if you're intelligent, you should. Right. That was a generalization, but for this is a cognitive dissonance thing for me, is that I have the idea that reasonably intelligent people should be good at assessing intelligence, and here I am talking to reasonably intelligent people who aren't capable of doing that, and that for me is hard to resolve.
Yeah, I think
that's a good point.
From your perspective, I think you believe that I am conflating intelligence with like maths and physics ability. I think that's what you think. Is that roughly correct?
No, I'm taking your words. Yeah. Earlier, you said that the flat earthers of the group are low with average intelligence. Specifically,
what would you say is the average IQ of a flat earther, Ruhif, in your opinion?
90, 95, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's
below 100.
Yeah, I am equating intelligence to some degree with math and physics ability. And the reason I do that is because most people have been in this arena for so long that they know that's where it's at, but they still can't do it.
So I've got a different suggestion as to why you equate it to maths and physics ability.
Yeah, go.
Because we all frame, this is one of the reasons we do to reduce the cognitive dissonance of maybe I'm not smart, we all frame what means to us intelligence in terms of a way that will make us intelligent. And you are good at physics and maths, whereas like I would frame it more as like verbal reasoning or able to have a good discussion or something, being good with words, because that's the thing I think I'm good at. And that's a very interesting thing. I think we all do Texas sharpshooting when it comes to intelligence. We sort of draw the circle around us and go, "This is it. How good are you at being more like me?"
Would you then disagree if I said that the argument should be settled by maths and physics, or are you saying it should be settled by your rhetorical ability, or it seems to be what you're saying?
I mean, it's not so much can it be settled, but how do you frame intelligence? But yeah, I think by rhetoric it would more likely be solved than by physics, because I in a way I imagine you would dismiss the rhetoric. I somewhat dismiss the physics, where I'm like, the physics is in, the physics is settled. The physics is clearly globe. There's no new tests that are going to get done that are going to be any better than the ones that have been done. So
you kind of just said then yes.
How you get around someone's dissonance to get them to see the results that already exist is more important than getting good results or understanding those results. But I think I'm wrong about that. I'm admitting this is my bias.
Yeah, because you kind of said yes, it is going to be settled. Like the physics and mathematics determine the fact of determine the factual outcome.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
One thing that's interesting.
Open-eyed being wrong right now.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting with regards to intelligence is that you are right in a sense that if you have like one or two like specialisms, say maths and physics, if they were possible to exist on an IQ test, they don't really exist as pure maths, but that you do have reasoning and other elements of an IQ test that are generally there. If you are generally good in those areas, then you will generally have a good general intelligence, which is known as G within intelligence testing. So they talk about weightings, and they say that, men and women have different weightings. Women tend to be better verbally. Men tend to be better at these kind of more autistic pursuits, such as maths and physics, right? And if you do have a good score for maths and physics, you will tend to score well generally, right? So that's not entirely wrong to say that. But at the same time, I think what Riding on Eggshells is saying is important with regards to the personal bias of assessing intelligence. So I feel like there's two different things going on here. There's the personal bias with regards to your own personal ability to assess intelligence versus what intelligence is with regards to weighting, maths and physics versus general intelligence.
Okay, that's what I was trying to say, is that this arena, this debate should be determined by maths and physics.
Or maybe.
I kind of think
again,
actually I was going to... Go ahead.
No, go on. I've talked about you.
No, I was just going to comment to that because it kind of plays into what I was going to say a bit to Ruhif. And I say this with total respect and honoring you as a being and everything.
I'm prepared, Gio. I'm prepared.
No, I'm just kidding. But I kind of think that's okay. I'm not going to call you like misled or wrong or anything. I don't do that. Like I'll share what I think is the case of things, but I don't really go out and tell people like you're wrong and you're this and that. I'll certainly assert my points, and if I disagree, I'll say I disagree and so on. But I'm saying I don't really do that. So I'm not trying to point the finger at you. But if I was to kind of do that for a moment, be like, okay, from the perspective that the Earth isn't a globe, then, okay, let's just start there. If the Earth isn't a globe and you come to that, would you say that you were misled?
Misled, but also it would mean my reasoning, because I've heard all of the arguments, my reasoning and ability to weigh those was seriously bunk. So
to the point that I would be insane.
And perhaps your truth discernment or your ability to discern truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I heard the arguments And then I was like, because I've said this many times, I feel like I've heard all of the flat Earth arguments, unless there are some good ones hiding, and I can see really serious logical flaws in their in their construction. My ability to do that is of utmost importance to me, and I think I'm pretty good at it. So if I'm wrong about that, then I'm wrong about lots of things. So I'm like really poor truth telling. Not even truth telling. It's not about truth, but really in low ability to
How have I functioned in society for 40 years?
Well, I wouldn't say it'd be too low. I mean, the globe is it's a convincing deal. I mean, there's a lot of people that have entities that have put a lot of work into developing it. So I wouldn't say that low. I mean, I know a lot of intelligent people, even some in my family and whatnot, who, I don't think they're unintelligent at all. And they believe in a globe. Now, they may have not looked into all the information yet. So that's true. But some of them have and so on. So I don't really think it's that broken. Perhaps the truth radar part would be pretty broken because obviously you were off on that. But I mean, in terms of logic and stuff, I mean, I don't know. I don't really see the globe argument being very solid, but I know, I mean, it is, there's quite a bit of kind of assertions that are made from authorities. And so if you're just going to go.
The thing I think that is a bit broken about that the globe's not too good is I hear people say that, and then I hear people say a week later, or 40 minutes later in the next breath, it all fits together so perfectly. And I feel like one of the two has to be true. Either it's got obvious flaws and contradictions, or it fits together perfectly.
Kind of both, actually. But because there are ways it fits together in certain ways, but it also is logically invalid as well. But no, just let me finish one thing. So I was going to say to Ruhif, I guess what I was going to say, Ruhif, the main thing I was going to say is that where I think if I was to say where you're quote unquote going wrong, and again, I'm not trying to say you're wrong, and I'm not trying to I'm just sort of entertaining that kind of idea. It does seem like you may be in kind of because you were saying the last thing you said is the math part of it. So I think what you've done in a sense is convinced yourself that the math, which is like a reification of the model, you've convinced yourself that since that's logical, the rest of it has to be. Because of the authority. It's like the authority part is claiming it all. The math fits, at least parts of the math that you've looked at fits. And it's like that's, I think, what may be keeping you in a loop of that is just because of that reification reverse engineering that they've done in the first place with the globe model.
Yeah, it's not quite the math, right? It's that the expectations of the model are met in reality. And math is a pathway to get those expectations. And that's where most flat earthers struggle, right? So yeah, it's not just I trust math. It's like the predictions of this model are never contradicted by reality and are confirmed, time after time.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I wanted to say to Eggshell's point, unless Gio, you wanted to respond to that. I think that you guys are putting too serious a weight on possibly being wrong. Like, for instance, if there might be something that, say, even the heliocentrist kind of quote-unquote scientific consensus comes up with that just changes your entire understanding of everything, right? And it may be the case that no one could have seen it coming. Obviously, this is possible. I'm not saying it's going to happen. And if that's the case, then there might be this domino effect or this knock-on effect to other elements of how we understand the world, right? So there's obviously that possibility.
Sure, there's the logical possibility, sure.
I was wondering what Eggshells had to think about that.
I think that's what happens for a lot of people. Like, without trying to diminish it, somebody said something the other day that struck me as interesting because it reminded me of I think it was a Louis Theroux documentary where something that often for some people precedes flat Earth or sort of many of the conspiracies that preceded it is a serious traumatic event, and something like that can cause people to do what I think you're talking about with that sort of reassessing all of everything. How can what I know be wrong and mean something else and that kind of thing.
Yeah, so the one thing comes to mind with regards to like people who get, say, a I don't know, a degree in X, Y, or Z. There was a university that just studied, and I can't remember what it was. It was some sort of biology, but I can't remember if it was like marine biology or whatever. And what they found is that as people kind of go further up in their careers and they get more letters behind their name and more qualifications and all the rest, as their jobs tend to not reinforce their knowledge that they learned on the university course, you actually get this inverse proportion between, inverse relationship between their confidence in their knowledge and the actual knowledge itself, which is an interesting thing to consider as well. It's not exactly what you said, but it's something to think about.
That's a great point.
Like one of the things I thought was, sorry.
But there might be
related to that is, I think there is on both of our ends, or certainly on mine. One of the things that relates to that I think is really interesting is this illusory superiority is very funny, which is you ask people a series of questions and you end up with these really amusing results, which is like, do you think you're smarter? Like if you pick 8 of your friends, do you think you are as smart as them, or like less smart than them on average, or more smart than them on average? And most people go, a little bit smarter than them on average. Like I'm not the smartest one in the group, but I'm probably a bit smarter than half of the group, more than half the group. And then you say, what about your group of friends versus the people, your like other people in your nationality group or cultural group? And they'll go, they're pretty smart, but my group of friends are probably a little bit smarter than them, and I'm a little bit smarter than them. And so we put ourselves on there. And then if you ask them, like, what about your cultural group? So let's say for you British people versus the world at large, everybody from every civilization from sub-Saharan Africa to Iceland to Australia, would you say that they are on average the same or above? And they'll put themselves a little bit above as well. They'll go, English people a little bit smarter than everybody else. My group of friends a little bit smarter than the average English person. I'm a little bit smarter than them. So we're on top of this little pyramid. To wrap it up to what you're saying is, if you ask professionals in fields who should know about these, i.e. university professors who all work either directly or indirectly with understanding these biases, they don't get better at it. They get worse. So if you ask university lecturers, what percentile would you put yourself in terms of being a university lecturer? Almost 90% put themselves in the top 10%.
Yeah, that is
It gives them more. It gives them more self-reassurance.
It doesn't surprise me at all. But the thing is, though, is with regards to like what I said earlier about, I think you guys have got slightly too much faith in authority. That this is what I mean, is that you've got all of these kind of weird and random effects going on with regards to authorities themselves. That where some guys who are like PhDs, they don't understand as much as the guys just coming up through the system at various levels, and it might be because they haven't engaged in the subject matter that's actually necessary to be engaged with. Let's say they're doing a debate on microbiology, and they did that 30 years ago, but now they do genetics or whatever. I don't know. But they'll have this opinion that they're really, really like top of their game because they've got a PhD and they've got this lovely position at a university where they teach all these 20-year-olds, whatever. That's one element to it, but there is an element to it as well. What you said about friendship group, culture group, and then you're kind of going down the pyramid. In a sense, it's true and false, and I'll kind of flesh that out a little bit. Say I'm in England and specifically in London, right? So we understand.
Take a breath, bro.
I'm breathing just fine, thank you.
Yeah, you sort of started with appeal to authority, and I just don't think that happens that much.
Well, I didn't. I was actually trying to address Eggshell's point earlier.
And Gio, can you hear me? Because I
can hear.
Put my headset on for you, bro. Gio.
We can.
So anyway, there's an element to which the kinds of things you learn are based on the environment that you're in, and people not from your environment won't understand those things as intimately, and that might be perceived as some sort of lower intelligence or lower capability.
What was the thing you said before, Crypto, about... Sorry to take it back to that, but I just wanted to reiterate that. You were saying like the difference between having like an excess confidence in a belief in certain ideas rather than an actual accuracy or comprehension of those tenets. Is that kind of...
No, I was talking that there was a study done with the university. I can't remember it because I read it years ago now. But what they found is that people who had graduated this specific course versus people who had been 5 years, 10 years, 15 years into their careers, there was like an inverse relationship between the kind of successful people and how much they actually still knew from that course. So you might find like a guy. So go on.
There's also something that supports that, which is new doctors have better diagnoses than old doctors because old doctors don't stay current with the science, and they also stick with pet diagnoses. So once they get used to diagnosing a particular condition, they don't do a proper differential diagnosis and end up just going, it's probably that same thing I diagnosed last week. And newer doctors are like, I'm not sure what this is, so they keep opening the textbook, they keep checking back, and as a result have better things. Yeah, what you're saying definitely does happen. Just doesn't mean I therefore mistrust all doctors because it's not trust in a person, it's trust in a process.
Yeah. I never said that. Therefore, you shouldn't trust these people. It's a much more general and kind of nuanced point that it's basically just because they're an authority doesn't mean that they're right. You know, but whatever. I wasn't trying to make such a sort of basic point anyway. I was just more going into the what I find interesting, which is the inverse relationship between knowledge and success.
Anyway.
Well, it's like that idea of hubris. You know, having some kind of like excess confidence, even though you don't actually have the right information.
Yes, great word.
Ruhif.
You are welcome.
Ruhif pipes up.
I'm the wordy boy.
You the man.
I just want to check in with Rolling My Boulder if he's happy with the amount of breaths that I've taken in the last couple of minutes.
Where's your saturation meter?
Yeah,
Sorry, what was that?
I was just wondering if you're satisfied with my level of oxygen at the moment.
So, Ruhif, you can't figure out a way right now that you could be wrong and not be insane?
No.
You can't figure out a way that you've actually just been measuring a stationary planar Earth and using mathematics to assume a globe. You can't.
Nope.
You can't because you were convinced by others of that. You can't conceive that.
No, not convinced by others. You're projecting again.
Because that implies that you've definitively proved it or you've definitively validated it. Is that what you would?
Yeah, to my standard, yes.
Prove. What
my
is this
standard
word?
of
Prove.
certainty.
I'm not sure you know what projection is, Ruhif. You seem to just... If someone's trying to make like an analysis of something and you don't like it or feel uncomfortable, you just say projection. Just I don't.
No,
I'm
what I hear from you guys, is implicit in questions is that you learn by people telling you things.
No, I think
like
that's
using words like misled, things like that.
Well, I said that because that's what Chronic said the other day. He was saying that he thinks anyone who thinks the Earth is flat has been misled somewhere. That's why he said that. We kind of walked through it. For me, there was no one else that led me to my conclusions about what the world is. So that's why I was like, he was saying that everyone's been misled. And then I was telling a little bit of my own story and so on. But to be misled means you have to be led by someone, right? You're being misled by someone. And so that would mean that there's someone or some entity or some paradigm or something that has done that. And when I was going through it all, and like for myself, at least, like there's no, like I'm not following anyone that would have misled me. Like everything I came upon was in my own conclusions in my own ways. Whereas like in a globe Earth, of course, like there's a lot of authorities claiming that. So there's much more of a source for something to lead you. That doesn't mean someone couldn't be misled by a flat earther or something. Like I guess that could be the case too.
But something like C2 observations, and you sent me those 3 like 6 months ago, whatever it was. Like I'm curious about your analysis of those and how you either you weren't told by someone, oh, this is flat Earth evidence because we see too far. Like, did you analyze it yourself and come to the conclusion?
Well, I've definitely done my own long distance observations and have observed at this point probably thousands of others.
Yeah, I would one day love to see your analysis of your favorite.
And they all show an extended planar geometry for as far as the atmosphere allows us to see.
Yeah, again, I'd love to see your analysis one day.
Well, I mean, you've seen the ones that don't work, that are impossible on a sphere. You use bendy light to explain it away. So you already know that they exist. You already know that the planar geometry long distance observations are a thing. You just say that it's bending around a curve, essentially.
Something like Canigou, right? And if there was no bending of light, we shouldn't see it at all, but we see the top 10% of it, right? To understand that light does bend in a density gradient.
I feel like 80%
then,
at least, though. But yeah.
No, there's about 200, depending on which shot you take, it's about 90%, 250 out of 2,800. I don't know how you get to the conclusion of it's flat when 90% is hidden and you have this explanation that makes a whole lot of sense, which is refraction. Like, I don't understand how you choose one over the other when one's quite obviously correct. Anyway.
Well, there's 3 miles of, if you're talking, it depends on which one you're talking about, but one of them is Canigou, the 273 miles. It's like there's a 3-mile hump that should be there that's completely missing. And you do see.
I think you're talking about the one from Canigou.
See a nice large section of the mountain. The whole
You're
thing
talking about You're talking about the one from Canigou or to Canigou? Yeah, you're on the huge, the one that's annotated with like 50 mountains from Canigou. The annotated infrared.
I was talking about the Guinness Book of World Record ones. I get world
Okay,
record.
that's not from Canigou at all.
It's of Canigou.
No. It's from Pic de Fenestrelle, and there's a dozen mountains. Yeah, it's not Canigou.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're talking about, or if we're talking about the same one or not.
Hang on, let me find. Where is it? Where's me folder?
I would say of all the long distance observations that I've seen myself and have seen others take, like I've done, I would say a very, very in-depth review of course, not everything that's out there, but a huge majority of it, like the large section of it, I would say, in terms of what's available online. The ones I've done myself, I would say is not the most advanced myself, but I have done, meaning that it's not like I've done thousands myself or anything, whereas some people perhaps themselves have done more in that number. But in looking at a collection of all of it, literally 100% of it points towards an extended plane, meaning a plane that goes out from you extended horizontal.
I would love to see your analysis. The one I've posted in the chat is from Canigou.
The ones where things are cut off, quote unquote, from the bottom up, even those have planar geometry at their root.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say in that. Yeah, I have to see your analysis to comment. The one I posted is from Canigou, looking across to French Alps, I guess.
When
that's
you see
not
like
the world record, though.
I was gonna say too. Yeah, I know that one. That one's awesome. The infrared.
Yeah.
But also, when you see when you take from the same location on different days or even different times a year, that really shows the extended planar geometry. Because depending on the atmospheric conditions, and of course, there's different ones around the world, the different conditions that are created. But that's the dead giveaway right there. Like if you go, there's many places on Earth where you can do this, where you go to one location, different days, different times, different seasons, and you'll get dramatically different results in terms of what you'll be able to see. But when you can see the furthest and the clearest, you get the most extended planar geometry. And anything less than that is just being cut short. So what I'm saying is that the base of it is all planar. Like in the one that people call the black swan in that picture, that's another version of it, where on the one you can't see as far, so you see the water line and it looks like the legs of the oil rig are being cut off. Then on another day you can see further, boom. It's sort of like pulling the curtains back of the Earth. And instead of having a covering, all of a sudden you pull the curtains back when you can see further, and then boom, you just get full-blown extended planar geometry on every front, left, right, X, Y, Z. There's no indication of any globular nature to the Earth.
All right, I need a little recording soundboard that says I would love to see your analysis.
Gio, I'd love to see your analysis on that.
Yeah. I mean, we've spoken dozens of times about, you know, the unpredictability of observations close to the surface, like the black swan. You know, we can go through the graphs again, my fantastic, famous graphs.
Right, but there's nothing that can take a horizon on a globe and relocate it further beyond what a geometric horizon would allow for and display it as a horizontal plane.
Was it Kosho? Yeah, it was Kosho the other day. And he said, if there's a row of chairs extending out away from you, you know, like 1,000 chairs in a row, right? And the surface that they are on is very, very slightly curved. There is a chair that is the last chair that you can see. All right, and that would be your horizon chair. Okay, what refraction does is it means it's a different chair that's now your horizon. So it doesn't move the horizon. It just means the horizon is a different place. That's what curvature does. That's what light bending does.
Moves the horizon.
Well, the horizon is a different place. It doesn't pick it up and move it. Like it's not this point.
Yeah, because it's not
moving to another point.
Yeah, so just, you know, you see it in a different place. The horizon is moving.
Yeah.
The horizon
It's further away. The point that is your horizon is further away, but it's not the same point that moves. The point doesn't move. It's just a different point. In fact, I did something in GeoGebra a while ago, which kind of demonstrates it. Should share my screen, eh? Right. Did it. And
Like, Ruhif, let me ask you this. Think about maybe this way, because we're talking about the long distance. Let's say somebody had no previous information given to them about what the Earth is. Somehow you gave birth to a child, raised them in some environment, whatever it would be, where there's no cosmology teachings at all. So they're not told it's a globe. They're not told it's flat. Nothing about it. They just live on the Earth. They're born. The sun is above them, etc. They swim in the water, whatever it may be. And then let's say they're whatever, 20 years old, whatever, 15 years old, whatever you want to say. Maybe call it 18, so they're an adult by our current standards, whatever. And you ask them to look at all of the long distance observations of Earth that we have. So you show them every single thing we have. And I'm not really talking about like NASA shit. I'm talking about like stuff that people have actually done and so on. You showed all of it to them. What do you think their conclusion would be?
are they good at maths and geometry? If they are, then their conclusion will be globe.
Yeah, see, this is the map loophole I think you're in.
Mathematics.
Math loophole. Yeah.
It's not a loophole. It's just about what do you expect to see given a certain model, and you need to do the mathematics to get to the prediction.
It's like a quicksand of math that kind of keeps you stuck in this, in my viewpoint. And I'm not trying to like throw shade or be negative. I'm just being honest. I'm just kind of
check my screen.
Hopefully constructively critiquing.
Yeah.
I think spatial reasoning is another important thing that the individual needs to have. That you'd have to find out if the child is capable of.
Mommy is home. Anyway, check my screen.
Right, but well, you could have them as advanced in any topic, but the point is they haven't been indoctrinated into anything. They're actually just looking at the long distance observations and being like, hey, does this look like a globe of 3959? Or does this look like an extended planar surface?
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
Without adding a bunch of radiuses and without adding a bunch of things that bend and warp things in impossible ways. I'm talking about just actually looking at them and giving a solid, reasonable, logical conclusion, just looking at the actual breadth of long distance observations that we have.
Anyway, can you see my screen? Thank you, Jesse Gordon.
I could see it. I'll be listening, but I
Yeah.
might not be at my mic for a
Yeah,
bit.
it's just a simulation of what refraction does. All right, so light radius, when the light radius is really big, it means light's not curving very much. So if I pull that a bit to the left, light starts to curve more and more, and you'll see two things: the horizon getting further away and the apparent position of the horizon, which is the green line. So that's where you will see the horizon. You'll see that rise. So horizon gets further away, and where you see it gets higher as the light bends more. That's pretty much all I wanted to show.
That's
very nice.
That's
Very
very
nice.
nice. I would agree.
Yeah. And the radius of light in our atmosphere is about roughly 44,000 thereabouts, generally. If you're above the surface. Of course you don't.
I mean, what do you have to back that up, though? You got some bendy, warpy deals on there on a sphere. Why? What do you? I mean, I get it as like a little playful model, like you could build a video game like this. But what has shown you that this is happening in reality?
Yeah, I'll bring up my fantastic graphs. Where are they? Graphs. Who wants to volunteer a airport code from the US?
Ruhiv, be honest. Is there somebody that gives you all this stuff, or do you really just come up with this stuff on your own?
I made these graphs. There we go.
Like, who
Well, we
is
got Palm
programming
Beach,
your
Florida.
mind to come up with these things? Like, you're taking balloon data and like plugging it into assumptions.
Plugging it into empirically derived formulas,
That are rooted with assumptions.
such as. Oh, okay. Anyway,
Yo,
so
the raw brother
graph.
Daddy's cool. Knife game like Daddy cool. Since Valley shoes. This is real life street shit. Truest and the deepest. I know niggas that go to jail just to get their teeth fixed.
Nice one. Shall we do that? Change window. Oh yeah. Who likes my graphs? How good are they? Anyway.
Your graphs are top notch.
Yeah, so that's
Fuck just flying over there.
I'm not even
Said
implying,
no one ever.
I'm not. By the way, I was not implying that you're like some agent that's being given stuff. I'm just literally asking, like, what source of creation are you coming up with this stuff from?
great source of creation. I made these graphs myself from the weather balloon data.
I know. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Anyway.
You're just plugging in the data from the weather balloon, right? Basically.
Yeah. Yeah, weather balloon data into the Sidor equation for the refractive index.
Like, Ruhiv says things that no one else does. That's what I'm saying. Like, where is he getting this from? He's very creative to come up with all these like assumptive-based things. Remember the line you drew on that Canada photo?
He's graphing data that's provided to like show us, I guess. Further show with graphs, so it's easier, I guess, to visualize it.
Yeah, so you can see the clear peak in the graph, right? And it's between it's probably minus 2.4 thereabouts, or minus 2.3. Cool. And now, if you look in the right-hand corner, so the gradient isn't minus 2.3, it's actually minus 0.000023, right? Does that make sense? Because of the units down in the bottom right? Is everyone cool with that?
So the gradient.
So it's minus 2 refractive.
It's minus 0.00023.
Gotcha.
Cool.
That's what she said?
Yeah, something like that.
Below 100 meters, all right. Higher, it's...
Now, 1 divided by 0.123423 gives you a rate of curvature for that light ray of about 44,000 kilometers. That's why I put 44,000 in the GeoGebra.
So you round it up.
It's approximate. Between 40 and 45,000 is fairly typical for the atmosphere.
So it's not precise.
That knocks off at
It's
least
a range.
Where is there like an
knocks at least
anomaly?
5 points off your score right there.
Where's there a, have you found like a place that has like an anomaly?
Say again?
An anomaly in refraction? A certain
Yeah.
area?
Yep. Alert in northern Canada.
Yeah, they found a bunch of anomalies. It looks flat everywhere.
Alert actually does look flat a lot of the time, because if I change to alert,
the globe earthers now
change
are like,
to
yeah,
alert.
you know,
You're left in a lurch.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Earth looks flat.
yeah. So this is alert, the most
Compared
northern
to Palm
airport.
Beach, what the fuck? It's wow.
Yeah. So if I actually extended that graph past -6, it will go to like -20. All right, and once it hits -15.7,
then all bets are off.
That is when it will look concave. Like the curvature of the light will beat the curvature of the Earth, and it will look concave.
It's bent up.
No, it's bending down so much that it appears that the surface is bending up.
Alert, alert, change to alert. You're left in a lurch, you're looking for the curve, but all you see is an extended plane. It's so insane.
Thank you. Yep.
Right, but it would appear to bend up, but it's bending down.
The surface will appear to bend up because light is bending down.
It's bending down faster than the surface, and so the difference is an upward appearance.
You guys remember?
Yo, don't imitate him. That wasn't nice.
Auguste Piccard, when he said that it looked like a flat disc with upturned edges.
Yeah.
Woot woot.
It'd be great if you had some measurements or photos or something. Yeah.
It's a big ass plane.
Yeah. Measurements or photos or any other evidence rather than just words would be great.
I would say, Ruhif, once you realize the Earth is not a globe, I would say that you're actually going to rise to a higher level of sanity rather than go insane. I do.
Yeah.
I think you're going to be on fire.
Yes.
I think that, I mean, what I'm saying is that further sanity always follows the truth.
Yeah.
Either that
Anyway,
or you're going to
my
be
point
literally
was-
on fire because you can't handle it and you'll self-immolate.
Right.
How could Picard?
Keep in mind what that means, Ruhif. Like, if you come to the conclusion the Earth is flat, that means that is your truth. So you would be right. So wouldn't you be less insane because now you're right?
The fact that I would have come to the wrong conclusion using my reasoning, yeah, I would have no confidence whatsoever in my rationality.
But
And
you
that's-
eventually got it. But you eventually got it right, unless you just believe someone else, though. I guess if you didn't actually.
No, if somehow it's flat against all the evidence.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Okay.
Yeah, if somehow that was true against all the evidence, it would mean my rationality is broken.
Is Ruhif showing you?
But
his
if you
chart
came to that
again?
belief, thinking that your rationale was correct, you wouldn't think your rationale was broken.
Right, and then the past one that was false would be the one that you now would know is false. The one that is true that you now know, you would just be raised to a higher level.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the evidence that says it's a globe would have to be wrong, and my reasoning and rationality would therefore have to be wrong.
There is no evidence.
That means you would have been deceived all your life, and your reasoning would have been off.
Yeah, something.
Deceived by who?
Is Ruhif showing you his charts again? That he
I'm just saying.
How good's the charts? No, someone asked where I got the 40,000 from. This is where it comes from.
From
It's
somebody
the-
else before you were a Glober. That's where they came from.
What's this bar graphs 101 that I'm looking at? Is it?
Ruhif was you.
What's up,
So many
Banso?
words.
Hey, Banso, we actually got to clear something up before we even forget. Somebody whose name might be Nate claimed that you were an atheist.
I did get a sniff of that rumor, and I have never claimed to be an atheist.
Thank
right?
you. Yeah, we all
So,
defended you, but it was heated.
yeah. I'm not a Bible follower, as you know, Gio, but I'm definitely wouldn't put myself in a.
I came to your defense, Bandsaw.
Yeah,
There
we
you
all
go.
came to your defense, but I mean, once you're in here with Nate, we got it because he said it many times on the live stream that you are an atheist all the way through and through. It was
Yeah, Bandsaw don't believe in God.
Would you
Well-
call yourself a theist or a deist?
He did actually ask me, Nate, and I did correct him, and I did say to him that I await his apology live on air, but I'm yet to hear it. So
Nice.
I wait patiently.
All right, I'm going to go to the gym, people. Unless you want another lecture on my magnificent graphs.
Why?
Hey,
What, to be
Lunas,
proven wrong
just
again?
don't worry about feeling like your judgment was off. Yeah, all these mathematics. I mean, they figured out how to keep somebody that totally values calculations over anything else satisfied. That's what.
Yes.
That's what they did.
I think you missed the point.
don't
It's
feel
not
like
about the
you're off.
calculations, right? It's not about the calculations. It's about the model making predictions. And yes, you need mathematics to get there. To get the
Yeah, but the
predictions.
predictions could be cycles.
That's the bridge. That's where the
They're just
deception
cycle.
Yeah.
Does anyone see a common theme here? Whenever Ruhiv seems to be painted in the corner, he's got to feed the dogs or go to the gym.
Yeah.
All right, I'm out. Seriously.
I think he's afraid of you, Bandsaw.
I might actually, I might log in from the gym. We'll see. Anyway, see you.
Okay. Pump some iron. You'll need it. Yeah. How are we going, peoples? We having a good day?
Are the weights lighter down under?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you gotta hold them down because they'll fall off.
Right.
Man, look, it's impressive when I go to the gym. I don't have to press 250 odd pound. I'm just holding on to it as it's pulling me off the gym press.
Yeah, you're just keeping them from falling off, right? Basically, you're keeping them from going up.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, me doing chin-ups is probably the equivalent to your bench pressing.
I noticed you call it chin-ups instead of pull-ups because there is no pull.
No, there's only push-ups.
Ruhiv gets these charts from weather balloon data, and then somehow interprets them to 706R, but only he knows how to do that. Nobody else can do it.
Godric, he has 322 trillion terabytes stored of weather balloon data.
Well, we've gone through it before in as much detail as possible because he wanted to skip over a lot of things, but we have gone through it way back in the beginning when he first started bringing that whole thing. And there are multiple equations, multiple transforms. He wanted to skip over a lot of them. And I do remember as we were calling it all out and going through it, he actually admitted that one of the formulas, he actually doesn't even know how it works. He just knows what it is. So it's a lot of calculations that are going into what he thinks is proving his globe.
Only he's doing it. Nobody else will tell you.
What formula is it? Or do you happen to remember which one it was, or specifically, or no? I was just curious.
Yeah, well, there were several. Yeah.
Just
There's the one he does for refraction. So yeah, there's several, but yeah, we could go through it again.
I have been encouraging him, Geo, to use his auto level for exactly what it's designed to do. Just go out and create a horizontal line. Right? Measure something with it. It's not designed as a telescope as he wants to use it.
That just made me think, like, could you have two auto levels faced at each other? And then once you get those perfectly level with each other, you then create another one off of that last one, and you somehow have to level those two? Like, is there an auto level that shoots both directions, like forward and backward at once?
Well, you'd basically put your auto level in the middle, right? And you'd shoot one way, and then you just turn it 180 degrees and shoot it the other way.
But I was trying to
That would
figure out a way that we could actually measure the plane instead of having to depend on the moving the tool.
Well, that's what surveyors do all the time, though, Geo. They create a horizontal line and just transpose it from point to point, working on off an initial datum point. Now, that's what they do.
Yeah.
No,
But that would start to create a sphere very mildly, as they call it, you know, the gradual.
well, look, I know that.
reciprocating.
Yeah, I know that's what they tell us in this realm, and that's the only place I've ever heard that, Geo. That creating multiple horizontal lines repeatedly is going to create a curved line, not a horizontal straight line. Oh, this is the only place I've ever heard it.
Does it make sense though?
No, it doesn't make sense, Jesse. Like, I've got 35 years experience in the construction field, and not once have I ever been told I am creating a curved line. Not once.
But I mean, if you think about it, well, I just posted my diagram in the Livestream 1 text, but if you're doing a differential run and there is earth curve, and let's say you have 1 inch of earth curve drop to your foresight, you're going to have that same 1 inch drop at your back sight, so you would never know if it was curved or straight because you're measuring the differential with
So you're
reference to
saying,
level.
you can't tell, is what you're saying.
Right. It would follow the path of water surface whether the earth was curved or flat.
Right, so no curvature. Okay.
And
That,
no.
That's why I was throwing in the idea, because you have an auto level that shoots both directions. It's a cool idea. Because then if you had like a plane and you actually were shooting the plane both directions with one tool that was all level, then if you had another one of those and you get that aligned with it, another one, since you have the shooting out both directions, seems like you'd be adding like an additional point geometrically in there, and you could perhaps get a straighter line that way.
but see, the auto level itself creates its own horizontal referencing plumb. Okay, so even if you were even in their world, right, if you were able to create your horizontal line, okay, and make that point, all right, that's even distance from the center, okay. Once you move that auto level in their world, that auto level is then going to create a different horizontal line, which would have to be accounted for because that plumb would be different, and the horizontal line is created off plumb. That's how the auto levels work. So then you'd have to make physical adjustments to that auto level to make sure it was on the same plane as the original horizontal, and you don't do that. You never do that using the tools. You never make those adjustments, right? Adjusting it to the initial horizontal datum point. You never do it because the tool itself creates its own plumb and its own horizontal every single time you do it. It does it automatically, and a lot of these tools do it automatically. Whether it's pipe laser levelers or auto levels, you name it, they create their horizontal and plumb automatically. All right, that's the beauty of these tools. I know the theory of the globe says exactly that. That you're going to be creating a curved line. Every plumb, every horizontal is going to be different according to the position on the globe. No.
Banza,
Yeah, mate.
shouldn't we be able to use shouldn't it be pretty easy to measure 8 inches of water drop within a mile?
Yes.
If it was there?
Yep. Should be done very, very easily.
Shouldn't
Very,
this just be that easy?
yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's only a mile, 8 inches. I mean, I get it. 8 inches is not a ton, you know, I get it. I mean, it's kind of a small amount, but that's all that has to be done.
It is
at least with curvy water.
Yeah, exactly. But it is a huge amount, right? A surveyor, right, will guarantee an accuracy of 10 to 15 mil over a mile. They'll guarantee that in their workings.
How much?
Right.
10 millimeters?
Yeah, 10 millimeters. 10 to 15 millimeters maximum they'll be out over a mile.
It's
Right?
been done.
That's nothing. That is nothing. Absolutely nothing. Right? That's why I suggest, you know, getting a couple of independent surveyors out and creating that horizontal line to take any bias out of it, I suppose. All you've got to ask them is to create, right, and mark out a horizontal line that is a mile long. And they'll do it. They do it day in, day out. That's exactly what they do. They're the only instructions you've got to give them. Be the easiest money they ever made. Sorry, Negator, I cut you off, mate.
No, I was just saying it's been done.
And Gio, in answer to your question, it is easy to measure the 8 inches over a mile, and I've done it. Actually, it was more like 1.5 feet at a mile and a half. But
So we've been talking about this for 8 years now, and you're telling me that you have a measurement of curved water. You're the first in all this time to claim that.
I mean, we've been telling y'all. We've been doing it for ages, linking videos of it.
Who's done it, Negator?
I linked Jesse Kozlowski. He was a surveyor that got into FE pretty unbiasedly. Like, he wasn't part of any communities or groups. I think he knew 1 or 2 people.
Okay.
But like all the way back to like the Great Survey of India, it was like in the 1700s.
Well, they use a gridiron method as well, which a lot of that was guesstimate. They didn't actually survey the whole of India. They actually guessed a lot of India as well. So they didn't survey the whole lot accurately, and they used a chain method as well.
No, I agree that they wasn't as precise as nowadays. But
The Great Survey of India, 1700. Can we sit and have tea with the guy to ask him how he did it?
Probably not.
Can you do that yourself? Can you replicate that yourself?
Yeah.
It took them 70 years to survey India.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, he'll do it in 5.
Well, they quoted for 5. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say. So for measuring curved water, you have a YouTuber and claims about in India. Those are the 2 things. How you think that it's been validated that water is curving?
I mean, in the next 2 minutes, I could produce you a dozen YouTubers. What's the cutoff?
Okay, and whatever these YouTube videos, you accept them as true for what reason?
I know mine are true because I'm the one that did the measurements.
Okay, I've never seen it done, so yeah, go ahead and post it.
I did. I even tagged you.
This graph?
Yeah, that's some of it. I've done a lot more than that, but that was handy.
So how far did you shoot your auto level, Jesse?
It was a theodolite, not an auto level.
Okay, well how far did you shoot it?
That graph, that data shows from 3 miles to 105 miles.
Okay then.
I can give you the live spreadsheet on Google Sheets if you want. That now has down to 1.5 miles, I think.
So did you shoot that 1.5 miles in one single shot, or did you do it like most surveyors would do it incrementally?
One single shot.
Okay then.
Over what distance?
The shortest I've done is 1.5 miles approximately.
Oh, the surveyor I spoke to wouldn't do it in one single shot.
Well, he may have been under the impression he was doing a level run, so of course he wouldn't. So,
No, he was under the impression that he was doing a horizontal line.
but do you have an actual logical, objective reason that my measurement is invalid, other than the fact that you say some surveyor you talk to wouldn't have done it that way, or that I'm the first guy to do it, or there's got to be an actual objective reason that my measurement is not acceptable?
Well, the qualified geodetic surveyor that I spoke to would do it. Said that he would do it incrementally, right, over maximum 100-meter runs, right, not over a mile or two, right. He would do it in increments.
Why don't you get him and me to talk?
For accuracy.
Well, I would love to talk to him.
Do you think actually a surveyor would shoot a mile or two and sign off with accuracy? Well, this is their profession, Jesse.
You know, I talked to Kozlowski about that. He's been surveying since the day I was born. He literally started surveying the year I was born.
Yeah.
And he's basically done that ever since, for the last 40 plus years, including working in training for the Trimble Company, which is a huge manufacturer of surveying equipment. So he was so good that they hired him to teach people how to use their stuff. So I think he's every bit of a professional as yours is, except Kozlowski's not anonymous. I'm even telling you who I'm quoting. And he disagrees with your understanding of your anonymous professional.
I've dealt with hundreds and employed hundreds of surveyors to survey jobs, and I've never seen one shoot a distance a mile long. Not one in my whole professional life. I've never seen them do it once.
Ansor, I thought that the whole idea of this surveying was to get the boundary pegs.
What boundary pegs?
That's the purpose, to plot out your piece of land as opposed to someone else's piece of land. You need the boundary pegs. That's the whole point, not to show any curvature. Of course, you're dealing with elevations, but you just want to mark out the boundary, isn't it?
No. I was dealing with grades, so I needed elevations and grade runs for pipe work. So
exactly.
Off a horizontal line.
You needed grades that matched the shape of water surface so the water would flow. If that was curved, then they would have made it curved and you wouldn't have known it. But it still would have worked.
Well, water isn't curved, and water has never been measured to be curved. It doesn't perform that way, doesn't act that way, never been measured that way.
Well, I've measured it that way.
So it's for measuring boundary pegs and elevations. What else is it used for?
I'll take a look at your measurement, Jesse. Want to post it in the live stream, please?
He has, Godric.
Is it there now?
Yeah, I'll post it again. In fact, I'll post the live spreadsheet that gets updated every time I do a new measurement.
Isn't that the one you just posted?
That was a screenshot of it from some time ago.
Oh,
And if you follow Kozlowski, realize that you're using his interpretation and not your own. So
Well,
it's basically appeal to authority.
Exactly. And I was answering an appeal to anonymous authority with an appeal to cited authority of a guy who actually is indisputably a licensed surveyor who's been surveying for over 30 or 40 years. I'd rather not appeal to authority, but my own personal evidence was discounted with no basis on any fact or objective reasoning except by an appeal to an anonymous authority. So I responded with appeal to a non-anonymous authority.
Jesse is expert surveyor. He's never been hired to find curvature. He's been hired to survey flat plains with elevation. No construction ever needed curvature that he's done. And there's no curvature in any blueprints of any construction.
That's not true, Godric.
I'm sorry, what?
You guys really shouldn't make these sweeping generalizations. Like, just as a piece of advice when you're making arguments, don't ever say never if it's something that you have not spent, years and years and years confirming to be never.
Look, bro, look, I watch YouTube videos, okay? So you're not going to get me years of anything. However, if you dispute one of my points, please let me know how. Let me know where I'm wrong. I'll listen.
Well, again, the point here is you can't make a sweeping generalization and then say, prove me wrong. It's an assertion you made that you have the responsibility to back up.
I just did. Prove me wrong. Take any of my points, please. I'm here to learn. I'm here to share and to learn and to make my points.
Well, if you want to genuinely learn, then you won't start with a statement to the negative that you have no evidence of. So I will help you learn if you retract that statement.
His material. He's interpreting how he measures flat planes. Other people don't do that. His job does not require that. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than that. But if you're not willing to retract the statements made, I'm not willing to help you.
Show me where I'm wrong. Show me where I'm wrong.
Dude, he's coming in good faith. He's asking.
Well, making claims like no structure has ever been built with curvature in mind. That's not a good faith question. That's a bad faith question. Because then it requires that I go jump through a million hoops that he hasn't jumped through at all to show his assertion to be false.
Well, you haven't even asked him why he thinks that yet.
I don't need to know the why he made the claim.
He made a claim to an absolute non-existence.
So you'd have to ask him you'd have to ask him for more information, it sounds like.
But that's exactly what I said.
I mean, I agree with them. They don't use the curvature of Earth for building anything.
I've not seen any blueprints that indicate anything is curving on the flat plane. Ever.
There are bridges with that built.
You're claiming that happens. Please show me. I'm very interested.
Have you seen LIGO?
Yes.
Yes.
Did that show a curved elevation profile?
No, but do you have the blueprints?
Yeah, I just am pasting them for you. They're uploading.
Okay, so you got me. Except for LIGO, there's no curvature. I'm gonna touche. However, I believe the LIGO is fake. Guess what? You can't confirm LIGO by going there.
Yeah, that's why this is a bad faith argument you're making. Because anything presented to you is going to end up with you can't go and confirm it. So there's no point in us providing stuff to
But
you.
you have to. It's not really about you like necessarily provide. It's just at least like if you want to give a counterpoint, like show some actual information that shows otherwise.
But he's already. You can infer from his comment that it doesn't matter what we respond with, Gio. Because he's not. If I show him a bridge constructed with curvature in mind, what's his counterpoint going to be? Well, I'm not going to go there and confirm it myself. Because he's not.
No, I'll concede that I'm wrong. Go ahead.
If what? If I show you a bridge with curvature in mind, constructed?
Yeah, but not with curvature in mind, with actual practical usage of the curvature for anything. In the mind is one thing, but when you do it practically, objectively, that's what you need it, not in the mind. Yeah, if you want to put it in the mind, sure, go ahead, but that's not where the bridge is built, not in the mind, bro. Come on.
So this would be another bad faith argument that's being made.
Really?
Why don't we have a good faith argument and put our money where our mouth is? Why don't your side employ 3 surveyors and our side employ 3 surveyors? We'll have the great survey off, get them working side by side. All right, create a horizontal line. All right, compare it to water. All right, boom, job done. Independent, away from this argument. All right, 6 independent surveyors. You can get planar surveyors, geodetic surveyors, any sort of surveyors. They can use whatever method that they like to use. Get them to create a horizontal line in free space. Boom. Compare it to water. Job done. Your side against our side.
Yeah, I agree that'd be neat, but thing is, man, like there's dozens and dozens of surveyors over the years that posted videos from our side, and not a single one from the opposing side doing the same thing.
What did I just say, Negator? I said, let's employ independent surveyors away from this debate to go and do it. All right? Not someone that's got some skin in the game. Independent people.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a reason to dismiss what's already been done.
I think that's a reasonable request. I don't know why you would shy away from independent people that don't have any skin in the game to go out and do it. Surveyors don't really cost a great deal of money, you know. $4.5 grand from your side, $4.5 grand from my side, 3 surveyors each. Boom, job done. They can create a horizontal line in free space.
Yeah, I guess if it's not that difficult, man, you guys get to work.
Oh. Join up, team up.
Paradigm shifts take time, especially one this
global,
saturated.
Yeah, I find it
They really pulled one
surprising.
over on the world after World War II.
When you ask for independent people to go and do something, it's just like, well, yeah, go get it done. We're not interested. We've already done it.
But how would you know that we wouldn't just tell our surveyors, hey, we want it done like LIGO, we want this to be straight, we don't want it to match the curved water? And how would you know that we didn't tell our surveyors that?
Well, I'd hope you'd be asking surveyors to create a horizontal line from a starting point. That's the instructions they should be given. Right? Pretty simple. They don't need any more instructions than that. I don't know why you'd have to invoke LIGO with instructions. Right?
Well,
I think you guys might be talking about slightly different things, although kind of similar. But because Sounds like Bandsaw's talking about making a horizontal line versus some of these other guys are posting videos. I think Negator was posting ones of people just doing it optically rather than, you know what I mean? Like measuring curved water just with one optic versus what Bansaw was talking about is actually making a horizontal line in the physical, tangible reality and comparing that to the water, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's all optical. Like optical is not bad.
Not necessarily.
You know?
But they're, well, it depends. It doesn't have to be though.
If it weren't optical, what would it be, I guess?
Well, you'd have to use optical tools to create it. But you wouldn't be shooting it over a mile, too.
Well, why not?
No surveyor would do that, Negator.
Except
none worth their salt.
the great triangulation surveyors shot up to 100 miles.
Okay then. And they created a horizontal line space by shooting up to 100 miles that they didn't have to account for refraction and stuff. They didn't have to calculate these things in.
I think you're mistaken on that. I think they took that into consideration.
If you're shooting over 100 miles, I guarantee you they would have taken some sort of refraction into consideration.
And are you sure they didn't?
Well, if they did, it's now a calculation. It's not a measurement.
Well, all non-integer measurements have calculations.
So you do it like any other surveyor would do, and you do it incrementally, right, in small increments, and you create your horizontal, right, mark it off at pegs. That's what you do, right? A horizontal line from a point at a starting point, from a starting datum, and you work from there, and you work your way out horizontally, right? Any surveyor worth their salt knows exactly what those instructions mean.
So if nobody can present an actual objective logical reason that my measurements are invalid other than just appeal to authority or appeal to not having heard of it before or appeal to whatever, then is it unreasonable for me to take them as a pretty good evidence for curvature?
You can take them for whatever you want, Jesse.
But am I being reasonable is my question.
I think if you're asking it, then you're definitely doubting it yourself.
Well, no, but I'm asking your opinion because I heard someone say that there was no evidence, no bits of evidence for a curve earlier. And I have seen what really, really look like some pretty good bits of evidence for a curve.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't quite look at what you. I looked at the little graph thing, but I'm not sure what all your methods were and what your approach was. I mean, I do think with optics, like any tiny bit of change, like or alteration, just angling that thing up a little bit up or down that's not actually level is going to throw the whole thing off. So that's one thing to consider, how important it is with that.
Well, and I'm totally open to all critique, but so far no one's actually pointed out a problem with my technique. You know, people don't like the results, or people have reasons, but no one's actually says, you know what, here's what you're doing wrong, or here's what is likely to be going, actual objective stuff I'm lacking.
I told you, Jesse. I think you're shooting over too long a distance. I've said that a few times. I've said it today, and other times that you brought it up. I think you're shooting over too long of a distance. So you can't say that you haven't heard any objections at all, because I know personally that I have told you what I
Oh, no. Lots of people have objected, but nobody's been objective.
I think I have been objective.
No, I mean actual reasons. Like, if you were trying to weigh a housefly on a bathroom scale, and you says, this scale's not working, it reads 0 every time, I could say, dude, look, this scale cannot read less than 0.1 pounds. Anything less than 0.1 pounds will read 0. Of course, the fly is going to read 0 because it's less than 1 pounds. See, that's an objective, logical, reality-based reason that your measurement was invalid. Does that make sense?
I said. I think it is objective to say that you are shooting over too long of a distance, right? Because the variations that you are going to get. Okay. Now, did you go out again the following day? Did you do it in the morning? Did you do it at lunchtime? Did you do it in the afternoon? Did you do it for a week straight, a month straight? See all the different measurements that you would have got.
Yeah, one of them, I did the same target from the same location like 21 times over a 3-year period using 9 different instruments at all times of the year where it wasn't cloudy between me and the target. And they were all within plus or minus % of their average.
Hold on, I'm just replying to it, Dan.
I'll paste a link to that.
So
There you go. I tagged you in Livestream 1 text.
Yep.
It's a Google Sheets spreadsheet with graphs. Some of the instruments are notated with a pound symbol and a number. After their model number, that's the last digit of their serial number because I had multiples of the same model. And I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you that there is variation. There is a plus or minus 1% deviation among my 20 plus readings. But that doesn't even come close to being big enough to be the source of the missing 3,300 feet, if you know what I mean.
I know. I know myself personally using auto levels, working over a very short distance. I've had huge variations depending on the conditions.
Yeah, a line of sight that's close to the ground or the water can be pretty touchy. That's why I like line of sights that fly high above everything.
We are talking about creating a horizontal line close to ground level. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about creating a horizontal line 15,000 feet up in the air. This is why they work over such short distances.
But let's say I do have a plus or minus 1% error. 1% of 3,000 is 30.
Well, I don't know. Do you?
Well, so far no one has shown any evidence that my error is greater than that. The point I'm making is, if I get very highly consistent results with multiple instruments, multiple times of the day, over a 3-year period, I think it's proper, if someone thinks those are invalid readings, to actually provide a point in case that invalidates them, not just somehow hand wave it away.
Well, put it this way, Jesse, right? You say that you've done it and you have got your readings the way you've got it. We've got people on our side that have also done it, right? And they haven't measured curvature. You don't believe our side. Why should we believe your side?
Could you present your evidence?
I know Rakia, for one, has been one that has actually taken time out of his life to actually specifically go and create a horizontal line to measure the curvature of water.
And he did it using an auto level, doing what's called differential leveling, which would curve with the Earth if the Earth was curved, and so it would show no deviation from water.
That's what you claim, Jesse. Right? That's what you claim.
He also did it over Pontchartrain, which is probably the most well-documented evidence in the shape of the Earth, ever.
I don't actually
it's
think
pronounced Pontchartrain.
Yeah, and I don't
Let's
actually
take
think
R.
Rakia. I don't actually think Rakia did do it over Lake Pontchartrain. But I could be wrong. SC might have more information than that than me, but I don't actually think he did it over Lake Pontchartrain itself.
Bandsaw, did you ever see that video that P-Brain put out where he put this music to it and it was like, ladies and gentlemen, come see the magical, the mysterious, the one place in the world where you can see the curvature of Earth. Lake Pontchartrain.
Pontchartrain. From
Stay, it
ground
was
level
like,
too, yeah.
it was like a whole little infomercial. It was like, stay at this hotel and have dinner at whatever. Come see it for yourself.
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, with like some carnival music.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I would expect that to be a flat earther's response, though, to
It's
make fun of it.
a funny little clip he made. If you know P-Brain's channel.
I do. I don't like him.
Oh, you got to see the
It's
humor.
clever. It's a clever little skit he does.
But what about it's clever, though? Like it's incredulity wrapped up in an infomercial.
Well, it's actually hilarious art and very accurate truth art, because especially back then, it's like the Earth doesn't look curved anywhere, etc. Long distance observations, all of that has just been erupting. And then Somley comes and he's like, hey, there's a curve right there with this huge dramatic hump. It looks like a hill visually that you can see. That is obviously not what the Earth looks like. So there's clearly something going on there, but to claim that that's the curve of the Earth because that one place where you can see it like that, that is what he is making a comedic play on. And the fact that it's not even the Earth curving as well, and he breaks all that down in the video.
Yeah, but everything you just said is just wrong, Gio. No other location's been as documented as Pontchartrain, as the lake, right? And there's been similar observations made the world over. That you say that amount of curves is visible in all sorts of places. I can show you a picture of the Bonneville Salt Flats doing the exact same thing. I can show you all kinds of stuff that's the same, man. Like, it's just like Godric's broad sweeping generalizations made earlier. Like, you just can't do that.
Okay, so where are your salt flat? I can do whatever I want, of course, but where are your salt flats of as much curvature as Sonley shows? Show us one other one. Show us 5 other, any other.
Yeah, this will take me a minute.
That's all right. You've got a minute.
I'm not saying there's not refractive effects in different areas. I'm not saying that there's not. Clearly, there's a refractive effect going on at Lake Pontchartrain. And it's also, well, there's a couple explanations because there's a couple different ones that he likes to show. And yeah.
Yeah, so Carnivore just linked what I was going to go find for you, the salt flats.
Like the Earth looks flat everywhere but Lake Pontchartrain. That's strange.
But that's not true, Gio. Like, you got to stop that, man. You can't do that.
It seems like you're asserting some presumed manipulation as if you're telling me I have to stop doing something. That's a bizarre, it's like attempt to gaslight or control someone's thoughts or something. I'm not going to think differently because of anything you say, but you can definitely feel free to share what you want as well.
So Carnivore just linked the salt flats. And it's not the gaslighting thing. It's like you're just telling. So I don't know. Like, it's difficult for me to not say, Gio, you're lying, because of the magnitude of the untruth of what you're saying. So I can only assume you just haven't seen it, you know? So, like, what do you think of the salt flats picture here?
Right. It's like, yeah, any of us can do anything we want, but if we want to be taken seriously and honestly, then there are things we might not want to do. I think that was the premise. Bandy, do you have a link for Rakia's evidence that you cited that I could go look it over and read about his procedure and his methods and everything? Or is it just like kind of word of mouth? You didn't see it happen, right?
No, I have seen I've seen a couple of photos, and I have heard him talk about it at great length, and what he did and how long it took him to do. He actually said it was a pretty damn hard day's work, actually, to create it. And I think he did it over a couple of mile. SC's here, but he's not. His mic's not open. I think he may have more detail, but you know, Rakia's generally in here pretty much every day, and I'm sure he'll be only too happy to share with you exactly what he did and how he went about it.
I keep trying to get him to have a conversation with me. Maybe you can help orchestrate that.
I'm sure if you see him here, he'd be only too happy to talk to you. I don't see why you're having any difficulty in it, to be honest with you, Jesse.
What's that?
I said, I don't know why you are having difficulty in talking to him if you've tried to. Can't understand why.
Oh, I think it's just mostly he and I are on different schedules, and when we are both here, he's deeply engaged in a conversation with someone else, and I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, Rakia is great on the Lake Pontchartrain stuff. He's done his own observations there. He's done a lot of analysis of Sonley stuff. Sonley and Rakia have had exchanges back and forth about it. I'm sure we'll have many more in the future as well. Their viewpoints on it. So,
What do you think of the salt flats there, Gio?
yeah, you're saying just that kind of slight little bowing effect. Is that what you're talking about? Is that just that's a little bit bowed in the kind of heat and the distortion layer of the elevation? Is that what you're talking about?
Does it appear curved?
No.
So
What
if I
is the
drew a,
distance?
if I,
What is the distance of this though? It doesn't say on here.
I could probably find it out, but
Pretty important, actually. It's a very key because it doesn't look very far at all. I mean, there's like you see him zoom in. He's at the side of a road, and you can see it basically with your naked eyes. And I mean, that's not very far. And then he's just zooming into that area. It's not even very zoomed in. The thought that there'd be that much curvature there doesn't even fit with what the curvature of the Earth would be. And it's also at a different elevation, and it's clearly in like a heat layer. There's a lot of like you can tell it's all kind of fluttering like with the heat. Yeah, I don't know exactly how that's exactly coming through. It definitely doesn't look like a curved Earth. It looks like it looks like a layer of elevation. It does look a little bit bowed up, I suppose, if you want to call it that. But if that was what the curve of the Earth did, we'd be seeing that everywhere because this is obviously not very far. So clearly, just like with Pontchartrain, there is, even though I don't even think this is the same as Pontchartrain, but it does have a little bit of a bowed effect.
so like I just, it's really, really difficult for me to reason with myself why you would say most of the things you just said. Like one of the comments was it's not as curved as it should be given that distance, but you in the same sentence asked me for the distance.
Yeah, and I also concluded just from looking at the footage that it's obviously not very far because look at how far it is. It's obviously not. You can see with the naked eye before he even zooms in, and he's just looking at right over a little hill there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if any of that's true. And that road is clearly curved. Like, it might be curved for a different reason, but for you to not describe it as curved is a little weird because it does visually look curved.
Well, the start of the road doesn't look curved, and the end of the road looks like it's dipping right down. Now, if that was the curvature of the Earth, right, your ball would be about, I don't know, 15 feet in diameter. Like it's a pretty dramatic curve there.
So that's where, if you're going to assert it'll be 15 feet diameter, we're going to need to see some calculations.
Oh, come on, negating.
Right?
You know,
Like,
I've been,
like,
you know, I've been a little bit facetious with the whole 15 feet in diameter. But what I'm saying is the start of that road, right, looks fairly straight. Now, the end of that road, right, looks dramatically curved. Okay.
Wasn't that
So,
why wouldn't you expect anything else?
well, it looks
That's how
dramatically
foreshortening
curved.
works. Yeah, that's foreshortening.
Okay, so it's an optical thing, illusion that we're looking at there.
Well, that's not what an optical illusion is. Something different. That's where something is what it is, but your brain is making you think differently. Like it's not an actual, like if I put a ruler up to that road, the road's not going to be straight. It's going to be curved. That's not an optical illusion.
Well, it is an optical illusion. If I'm seeing something that is telling my brain that it's something that it's not due to foreshortening or refraction or whatever other optical effect may be there, right? It's giving an illusion of something else.
That's not what optical illusion means, though.
Really?
And foreshortening doesn't make straight lines curved either. Foreshortening will make a slightly curved line extremely obvious, like this.
So it'll seem more curved than what it is.
Well, sure, like
okay,
like,
an illusion,
like
an optical illusion.
Well, it's but you're taking the word illusion and putting in the same sentence as seems curved, and what we're supposed to infer from that is it's making it curved. But the more accurate statement is it's taking something that is curved and making it appear more curved, which is fine with me because I think it's curved. So if you just say it's an optical illusion that's taking something curved and more curved, doesn't seem to support the position that it's not curved at all.
I think you're just taking umbrance to the word illusion itself when that's obviously what we are looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's not umbrance, is just the definition doesn't line up with what you're talking about.
Well, I think I've used the word in the correct context, personally myself.
Yeah. Does it appear curved? I think the answer is yes.
It definitely appears curved. I'm not debating that at all. Right? But like I said, the start of that road looks as straight as an arrow, right? And it's not until 3/4 along the road that it even starts to appear to be curve, because the first 3 quarters, like I said, seems to be as straight as a die.
I mean, what do you looking? So you're not looking. If you're looking at a hula hoop on the ground just above it, because you're looking side on, perpendicular, the curve is going to be equal from left to right. But as you drop your head, then visually, from your perspective, different parts are going to curve at different rates. It doesn't change the rate of the actual curve of the hula hoop, just how you view it. So I'm not really sure what you would expect to see, or what you're claiming to expect.
I'm not expecting to see anything, to be quite honest with you, Negator. I'm just looking at the photo, the short little clip that was presented by Carnivore, and now it's at the end of it. So now it's a still shot, and I'm just analysing what I'm looking at. I wasn't expecting to see one thing or the other. I'm just looking at exactly what I'm looking at. And what I look at is what appears to be a road that, with 3 quarters of it, seems to be as straight as a die, and it's only the very last little bit that it starts to curve slightly, and then, at the end of it, very sharply.
Yeah, that's how foreshortening works.
Yeah. So the illusion of it, yeah. And do we know, all right, that is a dead straight horizontal road that we're looking at anyway? There is no elevation change at all. I don't know. I don't know any of these details of exactly where the road is, or how it was built, to what elevations, if there is any curvature in the road whatsoever. All I'm doing is just looking at a photo that you presented. Sorry, not you. Carnival presented.
Carnivore made a good overlay with Pontchartrain. I can't do it. With the bridge, yeah, and it does. There are similarities, and if the argument, like the initial argument, was it doesn't look the same, and well, it kind of does look the same. It's taken from looks like a much higher vantage point.
I don't think it looks the same at all. The amount of curvature is totally different in both. One of them's like kind of bowed out and is much less and has a different amount. See, the one that the salt flat one, it really looks like it's actually curving to the left as well, like the actual way the road goes there. The Pontchartrain one looks totally different. It's like a different arc. It like arcs more at the end. Yeah, they're different.
Well, yeah, I agree. Different elevations and distances are certainly involved.
And you can tell by looking. They wouldn't even be the curve of the same globe. It's a different size globe.
Different side position too.
Yeah,
lateral position.
So I don't know why we wouldn't, or why we would expect to see it identically, given these things. What more? We could go look at the width of the roads and get an even better idea of the difference in distance and height.
So where's this curve in all of the long distance one that globe earthers have had to say that, oh, well, actually there's an 7/6 refraction. So they agree that it actually is all the way over. So where's the curvature in all those? It just disappears and all of a sudden now you get bendy light? Because those don't align.
What are you suggesting? What am I missing?
You're saying these looked curved and the earth is flat, then there's an effect that's making them look curved. If you're saying that this is curvature because this is a globe, how about all of the ones that don't show the curvature? Like you have a double negative there and the flat side doesn't.
Because the flat side hasn't produced images like this. Like you take an island at 200 miles, one item on the horizon, as opposed to what we're seeing here are several items lined up conveniently to make the curvature obvious, right?
Okay, so this is the geometric horizon. This is the geometric curvature of Earth. Is that what you're claiming?
So the whole seeing geometric anything is absurd at face value.
No, it's not, because a globe has geometry and it has curvature. So if you're going to claim that this is curvature of the Earth, hence Earth being a globe, then you're claiming this is the geometry, visual. This is it.
Yeah. A flat Earth has geometry too, right?
Of course. But just so you confirm that if you're saying that this is the geometry of the curve, where is it in the thousands upon thousands upon thousands of other observations, including so many, that don't show this, meaning we see way further than we should, you know, with in all different areas of the world. Like you can see the island of Kauai from Honolulu in Hawaii from like 120 miles away. You can see it with the naked eye. You can see the entire island of Kauai that should be completely hidden behind the curve. So what I'm saying is that if this is the physical curvature, if this is it, then why are there all these photos, all these other observations showing an extended plane and being able to see things that should be obstructed by what you're saying right here is physical Earth curve?
Yeah, again, if you had an island that was 8 feet above the ground, like a plateau, and it was straight for 200 miles, and you could go to the edge of that island and look down it, you would see something akin to this, and then you'd see some crazy refraction in the distance. What I'm saying is the two things aren't the same. Because this, like, Pontchartrain's only like 20 miles long. You know, like this visual is undeniable. Same thing with wind turbines in the oceans. Like I can go dig up some where you look down and, you know, you can see the tops of the wind turbines get closer and closer and closer to the ground, identically to, you know, what we're seeing in these images of the road. Now, is that comparable to seeing like a singular island, you know, 100 miles away? Now, I think you're looking for two different things there. One of them's looking for obstruction. The other will include obstruction, but is looking to compare all the objects in frame that conveniently are moving away from you, where foreshortening would make any actual curve much more obvious. Or if it were flat, foreshortening would do nothing. And likewise, there's many thousands of pictures of obstructed objects as opposed to no obstruction. Like I did one myself over Lake George in Georgia. This is only like 3 miles, and I couldn't see the other shore.
You didn't really answer, though, what I was referring to originally. Again, because you're claiming that this is the geometry of Earth, what you're claiming we're looking at. So where is that geometry in all of the thousands of observations and measurements showing that geometry isn't there?
I think the geometry is there in all of it, but what you look for and look through to see it affects that. And that's why you take lots and lots and lots of imagery, which is why I referenced Pontchartrain from the start, because it's got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of footage related to it. Like I would posit that some of those, 100-mile to 100-mile distances, you can't see every single day. And those are the rarities that you see that far.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, put simply, is that once people started looking into this and then looking at what the curvature of a spherical Earth should be, it's pretty easy to see what that is, and then go out in the world and see if it fits that. And people quickly found out at a very accelerated rate, starting around 2015, that indeed the results were not showing any curvature at all in terms of what we should see, in terms of all kinds of different observations, measurements in all the different ways and varieties that have been done, that there just isn't the actual consistent geometric curve that should be there. The globe earthers, in a sense, have absorbed this and even admitted that, but then they've just, the ones, all they can do, because they admit that the Earth has that planar visual feel to it, they just say, well, actually it's 7/6R, and there's this bendy, warpy refraction thing that's bending light around a curve. This totally like theoretical concept to basically just try to just explain away how it could be curved when it actually looks flat and planar. So that's kind of where it's at. And that's all that they admit that, yep, you're right. It does look like a plane would look. And they even admit that. And that,
no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Just no.
Ruhif's here. Ruhif admits
that.
Good timing.
I'm gonna have to go. I think the issue here is you've lived a life in FE for so long that you think that the vast majority of photos and observations show too far. And again, that's why I brought up Pontchartrain, is because he spent so much time doing in one area taking observations from all kinds of angles, whereas you've got a million one-offs, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. The ones I've done myself, and I've seen a wide variety of what's out there in terms of long distance. And there are times where you can't see very far, absolutely, because of the atmospheric occlusion and all of the different things happening that I mean, if there's like a rainstorm, you're not going to see very far, and other times you'll see way further. So that distance is going to change. But what's consistent is that it's optical, meaning it changes on different days. And when we can see very clear and very far, the extent of it continues as an extended plane. So it's an extended plane, but sometimes we can't see very far. So there are things that get quote unquote visually cut off or obscured. And that also is planar geometry as well. But that is what the globe earthers will try to, oh, look at that. There's a thing that's over. But then it's like that's not consistent, and it's not a geometric curve. And even they have to admit that at this point, to where they're like, well, yeah, but okay, there's different refraction. It's bending it around the curve. Different amounts is what they kind of have to go with.
I'm going to pass the baton, and I'll be back later. So thank you for the conversation.
All right, okay. Catch you later.
Negator.
He needs like a join sound, like when he leaves and joins.
Yeah, and the tag team sound as well. When he tags out.
Don't forget to clock in, Rui.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said an hour ago, if you would share your analysis of any of these long distance things, that'd be great.
Oh, dude, we could look at them. There's tons of them. We could make a whole episode of it.
You can make a show of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your favorite?
I mean, there's
what's your favorite long distance one?
No, but it'd be cool not to necessarily just have it some 1v1 thing. I mean, everybody has thousands of, well, I can't say everybody, but collectively there's thousands, and there's many, many hundreds of people certainly that have many of their own as well. So if you were to add up all of them, so yeah, I'm saying there's so many others that people would be bringing to the can bring to the table as well. That they've saved.
That one.
There's so many of them.
The infrared
it's
one.
Literally endless.
The infrared one from Kanagoo. I think that's a fantastic photo.
Mm-hmm.
Is there one that you would like to do an analysis of?
I'm good, man. I don't really care either way. I'm just chilling. I'm not really that.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's not there. We can look at them. They're always fun to look at. Yeah.
You should use your powers for good, Rui, instead of it.
They are being used for good, Dandy. They are.
Oh, how misguided.
When are you going to come over to Lake Air, Rui, and we'll measure
Lake Air. What would we do to measure though? What would be our?
Put a couple of stakes in the ground, and we'll pull a string line. All right, we'll measure.
Oh, the old force the line. No, no interest.
How's that sound? How would you go about measuring Lake Air, Rui? How would you go about measuring it?
I'd do the same thing that I do elsewhere. Find 2 points of, 2 mountaintops basically. Shoot a theodolite from one to the other. The end.
Okay, so you basically wouldn't measure the surface of Lake Air itself. You'd go up, 26,000 feet in the air and create a horizontal line up there, and then get your fat max and measure down from that horizontal
fat max.
line? Yeah.
Love a good fat max.
Is that what you would do?
I'd bring my theodolite and I'd find 2, I don't know, not mountain peaks, but just 2 hills basically, so that the majority of the line of sight is well above the surface.
So yeah, you wouldn't actually directly measure the surface of but you just guesstimate and calculate it. Cool, gotcha.
Not with a physical measurement, no, because I don't think that's possible.
No,
All right, Riff.
You definitely wouldn't.
I've got a little oldie, an oldie but a goodie.
Oh, I love them. Yep.
Little teaser for you right there.
Yep.
Chicago skyline.
So the highest tower, the Willis Tower, is 1,400 foot high, and the curvature of Earth dictates that there should be over 2,000 feet of curvature. So
2,000 feet of curvature or hidden?
What's the difference, Rohith? Can you explain the difference?
Yeah, well, drop is just the drop away from horizontal, right? But if you have elevation, then you can see, you're seeing around the curve. So drop is vastly different to hidden.
Is it not still the sagittar, though, that's hiding whatever you can't see?
Yeah,
It's
they're
that,
different calculations.
it's that sagittar distance that's hiding whatever you can't see. So therefore, it is the same thing essentially.
The drop will be different to the hidden. When you say it's 2,000 feet.
Sagitta is essentially the hump, if you want to call it a hump.
And it works whether you're standing on the top of your ball with the drop either side of you, or if you're standing on the top of your ball and the drop is in one direction, Rohith. It's the same.
Hang on. All right. When you say 2,055 feet, that's the amount of drop from horizontal. That's not the amount that's hidden by the horizon.
Where are you coming up with that conclusion?
I'm stunned that I have to explain that.
Yeah, because you have missing information. Where are you coming to that conclusion from? Does it show? What is it? 58.4 miles, but it doesn't
says
say
56.
58.4.
On your image, it says 56.
What image are you looking at?
Joshua Nowicki skyline. Didn't you post that?
Yeah, it says 58.4 miles right there.
It literally says Chicago skyline viewed and photographed from 56 miles.
Oh, it does say that on the big text, but over on the left, it says Chicago's about 94 kilometers, 58.4 miles away from Michigan in a straight line over the lake. All right, so maybe his observation was 56, but they're just saying Chicago's 58. I don't know, but on the left it says 58. But yeah, I see what you mean.
Anyway,
it's not
do we have an observer height for this observation?
That's what I'm telling you. There's missing information.
Yes. Okay. I mean, we can estimate it. That's fine.
Although,
but
was he right down by the water or?
No, from what I remember, he's about 100 feet to 150 feet or something like that. I'd have to look it up again. Like, it's been ages since I looked at this one.
I mean, I didn't make this graphic. Obviously, I'm posting it to show the like I said, it's an oldie but goodie because this one's came back. I mean, they had to address this on the news. It was such a thing. And then this is when the guy said it's a mirage.
Mirage. It's a classic.
Yeah, which I think is a bad term for it. But you've seen this.
They literally had to do like real life damage control. They had to do real live time damage control.
Yeah, but you've seen the time lapse for this, right? Have you seen the time lapse where it actually starts stretching and towering and getting above the horizon more and more? Have you seen that?
I haven't. No.
Okay, it exists somewhere. Someone will have it.
I do think I do remember seeing that, yeah, but I'm not sure I have it saved.
Okay.
Well,
but anyway,
it's you that's like kind of citing it and referring to it. So if you could drop it in the chat, I haven't seen it. So you're referring to it.
Geotagged me at 27 minutes past. Yeah. Anyway, 56 miles.
I thought you said you were referring to a video, though.
Oh no, I know that it exists. There is a time lapse of it. So 56 miles squared. So 56 times 56
video, so we can all refer to it.
Yeah, someone's got it. I don't. 56 times 56.
Why are you using it, Rohith, if you don't have it to hand?
Oh, DP. Do I need to explain this to you?
Yeah. Yes. Obviously, you do, Rohith.
Yes. Okay. Geo posted the Chicago skyline.
Yeah, and he's given an image as a reference of what he's talking about. So if you could do the same kindly, it would be much appreciated.
I didn't know that he would post that image. All right, but I do know that I have seen a time lapse.
Well,
where
find the time
buildings go up
lapse.
and down.
Find the time lapse, and we can all have a look at it. How about that?
Good for you. All right, thanks, DP.
No,
All right,
no, you
56 times
find the
56.
time lapse, Ruhiv, and we can all have a look at it. How about that?
Okay, 56 times 56 times.
Oh, you're just going to
8
go into a
inches
world of maths now, yeah?
equals 3,173 feet. Hang on, what did I do that for?
Yeah, I
Oh, there we
haven't
go. Better.
I haven't done it myself right now, but they're correct about the 2,000 hidden on that.
No, they're not. I just did 56 miles times 56 miles, and I get times 8 inches per mile squared, and I get 2,090 feet, which is fairly close to that 2,055 feet that you get. I guarantee you, if you add a, 30 meter or 100 feet observer height, the hidden will be nothing like that. How about I jump on my desktop for the next 15 minutes or so? Back in a minute.
I'd like to know about close quarter measurements, Ruhiv. Oh, he's gone. So he's obviously gone to his desktop. I mean, I had a back and forth with Doofus yesterday in Livestream 2 text. And he doesn't think surveyors can establish a horizontal plane and extend that plane over any distance. Yeah.
Surprising.
So, you know, I'd like to know if Ruhiv has actually seen my presentation for close quarter measurements of the surface of the water, apart from troll bombing the presentation. I'd like to know if he's actually sat down and watched it.
All right. So
Yeah, if I believe with the Joshua Nowicki one, he was down at like 6 feet. Is what it is. It's not. He's not up because that's what the calculation is. That's where they're getting the 2,000 from as well.
Pretty sure he was higher than that at like something like he was in the dunes, whatever the dunes are, whatever that.
He was on the beach because remember it was repeated by what's that girl's name? She had a channel.
Yeah, I know who you mean. Jenna, what's her name?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
It was
different city. Different city. She was going to Canada, but yeah, different city. What's her name again? Fuck.
Wait, maybe
That
we're
was
not
a Superior Mirage.
maybe we're not talking about the same one. I don't know.
No, we are. The chick that was right on the shoreline, and she had the Rogers Centre from Toronto, and it was Superior Mirage. That one. Fuck, what's her name now?
Well, I do know that one that you're talking about, and I think like Jenna, something like that. Yeah, it was something like that. But I was actually not talking about her actually for this one because somebody else went down to the Joshua Nowicki one. I know the one you're talking about as well, though. But yeah, that one is different. But that somebody did go down and recreated it at the ground level and filmed it.
Dunes. What are the dunes? Warren Dunes.
They filmed themselves. They filmed themselves getting the same shot that Joshua Nowicki got. And they had like a third person filming it, from the. I remember seeing that from the ground level.
DP, you going to hassle Geo?
For what?
Oh, he's just claimed that someone filmed someone doing something. He hasn't instantly got it to hand.
Was he using that as a reference? Or was he just saying that somebody has filmed something?
Warren Dunes.
No, he was just saying that somebody has filmed something.
Michigan, there we go. Warren Dunes State Park.
You are using your claim as a reference.
Yeah.
Peter, you don't see the difference,
Warren
Ruhiv.
Dunes. I don't think I need to. Yeah.
No, you don't think.
It's like he's acting like he tuned out, but he didn't really tune out.
Yeah, he doesn't think he needs to do anything. This is half of his problem.
Selective listening.
Yeah.
At the moment, really.
Huh?
Yeah.
Exactly.
This way he doesn't have to address it. He can just pretend like he's busy.
I've just fired up Google Earth.
So when are we going to measure lake air? Come on, you and me. We'll get a tent.
How about we do?
Right. We'll get a tent. Let's go.
We'll do Kangaroo Island. That'd be better, right? More useful.
Why do you want to do Kangaroo Island?
Well, it's got an elevation that we can we can measure. We do it from Adelaide or something. How far is that?
Well, you
90
can
k's?
do it. You can do it from my back porch. Hell.
That's too close, isn't it?
What? It's about 20 odd kilometres away. What the hell?
All right. Anyway, 58.4. 58.4. Oh, it's way up here.
I don't know why you resist so much, really. Like creating a
To visit
horizontal.
Adelaide? Fuck.
Right? Come on,
I need
Rui.
some incentive. I need some incentive to get to
Come on.
Adelaide.
Oh, you
You're
could
quite
get
not enough.
you could get to Adelaide with the pocket change in the console of your car. All
Right,
right.
yeah. But it's not a matter of.
So don't be crying poor now, Rui.
I'm not crying poor. I'm like, what's the incentive to go to Adelaide?
Well, you and I
hang
can have a
on.
weekend together, right?
That would be good. That is some incentive.
There
That is
you
some
go.
incentive.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, Rui, if,
where
you,
was the?
if you claim you have all this wealth, it doesn't seem like you're maximizing it, which then just seems like some kind of disharmony.
Yeah. Maybe
where was I?
maybe put it out there that I have made the offer to Rui and he has signed it. Okay. Let it be on the record.
All Ruhif wants to do is basically sue somebody over this. He wants to hire a group that is an intermediary, and then he wants to have them decide who won the thing. And he wants to put up $1 million or whatever. And he wants the other guy to put up $1 million. It's like virtually suing.
Oh, I mean,
really,
if that actually happens, it probably will end up in court. Like, I can't imagine how the other person would not sue. 56.
Really, if I saw a GIF yesterday, right, and somebody told me it was you, that little kid putting his thumb up when he's sitting at the computer, looking really smug, is that you?
Yeah. Someone put my face in that kid, yes.
So the GIF isn't actually you, but it's your face?
Yes.
Wait, check it out.
So your PFP here is from that GIF, yeah?
Look at what I just posted.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I've seen that one before.
Not bad.
The refracted Ruhif.
Hang on.
No, that's from some like commercial back in the 90s. It's like a computer thing. It's like a cheesy like computer infomercial thing, and the guy's like, "You can have a home computer." It's like Apple IIc or something, and he does that. That's from.
Hey, you guys know that Ken Wheeler fella?
Not personally.
Oh yeah, well you know the name. His house just got destroyed in a hurricane.
Blimey.
Shit.
He lost it to Hurricane Ian?
Well, whatever hurricane is in, I presume it's Florida at the moment.
Who is that?
Hurricane Ian.
Who'd you say?
Mac? Is it Ken Wheeler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theodorus Apopolopis or something.
That's the one. Yeah. A tree fell on his house.
No way.
Yeah.
Anyway, Chicago skyline.
Wait a minute. Is there something fishy about that? They just happened to take out Ken Wheeler.
If this was the only house destroyed, maybe.
Well, but maybe they used some weapon to make the tree fall on it.
Yeah. A dew weapon.
Yeah,
Exactly.
focused. Very, very focused destruction.
Anyway, my understanding of the Chicago skyline was that it was taken from the dunes, and the dunes appear to be about probably 30 meters or so above the water.
Okay. But we reckon it was done 6 foot.
Well, let's do a bit of Googling and see what he says.
Well, why don't you do the calculations for both? Probably be quicker.
Yeah, where is he?
I don't know.
You have a date there? No.
While you're doing that, Ruth, can I just get a yes or no? Did you watch my presentation at all?
I caught parts of it, but I kept having fucking nurses and shit come in. So I got bits of it. I think I got the basic idea that you're doing small triangles, and then Doofus pointed out that those adjoining triangles, like triangles that share an edge, don't necessarily share a plane.
But they can be put in the same plane, can't they? This is how surveyors extend an established plane. Once they've established a plane, they just extend that plane by adding a point to two existing points in that plane.
Yeah, you can, but that's
No.
beyond the accuracy of these instruments when you move them.
No,
You can assume that they are.
You don't have to move them to establish that fourth point because you've got three existing points. You don't have to move the tool to establish that fourth point or a fifth point or a sixth point, all making triangles. You don't have to move the tool at all to do this, do you?
I would like you not to move the tool because then you're doing long sights. That'd be great.
No. Within the parameters, the manufacturer's specifications of usage of the tool.
But then you are moving the tool, right? If you're doing this over and over.
Ruhiv. You can establish triangles within the manufacturer's specs of the tool, and then you can extend those triangles without moving the tool. So extending the plane without moving the tool.
How are you extending them? How are you extending these triangles? How do you extend these triangles without moving the tool and not taking long shots? That's impossible.
Well, I'm going to put another presentation together because obviously you and Doofus, you just can't get your heads around this. So if it's okay with Geo, I'll put another presentation together, and if you're better and you're feeling well, I would like you to attend this one. Sorry, Geo, I didn't mean to derail and take it down that path, but
I think play. You know how I did my debate with the refracted curve, and I played a video. I think do that. Play like a 20-minute video of your presentation, and then free for all.
You want me to make a video just for you, Ruhiv? Is your attention span
I'm
limited?
Suggesting that would be a good idea.
Well, I'd rather do it as an interaction rather than a video.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That is fine with me, DP.
Good. I'm glad I've got your you're all clear on that one. Thank you.
Yes.
Rui signed off on it. Good to hear.
Yeah. We'll have to get Negator and the Doofus in there.
Doofus, is that AKA Jeff?
Not Jeff.
Not Jeff.
Can't be saying Jeff, Bandy. Can't.
AKA not Jeff.
All right.
Well, actually,
here we go.
He's still not
Official source. Canon 6D, this photo of yours, Geo. Canon 6D photo taken at 200 millimeters from the top of a dune.
Okay.
Yes, so he's not on the shore.
Okay, but what dune?
Well, hang on, I'll post the link in the chat first. Posting the link in the chat. Yeah, based on the dunes near where he says he was, my best guess is either at least 30 meters up to 50.
Okay.
There's at least 30 meters.
What's the lowest elevation of those dunes? Do you know that?
33, hold on. 203.
I don't know.
I'm just seeing where it's 206, 205. All right, so minimum 35 meters. If you take the quote unquote sea level of the lake as 170, which is, oops. Oh, Carnivore, you're the man. Carnivore is the man. All right. So the lake. Oh, fuck. What's the elevation of the lake, people? Fuck. That's a bit hard. Who wants to tell me the elevation of Lake Michigan? because it's fucking all over the place.
About that high.
Hang on.
I'd say it's constant at one end compared to the other.
One would
And,
imagine.
and side to
Yeah.
side, I'd say that's pretty constant as well.
Elevation.
And all points across the surface of that water would be constant as well.
176. There you go. So 30
Apart from
meters.
if you got waves, of course, they'd.
But I reckon you could probably draw straight lines between all those 2 points too.
And maybe turn them into triangles, Bandy.
Oh, I reckon so. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so 30 meters for Joshua Nowicki.
Yeah, you know what that means, don't you, Bandy?
Oh,
If you've got a triangle.
Oh, definitely. All right. We're on a planar surface, most definitely.
Well, the surface of water would most definitely be a planar surface, yeah.
I wonder if he has the lat long.
Even if you put him at a higher height, you still shouldn't be able to see the skyline or the Willis Tower, the tallest
Oh,
building.
sure. Yeah. Oh, I think you
The
might
whole thing should
meant to be able to see the
no matter
top.
what way
I
you
think.
crack it, no matter what way you crack it, that whole city skyline should be beyond the curvature of your Earth, of your proposed globe.
Yeah, if you ignore refraction, of course. Yeah.
Okay, so geometrically, it already doesn't fit it. That was this whole.
we have an atmosphere.
You were trying to assert that it somehow, because you're fiddling with 50 feet different observer height, that was going to make a difference. None of that makes a difference. So you have to now just be like, oh yeah, that shouldn't be seen, and then you have to just do the refraction thing. Why do we just go through all that? It's already.
I was responding.
It's already showing what's showing, which is not a globe.
I was responding to someone that said it was taken from the shore. It was not. Do we agree on that now?
Yeah, I mean, if I said that, I may have been thinking of a different
Yes.
one. But when it says a dune, that is obviously a little bit unknown to know exactly what that means. But if you put it anywhere from 50 feet, 200 feet, anywhere in that range, the entire city skyline should not be visible.
I think the top of Willis Tower should be, but even if that's the case, all you're doing is ignoring refraction. You're close to the surface. What's the point?
Nobody's ignoring anything. There's no type of refraction that can bend something around a corner to display it as if it's an extended plane.
Okay, so we're going to go back to first principles again. Does light bend through a density gradient? This is the same conversation we have 1,000 times. Does light bend through a density gradient?
Bends, Ruhif.
Yeah, we've given you plenty of evidence for that. Plenty of demonstrations of light bending through density gradients.
Would that be an air density gradient that you've given?
You can do air, yep. There's you can heat one side, which will cause the light to bend towards the more dense, cooler air. We've done that plenty of times. You've got Deng Joss doing liquid nitrogen evaporating into nitrogen gas, which is basically air. And bending the light.
So you get refraction over the surface, yeah?
Yes, you do.
Right. So what you're actually looking at isn't in the right place or its right size.
Not necessarily its right size, but it's almost certainly in its refracted position, yes.
In its refracted position, is that its true position, Ruhif? Is that its real life position?
No, not a straight line position, no.
So when you're doing your long distance observations through refracted atmosphere, you're looking at something that isn't its true size and not in its true location. And
generally, it
take
is its true
measurement of that.
size. Generally, it's its true size.
Generally,
true position.
Ruhif. Generally.
Yes. If you're looking through a uniform density gradient, which you get when you're above the surface, then yes, it will be its true size.
You can't be sure when you're taking your long distance measurements using your auto level in the bullshit way that you do use your. No, sorry, it's not an auto level, is it? What is it? It's a theodolite, isn't it? Yeah. So
if
you
I'm
can't
close to
be
the
sure.
surface, I can't. Yeah. If I'm close to the surface, I can't be sure. Correct.
But aren't you looking through atmosphere all the time, Ruhif?
Yeah, but if I get above the surface, I'm 99.9% sure I'm looking through a fairly uniform density gradient.
99.9%. So you're 99.9% that your measurement, 99.9% sure that you've got accurate measurements.
Yes.
But you're putting 100% faith in them. That's a
Well,
bit
actually,
weird
it's
for
higher
me.
than that, because if I take multiple measurements, right? Let's say I take 2 measurements on 2 independent days. What are the chances of those not showing curvature? 0.1% times 0.1%? Not very much.
To a refracted object in a refracted location each time. Yeah, what's your point? What's your point, Ruhif?
Right. If the chances of me taking 2 independent observations on separate days, separate conditions, blah, 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 and those both not being in the 99.9%, what do you think the percentage chance of that is?
But you've still only got 99.9% chance on both occasions that
Can you show us
you're...
these 2 observations?
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'll show you a shitload of observations. How about we...
Sorry.
These are all separate days. One sec. Oh, I wish I could get fucking previews. One
Did you
sec.
go down to Chicago, Ruhif?
Sorry? Have I been to Chicago? Yes.
Did you make any of these yourself?
No, this is Joshua Nowicki's.
Oh, okay. I'd like to see 2 observations. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Here's one. I'll chuck that in the chat.
Have you?
Boom. That was on the 12th of August. And then I'll stick one from the, 18th of August or something.
Are you done, DP? Have you finished with your line?
Oh, well, I was just, pointing out that Ruhif hasn't got 100% guaranteed satisfaction that what he's looking at is in the right place, the right size, but he's putting 100% of his faith into these measurements, air brackets, that he's taking.
So this refractive index that you're applying to your calculations, Rui, right? Can you show where these calculations have actually been confirmed to be actually so through a curved density gradient?
Yeah, you can do the maths for the curved
show
density
that?
gradient. Yeah, the curved aspect of the density gradient doesn't make much difference. If you want the
Really?
maths for that, talk to Science Allowed. Yeah.
No. Can you show practically where this has been demonstrated? I'm not talking about a little post-it note with a couple of equations on it. I'm talking about a practical demonstration where you can show that this light bending, right, is consistent over a curved density gradient as what your mathematics claim to
Right.
be.
I assume a flat density gradient. That's my assumption. Right?
Well, you
If
can't.
it is curved,
it has to be curved.
yeah, but if it is curved, I will see more refraction, right? I'm being conservative for your position. If you want me to incorporate curvature into that, then I will. But then you'll fucking have a little hissy fit about that.
Well, no. Doesn't your refraction index, isn't that 7/6R?
That's if you apply it to a sphere, yes.
Okay. Is that not what you're doing?
It's a good shortcut, but the absolute refractive gradient has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Like the gradient is vertical.
Okay. So, but if you're going to be applying a spherical measurement through a spherical density gradient, wouldn't you want some sort of confirmation that those equations are actually true and correct? Or do you just need the equations themselves?
The 7/6R is what we would see if the Earth is a globe and there was a standard density gradient.
Okay, then.
Right.
You keep on making that assertion. That's what we would see, right? Has it been demonstrated, right, practically, right, through a curved density gradient that this is exactly how light would refract?
I must not be getting the question. I mean, we have the density gradient. We know how much that would curve, and we just apply that to a curve calculator to see what it should get, and then compare it to reality.
Yeah, you're just applying a mathematical equation, presuming everything. Now, I've got no problems with you applying mathematical equations, Rui, at all. Got no problems. But I'd like to see some practical demonstration to back up these equations. Right?
Yeah, it matches what we see.
Well, no, show me in an experimental format, in a lab, in a bucket, whatever you want to do, right, where they have created a curved density gradient and shone light through it to say that what we predict mathematically is actually going to happen.
No, the lab just tells you what the density gradient is, and then we apply it to the atmosphere. If you want to apply it to the curved atmosphere, we can. It will work out worse for you. We're being conservative by not applying it to a curved atmosphere, unless you want to say 706R.
Well, no, I want to see it practically demonstrated that you're shining light through a curved density gradient, and this is what my mathematics will predict, and this is what is going to how it's going to end up.
That's just not practical at all.
Why isn't it practical?
Because the difference between a curved density gradient and just a horizontally layered one, completely horizontally, is fuck all. So
it doesn't make any difference if it's fuck all. No, it doesn't make any difference if it's fuck all at all, right? You need to practically back up your equations with some sort of demonstration. You can say it's fuck all.
Yeah.
You can jump. You can climb on top of your mountain next to your theodolite and shout at the top of your lungs, "It's fuck all." But until you actually demonstrate that it's fuck all you've got is fuck all.
Yeah, but if we check, if we have two predictions, if we have two predictions and they're both very, very close, right? We to measure the precision of the gradient over that observation is just not possible. Just not possible. Anyway, 6 o'clock. I'm going to get some kids dinner ready.
All right,
Rohit. So you're going to pop along to my next presentation if you can make it. Yeah. I hope you won't be in hospital. I hope you're free and clear of whatever's troubling you.
He's gone.
Oh, is he gone?
He went ages ago.
Oh, sorry, Rui, if I was a little bit hostile.
Has this density gradient that's claimed ever actually been quantified and measured? Have they actually measured the density layers, the claimed density layers of the medium that they claim has these density layers? Anybody?
I doubt it.
Because they claim that there is a medium of mixed density layers and that something is happening with light in these density layers. Well, surely to get their refraction index, they need to know the density of these density layers at different altitudes off of the surface. Now, if they haven't quantified the density of these layers, then they don't even know that there is a varying density gradient. That's just a question that just popped into my head as Ruhif was speaking.
Exactly. It's all based on theory. It's just based on a model.
Yeah. And they haven't demonstrated anything to back up their mathematical equations.
Can I ask a question to Ruhif?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. He had to pick
He'll
up
probably. He always comes back. He had to go feed the dogs or do whatever.
What are these yellow? Are these totaling stations? These yellow equipment that has the 90.11, 90.21? What are they? Plumb lines? What are these things you call?
It's a theodolite that he's got there.
Seattle light. Okay, now what does it mean 90.21 and then was 90.11? What is that?
That's off plumb. So it's 90.21.
Is there a chance that the machine itself is tilted? So it's like not level? What that plumb does, it makes level.
The machines, you get pretty much plumb and then they automatically set plumb. They zero themselves out.
So how are you getting 90.21 on one and 90.21 11 on the other one. What does that indicate?
Oh, it's to whatever he's measuring. I'm presuming.
I'm assuming he's measuring a triangle in free space or an angle in free space, and so it's going to say it's wider than 90, which means it's bending outward, which means curvature.
Yeah, I can't remember what he was measuring there.
But how is he? Is he connecting three like 1 mile apart, and there's 1, 2, 3?
At the end of the day, he's using a machine that is designed to use Euclidean geometry, and claiming that he's measuring something that is non-Euclidean.
Yeah.
Now, how can? Go on, sorry, Bandy.
I was just going to say he's claiming, I think, with what he does all the time, he's measuring the dip to the horizon. I think that's what he goes out and does. So he goes and sets himself up at these geodesic surveying points and looks out at the horizon and then measures the dip down to the horizon. And he says, thus, there, Earth curve. That's what he does.
And these measurements that he's coming up are indicating non-Euclidean geometry. Well, you can't use non-Euclidean geometry in Euclidean 3 space. It's two different geometries. You know, as Godric said, you know, you are measuring straight lines. Now he's claiming that there are curved sides to the triangles that he's measuring. This is non-Euclidean. How can a tool that works with Euclidean geometry using straight lines give you a result that is non-Euclidean?
But where are these theodolites stationed? Are they a mile apart? What is he doing?
Your guess is as good as anybody's as to what he's actually doing. What he's claiming is that he's measuring the divergence from two plumb lines at different locations. I believe that's what he's. You know, don't quote me on that, but he has so many claims that he can't back up that it does get a bit confusing.
Look, if he's
that is what he's claiming to do. That is exactly what he's claiming to do there.
If they're a mile, okay, if they're a mile apart, right? I can see how he's saying they're bulging out, determining that this is a sphere. But why is one 90.21 and one 90.11? Because if it was plumb, and this is basically using gravity, they should be identical.
Yeah.
And secondly, does the 90.21 and 90.11, does that comport to a globe? If you made a whole circle 360 around, would it comport to a globe? Those are my two questions.
Yeah. And he also, too, when he measures the horizon, he goes in with the presupposition that the horizon should be at eye level. And if it's not at eye level, any distance below or any angle below eye level, thus equals Earth curve. Right, so he goes in with many presuppositions.
No, you see, even that assumption that it's at eye level is completely wrong. Because if you stand at the beach with your toes in the water, right, that horizon is in the plane of your toes, not your eyes.
It's not your eyes at all. Even if you're in the water and you're fucking you'd have to be in the water and have your eyes literally in the water.
Absolutely.
That's right.
You know, and the claim that the horizon rises with eye level. Well, the horizon will always be in that plane where your toes are of the water. That horizon line will never rise with you. Never ever. Why would it? So yeah, the higher you go, you do look down at the horizon.
Visually it does. Not geometrically, but visually it does to rise to eye level. Please keep that apart.
Well, we are talking about geometry.
Wait, what are you on about, bro? That made no sense, what you just said.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You have to separate the visual and the geometry.
Well, wait, though. You're claiming there's a geometric horizon, then? Is that what you're saying? Or
No. Lightwater's saying that visually the horizon does appear to raise up towards your eye. Not necessarily at your eye, but it does appear to raise up towards
yeah,
your eye.
I understand that part.
Yeah.
But geometrically, it does not, right?
No. Geometrically, you only have an angle, and a certain angle at which the disappearance happens.
Yeah, but I'm
and-
asking you whether you think that the horizon is derived of geometry to begin with. That's my question to you. Because if we're talking about a theoretical geometric horizon, do you understand what I'm saying? We're not even I'm not even claiming that motherfucking thing is from geometry in the first place. I don't believe it's a geometric confine that creates that to happen at all. So to define them separately makes no fucking sense to me.
No, the geometric angle, the acute angle, is a part of the creation. And it depends on the atmospheric influences, the influence of reflected light, go on.
Yeah, well, we've already established that, what you're looking at isn't in its true location. So to try and measure geometry to that, Ruhib's long-distance observations, as an example, you're trying to measure geometry to something that isn't in the correct place or the correct size. Now, what is the horizon? It is an optical effect. The horizon constantly moves. I mean, Travis has proved this time and time and time and time again, but nobody is listening to him. Beerman is doing a wonderful job with what he's coming up with, what he's discovering. And to claim that you can measure something optically, being the horizon, or something at a distance through an atmosphere that we know creates all kinds of confusion. I mean, I term that there's like an amount above the horizon line and an amount below the horizon line that is just really, really confusing. I term it the zone of confusion.
Exactly.
Because I firmly believed that we would never be able to work it out. And recently I've been talking to both Travis and Beerman about quite in depth about what they're doing. And it is amazing work. And they are figuring out what happens in that zone of confusion. And it's amazing work.
Yeah, I agree. And the most we can do is show all the differences in observations. For instance, Vibes of Cosmos. We all know because of his moon reflection videos. He did a lot of observations from Greece and over very long distances, mountains, and it showed no disappearance from the bottom up. And I was baffled by that. I was totally baffled by that because I think there should always be disappearance from the bottom up, if without any atmospheric influences. But and then I saw that what Travis does, he works on the water towards islands, right?
Not only islands.
No. And in the Chesapeake Bay, which is a kind of a funnel, which includes a lot of wind and the difference between rising air from the water and the land, which can create a border of in the medium. So he doesn't have these islands in front of him, and if it's an island in front of him, it's a very small one. And then, by coincidence, I came across some Turkish guys who described the same kind of observations like Travis has with his islands in front of the Californian coast. And there are a lot of close by islands near the coast. So just to want to give that, I don't have a firm conclusion on it, but just to give it as an example of what could be influencing the observations.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Bev over at Next Level. He's done some really good observations as well. In that there's a stretch of water. It runs between Ireland and the UK, and you're getting the same sort of thing. It is a funnel for wind, so hot, warm air in the summer over the surface of the cooler water. You've got massive tide drops in this area, so you're getting that constant adjustment between the heating of the land, the cooling of the land as the tide comes in, and it is playing all sorts of effects with the air and what you're actually looking at. I mean, he's got some what's he call them, Fata Morgana sunsets. You know, he's got 3 or 4 of these now. Now, this was supposed to be impossible to see. Well, if he's captured it 4 times, if he's captured the impossible 4 times, then the impossible is possible. And if it was impossible because we don't live on a planar natured surface, and it's been demonstrated that it has been captured and this is what we're seeing, or what he's seeing, then hang on a minute. It brings into question, is it a planar surface that we're looking at this across?
Yes.
You know, but like Ruhif, like we saw with Ruhif, he just disattaches himself whenever there's a difficult situation. Doofus is the same. They disattach themselves and they pretend they're not listening. They pretend they're not engaged. Or he's got to go and feed the dogs or feed his children. Yeah, okay, his dogs and children need feeding.
Well, that is kind of my stance, DP. That Ruif just works on with geometry, and he and when it concerns the globe, he is bold enough to state that we have to take into account of refraction. And when it tends towards the flat Earth, he only takes the side view, the orthographical side view. He doesn't take any refraction in consideration.
Mm. You know, you rewind this argument. I don't want to call it an argument, but you know, this arena. You rewind it a couple of years, and it was them that were claiming our argument was hiding in refraction, and the tables have turned. And now they have to claim refraction. Now, that to me just, you know, it's a contradiction in their argument at the base level. And if they're having to contradict themselves now to what they were saying 3-4 years ago, less than that probably, then their argument at the base level is wrong.
It was about 2 years ago where they started arguing for refraction, and I'm like, wait a second, I thought refraction was the flat Earth stance.
Mm.
You know, because before it used to be geometric Earth curve blocking things bottom up, and that's what it was. Yeah. I don't even know. Like it irritates me, but like it gets like that point gets lost in the weeds. Like they just started saying that like 15 months ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I was being probably a little bit conservative when I said 2-3 years, but you know how time
Right.
kind of evaporates in here.
But But now with Ruhif, I've had many discussions with that dude. I mean, he's likable, you know. I mean, he doesn't seem like a terrible person, except for this one topic. I mean,
Yeah, I've
but
had
at the
good
same time, he
conversations with
gets
him. Off
yeah.
topic.
But the thing is, like he gets the basics so wrong. Like, ask him about gas pressure without a container, and he starts just tumbling. Like, it gets weird, and then he starts accusing people of committing, fallacies and stuff.
But
Like,
he's not here to defend
yeah.
himself, so let's not talk about him when he's not here. It's not
Right,
really
right, right,
fair.
right, right. No. I mean,
Yeah, I know.
I'm
I
just,
brought him into this
but
part of the
that,
conversation, but I was
but
using him as a comparison.
but the thing is, like, I guess the thing is with Ruhif is like his argument about the whole gas pressure without container is so refined. He's like what all the other Globers want to be like, because the way but his argument's still terrible.
Yeah,
But the thing is, it's all a
and
template.
and the other thing, there's no consistency with his argument either.
Right.
He
And
says
again,
what
he's
he
not in here. I'm
needs to
not
say.
trying to,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's just.
But I mean, he's just. I mean, Ruhif, Zanuck, Protothad, like they're all like the top level ones. Like everyone else is kind of, puppy lover. Yeah. I mean, Ruhif's like the top of the pyramid for their core of guys that like to constantly be in flat Earth servers and argue people. It's like the thing is, dude. Like if I was a Glober, I wouldn't give a fuck what flat Earthers had to say. If I knew 100% and I didn't have any doubts, like I wouldn't be arguing with them about it. It's kind of like a Satanist going into a Christian chat and trolling everybody about Jesus just eating donuts on a couch, or like a Christian going into a Satanist chat. It's just what's the point? Like, you're all going to hell, blah blah blah. Like, it doesn't, like, it's just a weird behavior. And just the fact that it's only 16 people really that own like every single flat Earth place ever.
Now you got to question his real motivations, bud, and where he's really taking you. What's the purpose? You hope for a victory over him tomorrow in his mindset and get him to change everything, or do you just expect that he will continue on the exact same way he's been doing like the rest of them for years now?
Well,
I think if it came out in the media, mainstream media, if it came out tomorrow that the argument is settled and we were right, then Ruhif would still argue against it.
Without
No,
that,
they would have to. They would have to accept that. I mean, once you accept COVID and the boosters, you have to accept anything that TV tells you to. So if mainstream media said the Earth is flat, then hey, yeah, we were wrong. I guess you can't have gas pressure without a container and
no, but but wait there, you just said it yourself, bro. Like, I can literally show you videos, right, where their side, because I've been involved in this argument a long fucking time, right? I can show you videos where they were posting these videos of support for their own claims, right? Where we would effectively state that the horizon, right, that is a effect of refraction, right? And they would post videos of people showing that no, this is geometric, this is Earth curve, and they've gone back on that position. That was a position that was held by the mainstream. That was a mainstream position. So we know that even if the mainstream changes, they will change with that. That they will continue to refute what we say. They're more focused on what we say. Interestingly enough, if you watch that debate with that, was it Murphy guy with Jarian, Whitsitt, and them lot, right? The other day, that guy was citing people like Zanuck. He was so like the experts are now citing the people that we're arguing against, right? For years, we've been saying we should be speaking to the experts. Well, the experts are now citing the people that we're debating because they're that fucking sly that they will get. Even the experts would be like, "Wait, who's ahead of the argument right now? Oh, these motherfuckers right here who are talking to the people presenting the opposite argument, right? So we should affirm what they're saying, And that's what we're seeing. That's what we are seeing.
It's all an organized opposition, but let's not fool ourselves. So many people are reluctant to call out actors and agents, but this is what we're dealing with. There can be no doubt about it, and it's collective effort as well. And sure, Ruhef and the rest of them, they're all the best minds. Rumpus is one of the best minds. He's working on a paper for 2 years that covers areas that modern science and all this knowledge doesn't know anything about. But of course, they're still wrong. So yeah, these are the go-to people, but yet that they're all acting collectively and in unison over the years. Let's get real. Let's get real.
I can't say that 100%, Pete.
Oh, we can't say anything 100%.
What I see is people wanting to protect a kind of thinking with great figure. And
if they were protecting a way of thinking, they would be still saying the same shit they were saying at the beginning.
Yeah, but that's
people have very short memory.
That's the human mind looking when a threat comes near to how to tackle that in a different way.
But if you're wrong,
then it's not the formation of the idea that matters. It's the position held, like, which means they don't really give a fuck about the worldview at all. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe they're defending a worldview.
No,
I think it's more about making sure there's not a mass realization all at the same time that what they've been saying is bullshit. So they're adjusting to people calling out the bullshit.
No. Maybe you can call it to protect a secure position, of I know what truth is. I know what real is. Reality is a word that's often used, and taking that kind of reality away is frightening. So, and when you're frightened, you look for ways to eliminate the threat.
Come on, Lightwater, you're not naive, bud. Come on. Let's get real here. If you're wrong in your determinations there, imagine you found out that they were actor agents.
Maybe you can call me naive. You can call me naive.
Yes.
But it could also be that you are naive to think
Let
they
me
are
finish my
all
point.
paid.
Let me finish my point then. If you were wrong in
Nobody's
your evaluation,
paid,
then
dude.
if you're wrong in your evaluation and you found out that what I'm saying is true, would you treat them differently tomorrow? Came in, you found out that they were acting their collective part. Would you treat them differently tomorrow and not waste your own efforts on these people that you have no chance of changing their mind around?
You got to realize he's from Ireland, right? Like he's been he's part of a culture that has involved itself in sectarian war, and I'm a part of that culture too. Well, I'm saying that until you live in a country where there's like genuine fucking sectarian war, you don't understand the shit that people will do for money.
What is sectarian war?
I'm saying his imagination's a little bit different to yours, maybe, because he has the history of a sectarian conflict.
There's no need to bring that into it, Cracker Villain. There's no need to bring that into it because even here in the Republic of Ireland, we didn't have much exposure to any of the troubles. We didn't really know much about it. Separated completely from it. That's nothing to do with it. In the arena that we're in, which is vital, of course, that there wouldn't be actors, agents put in place to cooperate and continuously dispel any flat earth talk. Well, that's just naive to think that wouldn't be the case. We're living in an information age. Now, I get what Lightwater is saying, but the problem is that these people are not just stringent on their globe earth adherence. They also, there's no conspiracies. There's nothing. And this is you mentioned in the form of conspiracy. They will all, man for man, come down on the same point. At some point, we got to start using our fucking brains and calling out people who are put in place here to push an idea, to support an idea, and to reject all other opposition. Man, let's get real. These are all the corona. Do you know any ball earther who didn't take the injection? Very, very few.
Absolutely
Do you know any talk about any fake
man.
wars, any fake news stories, or anything like that?
Well, Pete.
Anti-conspiracy crew. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Pete. I think if somebody has a goal to like change someone else's mind, then I guess they're putting on some kind of scale of good or bad. If they're trying to put it on that scale, Sorry, Vaxy Waxy, I just had to mute you for a second because you were hot micing. I'll unmute you in a sec. Sorry, that just threw me off because it was clicking. Your mic was hot. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying, Pete, yeah, if somebody has a goal to convince someone else of something, especially as something major as their worldview, their entire foundations, and if someone's going to expect to be able to like do that and they're attached to the outcome of whether that happens or not, then I suppose, yeah, it's just, if that's what that person desires, and if they never accomplish that, it's just an indefinite letdown. However, I don't personally view it that way for myself. Like I don't have a need to convince anyone. So to me, it's just a very interesting and exciting conversation in general, and truth and reality, and all of that is entailed within it. So to me, it's more like I like just learning more about all of it, and I'm in looking forward to the ride that's coming, as it were, the actual unfoldment of all of this. So to me, it's not really like I'm not like upset that Ruhif has not changed his mind or something, because that's just not really even a focus at all. I'm actually just interested to hear why he's coming up with those ideas. But ultimately, I think the globe is kind of worn out as it is, and I think there's more interesting conversations to be had ultimately than talking about the globe.
Yeah, I agree, and I didn't bring good or bad into it. In my own way, I think these people are possibly very good people, but in order to accommodate an awakening, and they come in and provide the biggest opposition, a most stringent opposition, consistent opposition as possible. Any newcomer coming in then will see through the ruse, and then will make their way along flat Earth and beyond the pathway. But Geo, two North gas pipelines blown yesterday. What does that hold for the future for us? They talk about a dark winter. We could all be sitting here in the cold without internet in the next couple of months, with no one to talk to, and their plan would have got through. So I don't know. I don't know how you two look at it. I know you have your own channel here. I certainly am well aware that these people are all playing a collective part, but good or bad, I don't like to make that judgment. It seems on the surface of it, if they're going against truth and humanity, that it is bad. But if there's a greater awakening in process and play, well, then they could be playing the roles of the villain, which would ultimately be the greatest pathway towards truth by the individual truther looking at this opposition and seeing through it. So there's a few ways to look at it, but my own way is certainly fixed anyway.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Because if there's a larger, I mean, let's be real, the globe thing is the mainstream paradigm right now. I mean, this great majority of people literally do believe they're actually living on a sphere,
yeah,
in outer space. So, I mean, they really are believing it. So on that level, it, like what I'm saying is that it's a big conversation, to be had. And so I don't see the conversation slowing down. Like, some of the more heated, like technical conversations may not be for everyone. There, that's why I think having like multiple different live streams that have different energies, like you can have ones that are more like podcast discussion style, other ones that are more debate style, so it's not always just, the debates for people who don't want that. But I think that, like, if you want to, that term, if we want to see it as like that kind of larger discussion or debate of this, because of the transition that's coming, as I said, the conversation will be fueling the whole, well, at least be some kind of a fuel for the larger process unfolding.
Gio. Speaking of the conversation, I had a friend from high school contact me on Facebook. She asked if I wouldn't mind talking to two of her friends because they were really interested in talking to him. Because whenever my friends post these crazy things that flat earthers, like I had one friend call or tag me, and she asked me, "Is this what you guys think?" And it was about the flat earthers don't believe in Australia. So I said, I posted, what? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And so one of my other friends saw that, and then she's like, "I have two friends that really want to talk to somebody who thinks that the Earth is flat." So I'm like, "Yeah, sure, set it up." So we're setting it up for Saturday.
You're not going to defend the idea that Australia really exists, Travis, are you? Come on, man.
I'm not going to defend the idea that Australia really exists.
Have you ever been there, Travis?
Oh, of course not.
It doesn't actually. It's a figment of your imagination.
The only
Hey,
thing that's
Travis.
down there, I think, is New Zealand, right? That's the only thing that is down there, right? That's the real place that we want to go to.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Travis,
Please don't
I
tell
dare you
us
to ask.
it doesn't exist.
I've been asking
You do.
people this question, but I dare you to ask this question to the person that you maybe don't know who you're talking about. I just ask them, do you believe that people in Australia poop upwards? It's a simple question.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. And does it rain upside down as well? Is there rain coming at you from the other side of the globe, like falling into your feet?
Yeah, it's stupid.
I've literally asked a few people that, and they had nothing to do with flat Earth, and I just asked people, but they immediately said, "Of course not, of course not." I say, "You sure? You think about the ball? No, of course not. This is not how things could happen." Well, then you're a flat earther, I say to them.
Ask Ruhif. Pete, he's back in the room.
Hello, DB.
Hello,
Yeah.
Ruhif. How you doing? Did you get your dogs fed?
No, I cooked dinner for the kids.
Travis,
what have you-
Travis, it almost sounds like you're going to be a cosmologic consultant for them.
Yeah, right.
That's cool.
Well, you
can
should
I
charge
just-
astronomical rates.
Rohith, when you've got spare 10, 15 minutes, can we have it's completely off topic, it's about the 3D printing again. I just want to know about, I want to get a new stepper motor. So if you could advise me, I'm asking for some advice off of you. As to,
A motor.
Yeah.
I would need to have any idea about them to give you advice, which I probably
okay.
don't.
So you're not the best person to speak to then. Okay.
Negative.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Oh, I want to get a 3D printer.
Yeah, Ruhif, why don't you drop a huge amount of money on a really good one and then make like planar stationary Earth worlds with it?
Okay.
That's what I want to do, Geo.
That'd be
With
amazing.
Build a globe.
With the LiDAR scanning. I want to combine the LiDAR scanning with the 3D printer. Go out and scan.
Yeah.
What I want to do is scan between locks of a canal. So the ideal situation would be a flight of locks. So you start at the bottom with your planar, because it's all done in a plane. LiDAR is done in a plane. You start at the bottom and you just walk up the flight of locks. And then once that point cloud is loaded into the software, it then gives you like a walkthrough of that elevation profile, and the LiDAR will step up in elevation with each flight of logs and demonstrate the planar nature of the water. So you'll get a vertical elevation change at each end of the pond where the locks are, and then where you've got the lock, you will get that vertical elevation in the LiDAR scan, which is in the point cloud, which you can do a walkthrough of. And then you can load that point cloud into something like Blender, create a 3D model, render it, and then take the wireframe from that, put it into a slicer, and then you can do a 3D print of everything you've just scanned. And you can break that print down into whatever size portions you want. It's scalable because it is a geometric one-for-one scan, if you like. The point cloud is 1-for-1 or 1-to-1. You can scale that up or down as you like. You can divide that into as many portions. You can go each pond, or you can look at half a pond, one lock, half a pond. You can slice it and dice it any way you want. And this is what I seriously want to get into, is the LiDAR, the point cloud, the loading it into Blender, and taking it from the actual out in the field observations, measurements. They are measurements. Although you've got a LiDAR scanner, it is a point cloud measurement of what you are looking at, and you load it into your computer and off you go. Now, if you can demonstrate the planar nature of a flight of logs, then the water is planar. And then if you can also walk from, like, we'll take Bev's Canal as an example, 27 miles between locks. Now, if the water in each pond is of a planar nature, then the 27 miles between logs, if you walk it with a LiDAR scanner, it puts it into a point cloud, which is planar, then there is no argument. There cannot be. You cannot argue against that. The LiDAR scanner is just game over. And if you take the actual physical measurements, as I described in my presentation, that is backing up everything you have done with the LiDAR scan. So you demonstrate that the surface of the water is planar in nature over a short run. Doesn't have to be miles and miles. It can be done in a few hundred meters. And you demonstrate that, and then scan the rest. Job's a winner.
Cool shit.
That's good to me.
Nice, dude. That's awesome. That's awesome. So, how big do you think those could be made? Because if we could make a huge one, we might be able to do some atmospheric refraction tests as well.
What, the point clouds?
Yeah, like, no, how big could, like, yeah, like a 3D printed terrestrial landscape that we then add different effects to, water and different things, to try to actually create the atmospheric effects with controlled environments that we see.
Well, taking that 27-mile stretch as an example again, right? If you scan the whole lot, so you get it'll be an enormous point cloud, and you know the data within that point cloud would be a hell of a lot of data. So you would need a monster computer to deal with it. It's not impossible, you know. I don't actually know. Here and now, I don't know the file size that we would be talking about. It may not be just one file. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to train myself and educate myself in the use of a LiDAR scanner and how big these data point clouds become. But the 27 miles, to answer your question, Gio, you can walk it, you can scan it. You get your 27 miles, you load it into Blender. And then you can divide that 27 miles into 27 pieces. Now, my printer will print a foot across. So I could have 27 pieces of that canal scanned as planar, and like a jigsaw puzzle, you just put them end to end. Or like a train set, a kiddie's train set, you know, the wooden ones that you just clip together. You do that with your scan data. You print it off, you get 27 pieces, so you end up with a model of that canal that's 27 foot long. Now, I could divide those foot long pieces in half and double the scale. So the model is twice the length. So the half mile becomes the foot long print. And you can do that ad nauseum.
Do that to the quarter mile, you could do that to exactly.
Absolutely. So you could make this model virtually as big as you want. What's the space you want to fill, Gio? Is my next question to you on that one. How long is your warehouse? Do you want to go from one end to the other with this model? If so, we'll work out the width of your warehouse and how many pieces we have to divide that 27 miles into to fill the width of your warehouse.
Exactly.
It would be a little bit more difficult than that overall, right?
Well, you know, I'm just throwing the way you would do it. Yeah, there is in the minutia. There is more detail to the minutia, but the overall idea is that principle. You would follow that principle to get the model whatever size you would want.
Well, I suppose I'm thinking about the altitude of the printing, right? So, and I suppose nothing is ever going to need be higher than a foot off of each individual foot portion. Actually, that wouldn't be it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
And the 3D printer I've got has got the biggest vertical build space of any printer on the market. Because I went for a Delta printer, they have a bigger vertical build space than the Ender and the Cartesian ones that a lot of other people use. I mean, I think Ruhip has a Cartesian 3D printer. So, you know, and the way they print. Sorry, Gia, go on.
Oh, I was to say real quick, yeah, Ruhif, you better get going on making a globe one because you're gonna get smoked on this one.
What?
So you better get some 3D printing so you can take measurements of the Earth and put it into show how the actual Earth fits on a sphere, because we're gonna be able to show how it fits on a planar surface in actual 3D printed reality.
Oh, with the LiDAR stuff.
Or other ways of taking in data too. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, other.
Yeah, I think you'll find out that that's not going to be possible either.
How's that, Ruhif?
What I think will happen is that you realise that the transformation from the LiDAR 2D point grid actually gets transformed onto whatever surface you like. So you can transform it onto a globe or transform it onto flat Earth.
Well, you get distortion then. Over that 27 miles, you would get distortion at the rate of your claimed curvature. Now, that is a mathematical equation within the program. It's not how the scan was made.
But you don't have to stitch scans together, right? You can't do a single 27-mile scan.
Yeah, of course you can. Why couldn't you?
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you go and do it.
It's just an enormous point cloud. That's all it is, Ruhif.
Time to feed the dogs.
Eh?
Why do you not believe you could do that 27 miles in one hit, Ruhif? What leads you to that conclusion?
Because the software will have to, put the panorama together, put the stitch together.
It doesn't work in panoramas. It works as a point cloud. It gathers those points of data as it sees them. There's no panorama.
Yeah, but it will have to stitch them together, separate scans.
No, it won't. It's one continuous scan.
Scan?
200,000 points of laser light at a time moving through 3D space, Ruhif. There is no stitching.
I guarantee you there'll be stitching.
Well, how much do you know about LiDAR, Ruhif? The same as you know about...
I know how.
The same as you know about...
puts together shit.
Sorry?
I know how Google Earth puts together shit. Like aerial scans.
Is that LiDAR?
Some's LiDAR, yeah. Yep.
And then they bend it round... They take the planar nature of the scan and mathematically bend it round whatever.
Well, you would need stitching for that, yeah. You would need stitching for that.
Yeah, you do need stitching for that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do eventually.
But that's not how I'm using it, or how I intend to use it, Ruhif.
Okay.
We're not going to try and shrink wrap this to a geometric shape that it won't fit. Thus, stitching is needed, right?
Yeah.
No needed.
Yeah. On that
Ruhif, could you do me a favour then? Could you work out the distortion of something that's vertical at one end, say one lock gate at one end of that 27 miles, and the other lock gate at the other end? What would be the kind of angle of deflection, if you like, between the two?
Very small.
Well, could you
can work it out if you want.
27 miles. Sorry?
I'm sorry, what angle the verticals will be different?
Yeah, from an established horizontal.
Yeah, like 0.45 degree or something.
Well, or something isn't really accurate enough. Really,
then if you want it more accurate, do it yourself.
Well, you're the maths expert. You're the one that works out all these angles of deflection, and if I did it, you'd say that that's not right. So, if you could do it, and then we can go by what you say.
Good.
Hey, DP, wouldn't if you had in one of those areas two posts apart from each other, and you were scanning it, and then you went to print it, would it print the posts or just the ground?
No, print. You can isolate anything within a lidar scan. That Anchor Watt thing that I put in my presentation. The thing that got me interested in lidar was I saw a video and they scanned Angkor Wat from a helicopter. This is probably 8 or 10 years ago, and like I say, you get the lidar scan goes out. It's 200,000 pinpoints of light, and what the signal it bounces back for everything it reflects back off of has a different frequency. So in the point cloud, you can get you can highlight the different plants, or you can have organic stuff or stones, and it's all reflected back in different frequencies, and you can isolate these different reflective frequencies and cut them out of the point cloud. So what they did was they scanned the jungle over Angkor Wat, and they got rid of all the trees, everything that was organic around Angkor Wat. They just got rid of, and they found that there was little kind of divots, evenly spaced, like in a grid pattern, all round the Angkor Wat complex, and they had to rethink what Angkor Wat was. They thought it was just a temple that people went to pay homage, or to have their religious ceremonies. That it was an isolated, standalone temple. And through doing this lidar scan and isolating all the flora and fauna, taking it out of the point cloud, they realised that these little divots in the land were actually dwellings, and people lived around the temple. So they had to rethink what Angkor Wat was about. And, that sparked my interest in Angkor Wat and the LiDAR scanning.
But my point was, if you've got a large area and then you've got two posts within that area, wouldn't it show the deviation between them?
It would show them not being parallel to each other. If you put two posts in the ground, so the bottoms were closer than the tops, it would show them as not being parallel. Yes.
There you go. That sounds pretty good to me.
I think it's conclusive. If we can demonstrate and measure the planar nature of the water as adhering to a geometric plane, so the water is demonstrated as having a surface that is planar in nature, it has to adhere to that plane over the entire surface of that water. That's the law of hydrostatics. So if you can demonstrate in one small area, you only need to demonstrate in one small area that the water is planar in nature. And Ruhiv supplied us with the numbers of the drop of the water from an established horizontal plane. Now, over the course of 300 meters, that's measurable. So we can do 600 meters just to keep Ruhiv happy. Measure the surface of the water. Is there a drop from the horizontal plane? If yes, then hats off, Ruhiv. You were right. If no, then the surface of the water is demonstrated and measured to be planar in nature. If that's the case, the law of hydrostatics, the water must adhere to that plane over all points of that water surface. Then hit it with a scanner. Once you've established that it is planar in nature, the scanner just extends that plane. You know, for my measurement, I want to do more than 600 meters. You know, I want to get rid of that doubt. So take it 800, a kilometer. I mean, what's the drop numbers at a kilometer, Ruhif? 1,000 meters. What's the drop numbers of the walk? You fucked if you know. You did the numbers.
10 centimeters high.
Like 10 centimeters at a kilometer. That's measurable.
Something like that. Hold on. Let me check. What was it? 1 kilometer. Drop is 7 centimeters.
7 centimeters.
Actually, 8 geometric. Are you doing optical or physical?
Physical measurements from a geometric plane.
8.
That like 4. What is that? In inches.
300 inches. There you cock, Travis.
Would you say that's measurable, Ruhif?
Should be, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad
8
you
centimeters over a kilometer. Yeah. 8.
What was that noise a minute ago?
Kilometers. I said it's
like
longer than you talk.
Cock noise.
Now, I want to represent what I did the other day. Having chatted to Doofus yesterday at length, he's come back with something that really doesn't make sense to me and has contradicted what Ruhif has said many, many, many times. And again, it's this contradiction in their argument. There is no consistency with each other. Doofus contradicted Ruhif yesterday, and the argument of refraction contradicts their argument from however many years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. The contradiction is there. And it's becoming more and more evident to more and more people.
Maybe there's a box of Up and Goes that's empty in the fridge. That
Mike, Ruhif.
Right. Because I love that.
I hope she balls him out. That'd be awesome.
He's messing with us, dear. He's taking the piss.
Sorry to you. What happened again? Don't hit me.
He's a fed.
So I was right, Ruhif. It's 230 miles from Mount Canigou to France, ground to ground, mountain to distance. There is no horizon. That big thick line that you're looking at across the screen, that's not a horizon. That's not like a drop point where everything beyond that drops away. No, it's not. Something else going on. But yeah, you seem to be sure that it must be because, well, this is the bowler's idea, isn't it? Just say what you see. Look at it, say what you see, like a child. There's no decoding needed. Whereas for a flat earther, there's decoding needed. There's the extra scale you have to take into consideration and other different factors as well. So
okay, that's not the world record, by the way, Pete.
Is that the world record?
No.
I never. Well, okay. I posted images of Canigou versus the Salt Flats, where you have a 4,000 square mile, which is roughly about 60 by 60 miles, if you want to put it like that. And Mount Canigou is 230 miles, so you've got to scale. You've got to decode the scaling of it appropriately. You have to. There's no, you can't just treat it like you do and say what you see, where that thick black line is a dividing horizon, and everything is dropping away over that. This is.
Do you want me to tell you? Let's do some analysis to figure out how far it is, Pete. Should we do that?
To Canigou?
In that photo, yeah. Let's do a little bit of analysis.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well,
it's going to be pretty rough, but we'll do it anyway.
Well, I haven't. You'll have to look back to where the photograph came from. I can't remember where it came from, but the figure I gave was thereabouts. But
Yeah, it's not anyway.
It is a long distance photograph taken many tens of miles anyway, hundreds of miles even.
Yeah. All right. So, do we want to do this? Could take a while.
No, don't do it. I don't. Let's just talk about it rather than doing it. If you
Okay.
can get the
What I
Wayback
would have
Machine to where
done.
the image came from, it would show immediately if it was a distance of 200 miles or even 170 miles. It doesn't even matter to me. It doesn't matter to
It'll
me.
be max 170. Yeah.
That's fair enough. I don't even mind that. The side by side I put earlier on was the mirroring that's shown in the land in the distance over the salt flats, whatever it is, where the water is creating a mirror, and just the contrast down in Mount Canigou where we have the same mirroring sort of effect, and there's water as well up to a certain point. I say it's water all the way beyond the mountain itself, but yeah, we just don't see it.
What are you looking at?
But so you'll admit, can you just admit in the first place, Ruhif, if you look back at the image, let me just post it again here. If you look back at the image, you'll just admit that it is water causing the mirroring on the right. Let me just post it again. It's from the bigger picture earlier on over the salt plains. Yeah, so I just posted that again. Will you admit that it is water doing the mirroring here? From this image. Because if you don't admit that, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. You know what I mean? I just don't know what to say. You really have to admit that. Now, there's the image that was taken from. I think New Perspective posted that earlier on. I've seen it before as well.
Yeah, but I've already shown you, Pete, that what the difference is between a mirage and a mirrored image, right?
No, you haven't shown me anything, Travis.
You might not have seen it, but I put together because of our discussion.
I've heard you talking about it. Yeah, I've heard you talking about it.
I was just trying to talk about it again. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. I don't agree with your conclusions, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but if you don't know what I said about the difference between a mirror and a mirage, how can you not agree?
Because we disagree on what the cause of mirages actually is.
No, I'm not talking about the cause. I'm talking about the difference between a mirrored image like the salt flats, which is a mirrored image, and a mirage. There's a difference. That's why you're correct on the salt flats. Yeah, that's a mirror. Yeah, it's not a mirage. But when you have a mirage, it's not a mirror. There's a difference between the two, and it's very key.
Okay, you can answer then. So the Mount Canigou image, side by side with the salt flats image, we see a mountain.
I'm not talking about.
Excuse me, please. Stop talking.
I'm the one that started this conversation, man. You're now hijacking it from
Canigou. You just said, listen, it's early in the morning there where you're at. You just said you already told me the difference between a mirage and you already told me the difference between mirage and a mirroring image. That's fair enough. I said you didn't show me anything because I don't believe what you have to say. I don't go along with what you have to say in terms of an explanation. So that's fair enough. I'm entitled to say that, right, Travis?
I'm confused by this.
With the image, with the image I posted, with the side by side from my.
Anybody know what just happened? Like, why is this happening to me?
Travis, I'm used to this type of behavior from you, man. You've way too much invested. You've way too much invested
type of behavior from me?
To consider other ideas and change your mind a little bit.
Yeah. You've been talking to yourself in a mirror. Oh, look at that. Mirror came up again.
So I have Mount Canigou next to the island, or whatever, the mountain in the background from the salt flats, and they look exactly the same. Same type of mirroring. We have water in both cases, but one is a mirage and the other is a mirror image. I'm not sure about that. I think you just haven't scaled it properly. You haven't got the scale down. Code the image. But that's okay. You can go into this with Ruhif if you want, Travis.
No, I was trying to clarify the difference between a mirage and a mirror with you.
Well, which is which then here?
I'm not talking about your images on the.
Okay, just in general you're talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair enough. But you know, I have my own thoughts on that as well. But I don't think it's very appropriate to go into that at the minute. Since
Well,
Ruhif is here,
nothing else is going on right now. That's why I talked.
well, since Ruhif is here, he's the one who specializes in Mamkanagu. So you have this side by side, and obviously that's why I asked him, will he admit that it's a water doing the mirroring on the right, which is the salt flats, but on the left, then it's something else that's doing the mirroring. And where there's mirroring in both situations, there's water in both situations. But of course, he's going to talk about the horizon, the distance to the horizon, all manner of looming effects and refraction effects. So he's the best one to talk about this to Travis. Me and you never seem to get anywhere in our arguments.
It's like talking to you.
Well, at least you will admit that I helped you out in the sense that you did think the ether band was a vertical band, but it is a reflection that's occurring along the surface as well.
Wait,
so
what?
At least I helped you out in that.
Wait, you helped me out do what?
It doesn't matter. Forget about it.
No. Are you saying that you helped me figure out that the mirage is not a vertical image?
Yes, I did.
No, you did not.
That's fair
Absolutely.
enough. Who's been challenging you the most? Who's
Wow.
been challenging you the most over the years about the mirroring water?
What kind of delusion do you live in? How could you even say that?
Forget about it. Forget about
Yeah.
it. Okay, well, forget about it then.
That's incredible.
Well, it's just something I'd been saying. No, when you're looking at this mirage, it's not a vertical expression. Years ago, saying this is along a parallel surface. So now you suddenly change. So suddenly you change your mind from being a vertical ether band boy to a horizontal ether band boy. Well, fair enough.
No, wow. No, I've never heard anyone else describe the mirage as a horizontal image but me. Ever.
Well, then you're kidding, man. You've never heard me talking about the mirrored water layer over a extended surface, that the reflection is always along the ground, the surface of the water. You're a liar, man, if you say that. We have gone back Skype conversations. I haven't been to Skype in ages, but we have Skype conversations talking about this sort of stuff.
Yeah, it's a fair description, right? You have described it that way, but you've never said the words that it's a horizontal image. Right?
Yes, I have.
Okay. All right.
Of course I have. Fuck's sake.
What does that even fucking matter if you're saying the same thing?
For goodness sake.
It doesn't matter that we're saying it. He initially said that I got it from him.
You probably did.
I know you did.
Yeah.
We talked about this before, man.
Don't say that you know you did, because I remember my aha moment when I was doing my own research, reading Andrew Thomas Young. I came to it in my own research on my own. I didn't hear you say it.
Okay, no worries. Don't worry about it.
I mean, unless you guys want to do this crazy Inception idea, which is, there's
Don't
no
worry
way
about
I'd be
it,
able.
Travis. We talked. There's no one been talking about the mirrored water layer over an extended span. I've been talking about that for long times, and I've held that, yes, and I told you this yourself, that when you're looking at a target and you're looking at its reflection, which is an inferior mirage or an underside mirroring, the reflection along the horizontal surface of the water can be many, many times the extent of the height of the target itself, because we're looking at it from an acuteness of angle. Now, if you're gonna deny that, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I don't care what you fucking deny, where you got your inspiration.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that. I have heard you say that recently, but I've been saying what I've been saying for a couple of years, so it's a matter of
You've
timing.
heard me saying that. So I've been on Ranty's, Jamie Brown's show all throughout the year, saying all of this sort of stuff over and over again. I had arguments with you against it when I was telling you about the ether band layer, that it's not a vertical expression, it's all along the surface, but it's a mirroring effect along the surface of the water. But if you came up with that yourself, fair enough, but no worries. I don't want to get engaged with this. You're the
one that said it.
But you're denying it, so that's fair enough. I'm not going to push it, because I don't want any fucking... What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Make yourself famous, Travis. Go ahead.
Don't worry, Pete. I'll give you props, bro.
You've certainly put the work and the effort in.
I have returned, Pete.
He just stepped away, I think.
All right.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Is there a keyboard shortcut to like quickly mute microphone?
Yeah, you can do a hotkey.
Yeah, I might do that. Control Shift M. Boom. Oh. Control Shift M. Yeah,
Well,
DP, with your LiDAR stuff, you may as well just do LiGo.
Yeah, Ruhu. That argument is so old and so out of whack, and so many people have got twisted up out of fashion over that stupid fucking argument. It's ridiculous.
That's a big
Now,
that's a big downgrade compared to getting readings of the Earth and 3D printing the Earth.
Yeah, you got to stitch the data together, and that's where you'll
LiGo.
that's where you'll lose everyone.
Yeah, we already told you why you stitch it together.
Nobody needs LiGo.
LiGo's already given you what you want. So
and how long is LiGo, Ruhif?
4 kilometers.
I'm talking about 27 miles.
Okay.
You
Of
pale
stitched
into
data.
you pale into insignificance compared to 27 miles, Ruhif.
Right.
Now you're claiming it's stitched together, but the point cloud data is gathered in one scan, Ruhif. There is no stitching.
I guarantee it's not one scan. What's your elevation?
The surface of the water is the elevation, Ruhif.
You're a meter off the surface, and you think it's one scan?
What's the meter off the surface got to do with it being one scan or not, Ruhif?
I asked what's your elevation, and you said like on the water.
Well, you can put the LiDAR scanner on a little raft if you really wanted to, or on a boat and traverse the 27 miles on a boat. Pete, you got a hot mic.
Yeah, you got background noise. That's not one scan.
It is one continuous scan, Ruhif.
It's repeated scans. Like, I don't know how else to... It's like you walking 27 miles with a metal detector. Going,
there are repeated emissions of the light points, the data collection points, yes. It is one ongoing cycle, yes. But it is one scan, Ruhip. It is one point cloud that is created.
Yeah,
There is
I'll
no
leave it to it,
stitching together of the point cloud.
I'll leave it to you.
You know that the point cloud is a 360 degree around you scan, don't you?
Sure.
Yeah. So it scans something that's approaching you in front of you, and as it goes past you, and as it goes away from you.
If you want to talk about stitching together, Ruhif, the very firing of the individual light, right? The light beams that are continuously occurring in the LiDAR scanning, that framework that's being made up in that point cloud there and then, you could try and call that it being stitched together. But it's stitched together with reference to the 3D spaces from the start to the finish. Right?
So let's say these stitched together parts are like, I don't know, 10 meters apart. Right? Is it going to stitch together with
you're not getting
the accuracy?
No,
of
he's
stitching?
really
chain
not,
reaction.
He's really not getting it. He's thinking like stitching together photos. Like if you do a panel, you used to have to do panoramic photographs in steps across your field of view. You don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah,
Now you're thinking of the
LiDAR
LiDAR scan as those stitched together photographs, and that's not how it works, Ruhif. Your understanding of this is quite limited, I feel.
Yeah, I'll let you go and do it, DP. That's fine. I'm not gonna try and dissuade you from doing it.
No, but you're just going to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, Ruhif, the same as you normally do.
Sure.
Like you're already trying to say that it won't work, but you don't actually innately understand even the process whatsoever.
Yeah.
You don't understand any of it at all.
The principle.
I understand that it needs to be stitched together.
You
your
fundamentally don't understand the fucking the tool that's being used. You don't
I've
understand
got a
it.
reasonable idea how it works, and I know that we'll need to stitch together shit.
Ruhif,
What are you doing is pointless.
you're out on your own, Ruhif.
All right, whatever.
Here. As usual, actually, you're out on your own, but
Whatever.
you seem to build this little sandcastle around you and think you're king of it.
Ricky has been to LIGO. He can tell us about the elevation of the slab. Oh,
Alice is back.
oh, Pete. Oh, Pete.
I'm here, Brad.
Hello. Oh, should we go make a sandwich, bro?
Ruhif, I think the problem is generally, of course, you're one of the best that they have to offer in terms of defense, but you haven't considered alternatives, just in general, not particularly what you're talking about with Ale or with Gleam there, but just in general, Mount Canigou or anything else. You just haven't considered alternatives, developed them to the best of your ability possible, and then compared what is accepted against what is this alternative, whether it's viable or not. You just haven't done that. All you ever do is just defend the model, and you get more and more ridiculous. It becomes more and more sort of unbelievable, the explanation that we can't relate to, and you just maintain that you're right without considering alternatives. So you see there's a problem there, science-wise at least, anyway.
When you have a model that makes predictions and those predictions match reality, let me know, Pete.
Okay, that sums up science for you. That sums up science. The
Yes.
truth is established.
That's
What about
exactly
the model?
what science is.
You should be trying to test your model at every stage. Then it will just garner strength then by your inability to debunk it. Not just take a model, defend it come hell or high water against all newcomers. That's not how science works, bud.
Again, if my model makes predictions and those predictions match reality and are never contradicted, I'm pretty confident the model reflects reality.
I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be here after all this time if what you believed you were saying is true.
Mining motivations, Pete.
Well, fair enough. You have your own motivations, and that's fair enough. But I understand the difficulty here, which you don't. The one thing you deny is the extended span of water. You take it away. So when you ask me, where's the horizon line here? What looks to be a dividing line, it may not be. It may not be. And the reason you cannot entertain that is because it has to be a dividing line. So therefore, there's no more water beyond that seeming horizon, seeming dividing line. Whereas as a flat earther, there has to be water. And because we're not seeing water, we're seeing reflections, we're seeing mirroring. We can understand that at least the water at some point, at some stage, under some conditions, can mirror. So this could account for all of this mirroring, but you haven't even entertained that. So
there's a very small amount of mirroring in the shot that you posted. Nowhere near enough to explain the vast majority of the mountain.
Properly, man. You haven't scaled it. You see that Mount Canigou image? Pete. If you take the mirror line of the Mount Canigou image, obviously the mountain itself is at a specific height above ground level, but this reflection, the mirror image along the water, can be many, many, many times the extent of that. Remember, looking over a distance of 200 miles. What looks like a direct reflection to us, it can stretch along the surface of the water for many, many miles. So this is not a one-to-one relationship.
Do you understand what he's saying, Ruhif?
It sounds like gibberish, but I wanted to ask.
Okay, hold on.
Well,
no, let me clarify then. Let me clarify then, because it's a very important point that he's making. When you see the beginning of the mirrored image, and then you take it to where it extends to, right? However large that angle is in photograph, that mirrored image is extending over distance. It begins at a certain spot and then it extends until the end of the image. That is a physical distance that you are not taking into account when you scale this. Was that gibberish? Was that gibberish?
Yeah. It was understood, but dismissed, and the response is to ask how much of the mountain do you think you can see?
If you do not consider the image to be horizontal rather than vertical, you are not going to be scaling properly.
Yes,
So,
exactly.
Pete, how much of Kanagu do you think
Right.
you are seeing?
You shouldn't have any more. You should have nothing to do with him right now because he's not even
Oh,
conceding
right.
his point. There's no point in talking to him if he's not going to. This was the point that I had my aha moment with you guys, is that I understood you guys thought that the image that you're looking at that is a mirror is a vertical image. And so, of course, you don't imagine how that much space and distance. Can somebody go on mute? Because there's a lot of background noise.
Sorry, that's me. That's
So, because you think the image is a vertical image, of course you cannot squash that much distance and height into a vertical image. Of course, I agree. You have to now consider an alternative, which you're not willing to do right now. You've just dismissed it without any further consideration.
I'm answering
That's my
it,
point.
right, by asking how much of the mountain Pete thinks he sees. And where
It's
he
irrelevant.
thinks 0 meters above
That's
sea
a
level.
red herring. It's a red herring.
is
You're
irrelevant.
avoiding.
Not a red herring.
Yeah, you're avoiding the point that we are trying to help you understand, and you're not open to understanding it. There's no
Okay,
point
but
in
the
having a
point-
conversation with you.
The point that I'm trying to make is if you extrapolate down to 0 meters above sea level, there are photos of Kanagu where that point is literally hidden by a boat in the foreground. How do you explain that?
I have to see what you're talking about. I'm driving right now. I can't understand what you're saying.
Let me find one with a boat.
Well, you're gonna just send it to me in DM if you want, because I'm not gonna scroll back and try to find it.
And here's the thing, Ruhif. Here's the thing. You should draw it out from a flat earther's point of view, orthographically. So you should scale it down. You understand that you're looking over 170 miles. Convert that to meters. Put that along a line on a x-axis, and have your target height at one side is all to scale, and have your mountain height at the other side. How high is Mount Kanagu? About 3,000 or 4,000.
2785.
Very good. So we can see then on that greater scaling that that makes a massive difference from your diagram that you would draw according to a spinning ball Earth view, where you have only a very limited distance along the surface of the water to the horizon, depending on observer height. So you're not, again, you have to consider both sides and then come along with the best argument, which, or after the truth. Are you after the truth at the end of the day, Ruhif? I guess that's what we have to ask. Are you after the truth? Are you capable of reversing your currently held position?
I'm capable of being wrong, but I know that I'm not.
But you haven't been yet. You're doing rumpus on it. You should always assume, as a man of science, that you are wrong. You should always and ever assume that you're absolutely wrong, because it's so vital that if you make a false step at this stage and you develop on that false step, you can be led into la la land and you'll never know it, because you've never assumed that you were wrong at every step of the way.
So that photo I posted, if you draw the rest of Kanagu, it is way, way, way below that boat.
You're kidding, man, aren't you? You just, ballers can't fucking scale. They can't use their minds to think.
Would you like me to do the scale?
No, I know what you're saying, man.
Listen,
The mountain-
listen,
how
we
near
know
is
what
the
you're
boat?
fucking saying.
How near is the
Yeah.
boat? Yeah, how near is the boat? How
I know
high
where
is
the
the
boat
observer,
is.
and how far is the mountain in the distance?
How could you even
observer.
fucking say that, Ruhif? How can you legitimately turn around and just say what you just said? No,
So what,
honestly, how
the base is way below the boat?
how is it? What the fuck, bro?
You're
Are
asking
you
how I
fucking
say something?
even on a fucking globe? How could you fucking believe that?
Perspective?
What?
Do you deny perspective?
God, welcome to La La Land, everybody.
So perspective would allow you to physically have a mountain beyond the point of that boat through that ground.
Perspective, the base
What the
of
fuck is
Kanagu.
Okay.
The base of Kanagu, if you were able to see through the water, the base of Kanagu will be way below the boat. Way below it.
No, it wouldn't. No, it
Yes,
wouldn't.
it will. Are you denying perspective?
What?
Do you deny perspective, like
No,
angular size of something?
No, perspective doesn't make a globe. No. He's not denying perspective. Don't twist this.
Okay. So the angular size of Canigou, 2785 meters at what's the distance of this one?
Yeah, include foreshortening.
Yeah, sure. Where are we? Alosh 320. Give me a minute. I'll go do some maths and come back to you.
Yeah, let us know in that same degree that you're trying to cram Canigou, how many miles of distance also exists within that same degree. You can't ignore the foreshortening above and below the horizon.
By foreshortening, do you mean like the mountain kind of leaning backwards or leaning forwards, changing its angular size? What do you mean?
No, that is an aspect of foreshortening, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the compression of the distance as you look. Like if you measure the distance from the I don't know where the boat is to where the photographer is, and then you take that distance from the boat toward Canigou, you're going to have a smaller angular area that distance is going to fit into. It's going to be smaller visually, and then it's going to keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller, even though the same amount of distance is being expressed as you move toward Canigou. You have to do the same thing with Canigou's base because foreshortening happens above the horizon as well as below.
So if I were to ask you what is from this observer location, what is the angular size of Canigou, would you be able to calculate it?
No, I mean, I don't know how to do that. That's not my point.
Then
My
that sounds
point
like you're
is
talking out your ass.
No. My point is you are ignoring certain features that you need to take into consideration.
And yet you have no idea how to take them into consideration?
It doesn't matter. I know because I understand the concept. Simply because I don't know how to crunch the numbers doesn't mean I can't have a conversation with you about the concept.
Okay, if I gave you a link to an angular size calculator and I told you I am 2 kilometers away from a tree and the tree measures a particular angular size, would you be able to give me the height of the tree?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. If a mountain is 200 miles away, 150 miles away, and I know the height of it, would you be able to give me the angular size?
I would have to look into how to incorporate foreshortening into that because you're looking over a distance. You're not just
you're
simply
ignoring the
standing
distance, Harif.
Not
I
ignoring
don't
the
know.
distance. Not ignoring the distance.
You're not simply
you are.
standing. Hold on.
No,
You're
I'm
not simply standing in front of a tree or a building at this point. You are removing yourself miles and miles and miles. So just like the floor is going to be affected by foreshortening, so is the base of the target you're looking at.
Floor. We're not talking about the floor. We're talking about a mountain that's standing upright, same as a tree stands upright.
Yeah, you're not paying attention.
No, I am. That's why I'm correcting you.
No, you're not.
You're talking about the floor getting, longer distances, taking up smaller angular sizes. Of course.
Well,
yeah.
One second, Travis.
Man.
So,
Travis, you're roboting.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna say it one more
You're
time.
roboting though, Travis.
Hold on.
So what's the point? There's no point in you speaking right now. You're roboting like fuck.
Say it one more time.
Travis, you're roboting.
Okay.
Travis, you're roboting.
It'll take time for him to catch up.
Okay. Hey, Ruhit, while Travis is catching up, are you saying in that image with the boat in the near ground and the mountains in the far ground? So we know the boat is a certain height. So the mountain should appear to be an equivalent distance, dimension of the boat higher in the horizon.
I don't know how big the boat is or how far away it is. It doesn't matter. All right. The
imagine
fact
it's
is that the
100 feet.
bottom of the mountain will be below the level of the boat.
Oh, but if the boat is, let's say, 100 feet high, and the mountain is 3,000 feet high, are you saying that the mountains in the background should appear to be 10 times, 20 times the height of the boat as we observe it here?
No, I'm literally all I'm saying, right, is if we use perspective to work out where the bottom of the mountain is, that will appear lower in our field of view than the boat. I don't care how big the boat is, how far away it is, don't care.
How would that happen? How would that happen? The boat is nearer to us, so we can see the bottom of the boat. You're
Right.
saying the mountain in the background should be lower than that, as if it's over a
The
globe. Well,
bottom?
if you're a globe earther.
Okay.
You are a globe earther, right?
Yes, we can see maybe 400 something meters of the mountain, something like that in this photo.
Be much more than that.
No, it's not.
I would guarantee it's much more than that.
How much do you think, Pete? How much do you think
I
of
think
seeing
much
on
more
the
than that, but I think there's a lot of it compressed into the bottom as well, which you can see it's
compressed.
blending into the greater distance, into the greater sort of melted
163.
horizon. But I would say much more than that. I would like to see if you
263.
263 meters is all you can see.
263.47 kilometers away.
Okay.
All right, let me do some funky shit. All right.
You must be you must be sick to death of doing this.
Whoever's
must be sick to death of
whoever's
doing it.
sniffling or whatever, you got an open mic.
Yeah, are you huffing lines over there, Ruhif?
Me? It's not me. It's Pete.
I don't think it's me. That should be okay.
It sounds like you're chopping something up, Pete.
All right, that's dry peak, isn't it? I think. $250.54. This will take a few minutes. My apologies.
So once again, Rumpus is developing new mathematics, new considerations that the Earth, spinning ball Earth science hasn't considered yet to account for some accommodations. He hasn't quite finished his paper yet, but you are once again reverting back to physics drawn up, especially associated with spinning ball Earth and observations we see. So you cannot do that. You cannot do that because it's, well, you can do that, but you have to give an alternative as well. You have to express the alternative. What would happen over a flat Earth? What would we see? What would be diminished or not? And then compare the two against the visual. But you're not doing that. You're bringing all one-sided mathematics and considerations in, and you're applying to a completely opposing side point of view, which is a flat stationary Earth point of view where everything is fucking fundamentally different. You get that? Everything. He'll continue doing what he's doing anyway. I'm going up for a fag.
Yeah, he's not paying attention.
Listening-ish, kind of.
Yeah, not paying attention.
Can you think quietly? Is that possible?
Oh, come on, Betty. Come on, Betty.
Ruhif, would you categorize yourself as a party pooper, do you think, or no?
Party pooper. In this arena, probably, yeah.
Yeah. It's just the Debbie Downer hour.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. It's actually not always like that with you, but yeah, sometimes it does get a bit it's like you have an agenda and then the agenda just gets in the way of like hanging out and having fun conversation. It's like, why not just a little bit. But actually earlier we were getting into some philosophical. That was one of the first times I've heard you actually go to that level. Because you were talking about like before the Big Bang, or what was that like, and was it like infinite time? Because for you to even say that basically means you believe in a creator.
No. I can see how you would think that by what I said, but I don't. No.
If something came before this and it was in some timeless realm, then it would have to be.
It just breaks my idea of causation, basically.
But what else would it be if not the thing that came before it?
Don't know.
That was a riddle. That was probably a riddle right there.
Shall I mark some levels on this diagram? I think I will. Let's do that.
Give us an original thought that we've never heard before.
Yeah.
Something brimming with creativity. The non-existent curvature is kind of old news.
What do you think your soul is, Rui? Where do you think your individuality comes from? Your soul.
My brain, basically.
Your brain. So everything's in your brain.
That's who I am. Yes. Yeah.
So your feelings, your thoughts, your emotions, everything is derived from in your brain.
Yep.
Okay.
Yippers. Oops, that's a bit large. And
So all you are is your brain?
yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
That's your limit?
If my brain stops functioning, I am no longer who I am.
So what part of the mind, what part of the brain is the conscious mind stored in? Because we have examples of people that, well, no, wait there a second. So if it's the whole thing, right, we have examples of people, let's say, for instance, right, that have had the whole right side of their brain destroyed, right? Zero brain activity, maybe even physically not there anymore in the account with people, let's say, that have been shot in the head. And then one half of their whole brain has been blown out, but they're still conscious, right? There's, you know, in terms of them being able to talk, interact, even some motor control, you know, sometimes with examples where there's zero motor control issue. But then we have another person that has the opposite side of the brain destroyed. So between the two people, we have every portion of the brain not working. But both people operate at a similar level and have a exact same expression of what a conscious mind is: the ability to speak, the ability to perceive ideas, the ability to imagine and hold images in their mind. So, like, what part of the brain is the conscious mind held in? If we have examples of between multiple different people of like the whole brain being inactive, but yet have a similar level of functionality.
The whole brain inactive.
Well, if we take two different people, right? We take one person who's conscious, right, to the same degree as another person is conscious, but one person, the left side of their brain doesn't work whatsoever. Then the other person, the right side, doesn't work together, right? Doesn't work whatsoever. But both people show a similar level of conscious thought. Does the conscious mind skate around the brain if one part's destroyed?
I don't even know how to answer that. I have no idea.
Well, you should know how to answer it because it's actually in your claim that our consciousness is part of our brain.
Right.
Right. So, what part of the brain is it in?
I would say all of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm having trouble.
Just not
parsing your
engaging.
question.
Yeah, you're just not going to engage. Okay.
Anyway, I have done my little job.
You notice that he does that. Like, it feels more personal when it's toward you. Like, I get your point now, Travis. Right? Like, yeah, I noticed that earlier with you, and like, it just happened with me, and it felt a lot worse when it's toward you. It feels a lot worse. Yeah.
Anyway, where's Pete?
Yeah, Ruhif's doing a kind of a new thing where he's like, he pretends like he's ignoring you even though he actually heard you.
Yeah.
I
fucking noticed.
I was kind of hoping for an answer that was a little bit more expanded than just the brain, but anyway.
Yeah, where's Pete?
Yes.
Fair play, Ruhif. Fair play.
It's gold. It's gold.
I do
Anyway.
like Ruhif more than a lot
Love
of
you too.
the Globers, you know. At least he's like
Anyway.
an arsehole that admits it, you know.
Yeah, I posted in the chat.
Ruhif is more of a lover than a fighter, and that I got to give him props for.
All right.
That's what she
I've
said.
posted in the chat an overlay from Google Earth. And I've overlaid the photo onto the actual terrain from Google Earth. Cool. So you can see where the horizon is in the photo. Actually, I might put some more marks in this. Hold on. Let's do some more marks. Where are we? Pictures. Screenshots. Do. And then, guess what I've got to do after that?
We're not really able to guess based on to like we're not seeing everything that you are, bro.
Yeah. 2785 meters.
I'm not even gonna lie, the cannabis that people smoke in America, right? So I've got some weed from America sent over to me, right? And what's this one called? Boba Blue, right? How the fuck do you people smoke this shit like on a daily basis, bro? Like in America, they're taking weed way too far. I'm telling you.
All right, there we go.
What are you in terms of the strains? Are you smoking a strain that's legally available in America, bud? Weed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I got some weed from California, right?
Oh man, your tits are blown off for that.
Like, bro,
Oh,
this shit's like 26% THC. It's called wait there. It's called Boba Blue.
Boba Blue. That sounds way too strong. Yeah.
So Pete, can you bring up the image that I just posted in the chat?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I can. 1 second. Well, I'm a seasoned weed smoker as well, yeah, you don't want that state. That leaves you in a fucking collapsed state that you just attack within. You can't relate to anything. So maybe that's purposefully done as well, of course. Yeah, I know there's a big strain of what is it? What's the thing in spice? Is it spice in the UK? That's pretty similar.
Oh fuck that. No, that ain't so much. The spice is like M2201. That's synthetic cannabinoids with absolutely zero CBD profile to sort of counteract any of the bad side effects. That's like a different ball game.
Yeah, but it's still sort of fucking you up. You know what I mean? It makes you dysfunctional or just warped and wrapped and withdrawn into yourself. So yeah, maybe all of these things, all the legalization of cannabis and these stronger strains are all purposeful as well. They're dividing and conquering. So yeah, but I would say just enjoy it in the moment. I would say take your little time with it, mix it up, dilute it down a bit, and you probably enjoy it more.
Anyway, Pete.
Okay.
Can you bring up the photo or the Google Earth thing that I posted?
Okay. Okay, I have it.
Yep. So I've overlaid the photo onto what Canagoo looks like from where the photo was taken. So the red line is towards Canagoo, and the green line is towards a peak, a mountain called Dry Peak. And I've got the elevations there, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And you can see the horizon in the photo, which is above that red plane, that red horizontal plane that I've put into Google Earth.
Yeah.
That red horizontal plane is 2,000 meters above sea level. And the horizon in the photo is way above that. So how much of the mountain is missing, or how much is visible?
Okay. What distance on Google Earth did you take from the same distance? Is it?
Yeah, from the observer location, but I had to increase the altitude so I could see the mountain because Google Earth doesn't do refraction.
Variables as well. I get what you're saying, man. It looks like the bottom of the mountain has disappeared, but it's scrunched into the greater expanse is the explanation. You have denied the expanse by declaring that where the water seems to end and the sky begins. Actually, I don't know how you're going to explain the gap between and the mirroring. You're going to invoke all manner of fantastic explanation through the air or something. But yes, what you're failing to recognize or at least consider is that no, that's not where the water ends. The water continues all the way to the mountain and beyond it as well, even though we can't discern it. But yes, it is a massive distance, 170 miles along the surface of the ground that you have to take in. So the further you go back, the more everything will necessarily crunch into itself, diminish in size. So yes, no one's denying that it seems to be missing. I don't think it's quite just a couple of 100 meters above the line as you indicated, but yes, it seems that half the bottom of the mountain is missing. But the explanation is not what you're going to have to offer up your explanation. And no one denies that it seems that way, but the explanation in regards to an extended span is that yes, the lower aspect compresses into the greater distance perspective, and yeah, it's still at sea level, but it's just compressed into a very narrow thin line. And we can't make it out.
So all the shit that's below the horizon just happens to be compressed into the horizon.
Nothing below the horizon, man. There's
What
nothing.
do you mean there's nothing below the horizon?
There is nothing
You
below.
have, like, object permanence?
The water, as you go look out over the great expanse.
Ruhiv, you might as well state that
Everything is above the surface of the water. There's nothing below the surface.
you might as well say that there's something below that ship.
If you actually extrapolate where the bottom, where 0 meters above sea level is, like I said half an hour ago, if you extrapolate where that is on the photo, it's near the bottom of the photo. You guys just go, 2.5 kilometers of a mountain under the horizon. We'll just say that compresses into the horizon. Like, it's just horseshit.
So you're
Same thing
saying
that happens with
embarrassing.
clouds.
Yeah.
Listen, hold on. It's the same thing that happens with clouds in the distance and the
No,
floor
it's not,
when it
Travis.
goes to.
Fuck.
Okay.
Yeah, you're going to say some stupid shit, and I'm going to remind you that a mountain is vertical, right? The angular side, it doesn't foreshorten, right? It's fucking vertical. That's why we look at things like mountains and fucking lighthouses and boats and shit. Things that are vertical, they just have an angular size. They don't fucking foreshorten or flatten out or whatever.
What's horseshit is to say that mountain is below the horizon. That's the horseshit.
Come on, Bandy.
No, come on at all.
Yeah, you tried this at 6 o'clock, and I was like, eh.
Well, you want to make wild accusations and claims, claiming stuff as horseshit.
It's
You would have to
pretty
say
obvious.
that, Ruhiv, you would have to say that if it was a flat Earth, then that mountain should appear twice as high, if not more, much more actually. We should be looking up at the mountain over that great expanse from a perspective high on the mountain this side. Is that would you have to claim that?
No, we're looking down at the mountain.
Yes, but if we were over a flat Earth, I said.
Oh, flat Earth, yes, yeah, of course.
You would have to claim that we would say, let's say the observer height at the top of the mountain, 170 miles away, we're exactly the same height above the sea over a flat Earth. You would have to claim that it would look horizontally, fundamentally, and it would come up to eye level. Yeah, from the perspective of the viewer at this side.
The vertical angular size of the mountain barely changes at all, depending on globe or flat. Hardly changes at all.
Don't get this sort of talk. I'm not a glober. Globe is fantasy, bud. Globe is fantasy. Any
Wait,
explanation you have to offer is not true.
Say that part again. What did you just say?
Regardless of whether we're on a flat Earth or a globe, the angular size, like let's say we have to take into account tilt and angle of view, that sort of shit.
Not on a flat Earth.
The angular size of that mountain will barely change at all.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me?
Not kidding.
If you were 5 miles away from that mountain, you were taking the angular size from bottom ground level to top. You would get a certain angular size measurement. If you move that mountain 10 miles away, 50 miles away, 100 miles away, you're going to get ever diminishing angular size reading, right?
We're talking about comparing what the angular size would be on a flat Earth versus the angular size on a globe. There is fuck all difference.
Right, so now we're at another instance of a zero-sum game, right?
What do you mean?
I always knew this.
I don't think you realize what you just said.
the angular size, the vertical angular size, right? If we take into account tilt and blah, 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 will change by absolutely fuck all.
Listen.
Would you like to see the measurements?
Okay, you were talking about the law of perspective, right? So as it moves away, so you're invoking the law of perspective here as well. So obviously the angular size will change according to the distance away, and the further it gets away, the more diminished the angular size will read,
No,
right? Top to
just
bottom.
keep the distance the same. There's one distance. It's either over flat or a globe.
Yeah.
The angular size that you calculate for both, there'll be hardly any difference. Would you like to
That
see
you
the
calculate, that you calculate or that you observe? You measure.
Both. I mean, we observe the same because they don't fucking change, right?
Man, you're just not thinking through this. You're not. I'm not saying you're wrong.
One of
you're
us.
not thinking through the alternative. Why would it remain the same? Why would not over a very, very extended surface of water? And you're looking. Remember, when you're looking at a target, exponential number of miles away, so 1 to 10, 50, 20, 100,000 miles. It doesn't even matter. You are looking into the greater expanse. So everything is developing. All dimensions are developing along the x-axis, along the y-axis, and along the z-axis. You're looking further and further. So you have to put on your decoding glasses more and more because you're taking into consideration this greater panorama. What's wrong with you?
There you go. Giving you the numbers. That's the difference. That's the difference in angular size between a globe and a flat Earth. Taking into account tilt and fucking rotation and angular fucking view, that sort of shit. That's the angular size of Canada.
So
anyway,
This is real life.
It's
Pete.
wrong.
This
Yeah,
is
it's wrong. It's wrong because we're dealing.
Show us your numbers, Pete. Show us your numbers.
No, hang on. Let me explain it in words. Numbers are just a development of ideas, development of pictures we form. So I'm not interested in the numbers. Once you can wrap your brain around something, then you can develop the words and the numbers.
This is the whole point, Pete. Right?
Okay. No, not
I've
for me.
said,
For you, it is.
No. You're challenging me. Oh, sorry. Travis probably is more than you. But the angular size doesn't change on a flat Earth versus a globe, taking into account tilt. Makes fuck all difference, and you can see the numbers.
Okay, so listen, just so again, this is what Pete had brought up a moment ago, and I'm just trying to seek clarification. When Pete said, "What would this look like on a flat Earth?" He said, "You're saying that it would be 2 to 3 times larger because you would have to bring." Then it appears because you would have to bring it up. You would have to bring the entire mountain up to the horizon, like we're suggesting is happening. Like there's nothing below or beyond the horizon, the way that you're thinking about it. So then in order to bring the entire mountain up, it would actually grow in our visual space. But what I hear you saying is it actually would, because the angular size of Canada on a flat Earth appears the same as it does on a globe. Is that what you're saying?
I think what you're saying is that when you say see all of it,
don't tell me what I'm saying. I'm asking you again just right now. Are you saying?
I'm trying to answer you. I think you're saying. Hang on. I'm saying there's only 400 meters or so visible, right? Which leaves 2,400 below the horizon.
Right. And Pete said this earlier that if it was a flat Earth, you'd have to bring that 2,000 feet up so that you could see it.
Yes.
Okay,
and it would
but
be
now,
huge.
That's what Pete said, right?
Yeah.
So, but right now what you're saying is that the angular size that the mountain would appear on a flat Earth is exactly what we see.
No. The calculated angular size, right, of the entire mountain, regardless of flat or globe, is the same, 0.6 degrees. All right. The amount we can see is like, I don't know, 0.1 degrees. That's the amount we can see.
Okay,
the rest of it is below the horizon.
Well, no, it's not, but I understand now.
Well, again, I ask, with reference to the image that I posted, how much of the mountain do you think we can identify?
Doesn't matter how much of the mountain we can identify, right? It's so far away, there's hardly anything to be able to really be resolved at that angle anyway.
Jesus,
What are you
you
laughing
talk
at?
some shit, Travis.
Yeah.
Why are you
I've matched the image to Google Earth. I'd match the photo to Google Earth.
So what? That's what you see.
You said we can't resolve it.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck? You got
We've
a
got
lot
to
of
compare
fluff, Travis. Got a lot
we're
of
speaking
fluff.
different languages here, Ruif. I think I'll develop a scenario and get you to go along with me. But something like, let's say, a 100-meter tall ship, right? Let's just say a rectangular block in the ocean before you. As you're on top of that mountain, looking at 3,000 meters, and you're looking down at the ship, and they're lined up all the way across, lengthwise, all the way to Mount Canada. Over flat Earth, we're taking it now.
Sorry, Pete.
What size do you think you will appreciate that 100 meter high ship? At the mid distance, at the 3/4 distance, at the base of the mountain, assuming that you could see all the way, what size would you take it?
If you gave me the actual sizes and distances,
would it retain its angular dimension that you were just looking at it directly
Yes.
before you all the way?
yeah, if you gave me the distance and the size, it will retain its angular size. Yes.
This is madness, and you're just speaking a different language. I know what's going on. You have an imaginative picture in mind, and you must defend this impossibility, and that's why there's no progress possible ever.
This is why I love Canagoo, because it, like, to any rational person, there is clearly, like, I don't know, 2,400 meters of mountain below the horizon, and you have to deny it. You have to deny it. Like,
I've explained
Anyway,
exactly
I'm
what's
gonna
going
feed
on
the
with
dogs.
Canagoo. Hey,
Okay,
Ruha,
see you,
remember
Pete.
I made a bet with you? I can explain exactly what's going on with Canagoo, and I can give a much more reasoned explanation. We haven't
He
got your
left. He left.
Oh, did he? Why did he leave?
Yeah, he went to feed the dogs. He said, "I need to feed the dogs," very quickly, and then left. Another tactic of his: feed the children, feed the dog, water the plants, stick a dildo up his ass. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
It's okay, but if we think we learn anything from this on a continuous basis, we don't. He comes in, sprays what he has to say, gets everyone talking about it, thinking about it, then he pisses off. He'll come back in tomorrow with the same thing, same figures. I know he's going through the effort, but it leads me to think that it's a job he's doing. He's actually getting paid for his time. He's not doing this out of the goodness of his heart, trying to rehabilitate us. So anyway, when it comes to what's going on there, different language we're speaking, but his own explanation, the image I posted earlier on of Canagoo, it's fucking fantastical in the meantime, to the extreme, if you think about it. Let me post it again in case you're wondering what I'm talking about. It's fantastical. He'll have the top of the mountain floating on a bed of air, which is mirroring the bottom of the mountain and above the horizon. This is madness. And he thinks this is perfectly reasonable then, because the math or the predictions can go somewhat to... Yeah, here we go. So, look, he's going to say, if you look at that image, he's going to say, well, we're looking over a globe here. The solid divide is the actual horizon. So beyond that, it is air. But the mountain, because it's so tall, is sticking up. So we can see it all only for this band of air, which is causing some sort of a mirroring effect. And it's sort of blotting out what the rest of the mountain that we should be able to see sticking up up above the horizon. It's fucking madness. It is madness. Absolute madness. But hopefully it comes back and at least justifies that what I just said there is an accurate representation of his explanation for what's going on. Because I can't see how else they could do it. Can you see? The mountain is floating, it seems. So it should be mountain all the way down to the solid barrier, the solid thick line. But because it isn't, and we see mirroring, we actually see an aspect of the sun between it. I have an explanation, as I said. I think I know what's going on here. But what's he going to say? What's he going to say? How can we see the sun between the mountain? And then he's going to evolve, between the mountain and the sea. And then he's going to invoke fucking looming, refraction effects, fathomograms, all of these sort of fantastical things. Where in actual fact, we're just looking across a span of water, and the water doesn't end where we think it ends. It goes beyond the mountain, and after a certain point, as the distance is so compressed, the water just reverts to its primal form, the mirroring. We see it as mirroring, the acuteness of viewing angle, looking over the surface, as it seems to rise up as well, will create this illusion. And yes, the mountain in the backdrop then is mirroring along the surface of this water, which can be many miles in extent, because it was all crushed in, and that's what we're seeing there. I'm done now, I'm done.
Yeah, did you see the image that I put together that contrasts the reflection and a mirage? I'm really curious as to how you would differentiate for us the difference between a mirror image and a mirage.
I did. I remember saying something about this before.
I just put my image in the chat if you want to take a look at
a
visual to contrast.
Yeah. Can you find? I looked at this before, Travis. It's a bit sort of confusing. Can you find a better example?
What's
Clearer
confusing
example.
about it, Pete? I think it's
Yeah.
absolutely
Okay. Let me. Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. I will.
no. But I just want you to just express for yourself, for us, what are the differences between a reflection and a mirage?
Okay.
How would you differentiate
Can you just
the
talk
two?
me? Okay. Can you just talk me through just the way I'm clear on this? Let me just save the image and blow it up. Can you talk me through what's going on the left there? What's the setting for that? Obviously, it's clear.
It's
The
just a
setting on the right.
random. It's just a random mountain range that I found reflected in a lake.
Or I beg your pardon, not on the left, on the right. Talk us through what's going on the right. Obviously, on the left, it's clear to see. Yeah, on the right.
On the right is the Bonneville Salt Flats. There's a mountain there in the background, and as you look toward the focal point in the middle of the frame, there is an inferior mirage, where you see that line, that blurry line between the mountain. It almost looks like there's fog between the mountains landscape. So there's a very narrow.
What are all these lines across the center? Is that a gate post or something? Are you looking over a gate post?
Yeah. So so if you use those two posts and just look above that, the inferior mirage begins where you might actually think that that's where the mountain begins.
Okay.
But that's not
Okay. So 1 second, Travis. So let me get this. So that's why I said now I'm getting to understand the image a little bit more. Did you take this yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So when you were actually looking with your eyes, you can't see any of this, right? Or could you?
Can't remember if I could see it or not. I just I think I did because I was driving and I could see the reflection. So then I pulled the car off on the side of the road and then took the pictures. So
Did you say you could see the reflection? So it looked like a reflection to your eyes initially.
well, a mirage is a reflection to a certain extent, but it's not the same as a reflection off of water.
Okay, so right, I've immediately identified the sort of mirroring zone, if you want. On the right, if you see the sort of cloudy patch, right? So you can see. Actually, hang on. I should check that a little bit more. Actually, I'll hang back on that. What I was going to say is just above the second post on the right, you can see just above that area or across that area, you can see what seems like a reflection along the surface of the ground. And above that, what seems to be a cloud, little thin cloud layer, you can see that is what it's reflecting as part of the mountain above. Would you agree with that? It sort of seems that way.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you.
Okay, so if we take it that this phenomenon applies all the way across, so that little cloudy band, if you draw a line through the center of that and use that as a mirroring axis, not vertically, horizontally, so the mountain is vertical, the mirroring plane is horizontal, then everything that we look at from where the mirroring starts will be a reflection along the surface of what's above it. At this acute angle. The acute angle is because of the way the mountain is sort of leaning here. But yeah, this is what I call a mirroring reflection, a mirroring image. If you call it a mirage, fair enough. I think they call it a mirage because they say it's happening through the air, but we realize it's happening along the surface.
Don't
not
say
through the
we.
air.
Don't say we.
Okay, who is he? Is he the guy who took the picture on the left? Is it? Don't say we.
No. Listen, you're you. Who are you speaking for? You have a mouse in your pocket? Who's this we?
Are you talking to me? Hang on. What's going on?
Yes.
Okay, I get
Yes,
you, Travis.
I'm
Yes,
talking to
okay. Okay,
You
well, I did say we, as in me and you, because you just admitted earlier on that what you thought the ether band was a vertical reflecting aspect, but now you realize it's along the surface, so it's horizontal sort of plane.
Okay.
So it's not through the air in that sense.
This is insane. I asked you a direct question and you haven't even gotten around to answering it. I'm asking you to tell us what you think the differences are between a mirrored image on a lake or the salt flats and a mirage. How would you describe the differences?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, on the lake, you have a continuous sort of set block of water, right? So you have a continuous surface. You can see it. You can associate directly the mirroring image along the flat as well. We know it looks like a vertical image that's reflecting on the left, but it's not. It's along the surface of the water. Many times, the length of the height of the mountain itself, the reflection can be. I think we agreed on that the last day as well. Now, what's happening fundamentally on the right is a similar thing, but we have sporadic sort of strips of water. We're looking at a compressed view along the surface. So just like as you're driving down a road, in some areas, a hot road, some areas seem mirroring and some don't. As you go down low enough, all of those bands will sort of coincide, and you will get the impression of one continuous mirror. But it's just a trick of perspective. But yeah, a similar thing happening here in the mirage. It's not obviously water, but there are these bands of water which I think are evaporating from the surface, which are given this cumulative effect of a mirror. So fundamentally, the same thing is happening. I say the same thing is happening fundamentally. We're getting a mirror image, and yeah, we have a vertical backdrop, and then we have a horizontal, a planar mirror surface that's doing that. So is that okay?
Well, I still think that you're missing a very key difference between the two.
Go on.
Okay. If you look at the middle of the left image, there's no confusion between where the physical ends and the mirror begins. It's all one-to-one correspondence. Everything is there above, everything is there below.
Sure.
Okay? In the left
Well,
image.
not quite, not everything, but sure, yeah, sure.
But that's not what you have in a mirage. In a mirage, that focal point gets blurred.
Yes, because Travis, you have a fixed setting before you. The guy who took the picture on the left. This is right before you. Everything is clear. The reason you're taking this picture is probably on the lake, and you can see the mountain reflecting in the backdrop. It's right there before you, right? There's an extent to the mirror, and you can decode pretty much everything you see. Now, you are not right in the sense that if you assume a one-to-one size relationship, that's a different matter.
No, I didn't say one-to-one
Okay,
size.
okay. Just
I
a
said,
visual. Okay, yeah.
yeah, you
Okay.
can see the shoreline. You can see the shoreline. Okay,
Now-
if you have a mirage at a shoreline, you won't see the shoreline. It's swallowed up in the internal reflection of the phenomenon, but you don't ever have that with a mirror image. Ever.
Yeah, this is a matter of scale. Okay, this is a matter of scale as well. Remember, I said the picture on the left was probably taken on the lake surface or close enough by the lake surface. As we're looking on the right, I don't know how many miles it is from where you were standing to the mountain surface itself. How many miles would you?
It doesn't matter, Pete. You're
It
focusing
matters
on the wrong.
absolutely. It matters absolutely because now we're looking along a lake surface that's sporadic, but you have to determine how far. It's not at your feet that you're looking down and seeing all of this. There's a mirroring stretch in the great distance that could encapsulate or incorporate, let's say, 5 miles over the distance towards that bandy there in the center, that mirroring line.
Yeah. So the one other thing that's a difference, like wherever this photographer is, if he's on the other side of the lake, however far the distance is, that lake's
You're cutting out, mate.
limit. It doesn't extend over the entire plane. It has. Am I back?
Yeah.
All right. Does anyone else understand the distinction that I'm making between a mirrored image on a lake and a mirage?
I understand, and I hope someone else understands as well.
Okay, Pete.
Okay, yeah. Okay, go on.
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to characterize. Yeah, 100%.
So for me, this is the one thing that Pete seems to be like holding on to. It's like he doesn't want his ball taken away because a mirage is not going to be on the surface of water because you don't have the distinction in the distance like you do with the mirage. The mirage, you can see the shoreline, you can see the tree, everything is above, everything is below. But in a mirage, that point of focus disappears. That's an absolute, in my opinion, demonstrable proof that the mirage, when it's over water, is still happening in the air because if it was on the surface of the water, you would never have that fuzzy part where you couldn't see in the middle of the image. It would have to be a mirrored image straight across.
Okay, someone else might want to get in as well if you want. I just posted an image. This is from the video Beer Man posted there on his own channel. Very good, great work, man. You do great work, excellent. But here we go, Travis. So you can see the image I just posted. You're familiar with it, of course. So we have a road surface, right? Would you consider this a mirage or a reflection? What would you consider the?
It's a mirage.
That's a reflection, man. That's a reflection, Travis. It's obviously a reflection. It's obviously a reflection. And when you say mirage, when you say mirage, what do you mean by mirage in real terms? What do you say a mirage is?
An inverted image of a physical object along a reflective surface.
Right.
Okay.
Seems like a fucking mirror image to me, man. A mirage, image. That's exactly what reflection is.
It's not. Okay, listen, you cannot go. Okay, look, if that man on the right in the image, if that man were a boat on a lake and that lake were glass, you would see straight down to the water. But if that boat were on that same lake and there were a mirage there, you wouldn't see the water. It would be swallowed up in the internal reflection of the phenomenon. That's what you have in that image that you posted. You can't see where that man's feet hit the ground.
Yes, because it is not one stand like the lake. It's not just one standard mirror. It's an accumulative effect of all of these different bands of mirroring along the water, along the ground surface. Fundamentally, it's a broken mirror, but fundamentally it still acts like a mirror, but just in a different sort of sense. It's elongated, Travis. So you know this as you're driving down the road. There can be many different bands along the road. If you get to the proper perspective, then all those bands will seem to meld, and anything in the backdrop will seem to mirror against this seemingly whole surface. But it's not. It's not. It's a series of bands over different distances. So that's what we got to take into account.
Yeah, I think that you're conflating ideas, Pete.
I know it. Listen, I don't want to overtake the argument here, and I'd love to hear from other people as well. But it is a very involved process of thinking, Travis. First of all, we have to come away from the ball earth. We have to think about all the terms that they've given us as well, and sort of be wary of them. And then we've got to decode these images. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying you're right, or anyone is right. We're just trying to wrap our brains around what might be going on here. So, yeah, fundamentally, I disagree with you. I say that a mirage or a reflection, pretty much the same thing, but just under those different circumstances.
Again, you're just ignoring that fundamental difference that I'm trying to draw your attention to. You're just whistling past it.
I'm not whistling past it. I'm not whistling past it, but I don't think you have an adequate explanation as to what's going on with the image that I posted, the reflection that Beerman posted in his video. I don't think you have the proper explanation as to what you're seeing and why you're seeing it. It's not a mirage. It's not a mirage as they say anyway. I think that's why they call these inferior mirages. All these terms are there for to be decoded with our proper eyes. Inferior, underside, mirage, mirror image. Underside, mirror image. Well, this is a reflection, isn't it? As opposed to what they say, what's an inferior mirage? It's some phenomenon that's happening through the air. When you ask Rumpus for the mechanism that causes it, he's humming and hawing. It's just the air. Well, the air is made up of nitrogen, oxygen, water vapor. It's nothing to do with the water vapor in the air, most peculiar. But you know what I mean. They're even vague. They're even vague in their definitions of the words that they give us, the terms that they give us to explain these phenomena. So we're going to be doubly vague in terms of coming away from officialdom and trying to put the pieces back together again. That's all, Travis. I don't mean to sound a certain way. Sorry about that.
This is an open discussion. Does anybody want to join in this to help us try to come to an understanding?
I'm listening to both of you. I don't actually think either of you disagree, right? It doesn't seem that you're disagreeing. It just seems more of a on basis of terms. I understand what.
That's what I say, but
Pete is
Travis
saying-
disagrees.
Hold on, just real quick. So then I feel like your answer means that haven't done a good job communicating my idea. So if this person, are you looking at the image that Beerman posted, or that somebody posted? Okay, so if you're looking at that person on the right, let's
I'm
pretend
not
like.
looking right at the screen right this second. Wait there 1 sec.
Okay.
I'm doing something with my hands very quickly.
This is a great image as well, Travis. Of course, we've seen them all before, but this is a fantastic image to exemplify the point.
I think luckily, all of us have seen and are familiar with these images, thankfully.
Yeah. Because it's over an exaggerated stretch. As you move towards it, some of those bands will disappear, but the greater sort of expanse of the shadow, so that reflection along the water surface, or what seems to be a water surface along the ground with a gap in between, that could be like fucking a mile long. That could be, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously we know the man at the background is only 6 feet high, but that image could be a mile long. Do you appreciate that, Travis?
Well, I don't think the scale is appropriate to say that band is a mile long, but I agree that its distance.
Yeah, the reflection along the surface, what we see. So we look at the length of his legs, how extended they are, and then we have his main torso. But yeah, that reflection could be a half mile long. You know, from our perspective, if we were to gauge, put a marker where we think that the first band of water, what seems like water, begins and all the way down to his feet, or the band in the middle, that could be 500 meters long. Do you know what I mean? So it's this sort of compressed view. And actually, if you zoom in the image, you can see all of these different bands across, closer to us, across the surface. It's exactly what I'm talking about. You have these sort of reflecting areas, these clear areas, reflecting areas, and it's all banding together over the horizontal road surface way, creating this mirror surface and giving us this extended reflection. Yeah, it's very happy with that. You can see all the lines going across, Travis, can't you?
Yeah, I wasn't looking to see who was talking. I can't remember. What's your name? Was that
It's Crack.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the image now.
Okay, so the person on the right in the dark.
Yep, the lady.
Okay, so yeah. So let's pretend like there were no reflection in it. You could just see the ground that she was on. You would see her feet touch the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Here you don't have that clarity. Right. You can't see the ground. You can't see her feet touching the ground. That is the characteristic of a mirage, where you lose that clarity of that point of focus. Now, if instead of this being a mirage, if this was like a thin layer, like if it had just rained and there was water on the surface, you would actually still be able to see her feet hit the ground.
Agreed.
Equally. Okay, so that is a major difference between a mirage and a mirrored reflection.
But I think what he's saying is that there's an accumulative overlaid effect. There's an accumulated overlaying effect of mirroring or imaging that, people would like to try and define as through the, it occurring through the medium. But when you really think about it, I think what he's trying to say with the idea of a broken mirror is that if we added a mirror image and that was water along the ground and we could see our feet hitting the ground, right? But then we were to change the angle of the mirror in slightly, or we had like a broken mirror, right? And it inverted up a little bit, then you maybe wouldn't see her feet touching the ground, right?
Yeah.
And
it's
hard to define what he's saying in words, basically. Like I can see what he's trying to say, but it's hard for me to even put it into words. I'm only like listening to what he's saying and going through it in my mind, trying to understand what he's saying, and I do kind of get what.
Well, let me jump in. Let me jump in and say this as well. So, Travis, as you look at the image, you can see all of these little mirroring, non-mirroring bands. It's almost all the way to the targets themselves. So that lady could be. You can, Travis. You can see it.
I can see it at the beginning, but not as you get closer to the person. You don't have any distinguishable bands.
Right.
The reason why you have bands early on is because at that point there's a rise in the ground. The ground is breaking the band. That's why you have a disruption in the image.
No. Okay.
Now,
Okay.
it could also be a disruption by the energy that's there, but I think it's hard. I know that this is a video source,
Yeah,
and it would
and
be
that's even
interesting to look at
clearer.
it.
Yes, very
But
good. You see the band in the center. So before we get to the targets in the distance, we see the white band in the center. It's not mirroring. I'm saying to you, that could be a zone of, let's say, 100 meters. She could be in a further. The reason why we only see these bands beyond that line so much is because now it's probably the same degree of mirroring, same degree of water sweating from the road, but the acuteness of angle and distance has changed. So now it all appears to be a solid mirror. So as we come closer hang on, please, let me finish. As we come closer, we can see the little banding a little bit more clearly. As we go further away, it all blends in together. So the woman could be in where she's walking one layer where there is no mirroring, and she's just caught up in the rest then, as we see it from before that. So I'm happy enough where I'm at, man. I don't know really where you're at.
one of the other differences between a mirrored surface and a mirage is it doesn't matter what angle you change, the mirrored image will always have a reflection. If you go back to a lake and the lake is absolutely glass, it just depends on what angle you are looking at the lake that you'll see the target. But the lake is always going to be mirroring something. But that's not the case with a mirage, because if you change your angle with a mirage, you could make the mirage go away, disappear completely. But you can't do that on a lake surface. You can't get rid of that mirrored image there. All you're going to do is change what's reflecting. It's always going to reflect. But you're not having that here, which is why again and again and again, whether it's terrestrial or aquatic, a mirage is happening above the surface in the air.
How high into the air is it happening?
That's a great question. I have no idea, but it has to be stable enough that way to maintain
Does that mean it could happen directly, almost touching the surface?
Now you're going back to a vertical.
No. So hold on real quick. That's a good question. I've got, there are other people that have footage like this too, but I've got footage where I'm filming over the ocean and you can see a wave pressed through the mirage. So it comes to an elevation. So however, let's say, for instance, I don't even know how you do it, but at least you could kind of scale it in a certain way. Like if you knew the swells were reported to be 3 feet high, and I'm looking out over the distance, and all of a sudden a swell comes into my mirage, then that swell is at least 3 feet high. So then once the swell goes now below, then you've got that space somehow above the air.
But again, the reason why I asked that is because now that reminds me of the bands that he talks about, right? Like, it's hard to, I don't know.
Yeah. The bands.
You get what I'm talking about, Cracker Jack, more than Travis does. I think it's obvious as well that this
understand.
This effect is not happening.
I understand what you're saying, Pete.
Well, hang on, Travis. This effect in the image here, Beerman's image, this is not happening through the air. It's happening along the surface of the water, surface of the ground, and ultimately, I think because it's a hot day, the ground is sweating. The ground is sweating, so you have these different bands of sort of water at the surface, water particulate. More particularly, I call it. It's not water at all. It's a hot day, no water around, but it's still water being evaporated, and it appears to us in different bands. And yet, it is always along the surface of the water. It's not through the air that we're looking at directly. It's along the surface of the water. That's why we can see the persons directly on without much difficulty, but we're seeing lots of mirroring along the ground, or seeming mirroring along the ground.
And yet, on other days in this same vantage point, you won't have a reflection. You won't have a mirage.
Yeah,
absolutely. You should always okay, listen. Yeah. You
absolutely. Why should you? It depends on the sun. And where the sun is, a mirage is sort of a personal thing, personal perspective view. Someone has to be in the same place to see all the different lines that you see, because as you know, as you're driving along the road, the line that you saw mirroring before has vanished. You can't see it anymore. What happened here?
I brought this up before, and I still don't understand how you aren't understanding this. I can show you the targets on the Chesapeake Bay in full view, all over the same water. And then I can show you that target in full view over the same water in a mirage. If it was the water reflecting the target, the water would always be reflecting the target. Always. Because it's always there. If you see in my images of mirages, the fact that there is hold on, let me finish my thought, please. If you see my targets with a mirage and the foreground water has ripples and waves on it, right? That's going to create a diffused image, like on a lake. If you have a lake and you throw a rock in, it's going to diffuse the image. But that's not what happens. That's not what happens in a mirage. So, if you're saying that even though the foreground water is rippling and waving and moving, but in the distance that water is now somehow becoming a reflective surface, then when I have that same target with that same water rippling and whatever, and there's no mirage, why isn't the water at that point reflecting the way it did in the way that you think it did the first in the mirage? It makes no sense, Pete.
Well, maybe you should compress it down a bit. I got what you said, man, but you brought in so many things that I can't actually deal with directly. You can show me things that would show this. Well, you have an interpretation of what they show. I'll remind you all here, and I reminded you to go down by your local river. You'll see how you get reflective spots, you get non-reflective spots according to wind. Have you considered how wind, if it ripples the water, creates light waves that suddenly water that was reflecting beforehand won't be reflecting again? There'll be a black. What's his name called it? Dirty air. Anthony Riley did.
Yeah.
Now, actually, what's happening is you have stretches of water which are maybe in a crosswind or something. There's little rippling going along the surface of the water. So suddenly we have a mirror-like surface transforming to an opaque surface that's not reflecting. Of course, the water is always reflecting the light. That's how we can see it. When the light goes away, the water surface turns black. But yes, this is what's happening when you're seeing mirroring going from mirroring to non-mirroring, Travis. It's along the surface of the water, but the water out there is just being disturbed somehow, whether it be the wind, whether it be other factors.
No, okay. Does anyone else understand the point that I made to Pete? Because I think it's an important argument that I've been trying to make. Does anybody understand it?
I jumped in the middle of it. What was it? I'm sorry.
All right. I'm gonna repeat it. Actually, I just got to my stop, so since you guys need caught up, I'll come back in about 5 minutes. I've got to back my truck up.
It's okay. Gather your thoughts. You should have made a more particular point, Travis. And
I made a particular point, Pete.
And I said I got it, but it was difficult to follow. Hang on, Travis. It was difficult to follow because we were first brought to something that you could show us, and then your interpretation of it. So you're speaking the visuals in verbal terms, which is difficult to follow. But I got it for the most part. Yeah, I don't think you're correct in this, Travis, and I don't think you are. You're gauging. Every image has to be fucking decoded. The one thing the ballers are used to that is this, because they see it and they say it. They see a seeming horizon. Therefore, everything just appears beyond that. Any phenomenon has to be explained via visual effects. But as a flat earther now, we're given back the extended span. We know it's water. We have to take into consideration these fundamentals, and we know it's along the surface of the water. Anything we see has to be on the surface of the water, and reflecting, as far as we know, occurs along the surface. Same thing with miraging, according to their model in the desert, it's along the surface. Cumulative effect, like along the road here, though the desert contains water, like the road contains water, and it's what's doing the evaporating, and it's creating a thin sheen in places along the surface that we're viewing cumulatively, and it's given us this distorted effect along the surface, a reflective surface. You might as well put a mirror on the ground and just break it up. So that's my summation of the point. But anyone, of course, everyone is free to jump in, but it is pretty involved, right? You have to have thought about this, I guess, to express coherent points of view, I think. I will say to you, early doors, this is what led me, since no one's trying to get in, these considerations. I'm not saying I'm right about anything. I don't even give a fuck if I'm right or not. It doesn't matter. It's just what makes the best sense to me, and what these considerations led me elsewhere. The greater extended span, with this mirroring effect giving us all of these optics, especially over water, over great distances, it led me to consider a mirror sky, and we're dealing with reflections in the sky. Ultimately led me to consider singular earthbound source to all of the reflections. So, yeah, I'm not saying I'm right. I do think there's an ether band in play. There's an ether that comes down from us. It's what creates the barrier, separates us from the waters beyond. Then we have the reactionary force which is coming down from us. It's intense as we go up, evacuating all the atmosphere as we come down. Then it hits the ground. So there's probably about a 2 or 3 foot band, clear band, that's allowing us to see all this to these great distances as well. But yes, still fundamentally, it's water all the way. It has to be. It has to be water. If you don't mention water in terms of these visual phenomena, I think you're way out. And this all led from Ruhif, who sort of hit and run is again as usual, and he did put lots of effort into doing the diagram as well, but he doesn't want to stay around for the answer or for any greater discussion. I did challenge him to a bet in terms of an explanation for what's going on with Mount Canigou and the images I showed. I think what I have is close enough to what's going on. All manner of nonsense has to be invoked when you talk ball Earth model or concave Earth model. But yeah, he didn't respond. See the same effect here. Look. See the same effect with lots of these different sunset videos, and you don't get mirroring and miraging all the time. As Travis seemed to indicate, like at a lake. Okay, sure, if you're at a lake and it's a sunny day and you go on a lake and someone else goes on a lake and you see a reflection of something in the distance, fair enough. That sun goes behind a cloud, the water stops mirroring, or depending on where the sun is as well, that reflection might tend to come and go completely on a cold day or a different time of the year, different position of the sun. So there's all of these different factors, and sure, that mirage would disappear. That mirage road would disappear to someone who was orthogonal to the viewing position. They wouldn't see any of that mirage. You'd just see people walking up and down the road. They wouldn't see any of the mirroring, you know. Or if they cut off the road from the side from their view and they just looked at sort of cross section and they didn't see the road at all, then they wouldn't see any of that mirroring.
Kind of like a mirror, you know.
Yeah.
Like a mirror is always showing a reflection, but the angle you look at the mirror from changes whether you can see the reflection.
Exactly, bud. Exactly. And the thing we have to consider with flat earthers or this long extended road span here, you have to scale the different incremental distance departures, right? So obviously at the beginning of the photograph or the image, what would take up maybe a third, a quarter of the image, it might only be 100 meters, 200 meters or less. But as we go up towards the end of the image, then you might be encapsulating within a fraction of that distance, much more distance, a fraction of that length across the picture, much more distance. So this is to be incorporated as well. And that's what the ballers do away with, of course, with their fixed geometric horizon. You can only see 3 miles. That's it, kiddo. That's all you got. And isn't it funny, Cracker? This is the funny thing. People like... Ranty Rand, Dr. John D, and the Black Swan itself are all taken from below, and I think this is pertinent, I mentioned this before, all below about a foot a foot high. So how can you go down so much lower and then do away with all the mirroring? I wonder if you have a mirror, right, and you gradually, I have a swivel mirror here before me actually, if you gradually swivel it, depending on your viewing position, to an appropriate angle, it won't mirror anymore, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
weird
won't
that.
mirror anymore. But I think that's what's happening. Why Dr. John D could get, I think it was 26 miles all the way from the coast of England, Isle of Wight or something. No, it was actually the coast of England, all the way over to France, beach to beach, perfectly calm, still day. Because when he got down lower, that angle of viewing it gradually decreased until the mirroring was done away with. Then he got a true view to the end. And I actually think to the target. I actually think this is what's happening with the green flash. I actually think it was happening with the green flash, and we're getting a true picture of the true light as it's coming towards us on the same principles. So very good.
Yeah, I completely get what you were saying. I don't know
Nice
that
one.
you're too. I don't know that you're really disagreeing too much. He just maybe isn't seeing the element that you're trying to bring in. You know. I get it. There's like a part of the old way of thought attached to it still. It feels almost. We need to look at it fresh. Really,
Feels like what?
You know? Feels like, I guess, the way that we're to look at
very first time?
refraction. No, I'm on about the way that we're meant to look at refraction.
Funny.
Huh? I won't answer.
Is it even
So-
important anymore, Cracker? Is any of this important anymore? We can hear the news now that, pipelines be busted. Everyone here hates Putin. Everyone I've met hates Putin because they've been
That's
paying
not true.
attention.
I don't hate
I'm talking about I've met. Excuse me, please. I'm talking about who I've met.
no,
Everyone I've met hates Putin.
You haven't
Why?
met me,
Because they've been paying
Pete?
Shut up, man. Shut up when I'm talking.
Every
Yeah.
person you've met is just in real life only, like physically you touch them?
Okay, bud, I'm talking. Listen, if you let me continue, I would have talked about,
Alright, go ahead,
yes,
sorry.
here in personal.
My apologies, continue.
Okay, all I'm trying to say is, and that's the way it's been built up. So there's this massive hate. So now this latest sabotage, whatever, it's all theater to me, but this is just something going to stir the flames more. So yeah, this is what this could all be a distraction. Imagine this was all a distraction.
Hey.
Yeah.
The only ones that is earning from the sabotage on the Nord Stream pipelines is America. Why would Russia sabotage their own line of income?
Exactly. This is my point here. I don't believe a word of it, but the people here will say, well, the people here will say, well, Putin is the enemy. He wants to put us all into this dark hole winter. He's threatened to do this. He's threatened to drop nukes on the Western world. The people will just believe that. So yes, of course he wouldn't want to. And whatever is happening, I suggest to say to all of us that they're all on the same side. It's all theater. America, Russia, they're all
What
on the
happened
same
to the
side.
pipeline?
Like a week ago or something like that, there was a quote unquote leakage on the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. But if you're looking at seismological centers and stuff like that, they are reporting an explosion. And that was the first thing we heard. A few days later, they were talking about sabotage and a lot of, hints that it might be Russia, But if you're analyzing it money-wise, the only ones that is earning on this shit is America, because that would cut off like the ties from Europe to Russia, and that would mean that that we are more dependent on the western side and not so much the eastern side. You know what I mean?
They tried sanctioning Russia and stuff like that, and it didn't have the intended effect that they thought it would have. So now they're trying to hit them where it hurts, maybe.
Yeah, and I also like there was also that clip of Biden kind of slipping. I don't know if that was what he was meant to say or if he slipped that out in his state of mind. But he said that, you be sure we will shut that pipeline down.
Yeah, That was a slip, bud, wasn't it? Here we go. There's 3 different layers here, as I can tell. So we have the mainstream story. All the 90% of the people believe the official story. Putin is a monster. Then we have the conspiracy story, which is what we were delving in here. Well, America would have the major motive there, and yeah, they have a buffoon in charge. Biden is already slipping up with gaffes here, there, center. And then I think we have possibly closer to the truth, and I'm not going to say it is the truth, which is where they're all in cooperation. There's a greater stage play in activation, and is playing out according to a greater script. The one thing we can recognize is during the corona, all the countries went along with it. There was not one who went away from it. I think Ukraine were actually a bit more retarded to get on board, so maybe that says something. But the rest of the countries, Russia, China, Europe, America, etc., all went on board. So at fundamental levels, they're all in the same team. Yeah, so that's the next layer. That's the next layer. So where does that leave us? I mean, I think ultimately it leaves you finding out that you are the true power here yourself. No one has authority over you in this flat stationary plane, which was given to us as our dominion. So that's maybe the ultimate place we have to get to in our own minds. All these gaffes by Biden, it's too obvious, man. We've been set up, but the vast majority of the people will just go along with it. What are you going to do, I guess? What are you going to do as the conspiracy guy, or the ones who see through it as well, that it's all theater? We've waited to be rounded up. Who knows? Who knows? Get your mind straight as much as you can, I should think, anyway.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, personally, I don't see a peaceful resolution, but I'm not. Yeah, that's just me. But maybe that's just my cynicism or my skepticism towards it, because, like, I can only speak for Denmark, but it was pretty close. But we had this uprising in Denmark during the sea years, where pretty much every single weekend, and also a lot of the every days, there was tens of thousands of people walking the streets of Copenhagen with torches, speeches, and all that kind of stuff. There was a group of people that was always in front of the parliament, beating on pots and pans and stuff like that, with speeches, but nothing happened. They still implemented the law proposals and stuff like that they were protesting against. So nothing will happen. Like the media was like, just like anywhere else in the world, 200 to 300 people was walking the streets because they were angry about the situation or bored about the situation. But in reality, when you see live streams from it, you can see miles and miles of people with torches, like easily 15 to 25,000 in a country of 5.5 million, you know. So yeah, nothing will happen. The media just have too much of a grip.
And that's why I said, Bud, that the best we can do as individuals is come to terms with this. We need to go through all the different layers, that it's all theater, that they're all connected at upper levels. Well, we have to appreciate that. And yeah, I long since realized the futility of these sort of protests or march, because whatever plans are in play, they are going to be brought in. I guess the only undetermined factor is your mind about it, you know, you as the individual. But anything obvious is obvious. Putin is replaced. The guy who's in there now is a replacement. So there's a greater theater, greater story attached to our reality. And my own point of view, be yourself at all times, speak out, speak openly, talk to people you care and love about, and even people you don't, about the truth of our relationship. I tell people about flat earth, you know, pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, ultimately we're on our own to make our own mind up about what might be happening. I think there's two possibilities anyway. We're either saved or we're completely fucked. I prefer to think we're saved, because God wouldn't do this to us.
Yeah, one thing I normally tell to my friends and stuff like that, when they are out grocery shopping, spend quote unquote $5-10 extra on some rice and some canned food, and maybe have, like, you know, a camping, one of those small camping fires with propane gas. Make sure that if shit hit the fan, that you can at least feed yourself and your family, no matter what, you know.
All right, so I'm back. If I put a photo in the chat, I'll put it in again. So if you want to follow along with this discussion, I think percentage, if you're still here, and then somebody else came in earlier when I was asking the question, you guys need to catch up. The point that I'm disputing and trying to make right now, why isn't that posting again? Hold on.
You will not be allowed to repost your image.
Oh, really?
It's
You
hard to
think so?
do.
That's
Yeah,
really
we're
weird.
not we're not allowed to post the same shit over and over again. That's spam.
Yeah, but it was a okay. Huh.
I'm just kidding.
No, but it's not letting me post it anyway. So if you go back up to 635, then okay, 635.
You see that I declared it and it worked.
What?
No. Go ahead.
I'm seeing it with the triangles and an arrow, right?
Right. So on the right image, there's no mirage. You can see all the way to the shoreline. Okay. Now, Pete is saying that the mirage on the left is created by the water's surface itself. The problem with this is that if you look at a mirrored lake, all of the water is a mirror. It doesn't stop. But that's what you have here with the mirage. You have a limit to the mirage. So he's also saying that it's the surface of the water, like a mirrored lake, creating the reflection. Well, if that's the case, then why isn't the foreground water reflecting as well? See, there's just so many holes in Pete's understanding of this. It's insane that he can't see these holes. The surface of the water cannot be the surface of reflection. Otherwise,
The foreground water isn't. Hang on, Travis. The foreground water isn't reflecting because it's the scale of it. It's too close to you. You're looking at the water itself over a certain span, which is taking up a lot of the image itself. But as you look at greater distances in, the water itself is compressing to your view.
It's ad hoc.
And then
No,
it starts to mirror.
Look, you're conflating the nature of a mirage with a mirror. If you're on a lake and that lake's surface is glass, every part of that lake is going to be a reflection. No matter how far away you are from, it's not going to start at a certain point and compress and blah. No, that's only going to happen in a mirage. Okay, I don't understand. So look, if you look at
not true. That is not true. You are wrong about this. I'm not going to. Okay, you're very passionate about this. You're sticking to your guns. You know I'm going to stick to my guns. I'm telling you, it's the water surface that is mirage.
Okay, so then why isn't the water surface?
No,
let me finish.
But don't involve my name then by saying Pete doesn't think this, but I have to come in and say something.
You invoke my name all the time, bro. You say my name all the time. Yeah, you do. Look, in the image on the right, in the image on the right, you have the same water and no mirage. Why isn't the water reflecting at all? If it's the surface of the water.
I told you many times, you don't understand the relationship that the sun has to play in all of this. The sun is fundamental. If you go out on a dank day and you look at a puddle, you will see some sort of vague reflection, but it won't reflect too well because there isn't enough light and the sun's directionality doesn't allow it. When the sun comes into certain view, though, that puddle will start mirroring like a motherfucker, and you'll get to see what's beyond it. Now, shut up, Travis. That is true. How can you deny that?
I'm telling you that in my observations on the Chesapeake Bay, at least, the image on the right, that would have been the image all day long, no matter what the position of the sun. And the image on the left with that mirage would have been there the whole day, no matter what the sun was doing.
No,
so
I bet you anything when that mirage line would have.
I don't give a shit what you bet, Pete. Have you spent hours?
Okay.
Have you spent hours upon hours making these photographs and observations?
No.
No, you haven't. You are speaking. You are speaking from what you think to be the case. I'm telling you.
I don't care about, you can do any observations you like, but we can all do the same thing, and I'm not taking away from you. But if you come to the wrong conclusions or the wrong interpretation of the observations you take, you might as well not have taken them at all then, right? Because they've just led you astray. Now, I guarantee you that there would have been some movement in that miraging line where the water seemed to meet the mirroring. I guarantee there would have been some movement over the course of the day. It might have been slight, it might have been greater, but there would have been some movement. It wouldn't have been consistent, and you would have got a different quality of mirroring as well. I guarantee you. Guarantee you, because I know that
All
the
right.
sun makes a difference.
Does anybody else want to voice? Does anyone else want to voice agreement with what Pete's saying? I mean, I'm fine to be at least challenged more by one person, but I think that I can at least explain and demonstrate that there's no way it's the water's surface creating the mirage. Primarily because the mirage goes all the way up to the house. Is the water all the way up to the house? No. No, I don't even understand why it has to go any farther than that. And yet Pete and I have been fighting over this for 3 years.
Have you a
The
background
water
Travis,
does
have
not.
you a background in engineering? Have you a background in? Are you any good at
What's that got to do with
sort of
anything?
physical? I'm not saying this. I'm asking you. Have you any good at sort of physical conundrums? Are you good at mathematical problems, or putting together riddles or pieces of puzzles like that? Are you any good at that? Just in general.
Yeah, I'd say yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay.
Okay, does anybody else want to join in this at all and just at least disagree with me or disagree with Pete? Like, can anybody else understand what I'm saying? You think that I'm correct and you want to try to say, yeah, Pete, I think he's correct. There's no way the water can be the reflective surface because the mirage goes all the way up to the house and the water isn't anywhere near the house.
What seems to be the water isn't anywhere near the house.
What?
You scale the houses on both sides to the same level and put the known landmarks side by side. That's the way you have to compare it. No other way.
I've done that. Right,
then you'll see that just like the lady whose feet you couldn't see in the image I showed. We were talking about before along the road surface. It's the same thing here happening with the water structure in the house in the background, and also we bring in Canigou and the mirroring there as well, where the bottom is cut off. So it's the same sort of thing. But I know you have a different explanation for it. But it is the same sort of phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right. So, Travis, you're saying would you define that as ether? That it's bouncing, that it's reflecting off of? And if it's not the water, what is it?
No, I just, again, I say it's the air. I mean, ether is a much more technical term if we're talking about the luminiferous ether. I'm not talking about the luminiferous, which is up higher altitudes. I'm just referring to the air as the medium. So it's happening, the mirage is happening in the air.
Ether is actually water. Ether actually traces back to water, I think, or steam, is it? Ether, water. And no one is talking about luminiferous ether. That's a psyop, but give us a contrast, which is the spinning ball Earth. A medium is all prevalent throughout empty space. Ether is the actual thing that is confined within Earth space and is actually moving around. So I think you picked that name specifically as well, Travis, to be difficult.
How about, do you think it could be bouncing off the water droplets that are evaporating from the water and creating like a thick, watery ether kind of atmosphere?
Whatever, yeah, if you want to say it that way, it's as long as it's in the air above the surface, because we're talking about a mirage even happening over the ground. So it's gonna be the moisture in the air that's creating the surface that reflects the target that's in the distance.
So what do you think about that, Pete? That it's not the water that is in the lake or whatever, but it's actually water in the air.
Isn't that hilarious? So we think about the amount of water.
You're both right. It's just a slight variation.
Yes, I heard that. So here's why I dispute this. Because what are you talking about? Proportional to the number of molecules on the water, actually at the water surface itself. You're saying there's a little band above the water surface that is water, which is ether band. You won't say how high it is, but we just by the road mirroring there, we see it's along the surface. So you're saying that I'm able to see that little bit of water in the air at that tiny height mirroring, but I can't see the water beneath it mirroring itself. The water beneath it is invisible. This is madness, Gio. This is madness.
No, okay, no. What are you talking about? The nature of the mirage requires that it obstructs the targets that are behind it.
So now you have the nature of the mirage sorted out. Good one, Travis.
A mockery is not an argument, Pete.
I'm not mocking you, but that's the thing we don't know. That's the thing we're actually disagreeing upon. What is the nature of the mirage? And you're saying the nature of the mirage dictates this. Come on, man.
Pete, I can show you a I can show you a target where you cannot see an object in front of the physical target, and then when the mirage changes, the physical target shows up. It was there. Okay, listen. If you can then say yes to the example that I'm giving you right now, I don't know why you're incredulous to say that when I said that the mirage obstructs the water surface, you seem to say, like, what, are you saying I can't see the surface of the water behind the mirage? And I said yes, and then you scoffed at that. And now you're...
Travis,
I scoffed
so
at...
if it's...
I scoffed at the...
Hold up here, let me just say this. So if it's actually reflecting off the air, right? Gradually reflecting off the air towards the observer. How come it looks like usually, or a lot of the time, it's like a perfect one-to-one mirror image?
I'm not sure. Yeah, but I don't understand why you have a difficulty understanding that.
So like you have this mirror image of a pole, for instance, that's going straight up vertically, right? And then the mirror image looks exactly the same. You would think if it was the air causing it, that pole would be like drastically shorter. You understand?
Okay, so the one thing that's different about a mirage and a pole that's reflecting off the water surface is the diffusion that happens. So if you look at a mirror, it's not a crisp mirage. It's not a crisp reflection. It's diffused. It's rough around the edges. So even though you might have the entire target, the image itself is diffused and blurry. But if you were to look at that
actual mirror or an inferior mirage,
I'm trying to draw the contrast between an actual mirror, which has absolutely like zero diffusion, so that you have crisp lines. But when you get to the mirage, you have diffusion.
But
Travis, it's a broken mirror. I told you that, bud. It's fundamentally the same thing, but it's just a broken mirror, but with the pieces sort of spread out along the road or the surface of the water. So you're getting sort of staccato, stop-start images, and it's combining to produce this greater image that needs decoding. Why do you think that? Okay, man. I think you're the one not thinking through this properly.
Follow up on what he's saying. So, I get that the image from the inferior mirage will be a little bit more blurry, but my question is to the actual length, like the reflection is one-to-one, you know.
Well,
and I would think that
no,
if it
it's
was
not.
a mirage and it's based off
it-
of, hold on, let me finish. Based off of the air reflecting the light, like as it refracts through the air to your eye, I would think that it wouldn't reflect like one-to-one as if it was, you know, a mere image.
It's not a one-to-one. Look at the image that I posted up with the house without a mirage and the house with a mirage. It's the same house, but that mirage isn't the entire house. I'm sorry, the physical target of the house with the mirage isn't showing the entire house in its entirety. You're not seeing the whole target.
Yeah, of course. It's not all the time, you know, that it's one-to-one, but it happens.
Never. It's never. No, not in a mirage.
Never.
It's in a mirage. Okay, this is what I'm trying to say, guys. In a mirage, you're never going to have the physical target in total. Ever. It's impossible. That's one of the differences between a reflection and a mirage. The reflection, you will always have everything in the physical target visible. In a mirage, you will not.
I'm not talking about whether you have everything visible or not. I'm talking about the scale of the things that are visible. It's one-to-one. You understand? Oftentimes.
I
not
do
always.
understand. Okay, I do understand, yes, but I don't understand how you're trying to use that to substantiate anything, anything farther than that point. Like, what does that point lead to? Like, I don't know.
Okay, so imagine the angle that, like, a pole standing straight up, the angle that you have to it, the light that's reflecting off of it, all those source points, right? Now take that same pole and like curve it with this like light that's going to be refracted to your eye, right? You're going to be changing the length of the image that comes to the eye. You understand?
No.
So the pole should be probably shorter The one that
I get
is
what you're
miraged.
saying.
Yes. That's the whole point of scaling the fucking image, Travis. You're not getting it, man.
Okay,
Because
listen.
light bends,
Okay,
so
hold
that
on,
same
man.
light is now taking,
The
it's
scale-
gonna have less angular size in your field of view.
Okay, I don't believe that point has anything to do with the point that I'm trying to make as a differentiation between a reflection and a mirage. So my question to you, Percentage, is this. If you were to look out on a water and see that there was a post in the water and you saw the reflection, and you saw that the scale was the same, right? Would you say that the scale would be the same?
Yeah, I mean, there's some where the scale is the same.
Okay, so that's a reflection. And now we have a mirage. Now there's a post out on the ground somewhere, but at the angle that you're at, there's a mirage. That mirage is not always going to contain the entire physical target. It could just be a small little fraction of it. It could be the entire target. So then the scale's not going to be the same in that situation. So it has nothing. Your point is a valid point. The scale is a valid point. But I don't believe that it has anything to do with the point that I'm trying to make by differentiating what a reflection on the surface of the water is and a mirage.
Okay, so if it's miraged, what do you think happens to the like angular size of that which is being miraged?
That's not my question. I have no interest in discussing that point.
Explore it though, because it might be what makes or breaks your kind of your view on this subject.
Oh, he doesn't want it broken. We don't want it broken, so...
Hey, don't gaslight me, Pete. Don't tell me what I don't want.
Okay.
Percentage. I'm not sure I understand. Like I feel like you. I don't know.
But Travis, I get some of the points that you've made. It's not like it's not saying that they're not saying the phenomena that you're talking about does not exist. Fundamentally, some of the things you explained, okay, some of the various examples that you gave us, even the images, right, where you're talking about how, okay, there's a point to what you're saying, right? But you even said yourself there's diffusion in these, I guess, supposed images from mirages, right? There is diffusion, like you stated, right, around the image, right? And I guess kind of moreover as well, you're talking about, well, if it was merely the water that was reflecting, then you wouldn't have the extension of the mirroring being, let's say, up to a building that's on the ground where there's no water underneath the building or up to or leading to the building, right?
Right.
So I understand your point. You have a point there, right? I'm just outlining that I don't believe people are saying the things that you're explaining are wrong necessarily.
Okay,
right?
let me get in here momentarily with Travis. Travis, so take that image on the left, right? It's full
Are we
capacity.
Are we talking about the house that I have with the triangles and?
Yes, so just take the aspect on the left alone, right? Now, what I challenge you to do is to blow it up full screen, the way you can see the water at the bottom of the screen, right, just by your feet or wherever, and then you can see just where it coincides with the house at the end of the image. I know it's only about, what'd you say, about 5 miles or 4 or 5 miles or something like that. You'll have much greater things you can do the same thing with. Now, if you draw a series of lines across, I remember along the horizontal as well, we're not viewing, it seems to us vertical, but we're doing it along the horizontal. You draw lines across the image, right? And then you draw vertical lines down to make fundamentally a grid with seeming to you all of those squares having equal area. Now, we understand, though, that can't work in reality because the square at the very top, closer towards the mirroring line, or closer towards the house where that's mirroring, and the square towards your feet is going to encompass a different area and a different expanse. One could be many, many times as long as the other. Do you get that?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's the fundamental thing. Now imagine taking every second strip out of that. So you have mirroring, no mirroring, mirroring, no mirroring, mirroring, no mirroring, all the way across. You will get now a mirage sort of effect. here, as opposed to a direct reflection. So it'll be a wonky, distorted, sort of extended, stretched reflection along, seemingly along the surface. But yeah, it will still be on account of that the mirror is broken, or that it's not one continuous mirror shift. So that's a few things I would ask you to consider. Not that that's very clear as well, but I think if you do that, at least you will understand the different scaling. And if you bring it out to the distances of the Black Swan and beyond, or Dr. John Dee across to France, well, then this effect has to just for the sake of scaling and what we actually see via the reflection over the distance, it has to come into consideration. I don't see how you can't. And that's what I mean by the
Is
scaling.
there anyone, again, is there anyone else who is going to agree with Pete? And it's perfectly fine if you do. I want to, it's almost, well, whatever.
I'm going to be honest, I don't agree with either of you. Yeah, I don't think either of you have presented definitive, like, arguments. Like, you know, something.
Well, then I haven't
this
done
years
a
ago.
very
I'm tired of it.
I haven't done a very good job then explaining it, because it's a very simple concept.
Let me ask a couple questions, Travis, to nail down your kind of philosophy on this. So, do all inferior mirages invert?
Yes.
So, and when they invert, if it's the same refractive effect that's happening in all of these, then how come sometimes the reflected image is shorter and other times it's longer than the real image?
Right. That's a part of the science that's not been, I think, investigated very well, and that's exactly where Bierman and I are at with our discussion of the lensing. So if you can imagine taking if you have eyeglasses, or even if you just have maybe a square piece of glass, and you go to the edge of that glass and you put it up to a target, that target is going to get swallowed up in that angle of incidence there. So there's an angle of incidence that happens with this mirage that's dependent upon the conditions of the day. And that's been a point, the point that you just made has been a point that I've talked about, where I've been saying, okay, Ruhif, with all of your predictions, you need to predict how intense this mirage is going to be, because sometimes I can see the entire target, sometimes I can't. So predict that if your system's so good. I don't have an answer as to what the cause is for that, but that's a very key point to this discussion.
Mm-hmm. That's where my hang-up is too, because if the light is bending in the same manner so as to provide inferior mirage, I would expect that it would be consistent in that in terms of the refracted image.
Right. Well, I could show you. Right. I could send you 5 different images of this same target in 5 different inferior mirages, and the mirages are all going to be different intensities.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, different intensities is one thing, but like the fact that it's smaller, shorter.
Well, that's
or
what I
longer
mean.
than
I don't
real
know how
image.
else.
Yeah,
that's what I mean by intensities, because I would say this is the way I usually talk about it in my footage. When you can see the entire target like you can in this left image, that's an intense mirage, or obtuse. This is an obtuse mirage. When it's acute, the angle is much smaller, so then you would lose it. So in a sense too, what I could do percentages, if I lowered my viewing angle, I would actually change the intensity of that mirage. I would lose the mirage target. It would start to get cut. It wouldn't like move back in scale. If you understand what I'm saying. If I were to lower my viewing angle, the mirage would get closer to the target and thereby diminish the miraged image. It wouldn't then just simply move the entire image back in equal proportions. If that made sense.
I think either way, it depends on the air. So I think in the end, you're probably right, like more right either way, because if you're not changing the surface whatsoever, and you observe over time that the image is getting shorter and longer than the real image, then that goes to show you that the air is causing that, right? You would expect if it was due to the actual surface and reflection from there, that it wouldn't change that much. right?
Well, the one thing that I don't know if you're saying this, but what you said made me think to say what I'm going to say right now. I've never seen an inferior mirage develop. Like I've never watched see the house on the right with no inferior mirage. I've never been filming this house and then an inferior mirage shows up and starts to grow. That's never happened, ever. It's always already been there when I show up.
Why is that?
I don't know. But I'll tell you the footage that I captured on the same setup in November and last year March, the Fata Morgana that came through, that happened right away. You could see the house fully, and then the event happened, and the house just went crazy like Skunk Bay. That's a more dynamic phenomenon, though.
What do you mean? I thought Fata Morgana was just inferior mirage.
But it's a dynamic one. The Fata Morgana is a dynamic system to where it can actually compress the target and almost practically snuff it out so that it doesn't exist. You can't see it, and then it can also stretch it up. It happens within, a matter of tens of minutes.
Oh, so it's just much quicker than your regular inferior mirage.
Yeah, the inferior mirage, the normal inferior mirage is much more stable. It could last all day, but the Fata Morgana is a dynamically energetic system. But I don't know if you noticed this percentage since we're talking. If you notice that antenna that's in the top left, I use as a marker to frame my shot.
Mm-hmm.
If you were if I were to send you these files and you were to overlay that antenna or that tower onto the other tower, nothing else in the photograph would match up.
Yeah, I already spoke to this though.
Okay.
I advised you that
I couldn't
not
remember if you
the
said
right way to do it. Because of course it's you're gonna have different atmospheric effects, and so things aren't gonna match up properly. So if you're just matching it up to one specific part, then the rest isn't gonna be matched. What you need is a permanent station. You need to have your camera in the same exact angle, same location, same thing, day by day, and you don't need to match it up at all. You just have it already set.
Well, then
same setting, same location. Same
yeah, but that would be impossible because the target would have moved by the next day.
That's fine though, because then you have a control that the only thing that's changing is the image. Your focal length is the same. Your field of view is the same. Everything's the same. Your angle to the thing is the same. Everything's the same except for the air and the image that is creating. When you match it to a random or a specific marker in your image, then that's just going to be pegged, but the rest of it isn't going to jive because it's going to be different settings. So it doesn't really make much sense. That's my opinion.
I don't know that I really understand your position on that. That I agree with it, but do you not see a difference in the tree line as well?
No, of course there's differences from day by day and even hour by hour.
No, but I mean in these two photos.
Oh, hold on. Let me look at my chat. Where is it?
Are you asking where the image is?
Yeah. What images are you talking about?
It was at 6:35. Maybe I'll repost it real quick, or I can send it to you.
No, that's all right. I scrolled up.
Oh, thanks,
I
Crack.
reposted it.
I see that. Thanks. The tree line in the back. The image on the left looks like the tree line's magnified.
Yep. I'm not surprised. Different atmospheric effects, different. You'd expect the magnification. But yeah, I'm not sure what your setup is, but I highly recommend having kind of stable set place where we're doing these.
Okay, so like, okay, I'm sorry. So I don't understand what you mean by stable, because I've done setup shoots where I show how I'm setting up my cameras. I've got a high quality tripod. I put my camera in it. I orient it toward my target. I tighten everything up, and I take pictures. That's very stable. I don't
It is
understand.
stable, but it's not the same as the last time. I'm saying have a permanent type of, like, fixed, like it's fixed somehow.
What do you mean it's
right?
not the same as last time? I go back to
Because
the same
the angle
place.
isn't the exact same. The orientation that you're aiming at isn't the exact same. You're just doing it. All you're doing is thinking it's the same because you're matching up the antenna, but it's not actually the same, right? The same would be if in absolute space you were aiming it at the exact same area, at the exact same elevation, everything the exact same.
Then the
And the only way
target
to
would
ensure
move
that
out.
is if you have like a permanent kind of mount where you just click it in, and the angle is going to be everything's going to be the exact same as last time, without having to orient it by matching up any markers in the image or anything, because the thing you don't want to rely on is the image, because we know that's changing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but if I did that, then the next day the house wouldn't be in the frame.
That's fine, because your whole point is that you're just doing it so as to see the change in image due to atmospheric effects, right? So you want to ensure that your setup is a control. It's not changing whatsoever.
Understand what your point is. I mean, if
Kinda
anybody
agree
else,
with him.
you do.
Yeah, it makes sense that your camera settings and all that kind of stuff is based on where you are putting the camera and not what you're looking at, So,
But if I'm finding my target and I want to take a picture of my target, I have to orient the camera at the target.
Don't worry about the target. The target shouldn't.
Wait.
Just
I
be
want to wait.
an
Hold on.
image.
I want to talk to this gentleman because he seems to agree with you, which is fine. But maybe if he is going to say what you're saying in a different way, that it'll make sense to me. But if I go out, what's your name?
I think I'm gonna say it in kind of the same way. It's like, how can I formulate this in English?
What's your name?
Tim, I'm in the bottom.
Oh, you're Tim. Okay, I think we talked yesterday too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because if you every time you go out and you adjust after what you want into the frame, it's the control, as Percentage was mentioning, is varying, and therefore it's kind of like quote unquote you're manipulating with what we should see if the camera was just pointing at one location every single time and the picture was changing. You know what I mean?
So I'm gonna ask. Let's say, for instance, I go out to a brand new area where I never shot before, and I can set up something permanently, and no one's gonna destroy it, whatnot. So I go out. I find a target in the distance. I orient my camera the way I need to. I'm like, oh, okay, I framed it, everything. Now I'm gonna just like lock everything in. Not gonna move anything. You're saying that I should then just leave it there every single day and just take pictures of whatever the hell happens to appear in my frame?
Yes, because then you're getting a true comparison.
Oh, it depends on what you're trying to compare, I suppose. Because
True, but your goal is to see the atmospheric effects, understand refraction, stuff like
I can
that.
show, but I can show that still by changing my orientation to the target, because the target changes as well.
Of course, but your goal isn't just how one target,
Okay.
one antenna looks.
Well,
It's
see, the
about everything, right?
with that is, I get it. Okay, I appreciate the advice, and so what that means is I need a third camera, so that I can set that third camera up and give you guys that aspect of the information that we might be wanting to consider. I get what you're saying. I suppose that my initial response was, well, then I can't move around and take pictures of other things, right? So that's why I've said for the longest time, I need 10 cameras.
Yeah, I mean you're right in a sense, but it's just like, I mean, a bigger sample size would also be better, quote unquote, more cameras. But the fixed location of the camera, for one thing, for true comparisons, that I think that would be the baseline,
Okay.
It is less feasible, obviously, to have like a permanent kind of setup where just like the angle, elevation, everything is exactly the same, and you're ensuring that it's the same. But if you could do that, that would be good in terms of observing like all the different atmospheric effects and how refraction is working for everything in your field of view.
Yeah,
Your goal
the
is to
thing
look
that
at specific objects in your field of view and see the effects there and zoom in and zoom out and stuff like that. Then obviously you need another camera.
The one thing that I haven't really done that I've thought about doing is almost like a refraction parallax, because I think that if I took a wide angle shot that was zoomed out, that the contrast between that and a zoomed in portion of that same field of view, the zoomed in portion would show the dynamic changes more than the zoomed out one would. Right? You have to be zoomed in to see the minute differences and effects that's happening. If you're zoomed out, you're not going to see them because they're too fine. They're too acute.
And I'm sure all of your observations until now have kind of showed you the best kind of settings to use to see the most effects and the most refractive kind of phenomena. But you could just use that, it doesn't have to be zoomed out all the way. You could use those settings in your permanent setup, whatever's the best.
I'll name my third camera after you, Percentage.
Make Tim his middle name.
Percentage Tim.
It's weird because I see some inferior mirages that aren't inverted.
The question Negator asked I thought was pretty good, which is what's the mechanic that causes this upward refraction?
You're riding, you're hard to hear, man. Can you increase your volume? Or maybe move closer to your mic?
I don't know how much better I can do. I'm shouting at my laptop, but what's the question? Kind of effect.
I heard you say, what's the question, kind of a bet or something. I'm not sure.
Hang on. I'll join on my phone.
Is my mic better today?
Yeah, yours is way better. Get on Negator's level riding. Come on.
Question I was asking, what is the mechanic behind this effect?
So to me, light, at least from what I've learned in these rooms, is light bends according to the density of the medium. So presumably this is suggesting that the medium is changing density to cause these lumps. What's the mechanic causing the change in density, or is it not a change in density?
So that I'm saying are lenses, and there are various lenses with variable focal points. And for instance, we seem to that horizon, our focus point, what we see in focus in these current atmosphere conditions around you, is to that point where you see the next focus, the thing in focus, which is that ether band, or that band that we see coming across an image. If you take a photo, if you take a video, you will see it. Now, that yeah, what was the question again with the?
He was asking about like the mechanics of it, and I think the mechanics of it are
Yeah,
to do
what's the
with
mechanism?
What are the mechanics?
Heat is one.
Yeah, what's the What's the
one
mechanism make the
is
car go?
heat.
You go, you set fire to gas and it causes an expansion. That expansion's turning a linear motion, drives a wheel. Right?
Yeah,
If you
so
said
one
what's the
mechanism is the
mechanic
heat.
behind bending of a pencil in water, you go, the change in density in the water to the air means that the light travels differently through it, so the pencil appears crooked.
All right, so
What's
one
the
mechanism
mechanical
is heat, right? Heat causing the air to be less dense.
Well, see, the thing is that
evaporation, with the water vapor causing the air to be less dense, so you have this band of less dense air below more dense air.
the thing is, Harry, all we have is rhetoric. So I still have yet to see any demonstration of anything out in the field where you can demonstrate light going to a denser medium as we're looking. It's only assumed. So they have a controlled environment.
You don't think that? Oh, okay. This is new.
They have a controlled environment in the laboratory where they're shining laser light and looking at laser light and then going out to the daylight and going, same thing. No, sorry, no. I have yet to see any one of you. I have yet to see anyone here produce any field data where they can show that they have actually measured this in this way out in the field over expanses of 20 miles, because those are the observations I'm making. So you're going to assume.
I'm not clear. I'm not clear on where you're going with this. My question to you is, what is the mechanism causing this effect? So it's,
Okay.
I'm disinterested in other people and what they haven't done. I'm interested in you and what you have done. It's the exact opposite.
I'm saying I don't have to provide anything because you guys haven't provided anything. All I can do is describe what I think is happening, and that's as best as you guys have. A description of what you think is happening. No proof.
And the mechanism, a description of the effect and the mechanism.
Say that again.
One better. Right? We have a description of the effect, which is light bending downwards, and the mechanism, which is a gradient of thicker atmosphere. So
yeah, if you want to compare stories, then that's what you. Okay, that's fine. You want to compare stories? Okay.
Isn't that a crucial part of doing science? Like, here's what I think is happening and here's why I think it's happening? Maybe it's not. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Yeah, I'm not satisfied with that. I understand and know that getting out into the field with actual tools and people that can take these measurements in different places at the same time as me, that has to happen. Since that hasn't happened and can't happen for quite some time, all I'm going to be doing is just simply describing it as best I can, and Beerman's coming along and bringing in the stuff that he's able to contribute with as well.
Which is beer.
I've seen inferior mirages in the early morning with no sunlight. I've seen it all through the day. You know, everything changes. The whole day is changing, and yet all we're told is that an inferior mirage is when there's a temperature inversion, blah 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 blah, and there's like the whole day is changing, but there's one thing that's remaining the same all day long to keep that inferior mirage. Like, where's that data, right?
So you're telling me that you and us do not have the data to draw conclusions. Is that right?
I think that based on what I've been able to see and all the links that I've clicked to try to find out more information, it seems to me that all they're doing is trying to describe what they think is happening.
I just want to make sure that you're not capable of drawing conclusions from your work.
I can
because of
describe
this.
what I think that I can draw certain conclusions. Absolutely. Yeah. There are certain
It
things
sounded
that
like
it
you just
depends
said
on.
neither can.
It depends on what the claim. It depends on the claim that's being made. You guys are asking about the mechanism and the cause. That's not my question ultimately, fundamentally. My ultimate fundamental question is dealing with the appearance of the target and the ramifications of that.
Okay.
And then to go back to what Negator said, just to repeat myself, I honestly think that they're just describing as best they can what they think is happening. They have no evidence to back up light bending down, lifting images up, density here, density gradient there. They have no evidence for that.
So light does not bend into.
Can you show me anything out in the field, not in a laboratory with a fish tank and a laser, out in a field where you can give me an observation and you can show me light doing, or even a density layer? Show me a density layer out there, please.
What about the correlative evidence of it happening more on hotter days?
I don't believe that that's a factor. That qualifier is not true, and that qualifier is not true in my experience. Like I said, I can get up in the morning, 6 o'clock, cold as shit, and there's an inferior mirage outside. And then later in the day, hot as shit, inferior mirage. What?
Over water?
Yep.
And when you say it's cold as shit, what's the atmospheric temperature relative to the water? Because that's the important part, the difference there.
Yeah, I mean, I've taken measurements. I bought thermometers and whatnot. I've got data like that I could dig up and research, but then I'd have to correlate it with the photographs that I've taken. And that's not my, if that's what a team's for. I'd rather hire a gopher who's going to geek out and do that himself. Like, I like taking the pictures and shit. I'm saying though that your point is good, Negator. Your point is taken. I'm saying though that I've never seen any field demonstrations of this. I've only ever read papers. And then I say to people, like, I want to see what this picture is like. Like, what does this look like in reality? They're like, oh, that's not the way research papers are done. We just crunch numbers. Like, well, then how do I know what this looks like out in the real world? You know what I mean? Show me a density gradient out in a corridor that I'm going to look at.
But speaking of what things look like in the real world, like I took you to task on it yesterday, I still don't think you responded to it. You used one of my pictures to show these layers of ether band, and my experience in the real world was that these patches of water that you've labelled are just actually calm patches of water. And in your assessment, they are examples of the ether band. If they were just calm patches of water, as my experience in that reality at that time was, then
what creates the differences in those areas of water? Because they are visibly different.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, for whatever reason, I think it's upswelling of currents in those areas. For whatever reason, there are calm patches of water that have less ripples than the water around them. And you've labelled those as layers of ether band. That I was going out past them and we were riding the boat through them. And regardless of how horizontally I'm looking or straight down over them, I kept pointing it out to everybody. I kept trying to ask people in my broken 5 words of Indonesian, what are those things? So they were clearly something that is not just an optical effect. Right? They were patches that have fewer ripples in them.
Yeah,
And you've labelled them as layers of ether band.
No, I don't disagree that it's more than optical, right? But I don't think that you have any more ground to stand on to describe what you think is happening than I do, right? Because I initially thought that
in my photo, I think I've got a pretty good leg to stand on. Sure, in the other photos, I've got no idea, and it sounds like you've devoted a lot of time to this. But I was there and I was going, look at those calm patches of water, everybody. And I've got drone footage from around that area that shows this phenomenon. I've got no idea what it is, but it's clearly a aquatic something
What
that
was
is happening in the water.
Was there a pattern or a particular shape to it? Did it look like a square column? You know, like almost like a really long rectangle?
No, like if you look at the drone footage I did of the other one where it's shooting pretty much straight down at them, you can see them. It looks to me like it might be eddies from the current of the water going past an island, but there seems no rhyme or reason. Some of them are close to circular, some of the long strips. Like we're going through them at some points. It also wouldn't surprise me if the sea life is causing stirring up water in parts. But what I can tell you with quite some confidence they are not, and that is something happening in an ether of air making them appear to be calm. I can tell you with very high degree of confidence that they are calm water.
Okay, that's fine. So the image with the park bench and those two posts, was that the same body of water that you're talking about going over now?
Yes, yeah, I was saying it on that day as we went past those patches of water.
And that was that's not fresh water. It's like the
ocean.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. I don't deny that there could be this could be an apples and oranges discussion. I think that there can be a demonstration of bands.
So absent then the physical, like what then do you have as the disconfirmer of your case? Because if you're unable to pick between actually calm water and ether band making it look calm, it seems to me, even absent that, but this is a good example of why you need that. I feel like to be scientific, you need a tool you use to say this is not the case here.
Sure,
and
absolutely.
I don't feel like you've got that tool to falsify it. What would be the tool in any of the other pictures you posted? What would be the tool to falsify it?
You're asking me a question that would require immense research.
So
more
you
like
don't
something that's
falsify it
impossible.
without having done that research.
I didn't
More
hear
like
you.
something that's impossible.
Yeah, what did you say, Harry? Because Jeremy and you talked at the same time.
Sounds like what you're saying is you don't have a tool to falsify it until you've done that immense amount of research. Is that right?
If that's the way it sounds like to you, then sure, yeah. So I'm
trying to understand what it means. What it means to you. I said, do you have a tool to falsify it? And you said that would require immense amounts of research.
Right. So it hasn't been falsified, right? Okay.
No, I'm not asking if it's been falsified. I'm like, if I want a tool to falsify whether I have skin cancer, I get a biopsy, and if that comes back negative, I falsified the diagnosis. I'm saying, do you have a similar kind of tool that would say what you're talking about with the ether band is wrong in this case?
Travis is in the same boat as you guys. Go ahead, Travis.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Jeremy, because that's what I was going to say.
Travis is in the same boat as you guys. Like the way you falsify this, Yep. Because the way you check to see whether the error is higher, the way you check to see whether the image is higher or is lower than it actually is you have a straight line. We know due to perspective that if you have something level with a horizontal line, that will stay level and won't go up or down. Perfect. That's the perfect way to see. You get a straight line, you get your optical device, you set them up next to each other. You look down the line, you see, oh, look, it's getting higher. Oh, look, it's getting lower. Boom, false.
So it sounds like what you're saying is, no, I don't yet have a tool to falsify it.
You're going to ignore that, what I said, I know.
No, I'm going to feather what you're saying into it, Jeremy, and that we don't either, which is fine. It is a test, or any science, but to simplify it, I just call things tests, meaningful if it doesn't have that, because that to me is like Karl Popper, totally basic science is, the same way that Feynman put it, it should be seeking to disprove itself. And it sounds like when I say, what would you have a method to disprove yourself? Your answer is no. Would that be accurate?
That was the method I just told you. That was the method. I just told you the method. You don't have one
But
either.
sorry,
Totally
your
ignored what
method
I said. You
involves
said you were
something
going to
that hasn't.
unfold it into what I said, but you totally ignored what I said. This is what you do. You come here and you play these games.
Easy, Jeremy. Take a breath, man.
No, I don't think
What
you
you
should
were
take it
talking.
easy. You're pulling the same shit. He's right. You
Okay,
just come in
so
here with
All
your
the
Jeremy,
same
time, dude.
tact.
So Jeremy, the thing you talked about, to clarify, is something that hasn't happened yet. You're proposing in the future could happen. Is that correct? Making this confirmed straight line, and then using that to test against it. So right now, you don't have that confirmed straight line. So you don't yet have a method to falsify these claims.
Either do you to falsify your claims that the things are appearing lower?
Sure. I mean, I don't really make many claims about refraction. What it
That's
sounds
the claim
is
is
a
shit's
test.
Yeah,
appearing.
nice
The claim is
dodge.
shit's
Nice dodge. It's like you're
Dude,
putting
I'm
all
not
of
even
this.
getting. Go ahead, Travis.
Okay,
I'm not
fine.
even
I'll
getting
accept.
into it
I'll
with this
accept it.
fucking
It's
guy.
not. It's like you're
We've
not
got,
even considering the fact that you're leveling against me a standard that your side hasn't even met.
that's fine. I don't have a side. I don't claim much about refraction. But the last question I would have for you is a test meaningful if it doesn't have a criteria of falsification? So if somebody can tell me I've got cancer and there's no way I can say if somebody could run a test on me to determine whether I've got cancer and that test couldn't return a negative result, would that be a meaningful test? Would any test that lacks the criteria of being able to falsify come back with a null negative result? Would that test be valid anywhere, in any realm?
As long as you ask anyone from your side presenting information the same questions you're asking me, that would make it a fair assessment perspective.
Sure. So it sounds like what you're saying is your side also lacked this fundamental, important building block of making something scientific. But it sounds like what you're also unwittingly admitting, or maybe you're intentionally admitting this, is you are also do not have this fundamental tenet of a test.
I've said this from the
They're not doing
beginning.
tests, and nor am I.
I've said this from the beginning that my limitations being one person, right, is a massive limitation. I've said from the beginning that these tests have to happen on the field. And all I've seen from your side is the claim that light bends down, projecting images up, which then comes into what Jeremy was just saying. Where's that falsification so that they eliminated other possibilities to only have what they conclude? It doesn't exist.
It sounds like what you're saying is the globe, my side, also lack this ability to falsify their model, to have a falsification test, and therefore it's pseudoscience.
Yep.
And then you're also admitting that you also are doing the same thing.
No, I'm not making certain claims right now.
Aren't you making claims about that the band causes upward refraction to make things appear disappearing over a curve? Isn't that just the whole conversation?
I don't say upward refraction, downward refraction. I don't say that shit.
It's implied.
I mean, is that not the meat of the claim? Even if you don't say it that way, I mean, tell me how you would say it. But like, it's. I think you're throwing out a lot here right now, Travis. You're throwing out. You're essentially saying I'm not doing science, but neither are you guys, and I feel like that's a big sacrifice to be making.
No, I'm doing observational science right now, right? I'm making observations.
Isn't able to falsify.
I'm making observations and describing what I see. That's the extent of my capacity at this point as a single person with two cameras.
Right, but you realize
Go on, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, the question I was going to ask is, would it be good if you could have it to have that? So if you could build the test that Jeremy was talking about, a confirmed straight line, and then use that to test against atmospheric conditions
And then you could say, in some cases, no, this is not that upward refraction, or I have the ability to disprove upward refraction and I fail, so it's a probable cause. Would it be good to have that?
Sure.
Why? What would be good about having that?
Additional information.
That's all? Just additional information?
What are you fishing for, Harry?
Well, to me, it would make it robust. It would say, I tried to falsify this. I subjected it to a test that it could fail, and it didn't fail, showing it as a probable cause. But otherwise, I can say my rain dancers bring the rain because I've got no way to disprove whether my rain dancers bring the rain.
You want to be a part of the team, Harry? It sounds like you've got a good head on your shoulders, man. I could use somebody like you on the team.
Harry, it sounds like you're saying Travis hasn't done this, and also your side hasn't done this, which would make everyone's side more robust, and neither of you have jack shit.
I don't know what the science, but what the work has been done by Andrew Thomas Young or any of the other people on refraction, terrestrial refraction. But if it were the same, if I dug into it and I found that by talking to them or looking at their science, they didn't have this criteria, they didn't have in their paper or whatever they produced, here's what would show that we were wrong. And despite setting up conditions that we could have got and should have got that result, we didn't. Therefore, we're probably right. If they didn't have that, yeah, I'd throw them out. I'd go, these people are crackpots. They're practicing pseudoscience. Like that sort of definitely.
Yeah, they would. They have a way to
divining
falsify. If they have a way to falsify it and they didn't try, right? You need to see whether the light's bending up or down, right? What the actual position is, right? That's the crux of this whole thing. You actually have to actually show in the atmosphere over long distance what the light is things appearing higher or things appearing lower. That's the ultimate goal, right? Yes or no? Don't come back at me with a whole speech.
Yes.
Yeah. So your side doesn't have that. Neither does Travis.
Cool. So which side's then practicing pseudoscience?
Which side's right? Both. Which side's right? Because we don't have this thing and we don't know.
Okay, it's only pseudoscience, in my opinion, if you're making absolute declarations without justification, right? I'm only at the point of observational science, and I can demonstrate everything with observations and explanations. To take that farther, I would have to have a team and tools that I don't, and time that I don't have at this point. And I'm not making scientific declarations of absolute fact of downward refraction presenting images up in a density gradient or a temperature inversion. All this stuff that's out there that they don't have any demonstrable way to see that they've arrived at those data statistics.
And the annotations on my photo look like a clear claim.
I didn't hear the first part. Your what photo? What? Is he talking?
The annotations on my photo looked like clear claims that there were layers of ether band causing an effect. It didn't seem like musing or...
Yeah, it's a description. Like, I'm just describing what I think is there.
Okay.
It
came across when you were talking about it and the way it's written there. It looked to me like a claim. I would call it a claim.
So I wrote, yeah,
the
okay,
lenses
listen.
of the ether band are
It's a
manifold and
fucking-
stacked as you look at the horizon.
Yeah, that's a description. Right. I'm seeing something and I'm trying to describe what I think might be the case. Should I have put like air quotes around it?
Yeah, I think this might be, I think that would be more robust to say I think this might be layers of ether band manifold and stacked as you look out to the horizon. Yes, that would be more robust. But without a test, it's like, well, essentially what it comes down to is you going, I look at photos and I tell you what I think might be happening.
That's no different than what that's no different than what your side has done for hundreds of years.
That's way different. It is totally different. There's a lot more testing that goes on our side that shows the relationship between density and stuff like that. Now, it may not be done at the scale that you like, but at least there's a an extension of first principles.
That's your. You can believe that all you like.
Okay,
That's
you have an
true.
argument against it?
That's actually true, Travis.
I think I slept next to a dead body the other day.
What?
I'm staying in a region. I was staying for a bit in a region in Indonesia where they keep dead bodies in the house until they can afford the funeral. And I think there was a dead body in the next room.
They can't afford dirt?
Nah, they have a super big funeral.
Fuck that. I ain't keeping grandma in the living room. Have they never seen any zombie movies?
Yeah, this is not a place you want to go in a zombie apocalypse. But so I guess I'd never seen it that way, Travis. It sound because before I got the impression you were sort of saying this is science, which I would say has a test, and a test to me definitionally requires the criteria of falsifiability. Whereas now, if I'm to try to steelman what you're saying, it's in essence I'm making observations that I hope one day we can test. I'm like making observations and musing about what might be happening and possible causes. Maybe I don't want to straw man you if that's not the case. Tell me. I think you might have had to go off to do something.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. Good evening as it is here. 7:47.
No, it's not.
Guess it's time for all the Americans to wake up.
Moyak, that was nice fucking work last night. Okay, that was good work. The guy can throw the ball in the guy can throw the ball in the same exact path that's on the roundabout, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking
Now,
awesome, bro.
I'm a little bit. I don't know what would happen, and I still think you could create an incidentally same path, because a straight line is a straight line. But with the guy on the outer ring of the merry-go-round tossing it, I got to really think about what path that ball will take.
It's gonna take a straight path.
Right, but trying to hit the center of the, having it cross the center of the merry-go-round would require that you adjust the angle.
The guys can just if you have the guy in the center of the
people on the
if you have the
merry-go-round.
guy in the center. If you have the guy in the center of the merry-go-round, you have the guys throwing the ball over the center of the merry-go-round. If you have the guy in the merry-go-round on the outside of the merry-go-round, you have the guys throw the ball over the outside of the merry-go-round. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not count.
Yeah,
the guy can wherever the guy is, he can throw the ball. And wherever the guy is on the merry-go-round, he's going to see the ball curve.
Right, and so I mean, I in essence think it probably is Coriolis, since it can do the exact same thing Coriolis can do. But it's not describing this in any meaningful way, Coriolis, in relationship to this conversation, to our overall conversation.
Sure, it does. You don't think they describe stars passing by? They say the sun has Coriolis.
The sun they would consider Coriolis,
They do say like shooting stars.
We can make the argument that Earth, that the sun sees Coriolis.
Hold on, my alarm went off. I didn't get to finish. I said maybe not the sun, but they do consider like satellites and shooting stars and shit. Anything moving over us is considered to have Coriolis by astronomy.
Does it?
So,
Can you say that?
yeah.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, we've kind of come to that conclusion through our conversation.
Yeah, no, they consider Rocket's right. Rocket did the math for it. Okay, I don't know why they're not. I kept fucking with him yesterday. I'm like, the guy in charge of space, but I don't know why they didn't believe rocket scientists. He told us you can do the math on that, and you will get a non-zero Coriolis value.
Right. And like I said, I'm not going to do it through the math method, but I came through it logically. And when I look at it, I still think that in any meaningful way with experimentation on the ground, it has no meaning. And the observations of the stars, I would kind of isolate from that. I mean, it is the same effect, but so what? Like,
now we all have a deeper understanding of Coriolis to start with, right? So that when we talk about Coriolis, we know that, we wouldn't just make some dumb blanket statement like Coriolis is the conservation of angular momentum, because in my example that I just gave, that's why these guys are fighting this so hard. See, you don't know why they're fighting it. I do. They're fighting it because they've said some of the dumbest shit about Coriolis in the past. That's ridiculous. In my example, is there any conservation of angular momentum?
Yes.
And where the guys throw the balls back and forth
Yes.
straight.
Yes,
There's
it's
conservation of angular momentum.
Yes.
Really?
A straight path is a straight path. It's just what direction that path is in. So when you're talking about, since it can coincidentally follow the same path, it is still following the same trajectory as something that was conserving momentum. So I mean, I don't know whether you would put it that way, but in the end, it just means a different path.
You're telling me a ball thrown in a straight line
Conserves the zero angular momentum.
is the conservation of angular momentum?
It conserves the zero angular momentum.
So there's no angular momentum there.
Yeah, it conserves the zero angular momentum.
No angular momentum. So there's nothing. There's zero amount of angular momentum there.
Yep, it doesn't speed up.
There's no angular momentum to speak of.
Right.
Zero.
I mean, other than the Earth's angular momentum.
Right, zero. No, the merry-go-round. So there's zero angular momentum when a guy throws a ball back in a straight line.
Yeah, it's got zero value, yes.
So this is definitely not the conservation of angular momentum, because there's no angular momentum there.
Conserving means doesn't accelerate or decelerate.
So if I have nothing of something, you think that thing is that thing, even if there's zero of it?
Yes. Standing a ball still is conserving everything.
So bowling is golfing, even though there's zero golf clubs, zero golf balls, no grass. Bowling is golfing.
No.
Dude, there's zero angular momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying, but this is the conservation of angular momentum.
Well, the angular momentum is really just a reference frame thing, isn't it?
Is this the conservation of angular momentum?
I think it conserves zero. I think that's why it still works.
You think if you have zero of something, you have that thing? Come on, bro.
Jeremy, you're on
You're
fire.
You're trying to save, like, dude. Don't get. You did so good yesterday. Don't fall in with these dudes, bro.
I'm again thinking through it logically. If that guy can throw a ball and it goes in a straight line, that it's just a different path it takes.
There is zero
So
angular
angular
momentum.
is conserved. However,
there is no angular momentum. It's not conserved. It's not there.
It is still just a straight path.
There's no angular momentum to conserve because there's no angular momentum. It's going in a straight line.
From our conversation right now, it looks like angular momentum is a reference frame thing.
Okay, so a ball going in a path conserves angular momentum, even though there's no angular momentum to conserve. All right, that's cool.
Can it go the same exact path as something that has angular momentum? We all agree that angular momentum is a real thing. I mean, it exists. If I throw a ball off a train, it continues to go along with that train, essentially. So it
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, or lateral momentum.
So if I have a sling right? And I picked up a rock and I'm gonna try to hit that telephone pole.
Yep.
And I release the rock. It's going to begin to travel in a straight line. Is it not also going to carry a little bit of the momentum from the angular trajectory it had?
It doesn't seem like it. It goes straight out in a straight line.
It's interesting. I would have thought I would have thought at least it would have had almost a combination of both. Just even
I always thought that as well.
it took me. I built my own sling once, and it took me quite a number of tries, but I eventually did hit the telephone pole. But yeah, I'm just trying to think through what Jeremy's asking you, and it would almost, to me, I would almost think that there would have to be some angular momentum conserved just initially, before the linear took over with its, I suppose, degree
They're
of
throwing a ball in a straight line.
Yeah, it seems like that's not the case. Like when we look at our heroes, the Mythbusters, trying to curve the bullet, they spun the arm 90 miles an hour horizontally or something like that. Lots and lots of centrifugal force, angular momentum. They fired that bullet, and it still went straight. So I mean, it doesn't seem like it carries any. The second you release that centripetal force, it goes straight.
Yeah, Travis, in my example, the guys are throwing the ball in the straight line. They're not curving it or anything.
Yeah,
they're not on a merry-go-round?
No.
Oh, okay.
They're throwing it over a merry-go-round.
Jeremy's story is there's two guys in a field hanging out, tossing the ball back and forth, football, whatever. And so along comes a construction crew, which builds a merry-go-round in the middle, and then comes along a little toddler across the field, and he hops on the merry-go-round. It starts it spinning, and then he watches that ball go. Does it look like it's curving? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's no different in my mind than what happens when I'm using my video camera and I pan to the left and it looks like everything just goes like it's just it's an illusion, right?
The Coriolis effect, yes, it's an illusion.
From the kids'
You know
perspective.
what? When I first posed that thing with the roundabout and the construction workers and the two guys in the field throwing a ball back and forth, when I first posed that to Bob to see if he thought that was the Coriolis effect, he told me it was an illusion.
It is. Coriolis effect is an illusion.
So, Jeremy,
it's a pseudo force.
Well, consider this, please. So, you're on a merry-go-round. You're throwing a ball, firing a gun straight. So you're stationary. You're firing in a straight trajectory, right? Now the merry-go-round starts spinning up, and every time you come back to the same point, you're trying to fire the gun or fire the ball. Will it, no matter what the motion of the merry-go-round, no matter what rotation and speed it's going, will you, at that point, as you fire the bullet, will it always take a straight line trajectory, whether you're moving or not? I tend to think not, but I'm not sure if that's along the lines of which you're arguing, but I'd like to hear what your answer might be to that, Jeremy. Understand what I'm saying?
I don't know if Jeremy's going to say it, but I'll say it. Huh?
So, you're standing on the side of just a merry-go-round, a rotating surface on the ground, right? Stationary, you fire a bullet. It follows a straight line trajectory. Now you start turning the merry-go-round. Let's say you turn it at 1 revolution per 30 seconds, first of all, and you get back to the same point where you have to fire the gun again. Will it go in a straight line, the same as if the thing you're turning around on is stationary, or it doesn't matter what speed, what level of rotation the platform you're on is going at? Do you understand? Will it always fire in a straight line, hit the exact same trajectory, whether the thing is moving or not? It fired at the same point. Understand now? No? Okay, maybe that's too complicated.
I don't even think I understood that.
Okay, last time. Let's say you're on a circular surface that's rotating around the central axis, and you're standing there, stationary at the moment. It's at 10 meters in radius, right, or something. So it has the ability to rotate 9 times as you like per minute. You're standing on the peripheral of it,
just at the very edge, and you're firing your gun, right? When it's stationary, we all agree that bullet will travel a straight line trajectory. Now, as you spin up the surface and it moves, let's say, 1 rotation per 30 seconds, a bit slow, let's say 2 rotations per 30 seconds or something like that, and every time you reach the point where you have to fire the gun, then you fire the gun, will that bullet, after you're doing that rotation, take the exact same straight line trajectory as when, if the thing was stopped?
Yeah. That's what I was asking about the sling. Yeah. That'd be an interesting little experiment.
Yeah. And no matter how quickly you rotate the surface, then I think the point of the ball will be that it always will fire at that straight line trajectory, exactly as if it was a stationary surface, and as you fire.
Yeah. So MythBusters showed us that the bullet doesn't curve. So all you got to do is, if you have switch in my scenario, switch the baseball with two guys with a gun. Okay, the kid on the merry-go-round is gonna see the bullet curve if he could see the line it made.
Well, he's got 2,000 RPMs, but yeah.
Traced around. It's a trace around. Okay, we got a trace around. They light up. It's nighttime. You can see the trace around. All he has to do is essentially be standing in the same, say they fire a bullet and it shoots right over his head. All the kid's got to do is lift up his gun, shoot another bullet right at the same spot they were, right where that bullet passed through. He pulls the trigger, boom, the bullets follow the same path. Like, nothing different happens in that scenario, Moyak. Nothing different happens.
I wasn't listening.
Moyak, MythBusters proved the bullets don't curve, right? Right. So all that kid has to do, there's 2 guys. Instead of throwing a ball, they're shooting a gun. They have tracer rounds. It's nighttime. They shoot a gun right over the kid's head. The kid sees the bullet curve. It's a tracer round. He can see it. The kid has a gun. The kid has a gun with tracer rounds in it. He lifts up his arm, shoots the bullet in the same path. The same thing happens.
Yep, I think so. Finally, I'm able to get on the network at my job. It's been 3 weeks since I took the job. They paid me thousands and thousands of dollars, and I haven't been able to do any work because they can't work out IT issues.
Who's got an open mic?
I do.
Shuffling around. Are you building a roundabout to fire a projectile from?
I'm building a roundabout to do that, but I'm also using tannerite to accelerate a car across the merry-go-round, because I'm not sure if a baseball and a car will have the same effect. So the kid's going to throw a baseball, and the people outside the merry-go-round are going to throw a car. We're going to see if they can get a coincidental path.
What's tannerite?
Oh God, you got to look that up. It's a thing that it's amazing the government allows people to have. It's a binary explosive, high explosive that you can buy at any gun shop. And 1 pound of it's worth about a pound of TNT. You can own up to 50 pounds of it.
So Moyak.
Yes.
Moyak, in my example, the kid shot the bullet over his head, took the same path as the other guy, and the guys on the ground's bullet, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. All he had to do was pull the trigger in the same spot. The first bullet went over, right? The guys that were standing on the ground, he pulls the trigger in that same spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put a little caveat on that. Since the bullet usually is traveling faster, it will have a more gentle curve.
Yeah, that's fine. Of course. You'd have to record it and then trace it out over a screen or something, if you could even see it. Yeah. You'd have to be spinning super fast, whatever. Or you could be spinning super fast, whatever.
Now, if you fired it and it just reached the same speed as the ball was flying as it went over the mountain that the merry-go-round was built on, then maybe you could get to the same path. But if everything's the same at the time it crosses over that kid, yes.
Hey, Jeremy, is this kind of like, it seems to me that this sounds a little bit like how magicians pull the tablecloth out from underneath the settings, right? They have to do it so fast that it doesn't affect the positions. So the bullet is traveling so much faster than the roundabout is rotating that it's like negligible that angular momentum is going to affect the trajectory of the bullet.
I think you're bingo about that. I think you're bang on about that. The whole Mythbusters thing was like, yeah, it was, you're talking about a bullet that's orders of magnitude faster than the rotational speed is going to impart to it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but using the sling as an example, you're spinning that thing, 100 RPM, 200, 300 RPM, and you release it. As far as I know, at the moment of release, all the energy that was being supported by the centripetal force is released, and it just goes straight.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, right. No, I think that's what I'm trying to piece together. Yeah, right.
I think the point
In
I
fact,
was making...
I guess they have some guns that they've made that are centripetal. Plus, well, you know what? There's an interesting example. That rocket, the centrifugal rocket launcher. That one seems to show possibly some lateral motion.
I was just going to mention rockets. Moyak, to take it to an example we can all relate to. Well, continue. What does that entail?
Spin launch. It's spin launch. That's a rocket system that they basically put into a giant centrifuge, spin it up, and then release it at just the right moment so that it goes straight up or at whatever angle they want.
It will never work.
Then when it gets up to a certain altitude, they ignite a small rocket on it to get it to the rest of the way to space.
How did they? Well, here's a good point. Brilliant point. How do they intersect with the ISS? So we know the ISS is going around 17,000 miles per hour, and you're taking off from a starting position on Earth. You have to set an intersection trajectory. So what would that trajectory ultimately look like?
I don't know. Basically, you got to get all the timing together to do it. Just like trying to shoot skeet. You got a skeet flying away from you. You send an intercept point and you hit it.
But which direction would you imagine the rocket would? The rocket would always need to be pointing horizontally, wouldn't it? The rocket would always need to be taken off.
Does that mean
I can help you with this because I've played lots of Kerbal. You'll always launch east, but because the ISS is in a very inclined orbit. Almost everything you put in an orbit, the easiest orbit is just in a belt around the middle of the Earth going east. So that's where most stuff is. But this you'd shoot at a very inclined orbit because the ISS is doing a very diagonal pattern.
Yeah.
And then you shoot to a lower or higher orbit. I think for the ISS they do a higher orbit because its orbit is so low. And so you shoot it up at the same trajectory as it, but you don't get it to meet it straight away because what that means is you might be matching its trajectory, but you won't be at the right speed. If your speed were the same as the ISS, you would be in orbit with it. So you need to shoot it up in the same direction, but then build up more and more speed until you're in orbit, till your fall will miss the Earth on the other side. And then that orbit being bigger than the ISS's will be slower. You'll do fewer revolutions in the same amount of time. So then you wait for the ISS to catch up with you and then flip your rocket around and burn backwards to lose rotational velocity so that you can drop into its orbit. If they go backwards, and that comes from below. It's called a Hoffman transfer.
So you sort of put energy back into the aircraft or something, or the rocket. You burn backwards.
Orbits have as much energy as their altitude, so that an orbit with more speed will be further from the planet.
and yeah, it'll have sort of stored up energy and it'll be going at any point at a certain speed. But if you want to decrease that orbit, like to drop back and splash down on the Earth, for example, or to slow down for an ISS if the ISS is below you, you would think you'd point the nose of your rocket at the ISS, but that will actually fuck up your whole orbit and it won't work. What you need to do is flip and burn retrograde.
Thanks for the story.
So
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah, that's very good. Obviously,
I mean,
with difficulty.
it's a story you can test. So yeah, it may
we can't
well be
test
wrong
it.
on speak.
We can test the theory of
I
it.
mean, you
but,
can test the maths on it, is what I mean.
Yes,
I don't mean you can get up in a rocket and see it
It
burning
brings up an
retrograde
interesting
below
point.
your orbit. But
It brings up an
it's one you can test against like
Okay.
moons
Well, it
of
brings up an
Jupiter,
interesting point, and I know
ISS or
Travis is
something
trying
like
to
that.
get. Okay, Charles. It brings up an interesting point. I know Travis is trying to get in, but let me get this out, Travis, because I think it's very, very significant. So we can think of the same sort of principles applying to the Earth, the lunar lander and the rocket orbiting around, the Apollo rocket orbiting around, waiting for reconnection. So the same sort of thing would have had to happen. As far as we could tell, though, the lunar lander took off vertically and didn't go at this massively decreased angle pointing west in order to intersect the speeding rocket. I think it was 7,000 miles around. But here's a very interesting point. We're told that the moon is said to have rang like a bell when the reading registered of whatever equipment left on the moon registered a shaking of the terrain when the lunar lander landed. But the problem is, in order to intersect the rocket going around, it would have had to have landed when it was jettisoned thousands of miles away, at least, very many hundreds of miles away from the intersection point, and fell to the ground then at 6 gravity. So there would have been no detectors in that vicinity, and something so small like that, an impact wouldn't register. So that's a problem. But yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. Similar thing though, we're on a similar issue here, an intersection intersection trajectory to connect with an orbit.
Going straight up, you're bang on right. Going straight up would not meet it. It would make a T. You would go straight up, and then the rest of your path would bring you straight back down, and then the orbiting module would go whizzing past you at thousands of kilometers an hour. That would not be how you do it. I haven't seen any of the videos on it, but my guess is with zero atmosphere, you shoot up directly only as high as would be necessary to safely pass the highest peak on that planet, and then you tip over to the side and thrust to be on the same course and path as the thing you're trying to
you rely on ideal mathematics when you talk about getting the thruster or the lunar lander up to the same speed, and first try as well. Of course they got it, but yeah, that massive amount of energy, and you rely on almost infinite energy in space, don't you? So there's no resistance, a tiny little push. Actually, what do you rely on? Do you rely on?
Let me know when you're going to be done with your part. So I was gonna...
1 second, please, Travis. It's a good consideration.
Yeah, 1 second was like 5 minutes ago, man.
Put up,
said
Travis.
you had one thing that you keep talking, Pete.
This is interesting stuff. So no one else is asking the questions. We can hear what you have to
No,
say.
you
over and
know
over
that I
again.
wanted to ask something, and you said just let me say something real quick. Your real quick is 3 minutes.
Well, why didn't you get in? I was waiting for you to get in. Off you go then. Off you go.
His minute or his second is usually about 8 hours.
No, I was waiting for him to get in, so there was a pause.
You were waiting for me to get in. I just did, and then you balled me out. Anyway,
Yeah, but I told you,
Harry,
I
are
didn't think
you-
were getting in at the same point? Off you go.
are you conflating speed and velocity? I'm trying to clarify on orbital speed, orbital velocity. Is there a difference?
So your orbit will just be speed. Any object, I mean, unless I'm getting this wrong, but that's certainly my understanding of orbital mechanics. Is it's agnostic. There's no bearing on your there probably is some, but I imagine it's quite small. Bearing on your weight, on your mass. Sorry, just your speed. So in order to rendezvous with, let's say, a far larger craft or like a ISS, let's say a module going up to the ISS, if it was trying to match velocity with the ISS, it would have to be going far, far faster than the ISS because its mass is lower and velocity is mass times the square of speed or something. I don't know. Like it's both together, right? I think. Whereas you don't. In order to match its orbit, to rendezvous with its in orbit, you need to match trajectory and speed only, not velocity.
Okay, what's the difference between velocity and speed?
I think that speed is just meters per second and velocity is that plus multiplied by mass. Is it not?
No, they're synonymous.
No,
How
it
can
isn't.
some right? How can something How can something have speed but not have mass? If something doesn't have mass, it's not going to have anything. It doesn't exist.
I'm not. Oh, no, I'm
That's
not
a linear
saying it doesn't
momentum
have mass.
formula, eggshell. If you
That's
listed
a weird
there.
way to go. I mean, like a pod with 3 people in it has less mass than a ISS, which is the size of a football field. It doesn't need to match velocity, because if it matched velocity, its speed would be far higher. What it needs to match is speed.
Let
No,
me ask this. Okay, I've got a spacecraft or something. I've got something moving. It weighs 10 pounds and it is moving 100 miles an hour. How is its speed different from its velocity? What number would change? Then between the one that weighed 10 pounds and the one that weighs 100 pounds, moving the same speed or velocity is. I think they're synonymous. So what unit? What changes based on the bigger mass?
Momentum does. You're thinking of momentum, eggshells. The formula for
momentum is
linear
what it
momentum
sounds
is
like.
calculated by mass times velocity. Angular
Yeah, I
momentum
might be
is
saying
calculated mass
momentum.
times
I don't know what
velocity times
velocity
radius.
is. I've
I think
Googled
it's
it now and
not.
it's saying displacement, and I'm like, the fuck is displacement? Like, you think
Yeah,
you're
you're
getting a
drunk,
physicist
man.
over here.
You've been smoking the ganja in India.
What is velocity?
Yeah, I'm
Velocity
trying it right. I
is the
was
distance over
watching
time.
I was watching a physics video the other day, and she used speed and velocity interchangeably.
I don't think they should be. My understanding is, I thought velocity included mass in some part of its formula, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
No,
Right,
that's momentum.
speed.
And momentum includes mass and velocity.
I'm not sure I see the difference here yet. I'm still reading it, and I'm on my third read. Speed is the time rate at which an object is moving along a path, while velocity is the rate and direction of an object's movement.
So it
beg your
includes just
pardon,
simply
right. To go back to, so it's the speed of something in a given direction. So it is speed, which is just a scalar with also a vector. So you're right, Travis. It needs to, when I was saying before, it needs to match speed and vector, like it's and the path. That is right, but I should have just said it just needs to match velocity.
Yeah, I think I
And
can
not that I
follow
was
that
saying it
part.
wrong.
You made a mistake,
like your
eggshells.
way
I've never
would have
heard you
been
make a
right as
mistake
well.
before, but there's always a first time, so it's okay. You're forgiven.
So speed and velocity are synonymous when they're going the same direction.
8. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
The challenge is that's also
minimum.
fascinating about them is they're not. Like if they're not occupying the same space or fixed to one another, even if you're going pretty much in the same direction because you're not occupying exactly the same space and the orbit is curved, you won't. It'll be subtly different and getting more and more different the longer it takes you to dock, which I think is fascinating and very frustrating if you're playing Kerbal and running out of fuel.
So let's roll this back to the beginning of trying to catch up with the ISS if you're in low Earth orbit. Why do you travel to the east? Why do you launch to the east?
Because the Earth's already spinning that way, so you get free velocity if you're going east. If you go west, you would have to be spending 1,000 miles per hour of your delta V to do nothing.
Right. So then that happens.
I'm sure there are some things in retrograde orbit, but generally speaking, you don't because it's a waste.
Travis, you can think of it like you're on the bank of a river.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this just real quick, Harry. So that means that commercial airlines do the same thing, right? They take advantage of the rotation of the Earth eastward and westward. They fight it.
No, they're in the atmosphere.
They're in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
They're in the atmosphere, and they're going along. So their speed is relative to ground. Ground and airspeed are relatively the same. So there's no difference between east and west.
So at what point does the rocket then take advantage of this Earth eastward rotation?
In the 17,000 miles an hour, needed to fight Earth's gravity. You don't need 17. You only need 16.
To miss the Earth on its way down.
No. When it's taking off, at what point does it start to take advantage of the Earth's rotation?
It's always doing it. It's building up speed more and more and more and more all throughout its flight. And when it gets into orbit, it has spent a certain amount of delta V. If you were to get into a retrograde orbit, you would have spent 1,000 whatever meters per second
Now,
less
to see that,
to get into an eastward orbit.
yeah, the difficulty that I have here is that it seems to conflict with what I can understand happens on a river. If I'm floating, if I'm going down a river that's got a pretty good flow to it, and I'm in the middle of that flow, I'm going to be going the fastest, right? If I go to the outside of that, close to the shoreline, which is like going up in the altitude, I'm going to lose that flow, right?
Okay, so let's put it this way then. If we sort of go, the river is the atmosphere and the air is space, it would be like going, is it easier to take off in a seaplane heading downriver or upriver when the river is flowing down? And you'd go, well, the speed at which the river's going doesn't really matter once you're in the air, except it's imparted its movement onto the movement of the plane.
Yeah, but that's
already.
what you guys, right? But that's what you guys claim is the reality of the atmosphere. You are describing exactly what happens. Once the seaplane leaves the river, it no longer is affected because the air isn't following along with the river. But that's exactly what you guys say the atmosphere is doing. It's following along, so it should still have that momentum in that direction. Again,
so it's got a credit. It's got a credit or a debit that can only be cashed out when you effectively escape that system. If you stay in the river, then the up down doesn't really matter. The point being, you leave the atmosphere, you've got extra speed with you, if that makes sense. And this is me trying to figure through it as a non-physicist, non-rocket scientist.
I've got an example that I like to use with this. If I have like 2 styrofoam balls floating in the river, and I'm in my kayak, and the river is essentially the Earth's surface. It's moving, but you're moving along with it. Now, if I put those 2 styrofoam balls equidistant on that water, and I paddle to one, it'll take me the same number of paddles, same amount of effort to go to one ball as it does to go to the other ball. While I'm in the system.
Yeah, whole thing's going downriver, and you can paddle upwards or downwards in that river. And so paddling upwards or downwards is just the same as if the water was still. But if you escape that river, then you would have
you assume you're on the river on you. Remember, hang on a second, please. Remember, you're on the side of the bank and you're looking at the styrofoam balls as they're passing along.
In the river example, the Earth is the river, or part of.
Yeah.
Okay. Like each moving point on the river represents a moving point on Earth.
Oh, but you're trying to get to something not in the river then. You're trying to get to something that's outside of the river, so you can't use the floating balls in the river as your example.
Yeah. And I think it's actually it's a really good analogy, Travis, or whoever came up with it, because I think it helps figure through it. It's just that, on the Earth, if you're staying within the atmosphere, sure, you've got the saved up rotational velocity of heading east already, but you don't get to cash it out at any point because you're still in a medium that is going east to west and landing on something that's going east to west. So it's like you're all just getting blown along at the same speed. Whereas if you escape the river and get up into the air, then that's when you cash it out. That's when you're like, ooh, I got this extra speed.
No, that's not the way that's not the way that works. No,
it might not be. I'm trying to muddle through it in my head. I think that
the simple thing is this. The simple thing is this. We all know that if we get in a small motorboat on a river and we let the river carry us down, and then we turn the engine on and then increase our speed down the river, right? Mm-hmm. So we're traveling faster than the river flow. And then we turn around and cut the engine. We're going to travel downriver. But then we turn the engine on. We're going to have to increase the power of the engine to overcome the flow so that we can actually go upriver. Okay?
Yeah, that's what I think would happen too.
Right. That would be the exact same thing. If the Earth were rotating, that would be the exact same thing. Except
So
it
you're
doesn't
comparing
happen.
it to the banks of the river, up and down as the banks of the river?
No, I didn't mention the banks. Nope, I didn't mention the
I'm
banks
just
at
trying to
all.
understand what you mean, though.
So
If you
it's
think
the
about it a little
different
bit
particles
more.
of the river, right, are the Earth. So if you turn your boat on and you point it in the direction, you don't need to get enough power to go upriver to meet a point in the water that's coming to you, right?
No,
You just
wait,
need
stop.
you just need a power enough to stay in place, right?
Wait, stop. Are we going upriver or down?
You're facing upriver, but you're only going fast enough to stay in one relative position to the bank, and all you have to do is wait on a point in the river to get to you.
No, that's
Why
absurd.
not?
You're not gonna get anywhere. You're gonna stay in the same place.
Yes, but the water, we're not, remember, you stay in the same place. Our position is relative to every other moving point in the river.
No, okay, you're talking about, wait.
Point of the bank.
Okay, so you're not talking about a rock in the middle of the river. You're talking about the surface of the water coming toward you.
Yes, because in this in the example he gave, the river represents the atmosphere and the earth, because the atmosphere and the earth are spinning at basically the same rate.
Yeah,
it's both, right? The physical land in our theoretical river doesn't exist.
What represents the ISS then? In a
Wait,
rocket?
hold on, just
The
real quick,
ISS?
Pete. Wait, please hold on. I just want to hold on, please. Hold on, please. Just to respond to Negator real quick. So, if you are comfortable with understanding and asserting, as I would, that in a boat I could remain stationary on a swift moving river if I exert enough power in my boat, I could stay in the same position relative to the shoreline. Correct? Am I not coming through?
You came through. Okay.
You're cutting a little, but remember, we're not.
Wait, I have a question. Did you hear what I said?
Say again.
Repeat it, Travis. You cut out a little bit.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. If I'm facing upriver, in order not to flow downriver, I can counter the flow of the river, and I can actually stay in the same position relative to the shore. I can keep my spot, even though the river's flowing against me. I can exert enough power to maintain a stationary position. Correct?
Well, remember in this example.
Wait! I have a punch. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, please.
Travis,
Do you agree with what I
let
do?
other people speak too.
No,
man.
I have
Let
a
him
point.
finish. Let Travis
I
finish, please.
have a point to make. Okay, so do you agree with that description?
It's not relevant because the shore doesn't. Do you mind if I finish? The shore doesn't exist. Remember, the water, the moving water. Yeah, the shore doesn't exist. The rocks don't exist. The floor beneath it doesn't exist. The moving water is both the earth and the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So at every point, when I mention a point in the river, I'm talking about that chunk of water, right? Like if there are other floats on the river and you needed to make it to a float that's upriver, you can do two things. You can turn around and crank up enough power to drive toward it, or you can crank up enough power to maintain your position relative to the shore that doesn't exist and wait for that point to come to you. Now, that's not super accurate, but we're starting to stay within the confines of the example that is the river is the earth and the atmosphere.
You could say the bank is like could be the sun or something like that. You could pick an arbitrary
Let me know
point.
when you guys are done talking, because
That's
I
true.
wasn't finished.
Go for it, Travis. Go for it, Travis.
All I wanted, I don't need you to remove the bank. I'm trying to demonstrate a principle of physics that I think should be understood. It seems to me that you would agree that if you were on a river, you could maintain a stationary position if you found equilibrium between the power of your vehicle and the flow of the river. Correct?
Yes, everybody's there. That's we're going back 20 minutes now. Yeah, we're all on the same page at that stage.
Okay. Now, you should be able to take an aircraft, a small Cessna, so to speak, and counteract the rotation of the Earth and hover in place.
Yep.
Well, relative to the
Provided it's
sun,
able to
you
go
can do that.
on rotational speed, or goes far enough south or north so it's slow enough for it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was a radio competition when. Hey, Travis. Let me just let me get to the end. That was a radio competition when I was a kid, which was you get to see the sunrise for year 2000. You can get to see the sunrise and have a New Year's Eve party like 5-10 times. That's essentially what that plane is doing. Is staying at the same point in the river by motoring upstream, matching its upstream power with the downstream of the water.
You have to say that.
Yeah, but what you don't seem to understand. Yeah, what you don't seem to understand is that once you leave the surface of the Earth and the air is still allegedly flowing against you, you should be able to remain stationary if you counter that flow. People should be able to watch and see you like a helicopter maintain that position.
But watch and see you. Watch. Where's the person? So situate in your river analogy. Situate the person somewhere for me, please.
He's on the moon.
Okay. Yeah, on the moon, or like standing on the surface of the sun, or something like that. Sure. Or like on a fixed point in front of the sun.
Well, the bank
is not the person on the Earth is the person in the river. Is the point that Negator was making.
Yeah, but the analogy was that the water is both the Earth and the atmosphere. It was like combined in one. Okay, then so if it's combined in one, right, now the boat or the helicopter or whatever would be within that water.
Yeah.
Okay then. Okay then.
Yeah, that's what Negator's saying.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't think we've agreed to that with Travis.
Nail down the example to like where's this bank, because as Negator said, the bank either doesn't exist or, as I said, it's you fix an arbitrary point in space and go, right, this is this point on this 24 hours that Earth has done one rotation or something, but it doesn't actually exist. There's not a point where somebody could stand and see a helicopter just disappear from.
Okay, so now if I'm within that water, if I go with the river, right, it's going to take me far less power to make distance if I go against that current, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Going downstream, switch off when you're going down.
Okay. So how is that in any way in comparison to what we're supposed to experience here on Earth? It's not analogous.
Yeah, the analogy
breaks down. Take that up with Travis. I think it's a pretty good example, but yeah, there's
no, I don't have to take up with Travis because it was Negator's example, but you're fighting for Negator at the moment as well. So it's your guys' example.
It's Travis's example.
Oh, okay. I did come in late, so okay. Go, Travis.
No. My point is that at least in a cursory conversational level, there's no evidence that the claim that the Earth is rotating would eliminate a commercial airliner from taking advantage of that alleged rotation, flying eastward. There's no evidence besides rhetoric to explain it away, because we all know what happens in reality on, for instance, a river.
But it's rhetoric on both sides. It's just that we are using our rhetoric